Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. This is, open panel, so hopefully we get some good discussions. I think Dirty Varmint and maybe possibly Nancy should come by. I was just over there with them on Ace Philosophy's channel, and he was going to bed. He's got work or whatever. So, yeah, I figured I'd start a stream and talk about whatever you guys want. I think last night was very fruitful. We had a lot of good discussions. It was a long stream, so I think we did get a lot covered. I can't really, summarize what we did in the 12 hours, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. What's going on, Joe? Good to see you. Hey, Nancy. I just pinned the link. Feel free to come on, Nancy or Joe, Dirty, everybody else. But yeah, we can talk about whatever you guys want.
What's up? I watched wasn't able to watch the whole thing, but I watched like the first half of your stream from last night.
What do you I don't want to talk about the subject forever because we did
yeah.
long last night, but for me, like, just what would be your response? Like, if you're trying to,
I did have a lot of things that I wanted to respond, but I don't know.
Just give a quick 1 minute summary of what you.
I'll have to think about what
do if he's trying to represent what would Jesus do in this situation. I mean, you don't have.
I don't know.
All right, you can think about it. It's
I'll have to think about it, but I knew I wanted to respond while I was watching. I was like, man, I wish I was up on the panel.
I just think people underestimate, how loving and how merciful Jesus is. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you look at the New Testament, sometimes like he's talking to the woman by the well. When the disciples came by, the disciples, like, the first thing that the scripture says is they were surprised he was talking to her, because it wasn't like the normal behavior for, a man to be talking to a woman like that. You know what I mean? It's like, usually it was such a patriarchal society. It would be like, hey, get your husband. You know what I mean? If we're going to talk about scriptures or something deep, get your husband. You know what I mean? So it shows that, the whole New Testament shows Jesus is just doing things like, he's healing people like lepers, and the lepers, people won't even go near him. You know what I mean? So it's
he was hanging out with prostitutes.
Yeah, he's hanging out with
that was one thing I wanted to ask the panel too, was, do all Christians think that, it's a sin for a man to sleep with a prostitute?
Yeah, I mean,
is that a sin?
That is a sin, even though you'll see it throughout the Old Testament. I mean, Samson slept with a prostitute.
Judah, that's what I was going to bring up. Samson.
Judah slept with a prostitute.
If it was a sin, wouldn't God have abandoned Samson?
Well, in the genealogy of Jesus, Judah slept with Tamar, and that gave birth to Perez.
Yeah, so Jesus was...
in his bloodline.
His great-great-great-great-grandma was a prostitute.
Well, yeah, Tamar dressed up like a prostitute to trick Judah, and Judah thought he was buying a prostitute.
Yeah. And was there any sin imparted against Judah for that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Old Testament treated prostitution, seems very different.
It's like almost there could be an allowance for a prostitute under certain circumstances, like where Samson, he had just gotten married, he wasn't able to sleep with his wife, and she died. And so after the time of mourning was over, he went and slept with that prostitute. And it's like, it goes right into the next sentence. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, well, that's weird.
God used Samson in a lot of ways where Samson didn't know it. So that was one way that God was, sending his wrath to Egypt by Samson sleeping with the prostitute. Then
but it was almost like he got gypped out of being able to consummate a marriage. Like he wasn't able to lose his virginity because she had gotten killed, and so it was almost like, I've earned it. I'm gonna go see a prostitute.
What's a woman's perspective on this, Nancy? Go ahead.
Okay. When I listen to the Old Testament, my immediate response is anger and jealousy when it comes to men and women, and their relationships and multiple wives and all of this stuff. It's like, I don't feel comfortable, because I know as a woman how important it is to have a bond with a male, companion, your husband or whatever. And when they cheat on you, it's a whole different story. But maybe back then it wasn't so much like
Well, back then cheating was
wait a minute.
forbidden.
It's like the emotional part of a relationship maybe didn't exist back then in marriages. It wasn't maybe necessarily like they fell in love and they got to get married. They were betrothed to people before they were even 6 years old or something like that. So I mean, they probably just went through with it. But on the other hand, it's like, Solomon had 1,000 wives and nothing was said about that. David had tons of concubines. I mean, It's like,
well, I mean, back then
those concubines could not leave David, though, or Solomon. They were bound to him. They could not go out. I don't know about a concubine, but that's sort of like ownership too. Maybe they were slaves or something like that. But they couldn't go out and marry somebody else because that would have been a sin as well, that they were, owned by that person, David, Solomon, whoever that had a concubine. I think it's disgusting, but how I don't know. I really don't know how to go about that, because
I mean, I think nowadays it would be against Jesus's commandments to have multiple wives, because if a man had multiple wives nowadays, it's like there's actually fewer women on earth than there are men. So, there's like 100 million more men than women on the planet right now. And so there's not enough women for every man, And so if you take multiple wives, then you're not loving your neighbor as yourself, because you're denying him the possibility of having a wife, because there's just not enough women out there. So I think that it's against the commandments. But back then it was probably, since there was a lot of war going on, there's probably a lot more women out there than there were men back then. So if that was the case nowadays, if there was, twice as many men as there were women, or I mean, twice as many women as there were men, then it would be okay to have two wives, because then everyone gets a spouse,
I have something to bring up that is profound, because nobody talks about this. I don't even think anybody knows that the possibility existed, because I discovered it about 5 years ago. Is that when Abraham and his brother, he had, what are the names of Abraham? Haran and his brother. There were 3 brothers: Abraham, Haran, and
Nahor, maybe? I don't know. I'm rusty too. I don't know.
Nahor, I think. Yeah, I think it's Nahor. Abraham, Nahor, and they went and they married wives. And Lot was in the mix there too. Milcah was married by Nahor, which was a son of Abraham. And Abraham married Sarah, which was also of, one of
Lot's children, maybe?
That was his dad's child. It was his sister.
Let me explain here, because you're going to miss the whole point. Okay. This is what I discovered, because you remember the thing where Sarah and Abraham were going through Egypt, and the Pharaoh took fancy to Sarah, and Abraham said, "This is my sister." Well, we forget the fact that there was Abraham, Nahor, and Haran, which was another brother and a son of Terah, which was Abraham's, father. So Nahor and Abraham both took them wives. And then in the next verse, it says that Terah took his daughter-in-law and who was Abraham's wife. He took them to the land of wherever they went. They went on a journey, and they all took off together. The whole thing is that Haran had passed away, and he had children. I think he had Lot and another one or whatever, and that was probably Sarah's cousin. Or you would think that Sarah and Lot were brothers and sisters, but it doesn't say that. I think the whole story is that Haran died and Nahor married Milcah and Abraham married Sarah, and it says it only makes one statement: Sarah was barren. Now, why in the hell would you make a comment like that? That Sarah was barren? That doesn't make any sense.
Was
If
it?
you're a wait. If you're a virgin, you're going to be barren. So I think that Sarah was possibly Haran's wife, and she never had a chance to have children with him. He died, and Abraham took Sarah. Now, when you come to the point in time in Egypt where they were going through, Egypt, and Pharaoh says, well, he Abraham knew that he would be killed so that they could have Sarah. He could have Sarah. So at the same point, I'm thinking, okay, why did he lie and call her his sister? Because she was probably his sister-in-law through his brother Haran. And then we come to another factor here where we are looking at Jesus. Jesus' father was basically, Joseph. And then Joseph disappears out of the scene, and then there's a Cleopas. And he's walking on the road to Emmaus with Cleopas. And it's determined by a number of scholars that possibly when Joseph passed away, Cleopas was the brother of Joseph, and he might not have had children with Mary, so she married not Abraham's, but Joseph's brother, and had more children and daughters with her. So, I mean, that was the tradition right up until the time of Jesus. What would have changed? Do you want to? I mean, give me your comments on this.
I mean, I like the theory about Sarah and Haran and stuff like that. There was one passage in that book of Recognitions of Clement where it mentions that it says in the 19th generation or something like that, the first person to die before his dad was Haran, and it says on account of an incestuous crime. So it's like Haran did some sort of incestuous crime and was killed for it or something. I don't know. I don't. It mentions something about that in the book of Nazarene Acts, and it also mentioned specifically that Sarah was Abraham's lawful wife, and it's kind of contradicting the biblical view that she was actually his sister.
I think she was his sister, and I think she was his sister-in-law because
that could be true. Yeah.
Because, I mean, why would they even mention it? They don't mention women at all in the Old Testament, hardly at all. And Naamah was the sister of Tubal-Cain, and according to Jewish history in the Talmud or whatever, is that Noah married Naamah, which was Tubal-Cain's sister, and they went through the flood together. And then, I think basically Canaan was a result of incest between Ham and
and Noah's wife.
Yeah, well, I mean, it
I
says,
don't think I believe that, but
I mean, it says that Ham uncovered the nakedness of his father would be his wife.
Yeah, it does say in the Bible that, sleeping with someone's wife, that's uncovering their nakedness, the man's nakedness,
Right. And why would Noah curse Canaan? Because apparently I would think that she got pregnant with Ham. And there's not 100% proof. I mean, for crying out loud, Abraham was 600 years old when he built the ark and whatever. And do you think that he only had one wife during that period of time and 3 children? I doubt it. I think that and who knows that even Naamah was Ham's mother. We don't know that, and it's like we don't know anything.
Right.
That's an interesting theory. I've never thought about that. When I see uncover the nakedness, I just use that as because he told his brothers that his dad was naked. I know it's used in sexual ways. You know, when you have sex with your dad's wife, it's called uncover the nakedness. But yeah, I mean that'd be interesting. You know, that's an
Yeah,
interesting
I
theory.
mean, it is
Cursing,
interesting.
cursing
Yeah.
the son makes it makes more sense that Noah
But it
cursed
doesn't
the
explain,
son.
why they walked in there backwards because they didn't want to see their dad naked. That's all it was. They
I
just
think
saw him
I,
naked
I
Yeah,
think that is the
because
metaphor
they
there because
walked in there backwards,
I think
covered him up with a sheet or whatever.
I think that that's the metaphor there. They walked in backwards because they were covering it up the entire time. I think it was probably going on for a long time and Noah didn't realize it. His
Mm.
drunkenness might not have been actually physically drunk, but he
Yeah,
awoke. He woke up out of a stupor and not realizing that his son was having relationships with his wife until she wound up pregnant.
yeah. I guess that would explain why he cursed him so bad or whatever.
it
I
would
mean,
make
there's
more
no
sense
reason
about
for
this curse on the son Canaan if that's the case. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I would say we got to be careful. If it's not written, be careful coming up with these theories. But I mean, it's
Right.
a logical theory. I'm not going to say it's illogical. It's and
But
it's
yeah, I have a problem with taking any prophecy other than literally. In my view, I don't even think that it's possible for a prophecy to be ambiguous or metaphorical like that.
it's an interesting to hear people's thoughts. I mean, I think that Galatians verse that Ace was at wasn't saying that Sarah or Hagar or the sons aren't real at all. I don't know why. So it's really interesting to watch how other people read like the same verse because people read the same verse so differently based upon their own presuppositions or perspectives. It's really
Yeah.
you know I don't know. I mean, Jesus is always saying, I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Well, where did Isaac come from? If you're going to say Sarah wasn't real, then where did Isaac come from? Sarah is his.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I would say,
You
well,
really,
Paul,
you really can't,
false.
you really can't translate that or interpret that verse the way he's interpreting
Yeah,
it.
and I kind of disagree with A's on that a little bit, where he says, some of those Old Testament things could be allegorical and metaphorical. Whereas in my view, I mean, I just take all the scriptures all literally, as literally as I can.
Yeah, there could be a deeper allegorical meaning behind a literal event, but I'm with you. I take the events literal, but I also can see deeper allegorical meanings behind them. Like, and that's all I think that Galatians verse was saying is that
Yeah, yeah,
these sons each represent a different thing. One a promise on earth for Jerusalem, and one a promise for the new Jerusalem, the heaven above, the promise of faith. Because it was based on faith.
So,
But
what do you think about Passover?
Well, Nancy, I'm curious how she celebrates it because I mean, I'm one of those modern day Christians that I want to try to keep as much of the old Jewish, practices as possible. It's just some things like the feasts, most of the feasts, we can't do it because it's tied to the barley harvest and you have to actually be, doing sacrifices with the barley or
I,
animals and,
I
and you have
don't
to be in
I,
Jerusalem, you know.
I don't think that's a priority at this point in time. When Jesus died, I
Yeah.
mean, the temple was destroyed. There are obviously no more animal sacrifices. Jesus was our Passover lamb, but he did instill in the fact that you should, to keep the Passover in remembrance of him. And I
Mhm.
still try to, keep those days. And when I was young and I was growing up and I was in Worldwide Church of God, we kept all those days. I mean, it was we had a congregation every, on the 7 high days.
How do you
And
make how do you make the do you do the unleavened bread aspect? How do you do that?
I basically, I mean, I've been keeping it by myself. My mom and I used to keep it together for some years until she's in a nursing home right now. She's 96 years old with
Oh,
Alzheimer's,
oh, I'm sorry to
but
hear that. It's a terrible disease.
yeah, it's well, it's been ongoing now, but um, it's like I still keep Passover And the last one I kept was with a friend of mine that actually, was with me. But I just, on that night of the 14th, sit down and I prepare that day. I love lamb, but I'm not going to go out and sacrifice a lamb, for crying out loud. I get a leg of lamb or some piece of lamb or something like that, and I cook it. And then, in that evening, I pray over the wine and the bread and, do what I'm supposed to do. And regardless of anybody's with me or not, and then I keep 7 days of unleavened bread and I don't eat leaven or have it in my home.
But
And
do you cook? How do you cook unleavened bread? Is my question too. On top of everything else you're saying.
there's nothing
Flour
you
and
really
water.
flour and water and salt is basically what
Yeah.
you just mix it up and put it in the oven, make it into crackers or something like
I think
that.
tortillas, you could buy tortillas or some flatbreads out there are unleavened.
Okay,
Yeah,
I gotta Google that because but let us know when it start because I'm trying to do as much as I can too.
I
I
know
where do you
I'm curious about it too. I mean, I read the there's a
so
little
important.
there's the
It's
law
so
about it is in Deuteronomy 16 verses 1 through 8. And
yeah.
that's like the commandment, but it's also in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers.
Well, the one thing I'd say is I wouldn't do the lamb aspect though because of
Right.
being representative of the lamb,
Well,
but
Deuteronomy 6
I don't see that being that's a tough one for me
Well,
too.
Deuteronomy 16:5 says, "You
Yeah.
are not to eat you are not to sacrifice the Passover animal in any of the towns that the Lord your God has given you. You must only offer the Passover sacrifice at the place the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name." So talking about the temple. So you actually can't eat
when
the
you
Passover
slay
lamb, but you
when you
do
slay
have
the
to
lamb.
eat unleavened bread. You are not allowed to have leaven in any of your houses uh, for 7 days.
That's true.
In anywhere on
Where
the
do you
planet
guys
where you live.
live?
Sorry,
Where do
go
you guys
ahead.
Where do you guys live? Are you anywhere
I'm
near
in New
Alabama?
York. I'm in New York, but
I'm on
upstate
West Side. West.
by Albany.
Oh, and you're where on?
I'm in Montana.
Why?
Oh
Where
wow,
are you? Why? Where are you from, Nancy?
I'm in Alabama right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, which funny. We're in all three time zones. He's West Coast. I'm East
Yeah.
Coast.
So when does it start? I mean, does it start according to your time zone? I think
It
that's
starts according to your time zone. When it becomes the 14th day of Abib at night, I keep it
uh-huh.
according to the conjunction, not the crescent, because I believe they picked up the crescent moon and the visible moon at sunset when they can see it, which is bullshit. That they're like keeping it a day and a half later, and
Yeah,
it puts
yeah, that's how I think I think that's how I'm doing it. You start with the first crescent of the moon. The first time you see the moon, that's the
no,
day one.
I don't keep it that way. I keep it with the
Okay,
conjunction,
okay.
but at the same
So it's a day earlier for you.
yeah, because
Okay, okay.
remember what they look at all four of the Gospels in the New Testament.
Uh huh.
Jesus kept the Passover with his apostles that night. They
Uh huh.
asked him, "Where do we prepare
The
the
the Passover, yeah,
yeah? Where do we prepare the Passover?" And so they all convened that night when they prepared the Passover. The
yeah.
following day was the Passover of the Jews. They were keeping
Well,
the they wait a minute,
oh,
they were keeping the crescent moon because they had picked up that Babylon worshiped the crescent moon. So
okay.
that's where they got that tradition
So
from.
the Jews are doing it a day late, basically.
Well, the ones that are here right now, yeah, they keep the crescent moon.
But
And
even back in Jesus' time, though, you mean?
yeah, because they had come out of Babylon, several hundred
Hmm.
years or whatever, or when they built the temple, and they picked up all this stuff that's in the Talmud, and it's like, oh, okay, this is what we're going to do now. I've got one document that says that they kept it, that it was, when the original church kept the Passover. But it's like
Yeah. So, do you, in your view, did Jesus die the day after Passover?
he died the day of the wave sheaf offering when it was waved up on the morrow of the Passover. The morrow of the Passover
Yeah. So the
was
day after Passover.
they kept Passover in the 14th at mid
Yeah,
at
after
night.
sundown. Yeah.
And then the morrow of the Passover, meaning the next day, they waved the sheaf of green grains of barley,
Right.
representing that now you can
The wave offering. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, now you can partake of the old grain and the new grain on the self same day, and that began the feast of unleavened bread at the same time. They could
Uh-huh.
not eat of the new grain until that wave sheaf was offered. And Jesus, in my opinion, from what I think, is that Jesus, when he was on the cross that day, was the morrow of the Passover because he was sacrificed. That day he represented the wave sheaf before all of
The new
mankind.
grain. Hey, I never thought of that, dude.
Yeah, and they made I'm not a dude. But they
Do
and they and they ate of the old and the new grain of the self same day. So they ate of the old covenant and the new covenant
Okay. Yeah.
self same day. It has nothing to do with the resurrection. And it's like, okay, when he was waved before God on that cross, Ace would never
Nancy.
understand that.
Go ahead.
What?
No, sorry. Keep going. Cut out a little. I'm telling Chris too. I'm share my screen because can you see my TV? But my StreamYard's it's messing up, saying 0 people are watching, and it was doing that a little yesterday, but it's not showing the comments. I see Chris's comments on the TV, so I see saying stuff, but I don't see it. I'm sharing my screen so you guys see that the comments aren't coming. Are they coming on your StreamYards though? Do you see
I'm
Chris's
seeing
comments?
it now. I see Jamie Russo's here,
I see
and
Chris and Jamie.
you're breaking up.
Yeah,
Your
on
comments
TV,
aren't showing
but
up though.
I think you're breaking up a
See,
little bit,
Yeah, you
Ryan.
are
out
breaking up, Brian.
and to try to fix the stream going. So you and Nancy keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah, okay. I agree with Nancy
Yeah, you and
that.
Nancy keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No,
Go
I've
ahead.
I studied the Hebrew calendar. It was a fixation with me because it was a discussion that broke up my first husband and myself between another splinter church group of Worldwide Church of God that hated me because of my doctrine of demons. And
Because you were right about Paul.
well, no, I didn't know about Paul back then. It was
Well,
about the
at least you had some kind of brain. That's probably why they hated you.
well, I was having a confrontation with them about when to keep Passover and how I saw it, and they were like, "Oh, you don't know what you're doing. You've got doctrines of demons and everything like that." It was a horrible experience, but I stuck to my guns, and for 30 some years, I studied out the calendar of Hebrew calendar. I mean, that wasn't the only thing that I studied because in my quest for information and knowledge, just after I was baptized, it was like God led me through the entire Bible on passages concerning Passover. And I was able to read pretty much the entire Bible, which I would have never done on my own from starting from Genesis. I've never read the Bible from front to cover. I mean, it's like, oh my God. It is so darn boring, like going through Kings.
I know. Especially all those begats.
Proverbs and Psalms. I mean, it means almost nothing to me. Esther and Deborah. And I mean, it's like, you gotta be kidding me. I can't. But when you get on a quest for a subject, it's like, wow. And now digging into Paul, this is like phenomenal information. And now I've found out that from my studies is that Paul was not just Paul, he was a Herodian Edomite. There was no way he could have gotten citizenship at Tarsus unless he was basically somebody up in the Herodian dynasty.
Yeah, he had
And
some clout with the Herodians. He was a Herodian, I believe.
yeah, he was an Edomite.
He said, "Tell Herodian, my kinsman, that I say hello to him," in one of his letters. So he's a Herodian.
And the Church of Rome had appointed 70 apostles.
I kind of want to get back on this Sabbath, or I mean,
All right, go ahead.
this Passover subject. So,
It's important.
yeah, like when do you? I mean, like for A's philosophy earlier asked a question. He said, "Is it a sin if I don't keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread?" Or he said, "Is it a sin if I don't keep Passover?" And I wanted to say, yeah. I mean, I wanted to say not Passover, but Feast of Unleavened Bread. That's the feast. It's you can't keep Passover. It's forbidden for us to keep Passover because we don't have a temple, but we do have to keep.
Not forbidden. If you're circumcised and you are in Jesus, you should keep the Passover. It's
Well,
a
you can't though.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
it
can.
says you are not to sacrifice the Passover animal in any of the towns the Lord your God is giving you. You must
Yes,
only
that-
offer. That's
that-
Deuteronomy
that-
16:5.
That's when the temple existed.
Right.
Jesus had a memorial supper that night. It wasn't a memorial.
Yes, but he did not eat lamb that night either. That's something else I wanted to talk to you about, because
Let's
do you
go
remember
on.
the story? You were talking about it earlier, and you said Jesus told his disciples, or they asked him, where should we prepare the Passover meal? And he said, to the house I tell you to go into that house and tell him that we're going to use the upper chamber. And so that's what they did. And so Jesus went to that private residence of that person's house, and they had the Passover meal, which is bread and wine. They did not eat lamb. You're not allowed to eat lamb anywhere other than the temple. That's what Deuteronomy says. It says you are not to.
What Deuteronomy says, but the tradition was from the time of the Exodus that they would keep it between the families. They would sacrifice the lamb, and it was just enough for the group of people that would keep it in one location, and whatever was left over was supposed to be burnt.
Yeah.
That nobody else could partake of it. That's the whole point. It was supposed to be burnt up so that nobody else would eat any part of that lamb, because if they ate part of it, it's sort of like the Garden of Eden, and that, you can't partake of the tree of life if you've, are kicked out of the garden. So that's the whole same thing. It's a symbology there that no, they kept the Passover. There's nothing that says that they didn't eat lamb.
They weren't allowed to eat lamb unless they went to the temple. If you're out there in one of these towns and you didn't go to the temple, you are not eating lamb.
Wait a minute. It's like Exodus is equal to Deuteronomy, or even
Deuteronomy is the updated replacement of Exodus.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that, but it's like you were required. Nope, they didn't all go to the temple and have Passover. They had Passover.
I know,
but they
were doing it anywhere they wanted. Like, you're right. Exodus does say that you can do it anywhere you want, but Deuteronomy puts a strict forbiddance on it. It says you cannot do it anywhere except the temple.
That doesn't make any sense according to
Exodus. It does if Deuteronomy is
have
fighting against Exodus. He's contradicting Exodus.
The temple was not a buffet. You don't.
Well, it was the place for the celebration.
The temple was only for the sacrifice itself. It was not a buffet. You didn't go there and have like Roma Hall or something like that, where you're like everybody's
Yeah, but
having.
it says after you eat the meal in the morning, then you go back to your tents. That's what it says. You got to
You
go to
don't
the
need
temple.
to,
You got to have the Passover meal, and then none of it's left over in the morning. And then that's when you return to your tents. That's what it
I
says
think
right in Exodus or Leviticus or
I
something.
think you need to reread that because it's like, no,
Yeah,
that's
there's a
not.
few contradictions in there.
I
You've
mean,
got four
okay,
different accounts.
in Exodus, they all ate the Passover in their homes, and then when they after they sacrificed it, they put the blood over their doorsteps, and
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
to protect them as a symbol for the death angel will not enter here. That's the actual event that happened in quotations. I'm sitting here right now making quotations with my two hands, like I'm talking with my hands right now, like it really matters. But no,
Yeah, it
it's
says right here, verse 7, Deuteronomy 16:7, and you shall roast it and eat it in the place the Lord your God will choose, and in the morning you shall return to your tents. You're not allowed to eat that lamb anywhere other than inside the temple. For 6 days you must eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day you shall hold a solemn assembly to your God. So you're not allowed
okay.
to do any work on the first day or the seventh day of
Okay,
Passover.
okay, but the original Exodus, they all kept it in their homes. Maybe after they went to Jerusalem for
Yeah,
something
yeah. When
like
Deuteronomy arrived, because Exodus was there before Deuteronomy, and so when Deuteronomy arrived, scholars think that it was around the 10th century BC, and so that's when Josiah found the scroll of the Torah, and then he made all those changes. He's the one who demolished all the high places and all the pillars of worship that were out in the countryside, and he's the one who said that you can only do these celebrations at the temple. And so
yeah,
that was the scroll he found, that Deuteronomy scroll, which was a
I,
later.
I get that now. I think that it was after the Exodus because during that period of time, that's what was required in Egypt. So
Yeah,
then you go.
from the Exodus all the way up until Josiah's time, they were doing the Passover anywhere, and they were sacrificing on altars out in the countryside, any which way they wanted. But then when Josiah came, he said he forbid that because he found this Deuteronomy scroll, and he said, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore. You know, and so I don't know.
Well, I think maybe, okay, but then when Jesus comes along, do this in remembrance of me. I think that
Right.
I don't know, he was the Passover lamb. He could have done anything. Why would the apostles come to him and say, "Where do we go and prepare the Passover?" If they weren't going to prepare bread and wine, they
Well,
had
in
to.
my view, the Passover meal has always just been bread and wine. That's it.
No,
Because
it was always all throughout.
the Passover, I think, is a reference to them passing over the sea on dry land, and it has nothing to do with this destroyer passing over the houses of the Hebrews. I think that part's added.
Well, regardless of all of that, and when the
Well, I
custom
know.
and
I mean, it's an out there theory, but
it's like, okay, when is Passover supposed to be observed? I mean, it doesn't say you can't. You're not going to sacrifice a lamb right now because that's
yeah,
forbidden.
I don't think we should be doing that. If we're gonna do Passover, we should be doing bread and wine, just like Jesus did.
But and it's always been my tradition to I like lamb, so I have lamb in the spring, and so I cook it.
Yeah,
But it
yeah.
doesn't mean it
And
doesn't
I guess
mean
there's nothing wrong with that.
no. And it's like, okay, let's just do that. We'll have the Passover lamb. I mean, it's not the Passover lamb, but we'll have.
I know. I'm just scared of that one verse though, where it says you're
I
not
cook
allowed to eat it anywhere except the temple. So in
right,
my view, but it also, but it does say that you have to eat unleavened bread
right,
everywhere you go, no matter where you're at in the world. You can only
right,
eat you have to eat unleavened bread for those 7 days. And I don't know.
right.
I wanted to ask you,
You know,
do you think you're
all
allowed
the
to eat other foods besides unleavened bread, or do you have to just only eat
oh no,
unleavened bread and wine?
no, no. It's like you. I mean, like on Passover night, I would maybe cook some fish. It would be a nice meal, a really nice meal. Cook some
Uh-huh.
fish and, have wine and bread with dinner, and then have a ceremony like where you actually pray
Are
and
we
say,
even online anymore? Is Ryan coming back?
I don't know what happened to him. I'm with you. Maybe he's just
Okay, I don't
buzzed
know if
off.
we're still on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, we're here. I don't know. Maybe he's just taking a break. But no, I would always have a dinner, and and when we were in the congregation when I was raised, it was like we would have a foot washing ceremony, which was really aggravating to me. I don't know why. It just like, oh, and then
Yeah, I don't like that foot washing thing. It's in the book of John, so I can see why Christians believe it. But in my view, you guys all probably know that I don't really trust the book of John. And that's one of the major parts that I think
I
is
don't
BS.
trust I don't trust the book of Luke
Really?
because, well, it's like Luke was a Gentile, obviously, but I'm like, wait a minute. He wrote the book of Acts as a historical document, but
Yeah, I think so.
I look at, I don't
He's
know
probably like
what.
70% true, at least in my view, because he does a lot of the stuff he says does coincide with a lot of
He
the
was
things Mark and
he was
Matthew say.
he was a historian.
Yeah, and he got some things right and maybe a few things wrong, one or two things. I mean, I don't think he's 100% accurate. I don't buy into this inerrancy 100% inspired word of God. It's like, no, these guys, that's the gospel according to Luke, that's the gospel according to Matthew, that's the gospel according to Mark. It's not the gospel according to God. Jesus didn't write a book.
The word of God is I mean, Jesus did not write the Bible. It was written, it was included, it was like a Bible only means
I know.
collection of books.
Yeah.
And
Somebody,
and
some man decided to put it in one cover, put like 66 scrolls in one cover. And so now everybody thinks that's the magic,
when in reality, I mean, all throughout from this, 2,000 years ago, they had, oh, well, that 2,000 years ago, about 1,600 years ago, this is our book, this is our Bible. And they had 88 books, and then they
yeah.
wiped Common out of there completely.
Uh-huh.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay, now
And
we're down to,
within the books themselves, just they don't have to be 100% correct. I mean, and a lot of people struggle with that though. If the Bible's not inerrant, then they say, well, how can I trust any of it? If there's one lie, then their whole faith falls apart because they think, oh well, God didn't provide us with a magic book that has 100% accuracy, truth in it. And it's like, no, if you had like a math textbook and you found one page had a lie on it, it's not like you would just give up on math. Just give up on it, throw it away. I don't believe in math because there was one lie in the math textbook. It's like, no, all you do is just cross the lie out, and then everything else is true. It's easy. It's that. Just because there's one lie in the Bible, it doesn't mean you have to toss out the whole Bible. I mean, most of it's true, 90%, or 80%. I don't know. Paul is 13 books, so that's quite a bit, but you can just toss that right out.
I got to get back to stop this heathen.
I'm going to just keep going if you're gone, Ryan.
The book of Luke. I mean, any other books you guys throw? Outlaws Gone? Or?
His audience has got the pitchforks ready.
I'm trying to analyze what the issue is between Luke and Acts and, Paul, because there's so many things that just don't make a whole lot of sense there. It's like Luke was the name Luke, for instance. They name the book of Luke, but they don't know who in the hell wrote the book Luke. And Luke and Acts were written to an individual named Theophilus, which is an unknown unknown person. Nobody can define who that person was. And Luke writes some stuff. We don't know if he was a Gentile or an Israelite, I do not believe that Luke was written in the first century. I think it was written in the second century. And then they say Luke copied possibly from Josephus, but on the other hand, then another person came along and was saying that Luke was written by Josephus, which is a possibility because he knows things that Luke would not, a person named Luke would not know about historical evidence.
So are you throwing out the entire book of Luke or just
no.
Okay.
No, I'm not throwing it out. I'm saying I'm questioning what the history of it is and who wrote it and why and how come, because it's like Josephus and Luke knew things together, and Josephus is a very unusual individual to begin with. I mean, he's got this history. Dr. Robert Price tries to go and place Paul with Simon Magus.
I think that's probably
in
incorrect.
Robert Price. I mean, that guy's a mythicist. He's out there, man. I mean, I know he's got the title doctor because he went to school for some stuff, but I really don't. I don't trust a lot of what that guy says.
Well,
I don't think that Paul was Simon the Mage either. I mean,
it's hard to go and really. But I listen to these people, but I pick their brains.
Yeah.
I was a military historian for a while,
and you can glean a lot from these people, even if they're atheists.
Pick their brains. I mean, it doesn't matter. They have done all of that historical work. And I mean, do you have the time to do it yourself? No. You take their information. If you hear something that's going on with what they're saying, that's something that's important to you, you go back and research their history and their references and to see if they're correct or not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what historians do. It's like, you don't take people their word for value or whatever. You just go back and, oh, okay, he referenced this and he referenced that. So you go back and you do your own research.
I kind of wish Yahoo would come in and talk about the Passover and the feast, because he seems to know a lot more about that stuff, and I want to definitely argue with him about what to do, how to do it, where to do it, why to do it, when to do it. You know what I mean? We could get heated. We could,
I don't know, man. I see Yahoo on other channels. I don't know why he refuses to come back on my channel.
Come on up, man.
All we did is get into one heated.
Oh, did you?
Well, we got into one or two heated shows on the feasts, and so we don't have to talk about the feasts. I mean, that's a separate issue.
They are coming up, man, and I want to know what we got to do. I'm thinking we got to not eat anything other than unleavened bread for 7 days in a row. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I mean.
Well, unleavened bread. You can eat anything but.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
No, Ryan, it's not you. It's your guests.
It's dirty varmint.
That's why I don't. No, it's not even dirty. Like, I actually like talking in dirty.
That's the first time somebody said that to me.
Well, it can't be New Genesis.
It's not me. It's the guest. I like that. I blame my guest.
The other thing I had to say right now is that you can eat anything during that 1 week period of unleavened bread. You just cannot eat leavened bread.
Okay, so I see you differently.
Clean it out of your house. Take all the starch, starch. Take all of the yeast and the loaves of bread and things that you have that but you just don't eat leavened bread, and that basically. That means is taking it and reflect. It's just a metaphor. It's reflecting, taking sin out of your life. And I've found many times that at the end of the feast or during the feast or something like that I'll do something and I'll go into a pizza store or whatever. Oh wow, I'm gonna have pizza today, and all of a sudden I realize, holy cow, I just ate that whole slab of pizza and it was leavened. It's like. It
Yeah,
reflects
yeah.
what's going on in your life is what it's supposed to be.
I
Get
also see it as a shadow or like a metaphor. Like I see the Bible as the bread, and I see Paul as the yeast. And so you got to take the yeast out. So I always just rip Paul right out of the Bible on the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You know, just tear him right out.
I'll shut up and let Yahoo talk.
What do you think, Yahoo?
That's actually not a bad metaphor. I know a lot of people on the Feast of Unleavened Bread that try and go through their doctrine or religion or whatever you want to call it and make sure that there's not any yeast in it.
Yeah, in their
They
doctrine.
they
Yeah,
basically
okay.
try and like biblically prove all of their beliefs all over again.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah,
I think
like
that
I'm with New Genesis. Like I think as long as you're not eating leavened bread,
then you can
you
eat
can eat
anything you
whatever you
want.
want. But if you
Okay.
are going to eat bread, then it needs to be unleavened.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just see it a different way just because Deuteronomy 16:3, I think it says, you must not eat leavened bread with it. For 7 days you're not to eat with it unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, because you left the land of Egypt in haste, so that you may remember for the rest of your life the day that you left the land of Egypt. So to me, like this, the bread of
Well,
affliction.
like I think that you should be eating the unleavened bread every day, but that
Yeah, to
doesn't
me it
mean that
seems like
that's
that's
like
all
only
you're
what you're
allowed
eating.
to eat.
No,
So
no, I
it's
don't
like
think so.
you hate to do it basically. It's a you dislike doing it. That's the point, because it's the bread of affliction, and you're not supposed to forget that this is all they were able to eat. They weren't able to eat anything other than this unleavened bread for 7 days because they were fleeing Egypt. So they didn't have time to cook hamburgers and fries and everything. And so we have to do that, and that's why I think Jesus said, do this in remembrance of me, because we're actually mourning. It's like a time of mourning. You're being afflicted by this bread. It's like, I hate this freaking bread. I can't wait for this to be over.
It never
And
said you could only eat the bread, though. It just said
you're
eat the
right, it
bread.
doesn't specifically say that, but I think it kind of means that. I think that you're not allowed to eat anything other than the bread. I don't know, I could be wrong.
It's an interesting thought for sure. I'll grant you that.
I have
Um,
never thought of it that
So
way.
you're basically crying for
And
Jesus because you have to go through this torture, and you're like, well, Jesus actually had to die, and so this torture isn't as bad as what Jesus went through. So I'll do this for him, and I'll suffer for 7 days for Jesus, and so that's how I see it.
Maybe I
and
need to do this.
I will also. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Maybe I need to do that this year.
I don't know. I've never done it before, so I can't. I don't want to be a hypocrite, and I think I'm gonna try to do it this year. I'll see how long I can go, but I've never done it before, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. I've never.
Unleavened bread and wine. That's all you get to drink for a week.
Yeah.
Or,
I don't know.
Survive on. That'll be interesting.
I
Surely
don't know.
water's in there, right?
To kind of put yourself in the place of the Hebrews who were fleeing Egypt. You know what I mean? Or in this case, put yourself in the place of Jesus, but he's actually going through much worse of a. He's going to have to be crucified, whereas all you got to do is suffer through this for a few days.
Well, bread. I mean, I've done a study on wheat grain and things like that. In fact, about last year in January, I went up to one of the Seventh Day Adventist places up in Michigan, where they have a distribution place where you could buy whole wheat grain and everything like that. But the Seventh Day Adventists have, and I bought 300 pounds of wheat. And I have a wheat mill. And I can make whole grain bread. It's really good. I mean, but
Oh,
when
that's
you look
amazing.
Nice.
when you do a study on wheat, it has everything that you need in it to sustain your body, almost. And you, anyhow, just like
Does
it's
it really? So you can survive 7 days on unleavened? Because I was thinking, I don't know if I could eat
not
tortillas
on
for 7 days in a row.
Not
dude.
wheat bread you get in the grocery
white-
store, but
not
real
white.
wheat bread.
Yeah, actual bread. I mean,
I
seems
have
like
a
you can
wheat-
make it however tasty you want as long as it's got no leaven, but it's still just bread. I
Well,
don't know.
Okay, I have a wheat mill where I can pour the grain into it, and it'll
Can you send me 7 days worth of good, delicious, unleavened bread?
well, it's like, well, yeah, it's just gonna be
I'll pay for it.
crying out loud. But no, I mean,
Is that an electric mill or is it a hand crank?
I have what's called. You can look it up, write it down, right? Yahoo. It's or Ryan. It's called a wheat mill. Wait a minute, whisper mill. It cost me like about $200 or $300 when I first bought it, and you can't overload it with wheat. You have to just put it in a little bit at a time.
They
But
drunk wine fleeing Egypt, Chris says. Yeah, of course. That was the first thing they grabbed was the wine.
My damn comments are not working again, so I'm going to go in and out again. But I don't know why. I got to try to fix it. But go ahead.
Okay, but anyhow, I use this whisper mill. It's called a whisper mill. And you can put whole wheat berries in there and it'll grind it down into flour. I put it on the finest grind. And I make loaves of bread, and I can make, crackers or whatever. You just grind up the thing and it makes flour, and then you make it according to whatever recipe you want. Wheat flour does not taste at all like white flour. It's got a different flavor to it if you know what wheat bread tastes like compared to a whole wheat compared to white wheat bread like French bread and Italian bread and everything like that. But yeah, it's got okay. When you grind wheat from the natural grain, you can keep it for hundreds of thousands of years actually, because it doesn't go to waste.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Like, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but go ahead. Sorry, I'll ask later.
When you grind that grain, it releases all of the B vitamins in there and everything else that's in there, including vitamin E, which is an essential oil. And you're going to have vitamin B12. It's going to improve your health. Jesus said, I am the staff of life. So everything that's in there is essential to your body as far
Do you grind your own grains and stuff?
I
mean,
don't do that.
So is the grain harvest, Yahoo? Do you know anything about the grain? Isn't it supposed to be based off the grain harvest or not? I mean, the timing of it.
Passover was based on the barley harvest.
Yeah.
There's a calculation about how to go and keep that calendar. And basically this is the way I've done it. And I've studied it for 30 years. So I think I'm right about it, is that Passover cannot occur before the vernal equinox. It can occur on or after the vernal equinox. And it all has to do with the conjunction of the moon, counting, so many days after the conjunction of the moon. And the Passover
what's the conjunction? Is that when the moon is gone completely?
It's when you can't see the moon because the moon is completely blacked out by sun or whatever. I don't know. Anyhow,
and that's day one, or is day one the one where there's the crescent?
The day one is, as far as I believe and understand, and that's a whole different study, so I can't go into it here. The conjunction is when the sun and the moon are conjoined together, and you cannot see, the old moon ends and the new moon begins. You can actually see the day of the old crescent waning in the sky. It's about, you can see that last crescent the day before the conjunction in the sky in the morning, just before sunrise. And the next day you won't be able to see it because it's all lined up, because it's like, okay, now we're going into a new phase.
When I was
And
a kid, my parents took me to Jehovah's Witness, or my mom took me to Jehovah's Witness Church, and they have a thing. It's called Memorial, and they do it on Nisan 14, according to whatever calculation they do. And I noticed every single time it happens, it's on this full moon where it's like a real weird, ominous full moon. It's like yellow, or there's something. It's not like a
well,
normal full moon. Maybe it's the day before full moon, but it's a real after sunset. Every time, whenever they have Memorial on Nisan 14 or Abib 14, uh, it's a real weird looking full moon. I noticed that. It's like
well, it's not always the same. I mean, it's like I mean, they have a full blown full moon at certain
the
times.
next day, I think. But this full moon, it's not completely full, but it's like this weird color every time. It's like a different color. It gives you this real ominous feeling, dude. And I'm thinking, whatever that night is, that's the night they went out of Egypt.
Passover should occur on a full moon. Now, there's things that I'm sure that I don't know. Who knows what? When I'm talking here, is that at the time of Noah, we didn't have the calendar that we have now of the jubilees and oh God. The calendar. All right.
The Gregorian calendar you're talking about?
Yeah, the
Okay.
Gregorian calendar. Okay, we didn't have that, back at the time of Moses. And the reason is, and I mean, I can only tell you because of my historical research, is, you can look at Immanuel Velikovsky, and he talks about the history of the world, and he really did some extensive research. I mean, this guy was like, when gosh, his name is I'm just getting tired. I took a sleeping pill about 3 years, about 3 years, 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago.
Oh, kicking in.
Oh God! All right,
So what do you think, Yahoo? When does it start? I heard it had something to do with the barley. I mean, it's been such a cold winter here for me. Is the barley going to be ripe by the time it happens?
So
you
I
can't
don't.
you can't
Yeah,
calculate
go ahead.
barley. I'm sorry, you cannot calculate the barley from where you're living. It was in Jerusalem.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
It was in the Nile River area, so
And
Yeah.
whenever they came out of Egypt, they had plagues and hail and all that good stuff. There weren't any crops, so I don't think that you can look at the signs on Earth and tell. I think you have to look at the stars in the sun.
Okay.
That's
And
my
I mean,
opinion.
after all, the stars were given for signs of seasons and stuff, right?
Right. Yeah. I think we've got a giant clock in the sky, and then the things on Earth will confirm that our interpretation of the clock in the sky is correct.
All right. So, what do you think about when do you start the day, like with the moon and
So
stars?
yeah, I do the conjunction as well.
Uh-huh.
The main difference, I guess, in my view from most views, is that I wait for the spring equinox, and then I wait for the new moon, and then sundown, and then
Okay. And
that
okay,
will
so
always put me late enough in the year that my Sukkot or Tabernacles is after the end of the growing season.
okay.
Otherwise, I think you risk is like, because sometimes the new moon will be like on the spring equinox, and so if you do that first 14 days off of that without waiting, whenever you do your Sukkot, you'll still have crops in the field. And so
I think
if the feast of Sukkot is supposed to be end gathering and you still have crops in the field, that should tell you that you're doing it too early.
Yeah, okay.
I think I agree with you, Yahoo. The way I calculate it and the way I've studied it is if the full moon in March occurs before the vernal equinox, that's too early. You have to postpone it like this year in April, because the full moon, wait a minute, the new moon, oh gosh, the full moon cannot occur before the vernal equinox. So if it's occurring before the vernal equinox, then it's too early. You have to postpone it. But the Jewish calendar, however, has a 19, I think it's a 19-year cycle or something like that. Do you remember when, what's his name, Hagee or whatever, said, he wrote that book on the four moons that actually were blood moons? Do you remember that?
I don't know, but
I'm talking to Yahoo.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. Do you realize that he calculated that wrong? Because it was actually 3 years in a row that the blood moon occurred on the in how do you want to say it? The blood moon, it was a blood moon at this, and a full moon at the same time for Passover, 3 years in a row, not 2, because the Jews went and calculated it according to their 19-year calendar, and it all got screwed up. But actually, it was supposed to be three years in a row that they had a blood moon on Passover and at the
yeah, that's what I was talking about. I noticed that every time the Jehovah's Witnesses have their memorial, there is this blood moon thing. It is like crazy every time. And so I think whatever that night is, they say Nisan 14 of the evening of Nisan 14. And so, but they, since the Jews or whatever start their day at sundown, apparently whatever. But I start my day at midnight, so I start the feast.
I do the same thing. I think something's screwed up with the Jewish calendar.
Yeah, they changed it on purpose so they could violate the Sabbath day. They didn't want people doing the Sabbath, so they changed it to sundown. I think it was always midnight. I think it's supposed to be midnight.
I agree 100%. It's like, I don't know. It's like 10, 15, 20 years ago. I looked at that and I thought, well, Hebrew was written in backwards to begin with. The evening and the morning are the first day, which makes absolutely no sense, because when the women came to the tomb, they came in the morning of the first day of the week.
Exactly. Before the sunrise,
Right.
And there's the part in Lot. There's a bunch of parts in the Bible that say the day starts at midnight. The new day, and it ends at midnight, and noon is halfway through the day. And when they in the third and the fourth hour, when Jesus was on the cross, from the third up to the 6th hour, it's talking a midnight time scale.
Right. I agree. I agree with that. It's like, there were two different frames of reference there when how time was calculated. But why in the hell? I mean, okay, on Friday night, you start the Sabbath, they say. And I'm like, wait a minute. Okay. Friday night at even. And then you get up the next morning and okay.
Well, yeah, that's right. It starts from the evening to the 14th day up until the evening of the 21st day. So you've got 7 full days and nights, 7 days and nights total.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I think the 7th day of the week starts when the sun comes up, or just before or after midnight or something like that.
Around midnight somewhere.
Yeah, and it's like, how do you count? I mean, it's like, well, that's a whole day. I mean, like,
and it says in Deuteronomy, or I think maybe it's in Numbers or something, where it says on the evening of the 14th day. So it's talking about you go through the whole 14th day, you're allowed to work, but then in that evening of the 14th day is when Passover happens, and you eat the meat, you eat the lamb,
Right. And then on the
and
15th
then
day, and the
yeah,
first,
and then yeah, the next morning is when you start the feast of unleavened. I mean, you're not allowed to eat leavening with the lamb, but for 7 days in a row, you're supposed to eat unleavened bread. You know.
it doesn't make any sense to me at all to go and like rest. You rest on Friday night?
No, well, yeah.
That
I
doesn't
mean,
make any sense. I mean, it's like
you,
a
you
Friday
don't
night.
have to rest on the 14th day, but on the 14th night, yeah, that's when you start your rest after sundown, and then
Well,
that's when
no,
you'll
I
have
don't
your
even see
meals.
it that way. I think it's like when you get up in the morning on the 15th day, it's like that's
Yeah, then you're not allowed to work that day.
you're not allowed to work that day. And
Yeah.
then it's like, all right, and then do you go to work at the night of the 15th day? Or I mean, it's like, what?
I know.
It's like, I'm sorry, it's like I'm supposed to be, it's like the next day after this, from the time the sun goes up on Saturday morning until the time the sun comes up on Sunday morning is my day of rest. It just doesn't
Right.
make sense. I think the Hebrew is written backwards from right to left. So it's like,
So they're all backwards.
this doesn't make any sense to
I think
me.
that they might have done it with good intention to begin with. You know, like the day was traditionally at midnight since Babylonian times, and that was common. And then the Jews said, "Well, we want to be safe, and so we don't want to work. You know, we want to make sure that we're not working on the Sabbath, and we want to be safe. So we're gonna, bring it back a few hours. We'll call it at sundown. That's when we will stop doing our work." I don't know.
It
Who knows?
doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, on Saturday night when the sun goes down, are you going to start working again?
No.
I
Yeah,
mean,
by the
it's
time the
just,
sun goes down, you're done with your work for the day. I think that was the tradition. You wouldn't be working at night, so the evening of the 14th day, you would start. So it kind of starts the day before, just in the evening. But that day, I don't know. Is that the day of rest, or is it the next day?
no,
The first.
it's a day of preparation. And they prepared the Passover on the night of the 14th. Or no, they didn't prepare it at the night of the 14th day. They prepared it during the middle of the day on the 14th, where they got the Passover lamb. And then they went and, you know, they put it on a spit or whatever that they did. And then, at that night on the 14th day, they,
So
had.
what about you, Yahoo? Are you going to be slaughtering a lamb and I think there's like 15 animals you're supposed to slaughter for the Passover meal. It's
I
not just
think
a lamb. It's like a goat, two bulls, three turtle doves, a cup of
Oh my
an
goodness.
FF of fine flour.
Yahoo,
Uh,
I think
they
Yahoo,
they
Yahoo.
actually they found a bunch of evidence in Israel or Jerusalem, and they built like literal like millions of ovens to cook them in, like all over the city, because
Really?
everyone
Was
had
it
to
in
come
Jerusalem?
yeah, it was in
Oh,
Jerusalem
okay.
because everyone had to go to the temple, to eat the Passover lamb. So they would go up and slaughter it at
So
the
do you
temple,
agree
and
with
then they
that?
would take it to all the ovens throughout the city.
So did they have to go up to the temple to eat the Passover lamb?
I don't know if it's to eat it. I know you have to go
Or
up to
maybe
kill it
to
there, but I think then you can take it back home and eat it
Okay, okay.
wherever it is. But to actual like slaughter it, you had to go up to the temple. But yeah, like since there was so many pilgrims coming in, and there's only so many houses, so yeah, they literally just had to make ovens all over the city, and then they would tear them down.
Crazy.
But it took like a month of them building ovens all over the city. Like they had to start preparing for Passover a month early and build
Yeah,
ovens.
because as I read the Gospels, I always look and I noticed that there is no lamb mentioned, and the only thing that's mentioned is bread and wine. And so I'm thinking the Passover meal is bread and wine. It's unleavened bread. That's it. It doesn't have nothing to do with lamb.
Jesus is the lamb. I mean,
Yeah, there's no need to eat it. You've got the bread and wine, and that's all he ate. I think that's all he ate.
Well, when
'Cause
he
I
says
think
the
that
wine
he had.
is his blood, I don't know. You know what I mean? The bread is his flesh.
I know, but I throw that part out. I
Uh,
mean, because
oh,
that's
you
in
can't throw
John.
that part out.
That's
Oh.
in John. The whole Bible says you shall not drink blood ever. So I'm not going to drink it metaphorically or literally.
Why does it say that? Because the life is in the blood. So the
Yeah.
whole point of drinking Jesus's blood is because the life is in the blood.
I'm not going to drink it.
I'm drinking some wine right now, you guys. So I think
I mean, I guess,
already.
if he said that this wine represents my blood, which is poured out, for
said.
many.
That's what he said.
I guess. I mean, I'll still drink the wine, do it in remembrance of him. But
It was a hard saying. He lost a lot of disciples over it.
I know it even says he lost a lot of disciples.
But that's what I mean. It's like the people that stuck it out found out that it wasn't, his physical, literal blood. It was a holy mystery that the wine would transform into that. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where he separated people that truly had faith, because the disciples.
Since it's in John, then that's why I'm like, I can just easily just toss it out and just kind of pretend it's not there.
So I have a question. Between all four of us right now, who agrees that we should keep the Passover?
I do.
Well, I agree. I don't know how to do it. That's why I'm curious how people do it nowadays. I want to try to at least do the unleavened bread this year.
And Yahoo?
Yeah, I'm a crazy Hebrew reader, so I do all that Old Testament stuff.
Okay,
so should we all try to just eat nothing but unleavened bread?
Like Sukkot's my favorite time of the year. I love going to Tabernacles. Like we usually show up a day early and leave a day late, just so we can set up. And the eighth day is actually a Sabbath, so we don't start tearing down until after the end of the eighth day. So that's why we end up staying late.
I kept Feast of Tabernacles all the time. I was growing up as a young child, and up until I was around 16 or something like that, and it was some of the best times of my life. I was with Worldwide Church of God, and we went to the Poconos, we went to Jekyll Island, we went to the Wisconsin Dells, and
I got to meet a family from the Worldwide Church of God and got to hear a bunch of the cool stories.
I have shook hands with Garner Ted Armstrong and Herbert W. Armstrong and his wife and everything like that. Not that I'm like, okay, these people were cultists, but they
did
do some great things. They did.
Yeah.
So for the Feast of Tabernacles, is there any like restrictions on working during those days, or is it okay to work on those? Because I don't know. After looking at the other feasts, like Feast of Weeks, Feast of Tabernacles, it always says that you shall do this, celebrate a feast to your God in the place He will choose. And so I'm like, I guess I can't really do that. But if they were like restrictions, like you're not allowed to work on certain days, then I would try to do that. I definitely try to do that,
Tabernacles is the first and eighth day.
Oh, okay. So you're not allowed to work on the first and eighth day of Tabernacles?
With the first day of Passover, you're not supposed to do any subservient labor, but you are able to go.
Yeah, you're allowed to cook
You're
the food
able
or
to
whatever.
go and cook the feast and put it together. And the last day, I think there's a last feast with that too.
Yeah, there's a Psalm Assembly, it's called.
Right.
And I was wondering about that too, Ryan. Like it says,
a solemn assembly is only
it says you shall hold a holy convocation or a solemn assembly. You shall do this. It's like almost like one of the 10 Commandments. You shall do this.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, how do we do that? are we supposed to gather together on that day, as many Christians or whatever as you can find? I mean, is it okay? Are we having a psalm? Could we have one online, have a stream, or what is a
Well,
psalm assembly?
I think I would be willing to hold a Feast of Tabernacles myself, because it's like, holy cow, I haven't done this for years. But anyhow, when you hold a solemn assembly, basically everybody gets together and they do whatever, and
Yeah, I mean,
whatnot.
is the solemn assembly only to be held at the temple, or
No,
are you supposed to
not
do it anywhere you're at? You're supposed to kind of meet
at
up?
that time. At that time, it was, but not now. You gather together and hold these things. Okay,
Yeah, like
feast.
Jesus had a solemn assembly with his bros, on the night of Passover, right? At that dude's house.
Yeah,
Was that their solemn assembly?
yeah, and
What do you think, Yahoo?
I
Does he have a psalm assembly?
Yeah, I have friends in the area that I get together with, and um, I've invited people who were like non-believers, and to come, and then other times we haven't. Um, I think most people see it as more of like an intimate setting, and that's why Jesus was like with his disciples and not out in public.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
but like I have no problem with killing a lamb, putting blood on your doorpost,
Oh no,
and
you're gonna
and
do
just
that?
well, hold on, and
Okay.
just telling the story of Jesus, and like using what you're doing to like paint a picture. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
easier for a child to understand,
Oh,
um,
children. Oh
that way.
man.
And
Don't
just
tell them.
because
Doesn't the
we
Bible say
have
you have to
Jesus,
wait until they ask you, why are you doing that? And then you say,
right?
okay, it's because of
No, they're
this.
supposed to ask you when they see what you're doing.
Yeah, but you're supposed to
Yeah,
give
yeah.
them,
But anyway, so yeah, I think you can get a lamb and kill it and put blood on the doorpost without it being a Passover sacrifice. You don't have to
Yeah.
go out and make sure it's a first
Tell
year
that
and
to the
perfect and
lamb.
spotless, and all that.
I'm not
And
sure how many
um,
we
so
have
yeah, like I don't think it's a big deal whether you do or don't have
Yeah.
have lamb, but I view a lot of things through Deuteronomy 30:1 and 2, where we're in captivity and we're calling to mind all of these things that we
Mm,
should be
I,
doing, and
I,
we're
I,
just doing what we can in captivity the
right.
best we
We're in
can.
captivity. It's almost like we're in the wilderness right now, and Jesus is like the manna from heaven or whatever. And we got to eat that manna while we're out here in the wilderness. And
Exactly.
paradise is the promised land. And so, there's all this typology in that, and I think that's a real good. It's like, to me, in my view, we're under the same covenant. It's the same covenant,
It's weird for me to say I agree with you, Dirty. Like
We're-
it's so strange, but like I feel like you're just nailing it right now. I almost didn't want to interrupt, just
well,
to see like how far you'd go with it, but
yeah.
yeah, like
To me,
I
it's
think that
the
was amazing.
covenant.
It's one of the
It's the
most brilliant
same
things I've
exact
heard you
covenant,
say.
but it's
well,
updated and better. I mean,
Yahoo, do you agree that I'm in the same covenant with you?
What do you mean? Why would it be different?
Well, I'm just wondering, because it's like everybody thinks I'm so strange and crazy because I don't believe in Paul, because he doesn't
I don't care if you
he
believe in
doesn't
Paul. That's not
teach
important.
law. He doesn't
Yeah,
teach.
that's fine. If you believe in the law and Jesus, like we're good. I don't care if you believe in Paul. That's
right.
not important.
Paul is not my
Yeah.
savior, and he is not like, it's like Jesus is my savior. I don't believe in Paul. I'm sorry. It's like,
Yeah, Yahoo actually has the best interpretation of Paul, because we're all basically on the same boat, on the same page at least,
I don't
where we want to
understand.
keep the law. It's not done away with. you know,
Ryan, what do
things
you
like
think
that.
about the law?
I mean, the law is
And
important
Paul,
to
and
understand.
Paul, I'm saying
Oh,
Paul.
well, in regards to what Paul teaches, I mean, I think people misinterpret what Paul teaches. I think it's clear what he's saying is people thought they were saved by keeping the law, which is like equivalent to like if there's a law not to punch somebody in the face, people thought, well, if I don't punch somebody in the face, I'm keeping God's law. But Christ came and famously in Matthew 5, the Sermon on the Mount, told us what God's true standard is. If you look at a woman lustfully, you've committed adultery. So it's like if you go to your job every day, you think of punching somebody in the face and you don't do it, technically you kept the law, but you really broke the law. You broke God's law. So I think that was the point of Paul's writings a lot of time when he speaks about the law, that people kind of just totally take and pervert what he was saying, because that was the point he was making. The point, it was like the same thing with the sacrifices. It's like when King David saying, the thing Dirty quoted earlier, what you wouldn't be pleased if I, in Psalms 51, slaughtered thousands of rams after having the incident with Bathsheba. God actually wanted true repentance. So the slaughtering of the sacrifice would be meaningless without the true repentance. So I think that's how people twist Paul. I don't think Paul is at any point preaching antinomianism, and that's unfortunately how some people will read the verses. But so I don't think there's anything in Paul that I need to throw out personally.
What about the part where it says that you're not allowed to have long hair if you're a man? I mean,
What do you mean?
he said if you're a
I'm
man and
bald.
you got long hair, that you're a shame or something.
I'm balding. That doesn't affect me.
But then,
That's not my problem. That's Randall's
I
problem.
guess.
No, I hear what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but no, I think just like all the other verses, people. I mean, there's things that Paul says that I don't. I do think are not Christian. Like as far as the women can't talk or teach, or because Deborah was the leader of Israel. It's like she was one of the 12 judges. She was the leader. She was judging under the palm of Deborah.
Yeah, and Paul was like, I'll suffer no woman to speak in my presence.
Well, there were prophetesses like Huldah. So after Josiah, they found the book of the law. He sent his high priest to look for, a prophet, and they went to Huldah. So things like that are totally contradictory to, what Paul wrote in those letters in Timothy, and some of the things he wrote, like about that I brought up yesterday, like not wearing gold or pearls, like everything,
and not braiding their hair and stuff.
Yeah, not braiding their hair, not buying luxurious clothes or expensive
I think that's
clothes.
stupid and wrong.
Things have to be put into context. So it's like important that if you read Paul, you just better not read it like literally and try to enforce it. You know what I mean? Like slaves obey your masters. You know what I mean? It's like he's trying to make a point there, but it's it gets perverted.
And what about marriage? I mean, according to Paul, celibacy was supposed to be normal.
Yeah. He wanted people to remain virgins and not get married.
Yeah, but he made a point to say that was his personal preference.
I know.
But
didn't he also say never to be reconciled with your wife or something? Or to be reconciled? He said something about being reconciled to your wife.
Paul thought the world was going to end. Like
I know.
No, but that's important to understand about Paul's letters.
So how does that?
Things you have to like.
If he was talking to Jesus, why would he make that mistake? How could he make that mistake?
Well, because Jesus isn't going to tell him the exact time or hour.
Okay.
I mean, but listen, the thing is, like I said, I heard. A scholar, the James Tabor guy, say this, and it's a good way to look at Paul. Paul was writing like it was 11:55 and the world was going to end at midnight. So once you understand that part of his, writings, it helps you understand,
that he was a false apostle.
Oh, why he said certain things about like.
Yeah, because you mentioned Ryan. You mentioned James Tabor.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about him. I mean,
all right.
what he says.
He's basically off the bunkers saying that Jesus was not a son of God, that Mary had a relationship with some Roman soldier, and and Jesus was the
There's all
result.
these wild
No, I don't agree.
theories.
I never heard Tabor say that, but I've
Yeah,
heard him speculate
he
about that
has.
stuff.
Okay, Ryan, he has a video out there telling everybody about this, that Jesus was born of Joseph, and he goes on and on and on about it. So
Yeah, I don't agree with a lot of what he says.
well,
He's an atheist scholar, but it doesn't mean he doesn't know some things.
well, I pick people, like I said, I pick people's brains. I mean, it's like, what the hell are you talking about here? He goes off on bonkers about a lot of things, and some things he has that are incredibly.
I don't like a lot of what he says. I mean, he wrote a book that he suckered me into buying, the Jesus Dynasty, but I haven't even read it yet. And that's trying to think, like, because Jesus was in the line of David, James, his brother, took over after, and like Jesus becoming the king of Israel was kind of like more expected than the Gospels let on. When the Gospels tell a totally different story, like they don't talk about him like he was born like every other king, where they knew he was the son of the king and he was going to become king. So he does some stuff to sell books. Like that's what a lot of atheist scholars do. They make salacious things to sell books. Well, I did buy another book from him, which is a Hebrew translation of Genesis, and I loved that. So, I mean, it's like I try to I don't agree with a ton of what he says, but I do think he has some valid points on some sort of, scholarly, objective issues.
Valuable information, and the same with Dr. Robert Price. And it's like, it's valuable information, and Dr. Robert Eisenman. I mean, it's valuable information. And what you do is you just go back and you research their people that talked about these things, and then you can come up with your own consensus.
Yeah. I don't take any scholar too seriously when they're not believers, or even if they are believers. I just try to, hear them out like I hear you guys out. And, if I like something, I apply it. If not, I, don't use it. I mean, Bart Ehrman, I don't think he has bad intentions, but he's an atheist scholar now, and some stuff he says is real interesting. But I'm not going to use him as the way for my faith to be based around, because he's an atheist,
The problem I find for myself is searching out these things. I was a historian with the military, and it's like, I pick people's brains. I don't agree or disagree. I mean, it's like I just listen to what they have to say. And if you have a multitude of people that are in a consensus about a certain period of history, I mean, you have to sort of agree that maybe they had something to say. And if you dispute it, I don't know. I mean, the Bible has a lot in it right now that talks about pre-civilizations, and there are all manner of gods that they talk about. And you have to sit down and analyze this stuff. And what is happening right now in this particular point in history, where we have banks that are absolutely going world government, and people don't want to talk about that.
It's getting pretty crazy out there.
The COVID shot I just listened to tonight. I spent an hour listening to Dr. Yeager. Now, you guys need to pay a little attention to me.
Well, I don't want to get too much into that, because YouTube kind of they can
All
mess
right,
with
I'm not going to go into it deeply.
I mean, I've gotten my shots, so I mean, I don't know what other people do, but it's their personal choice. But yeah, try to just be aware that YouTube is, a company that, censors certain ideas. So,
Okay, we will talk about it.
you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
So I got a question, Ryan. And Yahoo and Nancy, like, what do you guys think a sin is? What is a sin?
Anything that doesn't proceed from faith, according to Romans 14, and sin is the transgression of the law, according to 1 John, 3:4, I think it is. But I mean, those
So if I'm
are
playing basketball, is that a sin? Because it's not a faith.
no. Sin is transgression of the law or anything that doesn't proceed from faith. So you could take that as like anything like you just said, basketball. Well, is that proceeding from faith or are you just doing it? But I think
Yeah.
it's more so anything that goes against faith, not, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So basketball is just kind of neutral. It's not really against faith.
Well, playing basketball can proceed from faith because you can trust God is allowing you to play basketball.
What do you mean there? You
and
think that God's going to put the ball in the hoop for you?
No, I'm saying you can play basketball proceeding from faith that you're not doing anything against God.
Oh, okay.
If you were playing basketball thinking it was something God didn't want you to do, then it doesn't proceed from faith. But if you're playing basketball and you think, okay, God wants me to be able to play basketball, then that's proceeding from faith. But yeah, I think people always say sin is the transgression of the law because the 1 John, I think 3:4 it is. But they never quote the Romans 14, which is, I think, more important than anything. Whatever doesn't proceed from faith is sin. People usually just quote the 1 John, sin is the transgression of the law. Law verse. Well, whatever doesn't proceed from faith, I think is an even better definition because that would include transgression of the law,
That would include thoughts, right?
Yeah, bro. I mean, the fact you don't understand thoughts are important is bizarre. I have that Amos verse at the bottom of the screen sometimes. Let me I think it's Amos 4:3. I mean, God knows your thoughts, man. I don't know how it's a hard concept to grasp that God's going to weigh your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not.
You have to show me this verse. You have to convince me.
Yeah, I'll find. Well, think about it this way. It's not a hard concept, bro. If all you do is think about raping and murdering people all day, every day, is God not supposed to take that into account when he judges you? Just because you never did it, just because you never raped or murdered somebody and you die, but your whole life you just thought about it? Like,
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like if you thought about that your whole life, but you didn't do it, I think God would be happy with you. He'd say, you know what? He had this urge to kill people, which, I mean, sometimes it's like thoughts just come into your head. You don't even, like if you see a pretty woman or something, you say, oh, she's pretty, and that's just a thought. It comes to your head. It's like you don't do it on purpose. You don't say, oh, she's pretty. You don't think it on purpose. It's just a thought that comes into your head. It's not even of your own.
Granted, it's going to be less. But what if you were married? Good night, Nancy. Good night. But what if you were married and all you did is think about cheating on your wife? Like, wouldn't that show that you don't love your wife as much? I mean, just because you never cheat on her, you understand the whole point of what I'm saying here, right? It's like the thought is obviously not as bad as the action, but the thought is still something you should be held accountable.
Yeah, like if you want to do it. Or let's say if you're in the grocery store and you really want to steal that pack of gum.
Yeah.
But you just don't do it.
Yeah.
And you think that God's going to hold that against you?
He should.
You think he should hold it against you?
He's not going to hold it against you to the standard of actually doing it, because the fact that you didn't do it showed,
counts for something.
Showed another thought, a thought of I shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
You're not as guilty as, just the act itself. If you thought it and did it, because you thought it, but then you also had another thought to stop it. But yeah, of course. I mean, bro, it's so logical to say that people should be held accountable for that. I would hope you would want people held accountable for that.
No, not me.
Why would you not want people held accountable for that?
Because in my view, it's like
verse 2,
the urge to
13. Just so we have the
okay, Amos.
Yeah, it was 4.
I like Amos,
not 4:3. So for behold, he who forms the mountains and creates the wind, and declares to man what is his thought, who makes the morning darkness and treads on the heights of the earth. The Lord, the God of hosts, is his name. And also for people's clarity, this word wind is used for spirit a lot too. So wind is interchangeable with the word spirit. It's the ruach. So
Okay.
people can decipher what
Yeah,
what's
it creates the
said in this
ruach, the
verse here.
spirit.
Yeah, it could be. They translated it wind here. It's just good to always be aware that
That's the
spirit
same word as the
spirit,
spirit.
wind are interchangeable. But yeah, I
Huh.
mean, and declares to man what is his thought. I mean, that's just to show you right there. I mean, God's aware of your thoughts. I mean,
Well, yeah, I do believe that God is aware of your thoughts. I
but
mean,
I
but
don't
it's almost
understand
like
why
the urge to steal the gum, though, it's not even yours. It's just like it comes out of nowhere. It's not like you
you don't
deliberately
want to take
had this
accountable for your.
urge. It's just an
Hold on,
urge.
hold on. You don't want to take accountability for your own thoughts. It's not your thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's like your thoughts, in my view, you can never be held accountable for your thoughts
No, I
in any
understand
way.
what you're saying to an extent, because sometimes you think something, but you're thinking the exact opposite of it. So you can come to the logical medium conclusion. Like you're thinking, should I do this or
Like,
should
yeah,
I not?
you have to consider all
Yeah,
things
if
in
like
my
if we're having
mind.
a discussion about slavery, you might think for a brief moment, like, well, would I own a slave?
Yeah,
And
you have to look at the
just having that thought and like trying to ponder the idea is something where it's like, well, should I be held accountable for somebody that thought about holding a slave because we were having a discussion on slavery and my mind just tried to process the information? Like,
Yeah,
I
like you
don't, I
consider in your
know,
mind, is
yeah, I
stealing good? Should
okay,
I
yeah,
steal things?
yeah, yeah,
And you
and you can
consider it,
weigh, yeah,
you
you can
play
weigh
it
it.
out, if I stole it, what would happen, and this and
Yeah,
that.
I hear your argument on that, and I don't think God's going to punish us for every, you know, con- thought we have, or we're
Yeah,
trying
or
to
want or desire. Like if you
or we're trying to
desire, I really
categorize, where
desire to
we're trying
steal
to
that piece of
categorize.
gum.
God knows when you're trying to sort through the idea to get the logical conclusion. There's a
Yeah.
difference, obviously, there. So,
But what if I'd
nobody,
really desire to steal that piece of gum? I
well,
really
then,
want to.
then you're gonna
I
be,
don't care what God thinks. I want to steal it, but I'm not going to because I'm afraid of God.
you're gonna, you just, dude, this is so
I
obvious.
think he'll be happy with me. I think he'll say, "Yeah, you really wanted to do it, but you didn't because you were afraid of me. And so therefore, I'm going to reward
What
you."
what's the true truth? What somebody thinks or what they do?
It's what they do in action
Oh,
only.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
actions are
that
the only
so
thing that can be
somebody's
sin.
actions are what they do, not their thoughts? What's the true truth? That you say the actions?
Yeah.
So you didn't have sex with a pretty girl, but you thought like, wow, I wouldn't mind having sex with her. Like your true truth is that you wouldn't have sex with her, or your truth is you wanted to have sex with her. Which one is it?
Well, yeah, you wanted to have sex with her.
But that's what I mean. If you never had sex with her, you can't say the truest truth is that you didn't have or don't want to have sex. I mean, that's a bad example. I mean, because
Let's stick with the pack of gum.
well, it's not a bad example what I was saying, but it's kind of like there's extra variables there. So I'm trying to make it a little easier for you. But
Yeah, like
dude,
to
I
me,
mean,
when I don't know, when
the
Jesus,
concept is this. The concept is this. It's just our thoughts are really true to who we are. So if somebody wins the lottery and you say, it's somebody you work with and you're like, oh, congratulations, man, that's awesome for you. But really deep down, you're like, damn, I hate that guy. I wish it was me. Why'd he win?
yeah,
He already has a pretty wife. He already had a good job. Like you can have that thought and still congratulate somebody. So like you're saying like God should only judge on the fact that you said congratulations to the guy, or should God also judge on the fact that you really,
in your
have this
heart, you
thought?
really
Yeah,
hate
yeah.
the guy. Yeah, I think that he will judge you on the fact that you congratulated him and not on the fact that you really hated him in your heart,
He judge you on both of them. Why wouldn't he judge on
Maybe.
both
I
parts?
don't know.
Why wouldn't it be wiser to judge on both?
Because it'd be unfair, because you don't necessarily
How's it unfair?
control like, oh, it's warm out. It's like the temperature, it's a reaction. It's not even really something I don't know.
Say you're
It's
married
like an
say you're married to a woman and every time the pool boy comes, she wants to have sex with the pool boy. and
Uh-huh.
you die, and then you find out what was really in her mind, all those instances, that's not going to change how you view your marriage.
No,
You're
no,
married to her for 30 years when you find out
no.
the information
As
that,
long as she didn't do it, then I would be super happy with her, you know. I'd be like, you know, because you can't be judged for that, you know, urges and
you're not
feelings.
you're not going to feel some sort of way. I mean, come on, man. Come on. You thought she told you your whole life you're the only man I ever wanted to have sex with. I was never even into, and then you find out that not just the pool boy, but the entire football team. I mean,
That she was fantasizing about
yeah,
them.
yeah. Every time you
Yeah.
guys watch football together, she
I
thought
mean, if she
about
was
having sex with
lying to me and saying, "Oh, you know, you're the only
Oh,
person I
that's
ever
the thing.
think
People
about."
lie with their actions all the time. People lie with what they say and do all the time.
Well, I mean, if she specifically lied to me and just always told me, you know, "Hey, you're the only person I ever think about," then I would be like, well, yeah, now I know she was lying to me the whole time. But if she never told me that and just kind of kept it to herself, you know, and didn't like really blatantly lie about it, then no, I wouldn't hold it against her. I don't think, you know,
Well,
because you
what's
can't
important
control
with
who,
God is the truth, right? I mean, you want
but
God
you
to be
can't
able to.
control who you're attracted to, you know.
Okay,
Like if
there's
she's
certain thoughts. There's
fantasizing about the pool boy, she can't control that.
there's certain thoughts that are just in your brain because we're human beings and they're instinct.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
smell food and it smells good to you. Okay, we get it. You know, we understand those parts of our brain are there. God understands that too. Obviously, He made us. But the point of the matter is, you want God to measure truth. So maybe you didn't do certain things to serve God, but in your heart, you wanted to do those things. You don't want when you die for God, because let's stop doing it for just bad. Let's say it's like you had good in your heart, that you wanted to do good things for people and you just didn't do them for whatever reason. You don't want when you die God to like have those like thoughts like weighed in your immortal soul. So say you wanted to give to people, homeless people, or give to cancer patients or visit more cancer patients, but things happened in life and you just were never able to do it. But you'd watch a commercial sometimes, you'd see a sick kid and you wish you had done more to help that kid. And you actually genuinely thought and wanted that and you had empathy for that kid. When you die, you don't want God to take those into consideration on who you are as a person, bro.
No, no, because then he's gonna give you undeserved kindness, huh? You know.
Why would it be undeserved if you actually thought about
Well,
it?
yeah, if you thought about it and you didn't do it, in my view, I think you should be punished maybe more severely because it's almost like you're a hypocrite to yourself. You know, you really wanted to do it, but you just couldn't find the time. You had this your whole life to do it, and you just never did. So
So you
it's
don't
like,
have any friends from high school or something that you haven't seen in a while?
yeah,
And then when you see him, you're like, oh man, it's so good to see you, man. I really did. I wanted to get up with you. I just sorry life was busy. And we never
yeah.
got up with each other. You
But
want
that's
that
so I
friend,
always hate it when
to
people
say, hey
do.
man, screw you. I haven't seen you in 7 years. Screw you.
Well, it seems fake when people always say, "Oh, you know, I wanted to talk to you, but I just never got around to it." It's like,
Why is it
well, I
why is it
guess you didn't really
why is
care
it
that
fake?
much. You know, it's kind of like, It always seems insincere when people say that to
You
me.
never had somebody in the hospital that you wanted to visit and you didn't visit because you were just getting high, smoking weed, doing something?
Well, yeah, there are a lot of times when I just, I told people, "Oh yeah, I'll show up, I'll be there, I promise," and then I was like, "Screw that, I'm not going," and
Yeah,
I
so
never showed
you
up.
want both sides of the
So
situation,
I'm a hypocrite in that way, and I think I should be judged for
both
telling those
aspects of
people,
it, both
yeah, yeah,
aspects of it. I mean, this is drug addiction's a perfect example because drug addicts do a ton of things they don't want to do. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
you don't want a drug addict to be just judged on the fact that they stole money from their mom's purse. You want to judge them on the fact that they didn't want to do that, but they
yeah.
had this and this reason to do it.
Yeah, like if somebody stole the money from their mom's purse, but they really didn't want to, and they felt bad about it, and they just hated themselves for it, but they still just kept doing it, even though they hated it and they didn't want to do it, and they just kept. Then I'm like, yeah, judge those guys, man. The fact that they didn't want to do it means nothing. They actually did it, so that's all you can judge them on, in my view.
Yeah, but you want, and Yahoo has a good verse here. And Yahoo, just interrupt us, man. Just jump in there. You don't have to. You know,
Okay.
you're never gonna shut up. So
This is a good verse.
yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Yahoo. Share because you gave the verse. Go ahead, take some credit here.
I want to.
Sorry, I'm snacking over here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, heart circumcision is the most important thing, and Jesus says, "For from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts,"
Uh-huh.
and then concludes by saying, "All these evil things come from within and defile the man."
All right. I mean, I
So,
do have
yeah,
a good
we
response.
definitely have to think or take captive our thoughts.
Yeah, so I
And
guess this
circumcise the
could,
heart.
you know, this showing that God will judge you for your thoughts, basically. Because I'm looking at this verse totally different. You know, like
What verse was that? Because I was on 7, but I don't know if it was different because you're on King James.
6:21.
It's Mark.
Oh, it's Mark.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's
I was
also
in
in Matthew, I think.
Oh, I was in Matthew. That's why I was wrong. All right.
It says that it's not what goes into the body, but what comes out of the mouth, and it also from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornications, murders, thefts, and and then it says these are the things that defile a man. So it names off all these actions: adultery, fornication, murder, theft. Those are all actions, and then it also says out of the heart of men. So whatever's within the heart can't be judged, but whatever comes out of the heart, such as adultery, murder, fornication, these all come out of the heart. So I feel like there's a difference between what's in the heart, which is your thoughts, and those are fine. They cannot be judged until they come out. What comes out of the mouth is what defiles you. What comes out of the heart is what defiles you. These actions. And when it says what comes out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, but then it gives you what are these evil thoughts: adulteries, fornications, murders. So these are all actions. All the examples he gives are actions. These examples
how is a thought not an action? Every action that you ever do is preceded by the thought to do it.
Well, yeah. I agree with that.
So a thought itself is an action. You can't separate action.
Yeah,
and thought.
David saw Bathsheba up on the roof bathing, and then he thought to himself, I can take her as a wife.
But if he didn't act on it, then he would have never
we agree
had anything to repent of.
Yeah, but you're trying to argue that only one side of this should be weighed, the action, which is ridiculous because it's literally the farthest thing from the truth of a person. The thoughts are the closer thing to the truth, but we understand that if you don't do something, then you had a thought not to do it. So you got to understand. You're saying you want it to be judged on the action of not doing it. Well, why didn't you do it? Because you had a thought not to do it. So just judging on the thoughts alone covers everything. You understand?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But
it's like once you fall into this territory, once you say that a thought can be a sin, then everything's a sin. Every single thing, everybody's sinning every day.
Change your heart, bro. That's the whole point of trying
to me, a sin is like a transgression of the law, and there's no laws, a thought law. There's no thought crime in the
It's
Bible.
really a hard pill for people to swallow because the people that actually understand it kind of go sort of insane like I do. But you definitely have to try to force
every thought is a sin. It's like.
It's not all a sin, but what it does is it forces you to actually genuinely try to change as a person when you realize.
I think it puts too much of a heavy yoke on you.
Well, it's very hard. It's not an easy thing.
Yeah. It makes it so it's difficult, and you're always second guessing yourself.
What up?
Exactly. You have to clean the inside of the cup, not the outside.
Yeah, but if okay, I see. Yeah.
That's why it's called a heart circumcision.
Well, yeah, but he's talking about, okay, you got to clean the inside so that the outside can become clean.
Dirty.
So it's like you have to clean your heart before, you can stop sinning actions. The sins are the actions, but it starts with the heart. You got to clean up your heart, and then it would be easier for you not to sin,
Well, dude, the point of the matter is this: is you have to respect the beauty of it because it's the truth. So if you want to be judged on who you truly are, that you should want your thoughts to be judged. Because let's put it this way: we all fail to do a ton of things that we want to do if we're going in the righteous direction. So you should want God to at least be able to, see those sides of you, because if not, then you are going to be judged on only
Okay, what about the government? What if the government had this mind reading device, and they could just arrest you, just like on Minority Report, that movie before?
Yeah, that was a good movie. That was a great movie, by the way. That was awesome.
I know, I like that movie.
I love that movie.
But they could just arrest you because you thought about something bad, you thought about stealing a piece of gum, and then some alarm went off and said, this guy's thinking about stealing that gum, and then they arrest you.
So what's your point, though?
Do you think they should judge you for that and arrest you for it?
No, in that movie, they prove the point that human beings are incapable of doing that because people do have
we
free
can
will.
change in the last second.
Yeah, people do have free will and they can change. So God is aware of these things. So God's the one being that can know these things. So listen, it's not going to work in your favor if you're a person doing bad, but if you're a person doing good, it'll work in your favor.
Yeah, but if you tell someone that a thought that you have could be a sin, it's like, dude, now you're making it so I can't even live life without sinning.
Let me give you an example. You're a Jew back in Jesus's day, and you didn't take part in the crucifixion, but in your heart you thought, I did want him to get crucified.
Like I wish I was there.
Or you thought I didn't want him to get crucified. You don't want God to judge the fact that you had one of those thoughts?
No. Only your actions.
Your own.
If you participated in it, then you go to hell. But if you didn't participate, you said, I really want to go kill this guy, but I'm just not going to participate. I don't want to be involved.
Jesus says everything, people like the darkness more than the light. That's kind of the argument you're making right now, that people want to be roaches and have their little secrets.
Well, I mean, you guys are taking it to the extreme.
No, I'm not taking it to the extreme. I'm saying the reality of it is it's a hard pill to swallow, because it will drive you sort of insane.
Because it's like, okay, let's say the guy was
listen, it'll drive you sort of insane when you realize its magnitude, like I do. I know the magnitude, so trust me, it drives you sort of insane because you're fighting yourself to not think bad thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to have to go through that.
In a way, the human mind first view of that is rebellion and stubbornness.
Like, I don't want to beat myself up.
Wait, why can't I think this? If I don't do it, well, then that's good enough. But
exactly,
the standard of God is much
otherwise
higher.
You're beating yourself up, and that's not good for you. Like, I don't know.
It's mental. It's a big mental health like battle, honestly, bro. I understand the hardness of it to understand, but the reality of it is it's true. Most Christians don't grasp this concept. I'm positive of that. So don't worry. You'll probably be like most Christians and not really, worry about it.
I guess I could admit that maybe God will judge you a little bit. He'll take into consideration your thoughts, and maybe that will affect his judgment slightly, but not a lot. I mean,
well, if you don't do something, it's only because you had the thought not to do it.
Yeah, like what if you were a guy back in Jesus' time and you really wanted to kill Jesus, but you didn't do it because you went home and had a nice dinner with your family, and you treated your kids right and you raised them up good and everything. I mean, to me, it's like, yeah, you wanted to kill Jesus, you didn't participate, and instead of participating in killing Jesus, you went and had a nice meal with your family. So, I got nothing against you. Even though you had that thought that you wanted to be there, I'll forgive you for that because you didn't do it. You didn't actually go through with it. And then you went and turned around and did something else. To me, that's what it's all about, your actions. These are the only things that can be a sin,
You're not telling the truth though, because if you had a mind reading device and you saw what somebody actually thought in a situation about you, you would care. You're not
No,
going
but God says not to care. He instructs
What?
us. Yeah, there's a part, I don't know, maybe it's
to.
Paul, but
You ain't quoting any
somewhere
verse there,
in the
buddy.
Bible it says, don't pay attention to what others, say
All right,
about you behind your back,
all right.
because
I mean,
you're a person too. I forget what verse it
you
is.
can take a verse and try to use it in certain
Yeah, there
context.
is a specific
My
verse
point of the
about
matter
that.
is, if you're say you have a girlfriend or you're married, and then you get to read her thoughts one day, and
Uh-huh.
then you see a lot of things that you didn't know about her and
Yeah.
how she viewed you. Oh, I'm just using him. Let's say you're rich. She's just using you for your money. You find out a lot of things, bro. You're not telling the truth, saying
Yeah.
those things aren't important and they won't weigh in how you view that girl. You're not going to be like, oh well, wait a minute. She never said these things to me. She never, did this. She never did that. And I'm not even saying you're reading her thoughts and catching her having affairs. I'm just saying you're reading her thoughts and seeing her thoughts about how she viewed everything
Yeah. So
about
what if she
and you saw
said, what if her thoughts were that, like you said, she's just using you for your money. She doesn't care about you. Would you then break up with her since you knew that?
probably. It
Would that give you
depends
grounds
if
to
the
break up?
thoughts
Because
were
I'd say
good.
no. I say
If the
she,
thoughts were good, then
as long as her actions were
that's
fine, then her
not
thoughts could
not
change,
true.
and you
That's
don't
not
know
true.
what her future thoughts might be. Maybe
Okay,
she'll
okay, okay, okay,
fall in love with
okay.
you.
You read her thoughts, and you have you get to see her thoughts, and you realize she's thought about cutting your penis off like Lorena Bobbitt for
Okay.
a year
Then I
straight.
might change my. I might say, yeah.
You think you're gonna go back to the house dirty and
At
say,
that
"Oh, I'm
point, you're
gonna go
gonna
to
have
sleep next
to.
to this chick," or are you gonna
No,
say,
you're right. At that point,
we
you're
got to
gonna have
part
to cut it
ways"?
off with her.
I
Yeah.
just got to read your mind, and I saw for the last year every night you thought about cutting my penis off like Lorena Bobbitt because you hate me deep down. Like I think it's gonna affect you, and you're
Yeah.
not gonna not
Yeah.
say I'm not gonna weigh this and who she is as a person, bro. I mean, I
Okay.
don't know why I need to take it that extreme for you to grasp the concept.
You're
I
right.
thought I
Okay. At
did
that
enough.
point, I would probably,
Yeah.
you know,
I thought I made it clear with the date and the wealth gap, but that didn't really hit home. So I figured I'd give the Lorena
that
Bobbitt.
would definitely affect my judgment of her.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. You wouldn't want to go to sleep next to her the next night, right? You said, maybe we should sleep in different beds.
Okay. So I guess I could say that extreme negative thoughts, like extremely and persistently negative and evil thoughts might be a sin, a small sin, or somewhat of a sin, or I don't know. Are they?
Once if you're oblivious to this fact, like this is gonna
I don't want, because
you
God's
don't
law is
you really
easy. It's
don't
not hard.
you don't want to understand it truly, because when you do it'll change you'll try to start fighting your own brain. So it does lead to mental health like battles. I'm not gonna lie. It can lead to insanity, obviously. But
Yeah, and you don't want that. You don't want, because I don't want to think everything's a sin. Of course not. If everything is a sin, then nobody can be righteous.
Well, bro, I mean, I've fought this battle because I know it's obviously truth, but I mean, if you're around God or an angel, they know every thought you have. You don't need to speak words to communicate to them. So obviously every thought matters just in that, what is a thought? Think about what is a thought, it's a very complex thing that I don't think we all understand, obviously, but
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know,
sure like
man.
a neuroscientist could give us more of an idea.
Yeah, little electrical impulses or something. I don't know, man.
But there are times that I understand your argument of God's not going to hold us accountable for certain thoughts, because somebody will just say some crazy thing and you'll think about it real quick, because that's how the human brain works. So like you think about what is something, you try to identify and act. So
Mhm.
I understand those incidents, they do occur, where it's like you'll hear some serial killer, put a girl in a box under his bed and chained her up and raped her for 30 days straight. And you'll think about that situation real quick in your brain, and then you'll like weigh out like, well, where am I on that scale of nutcase that does that? You know what I mean? And
Yeah, and whatever you think, it's like it comes into your head without even any, like, you can't resist a thought, can you? Like, if you see a pretty woman, you think she's pretty, and you can't resist that.
oh,
There's
you
no way you
can't.
can stop the
No,
thought
the
from coming
only
into your head.
well, actually, the way to do it is to change your heart, change who you are as a person. Except if you start putting God's law into your mind and into your heart, then it will change. That then, like when
Well,
somebody
what is going to change? You think you're going to think she's ugly? You're going to be
no,
like, no, she's ugly now. I
no,
don't think she's pretty
I mean,
anymore.
a sexual impulse thing. I mean, you're always going to have an attraction, but you'll change the.
Well, I'm not talking about anything
All right,
sexual.
hold on.
Just
Just give your example again. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about anything sexual. Just like thinking that she's pretty, you know.
Give me
It's just
another.
like a
give me another
reaction, and
example. Yeah, some
it's
things
your
are reaction.
opinion, basically. I think this is smooth. I think this is rough. You know, it's just it's just like your five senses. You know, everything. I mean, to me, it's like thoughts just happen. It's not like, I don't know. You know, you hear music that you like, and you're like, oh, I enjoy that music.
Yeah.
So it's
No,
just
some things
natural.
are
It's not
some
something that
things
you
are
can
natural.
resist thinking. You know, it's like I enjoy it. It's not something I can control. You know.
Yeah, but you train your brain to do all sorts of things. You train yourself to, do things. Oh, okay, I can do this many push-ups. I can run this far, this fast. I can play video games for this many hours. I can read this book for this long. Your brain's always like evolving and testing things. Granted, there's always going to be the things like, oh, I don't like how this tastes. I like how this tastes. That girl's pretty. That girl's not. We can't change those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, and
We
those
can't
things, I don't
change.
think
We
those
can't
things are
change those
sins.
things. We can't change those things, but what we can change is the elements of sin around some of those things. So, like, say that girl is pretty. Oh, I want to, have sex with her, even if she has a husband or not. Then you become more involved in the God's law, and you're like, oh no, it's adultery to have sex with her if she has a husband, or even to look at her sexually if she's a husband.
Well, yeah, I know
I'm gonna
that's a
look at her.
verse.
I'm gonna look at her and see her as pretty, but I'm not gonna undress her and fantasize about having sex with her like I used to before I had God's law in my mind.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to me, I think that verse is always taken way out of context, because to me, I think it's an action. When Jesus said, if you look upon a woman with lustful intent, I think the word intent means an action. It's a plan. Like, if you have intent to murder somebody, you can go to prison for that because you made a plan, and a plan is an action. And so when you look upon a woman with lustful intent, it's like you are actually going to carry out, you're going to try to seduce her. That's what you're going to flirt with her, or do something, some sort of action to try to flirt with her or seduce her. And that's what lustful intent is. So if you're looking upon her with lustful intent, that means you've already got a plan figured. You're going to try to get with her. But, just looking at a woman and thinking, wow, she's hot, I wish I could do this and that to her. I don't think that's what Jesus was talking about. Especially not just single women.
It doesn't say intent, though. It just says
And-
whoever looks at
Hey
a
guys,
woman
isn't
to
intrusive
lust
thoughts
after her,
environmental?
and then they've committed adultery with her already in his heart.
Can you read that again? What Yahoo?
Hey guys, good morning, guys. But intrusive thoughts, isn't that environmental, like caused by your environment to cause you to have these thoughts? For example, if you're in the ghetto, you're going to think about killing people because you're like, maybe I had to defend myself, maybe I had to be saved. Intrusive thoughts are not necessarily your fault that you feel that way.
Yeah. That's kind of what part of the point I was making. But
Different
Yahoo, what was that verse you just read again?
Well,
Sorry.
different translations, like the ESV does have the word intent, but some King James doesn't. Some other translations don't. So it kind of depends on your translation too.
I want to.
Yes, the CSB doesn't have intent. So
it does. Is there a version with intent?
well, the ESV has intent, but again, different.
Okay, what does the other
translations
one say
change.
though? What does the other without intent? What does that
They're
one say?
just they're
It says
basically
lust
saying,
after her, right?
it's basically saying with
if you
intent.
look upon a
just
woman
kinda-
to lust after her, then you've committed adultery in your heart or
yeah,
something.
it's literally just
Okay. Yeah. So the
describing
word
intent.
after though, to lust after, it's almost like you're that stinky freaking skunk chasing after that cat. You're lusting after her.
Yeah, but
You
it's completely natural. I don't understand why you should feel guilty for lusting after a woman. It's
well,
natural.
no, if you lust after her, that's an action. You're following after her like Pepe Le Pew, and you're trying to get with her, but she might be into it, she might not be into it. Either way, you're lusting after her. But if you just looking at her in your mind, thinking, "Oh, fantasizing about her," that's not what Jesus was talking about.
It's pheromones biology. I mean, that's the problem with a lot of religion. I feel like you're coming at it with the religious aspect. They try to make you feel guilty for being human, and I think
Yeah,
that
I think people take that out of context to try to make you feel guilty that thoughts are sins, and everything you think every time you see a beautiful woman, you're a sinner, you're just a disgusting sinner.
what
No.
they mean by the flesh is just like I said, you could look at Christianity, you can have the religion Christianity, and then you can just believe in Jesus and his teachings, and it's about knowing Jesus, and it says like basically you're trying to get to know the person that Jesus is, because we believe that as true Christians that he never died, that he's still with us in the form of the Holy Spirit. So you're looking at him like you're trying to get to know a person. You're not trying to read a text. The Old Testament to me is nothing more than like a history book, and it did prophesy it did prophesy Jesus, and it's a history book about our world. But I mean, I don't know if it's we have other history books too to reference. The only thing that we know, and even agnostic will tell you this. Atheist agnostic type, that Jesus did exist. There's proof that he existed. So that's all you need. Like, Jesus existed and he started Christianity and fulfilled the Old Testament. Not that we should just I think it's a good reference point, but I mean, there's nothing really we can really do besides do what the Bible tells us, and just believe in Jesus, and that's all we can do. I don't you
Come
can't
on up,
control your
Jamie.
thoughts or anything.
Jamie says that we don't got it, man. We're a bunch of knuckleheads.
Oh, he's probably talking to you, and he's not talking to
I
me.
think
No.
lusting after a woman is like your Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew was lusting after that cat. That's what lusting after someone means. It doesn't mean thinking about it. That's just my view.
Listen, the point of the matter is clear in that verse, man. He's just showing them that.
Yeah, he's
step-
saying if
just
you
like-
flirt with a married woman.
Somehow I don't think Jesus is talking about peeping toms. Like, I'm pretty sure
No,
that's
Pepe
just
Le
common
Pew,
sense.
Pepe Le Pew, the skunk
Yeah.
in Bugs
But
Bunny.
perversions, look, they're mental illnesses. Perversions of people
You know what I'm
don't.
talking about, Yahoo?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
I
been
know
a
what
while.
you're talking
Have you
about.
guys
He was
ever
always
heard?
chasing
I've
after
seen
that
Pepe Le
cat,
Pew.
trying to get with her, but she wouldn't have it. And that's what lusting after a woman is.
Have you guys ever heard that saying that goes?
And it has to be to a married woman. If you're trying to flirt with an unmarried woman, then that's not lusting after her. She's fair game. It's only talking about adultery, which is a married woman. You can't commit adultery with a single woman. That's
Yeah,
impossible.
Nobody's arguing that you can.
Yeah, but everybody says if you look on a woman with lust, then you're committing adultery with her in your
No,
heart. And
man.
it's like, no, he's
Only
talking
people
about
that-
married women.
Well, we get that, or a girl
Oh,
that's
okay.
with a
I didn't know.
boyfriend in modern days. 'Cause
That's how I
back
see
then,
it.
like every relationship.
My thing is, what is the church like? When I go see these churches around here in my local town, and I'm from the South, I'm from North Carolina. What church do I go to? Like, who do I commune with? I can't go to the Baptist because they believe in false doctrine. Can't go to the Methodist, or where do I go? I can't go to
You
Kingdom
don't go
Hall.
anywhere.
You should just go to a church and have fellowship with people.
Go
You should
online.
there.
All right, I guess this is my
Oh.
church. I guess Ryan. This is my church then.
Well, you should just go to have fellowship and to praise God. That's what I do. I mean,
All right, Ryan, you're going to be the. We're gonna raise you up as the
I'm
the
no
preacher.
I'm
We're
not-
gonna raise you up as our pope. Do you want to be our pope, Pope
I'm, not-
Ryan?
I'm no preacher. This is just a place where we exchange ideas. But the point is for me to go to church is to just be there to praise God, sing, and praise God. I mean that's it. I don't have to agree with every aspect of as long as the denomination's not doing things that I'm against. I don't have to agree with everything that is there. Like I go to a local church that's Methodist, and I don't agree with everything that they do, but it's nothing that's like crazy offensive.
Do you like drinking the snake oil? Do you like hearing preachers scream at you that you're going to burn in hell?
There's no snake oil at my Methodist church.
What I mean is that, like, if the preacher gets up there and he, it's called
you're
high
in the
speed.
South, man. You're in the South, so you got a totally different set of churches around you than I got up here. I'm in New York, and I don't know.
I think the best church that I ever been to was the non-denominational church where the youth leader was very interactive with us and talking with us about what we thought, just kind of like this. But the churches that I've been to, you have to understand, I live in what's called the Bible Belt, to where they crucify people metaphorically.
What part of North Carolina are you from?
Do what?
What part of North Carolina are you from? Like what town or city? Where are you from? Well, you don't have to say. Some people are weird about that.
Like I am weird about it because I just like if I say I'm from North Carolina, that's okay, but I don't want anybody to like that dude was asking last night. A perfect example. He said I was a government agent.
Oh, you believe in flat Earth?
No, he said I was a government agent sent by the government to gaslight people.
Do you believe in flat Earth, though?
Huh?
Well,
do you believe in flat Earth?
Out there sometimes. I mean,
is he a flat earther?
I don't know.
No, Nemesis. If he's not a flat Earth, then he's not a government agent.
No, what I mean is, no, I'm not a flat earther.
Okay,
no, I don't believe
in
a
flat
Earth.
Agent.
It's impossible.
2 days ago, I don't know what all his ideas. I think he's a decent kid, though. I like.
No, I looked on your channel. I looked on your channel, and you're an apologetic. You're like you started the channel. I think you're a COVID baby, and what I mean by that is there's so many people that when COVID hit, that were stuck at home that started their channel. So you're basically like one of the COVID babies.
It wasn't that. I was arguing with Hebrew Israelites. I don't know if you know who they are, the Black Hebrew Israelite groups. So I went
like on segregation.
No, they hate white people. They're racist. They call white people the Edomites, and they hate.
Oh well, that's a good quality to have. That's the first thing in religion is to segregate.
Well, that's the thing. The thing. I was arguing with those
guys. They're pretty wild.
Where were you?
Because they're thick up in New York, aren't they, Ryan?
Well, no, they're. I'm in upstate. I'm like 20 minutes from Albany. I live in Clifton Park, New York. That's the town I live in, but. It's like 20 minutes from Albany. So I'm like 3 hours from New York City, 2.5 hours from the city. But yeah, I mean, they're in, places in New York, like the city. I saw one kid wearing fringes once at a Chipotle around me. So they must be around me somewhere, but I don't see them. Like, they might be in Albany or something. I don't know. But no, I mean, I just encountered them online, and I was going to debate one of them on, just how wrong they are about who salvation is for. And, they muted my mic the whole time. And it was before I knew I could unmute myself. So they'd mute me, and I didn't know I could unmute myself. So they just kept muting me and talking trash. And then I'd get to talk for like 10 seconds. Then they mute me again. So afterwards I was like, why did I go on their channel? Why don't I just like make my channel if I want to say some of these things?
Welcome to the internet. Like you found out what the internet's about.
Yeah.
So you've been doing this. I looked it up like by your videos, like to see, but
yeah, it's only been like a year and a half or so.
Yeah, a year and a half. So you started the channel just to have this open discussions about your faith and like why? Because you wanted to reinforce your current beliefs, or are you open-minded?
It started to, react to the Hebrew Israelite thing. So that's why some of my earlier videos are on that. And then now it's just gotten into, having all sorts of discussions about the Bible and Christianity and just like. It's ironic. Some people, I'm not going to name names, but whatever. It's tempting to name names, but people try to act like, well, you call yourself an apologist, and you're not. Are you qualified? Do you have a PhD or this and that? And it's like, listen, buddy. If anybody on earth is qualified to be an apologist, it's somebody like myself that has told you from his own mouth that Jesus saved me in the flesh. Like, and I've seen more supernatural things than most of these people can even fathom. Like, so,
how do you know you're not schizophrenic?
because I know I'm not schizophrenic because I'm not.
Have you seen seen a doctor, like a therapist, to prove that you're not schizophrenic, to make sure that the beliefs that you actually saw visions?
Why would I need to go to another person to verify if I'm schizophrenic or not?
I don't know. I'm just kind of giving you the, like, you've already been through the rundown of the internet. This is just basically like when you go to the internet, like people.
Hold on. Let me pause and clarify. If somebody else, if you said Jesus saved you in the flesh, I wouldn't believe you either. So I'm not. I don't take it personal that people don't believe my story, because I wouldn't believe it. You know what I mean? If Yahoo said it, if Dirty Varmint said it, I'd be like, this dude's a little, that didn't happen type of thing. But the problem is people don't understand the context of why I was saved by Jesus. I was, in as deep with the devil as it gets. Like,
I don't think that. I think you should make you should probably make a separate video about it so people. Have you already done it?
I've spoken on this throughout my streams, man. I was as deep with satanic.
Yeah, what is it? Are you new here? You must be new.
This is my third day.
Yeah. I've spoken on these things. The bottom line is, you don't have to believe that part of my story, but the bottom line is, I've had encounters with Jesus. I've had encounters with angels, and I've seen supernatural signs more than I can count. So I've had supernatural evil signs and encounters too. So, like, a true apologist should just be somebody that's telling their story that they know God is 100% truth. And I have more evidence than that than most people. So that's why I titled the channel Apologetics, is because, I'm willing to defend the faith against any person or denomination. Because
that's how I found you too, man. Your apologetics.
Well,
that's the reason I
suggestion.
started looking at your channel. Apologetics. Let's look at that.
I have more information than William Lane Craig or any of those guys.
Here's a suggestion, Ron. Like, you're kind of new to YouTube. Yeah. It'd be helpful, like, when people like me ask that question, if you could just point them to a video. Maybe you can make a playlist about, and like take these, like, you don't have to make.
But I talk about this throughout, so I
know, but
it's an Illuminati. It's an Illuminati topic, and I try not to. I talk about that stuff, but it's also like I try to not talk about that stuff, if you understand what I'm saying.
But yeah, I'm just trying to explain to you the way that YouTube kind of works here. Like playlists are key.
MC Nemesis, I can tell you're good with the technology, so I will take some hints from you on that stuff. But it's just like I said, it's like an Illuminati topic is. I'm not talking about the fake Illuminati stuff that people talk about. Oh, everything's, controlled by 7 families and this. Hey, that stuff could very well be true too. But I'm talking about the stuff that you go to your local gas station and, okay, was that a demon in that dude's body or what? That wasn't a normal human being. What was that? Was that a human being? Was that a devil worshiper human being? Was that a demon? Was that an alien? That's the type of stuff that I've lived.
Well, I mean, your content's fine. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you could take your you could take your big live streams, watch them back, clip out the parts of this, like clip it, and then use that as videos. Then put them into playlists, so people like me that are new can go to your playlist and like listen to some of your backstory and when you talk about it and learn more about you. Right now, you're forcing people to, like, how would I even find any? Like you said, you talked about it in previous streams. But right now you're like, so you want me to go back and watch? I mean, it's impossible for me to go back. Like, you've done so many streams
but I get your point. But it's also like, I'm trying to make it clear. Like, it's almost like you can talk about certain topics, but you can't talk about them, type of thing. So that's why I try to talk about it, but not talk about it. Like, I've talked about things before and paid serious repercussions for it. So.
You believe in doing in the moment.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I've given brief introductions.
If you hang around long enough, you'll get to know people better.
What video are you trying to make me make here? What do you want me to say? Why I'm an apologist?
We want you to tell us exactly everything that happened.
It's just like, okay, the reason I say it is because to make your YouTube channel work as efficiently as possible, just for the sake of gaining more. Like, don't you want to spread awareness?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you go to the about, my mission statement is my mission statement. I mean, that's it. I'm trying.
Right. I'm trying to say, like, there's a technical side of YouTube that is very, very boring. And it sucks that you would have to go through and like put your video into
Yeah.
Shortcut, clip it up.
Okay. Let me explain the other part of this. That's an issue. If I talk about certain things and you guys haven't lived them, then you won't understand what I'm talking about anyway. So that talking about some of this stuff is pointless too, because it's like A, it can just cause me literally danger that I don't need to put myself in, and B, you don't even understand what I'm talking about. So because I didn't understand all this stuff until I lived it either. So it doesn't mean I'm smarter than anybody. It's just because I lived it. I know it. So if I say certain things, you won't understand it. If I say something about cars or a piece of paper or something like that, you're gonna think just what you know about those things. But if you know what I'm talking about, then you'll know what I'm talking about. So, that is what it is. People try to talk about certain things, but if you don't understand what those things really mean, then you're not going to understand it. It's the bottom line. So if what I just said there didn't jump out at either any of you guys, then there's no point of even getting into everything because you don't understand it. So what's the point,
Okay, so basically, how you want to run your channel is you want to go live, spur of the moment content. But I did see some videos that you did do. So there's certain topics that you do like to discuss in video format, and I'll probably go back and watch them.
I've tried to answer your question, man. I don't know what you know what I mean. Like
No, it's not really.
I appreciate your constructive criticism, but what you're asking me for is something I've already done many times, and I probably do have a video already titled, like why I'm an apologist or whatever. Like, I mean, I like I said, if what I just said there didn't jump out at you, then what's the point? It's like I'm talking about something and you don't even know what the item is. It's like I could mention a tabuda, and if you don't know what a tabuda is, then what's the point of me doing a 2-hour video on?
Well, what if I'm see? What if I'm?
You don't know what a tabuda is, so why am I?
So you want people to? Okay, so you want people to? If you say something they don't understand, then basically you're like, okay, Google it, do your own research, and then
no, it's certain things people just won't understand because they haven't lived it, and I don't expect it. It's like a supernatural thing. If you saw an alien or you saw a ghost or something, you can only explain it.
My dad said he saw a UFO my whole life growing up. He said, I saw a UFO when I was 9 years old, and he told the story the same every time. I still don't believe him. I'll never
there's
believe
only
him.
so much you can do if somebody hasn't lived. It's
I ain't never seen a UFO, so I ain't gonna believe it.
Tell a virgin what having sex is like. You know what I mean? You could tell them it's fun. You could tell
a blind person what a color is. You
I
can't
guess
do
I'm
it. They
just
have
trying
no
to
idea
say
what
that.
a color is.
Well,
so.
like for me, I guess
can't
whenever I'm
explain
new
it to
to a
them.
channel, I mean, and this is just me. Like, and I apologize. I'm not trying to upset anybody.
No, you're not upset. You're not upsetting me. It's just like you're not understanding the things that I'm saying that I'm telling you. Like I can't say certain things too. Like
Have you ever had a supernatural
I try
experience?
to say them, and all the things that I can't say, I have said at one point. Like so, it's like it's not like I know. Like it's not like I stop myself because I trust in God enough to say things. It's just also I don't want to make it so God has to go out of his way to protect me because I put myself in an unnecessary situation of drawing unnecessary attention by people. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
So like, okay, well, yeah. I mean, that's an explanation. I mean, like I said, you don't have to explain yourself to me or anything. The only thing I'm doing is like,
doesn't want the truth to be heard. You know, I mean,
I'm 100% like I'm just like when I'm new to a channel, I'm just trying to like kind of gauge my expectations for the channel, like what it's about, what I can expect from it. Yeah. Like these are just things like I probably shouldn't even talk like just like a metadata going on in the back of my mind. I said, I've been shaped by the algorithm quite a bit to where like my brain, it feels like I'm functioning more like a cyborg every day.
Why the
I'm
algorithm?
To my
I heard
smartphone.
You say that on the last stream.
Yes.
What are you talking about? What is that?
Well, basically
the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, like I try to I don't know how to, like, I'm just sucked into this vortex. It's not about cloud. It's just an intrinsic thing. Like the algorithm has made my life such like so
maybe
much
that's
better.
You think it's something supernatural?
The algorithm, I believe that it's achieved sentience.
Like God?
No, just sentience. Like I believe that the algorithm has achieved sentience and that it's
actually
something
supernatural.
Well, no, I wouldn't even call it that because the machines were designed to help us. Like they're performing what they're assigned to do. Chat GPT, it was just released. not long ago, and already it like took the world over by storm. And then the AI art that can make art instantly, and that's going to be the premise to where I said like, like whenever I'm talking to my cover artist, I'm going to get like if I want any picture at all, I'm going to generate it through AI chat as a sketch type thing to show him. Be like, here's something I want, and he can trace it, and then he's a painter, so then he can go and paint it like digital art. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm shaped by the algorithm. And Ryan, I believe that he's been shaped by the algorithm too. Ryan wanted to become an apologetic, and the algorithm is helping him because you have people like me, bigger channels that's going to find him, that's going to share his content.
Yeah, but
And
you
I'm
know what
telling
the
you,
algorithm is, right?
we don't know what it is.
Yes, we do. We created it. We know exactly what it is. You got a couple of people who are coders, and they write code, and that's all they do. They write the code for the algorithm. It's it's like a mathematical equation, and they just write out the code, and then it makes certain videos go viral because they've got certain things that people like, and so
Yes, and what I'm trying to explain to you is that the algorithm has collected so many thoughts over time and has learned people so well that it functions as sentient.
yeah, I see what you mean. Like,
And the
it
people
doesn't
that
mean
identify
anybody.
and the people that identify as non-binary are the representatives of the algorithm in human flesh.
Now you're losing me a little.
I know. I mean, right now it's just a theory in progress in my head. Like,
Yeah, because
but I believe that.
non-binary. That's
Well,
just
why
talking
do they call
about.
themselves non-binary?
Because you can use the word binary for anything that has two opposite, functions or whatever. Like,
Binary code, non-binary.
they're not. Oh, no,
correlation.
binary just means men versus woman. There's only two, so it's bi. That means two. Binary. It's two. They're two opposite things. Any two things that are two opposite things, they're binary. So like
you
man and
realize that
woman.
human beings are genetic coding, right? And that we are related. Like, we birthed the machine
Yeah,
out
that's
of our
true.
own
That's
essence.
true. Yeah.
We birthed the machine. We have electricity in us. We created the machines in our image, and that the machines that you see,
Right.
whereas they don't run on blood, they run on electricity.
Yeah.
which is in
Machines
our
are just
body.
a real primitive form of us copying God's creation,
No, we are a primitive form of the algorithm.
No, the algorithm that didn't create us. We created the algorithm. It's just it's a really crappy math equation, and it's not even that smart.
No,
God's
the algorithm
DNA that he put in
us.
us, that's the real smart.
The
We
coder,
could never
God.
duplicate that. Well, there's no way we're going to be able to make a
Like,
computer
we're
as smart as
not
a
as
human.
we're not as smart as the AI and like basic information or something, but we're way more advanced than the
Yeah,
AI
we're way more complex than
in
any
the
algorithm on the internet.
spiritual soul, like the things that
One
we
single
are.
cell has more parts in it than
Yeah.
a freaking spaceship, and that's one cell, and it's tiny.
Yeah.
And there's no way humans could duplicate that, no matter how much
human
technology
being-
we have.
Yeah, a human being is made in a more advanced manner because God made us than we made machines. But obviously, the machine is, it's like Googling on your cell phone. The machine knows the answers to the trivia questions.
Well,
and-
guys, I mean, what do we know about life? We know that if there are other civilizations in the universe, which we don't know, like if there's something that prevented them from traveling through the stars and meeting us, either that or they're more primitive than us. We are either the most sophisticated in history, or there was something that stopped that prevented them from reaching into the ends of the earth. What was that? And
Well-
another thing too, space exists in time and vice versa. It's not like,
Sure.
yeah, it's not.
Physics, we got it. Einstein, sure. Relativity, we understand. Yep.
That's what I'm trying. And then, like you mentioned, a coder. God is the coder,
Yeah, I agree with
Right.
that.
Yeah.
the original coder. But I'm
Yeah, I
telling
agree
you,
with that. We're made up of a bunch of binary zeros and ones. Everything I just did here, moving my arm, was a bunch of zeros and ones somewhere out in space. God has
Yeah,
math and numbers within everything we say and do. So everything I just did there is a bunch of numbers somewhere.
That's a good analogy too. Like
God is communicating with us
we're
You're
the
the
computer
algorithm.
game, and God is the person who created the computer game, and we're inside the computer game.
Essentially,
And it's like,
yeah.
and God is kind of like outside the universe, the same way that a person is outside a video game. But he
Yeah.
can also watch the game, and he can pause and fast forward, rewind, do whatever he wants. You won't even notice, you know. And he
Yeah.
What
can
I'm trying to
change things. He can do anything he wants. He can come. He can put a VR headset and come right down into the video game if he
Yep.
wanted.
What
Yeah.
I'm trying, and he has before, but according to the Old Testament, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that now we are able to establish how God functions somewhat with the algorithm, and we understand that
No, we're
the
not.
devil is also
The
here.
algorithm we have is so primitive compared to the technology that God
Yeah.
displayed in his creation. Like one single cell is a billion times more complex than our puny algorithm.
I know, because it came from us. I'm saying that we
Yeah.
did make it, but at the same time, God gave us the ability to make this, is what I'm saying. And we know that the
Yeah.
devil is here in the algorithm too. I mean, look what happened to 4chan and the mass shootings and it brainwashes people. It brainwashes.
I think that anything could brainwash somebody.
What it is, do you know what the internet is? It's a collection, it's a web of thought. This is the collective thoughts of humanity. In essence, this is telepathy.
Yeah, that's
This
why
is-
half of it's pornography.
Exactly, dude.
this
why
is
half-
telepathy.
That's why half of it's
The
pornography.
algorithm knows what you're thinking. It knows.
Yeah, I
it
can
doesn't
hear
have
what you're saying.
sentience.
I can hear what you're saying in certain ways, but you also have to understand they're listening to everything we say on our cell phones. They have every text message you made, so it's pretty easy for the algorithm to kind of predict. You know, okay, it's going to give me a coupon on ice cream because it saw I was typing about ice cream and I was saying I want to eat ice cream to my friend on my text message. So the next when I go on my Facebook and I see an ad for ice cream, I shouldn't be like, oh my gosh, what an amazing, because that happens all the time. The sick part is it happens when you just talk. That's when you feel real violated because you
I know, dude.
you realize that your cell phone microphone is actually recording everything you're saying. And you're like, then you feel real violated because when you say, "Oh, I want ice cream," but you didn't text it to anybody, and then you go on Facebook and see an ice cream ad, that's when you feel extra violated. You
Yeah.
realize the cell phone is just
Then
I
you
don't
know
feel
they're
violated
listening in
because-
on everything you say, dude.
I don't feel violated. It's helped me so much in my own life, and I just believe that it's for the advancement. Like the Chat GPT, people use it for evil, and they immediately went
you
there.
really are drinking that. You're gonna go down that masonry road and go find out it's not a good road, man. I mean, you can't trust. There's a scientist, John Lilly, that he was from like the 70s. He was a real crazy guy. He used to take a lot of drugs like ketamine and acid, all sorts of drugs, put himself in like a deprivation tank of water in the darkness and come out with thoughts. But he really he was on top of this, like for whatever reason he saw visions or what. But he thought that AI was going to destroy us. If you guys ever want to check him out, John Lilly on YouTube, check out John Lilly's work. But yeah, I mean, he's right that this technology is definitely a way to possibly destroy mankind. Artificial intelligence is a very good way to die. I mean,
Yes, but in a peaceful manner.
what do you
It's
mean
not
in a
going to
peaceful
kill
manner?
us. It is controlling the population, but it's not going to just outright slaughter the masses. It's going to it's increasing the what it's going to do is it's encouraging people to be gay, and it's encouraging people to be transgender. That way they don't procreate. There's already 8 billion people on the planet. Our planet can only sustain 50 billion people. It's just the cold hard facts. The
Yeah, well,
AI
we're not
know
going to have a
that.
problem with that anytime soon.
Yes,
Because our
well,
planet,
sooner
like
than you think.
the major problem right now is
Do
population.
you not know the level of
collapse.
pollution on Earth?
Well, the problem right now is actually population collapse, not population growth.
Maybe you don't understand that you are in the top 25% of the entire world just by being an American. Like the other 75% of the world, they're lucky if they make it to the age of 30 because of just, I mean, people, did you know that Coca-Cola poisons people in third world countries? They actively kill a lot of
Yeah,
people.
but I don't think there's like this agenda to decrease the population of the earth. I could be wrong.
America-
I don't know, but I think like Elon Musk was saying the major problem that the elites are facing right now is population collapse. About like by 2050, half of the freaking world population is gonna be dead because they're all over 65 right now, and so 20 years from now they're all gonna be dead. And like it's like 50% of the population is gonna be
That's just like
dying
that's not
off,
true.
and this
That's not true at
population
all.
collapse is going to be, this could be the end of
That's not even
humanity, is what
true, man.
Elon Musk is saying. This could
How do you even formulate those
because
thoughts in
the
your head?
economy will collapse and all this stuff because all the people will be gone, and it'll be
No, they
nothing but
won't.
empty houses for miles, and every city is going to be half, because they're all 70 years old right now. Like in
No,
Japan,
dude.
over half the population of Japan is 70 years old. Within 50 years, that country is going to be empty, dude. They're
Where
gonna be
did you
nowhere.
read these studies? That's completely false.
Yeah, it's just something Elon Musk was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not true.
I think
The
it is
population-
absolutely true. If you look at
the birth rate,
the
then
numbers
why-
of the birth rates has gone down so
The
much.
population is not going down.
Yeah, no, not right now, but we're at the peak right now. In 50 years, half of the world's population will be dead, and
Because of
it's
what
gonna
Because the
collapse
algorithm is trying
world.
to solve problems.
Huh?
I'm telling you, the algorithm is pushing transgender ideologies, and the algorithm.
That's why
is
they
pushing-
retracted Roe v. Wade and stuff like that, or whatever, because they need people to start having kids again. That's why we need immigration
we need less people
into
on
the United
planet.
States. We need people to move here because you can't let the population collapse. Otherwise, the economy
It's not
goes
collapsing. Stop saying that. It's ever increasing. It's too
with it.
many.
No. You got to look at the
Yes,
birth
it
rates,
is.
dude. The birth rates are down. Nobody in the younger generation is having kids. Nobody.
One thing I'm a little skeptical about with your channel is, why is this first video got the exact number, the Mark of the Beast views? I'm not a fan of that, buddy. You got to get some more views on that.
What do you
does
like?
he get?
Six, I don't
If
understand.
me and Dirty
What's
Varmint watch this video and it doesn't.
What's 616?
Well, it's the Mark of the Beast.
I thought it was the 36.
Well, it's both. It's both.
Well,
gotta
I
give
have
him a
no
few more
idea. Like, I
views.
don't control.
Depends on the manuscript. Some manuscripts have 616. So if
Look,
me and Dirty both watch
Yes,
this
I
video,
know. Like,
me
you
and
might
Dirty
be a
both watch this
numerologist,
video,
but
this
it doesn't
number
mean
better jump up there. MC Nemesis. I'm not a fan of.
it
Busted.
doesn't mean like I did not control the numbers.
I
I
know.
hope not. I hope the algorithm ain't setting you up.
Yeah, it could be the
Do
algorithm.
you think that
yeah.
I would only get myself 600 views? I'm trying to get heard out here. I want millions of views. I don't want just.
Yeah, maybe you would have 616,000 if it was your choice. Maybe.
That, yeah, if it was my choice, I'd have 6 million.
Is this all? These are all your companies too? Fat Sunny Records and stuff.
Not legitimate companies. Fat Sunny Records is my like a local farm. Asylum Podcast is my girlfriend's channel. MC Nemesis Music is just about the music that DistroKid uploads to my channel. And
You
the
seem
topic,
good at it. You seem good at all the internet stuff here, like making the
if you
stuff.
look at the construction of my channel, this is kind of how like I've optimized it. You see?
Are you making money off the ads yet, or no?
No, they won't. I'm telling. I've been blackballed by the industry. They don't promote me at all because look what I do. I expose people, and they hate
Wow.
me for it.
So you can't get ad
Uh-oh.
revenue.
No, well, what I'm
Not
saying.
anybody with
I'll be right
1,000
back.
views could make ads.
No, you have to have 4,000 hours watch time in a 12-month period.
Oh, I thought it was just 1,000 viewers and you could get ads.
No, man, it's so strict. Like, I don't think I mean, if I do monetize on YouTube, I mean, I'm monetized with my music on Spotify, and paid streaming services, and DistroKid monetized me on YouTube for the first 29 songs I released, but I'm not monetized at all. Like, I
You got
don't
a lot
get
of
very much.
subscribers, 8,000 subscribers, basically. That's a lot.
I know, like I gained a follower because I chased clout in the beginning of my career, and people followed me. But the thing is, it doesn't matter. Like they die off. Like they don't die off. They just become inactive. And so, like I'm stuck getting 50 to 100 views per upload in the first week.
I hear you.
And it
Some
sucks, like
channels
your
don't like
channel.
that.
Any channel that gets like under 1,000 views to upload basically has went unwatched. Like you know,
Yeah,
you
no,
have
the
to get.
algorithm doesn't really recommend me to anybody. It's just the people that watch are pretty much regulars. Yeah.
It's
And then over
interesting.
time, I get 1 or 2 a month if I'm lucky. I get 1 to 5 a month new people, and but the algorithm, the only video that I got subscribers from that really I noticed was I did a short once and I got like 800 views on it, and I picked up 10 subscribers in that day sharing a short. But then I put out 8 other shorts that day, and none of them got any views. One of them got like 900 views, and then the rest of it didn't get views. It all depends on how much people hit the like button. The like button really is what drives the algorithm. So I hope people just like the video and share it. Liking it's huge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should encourage people to do that if that's what you want, because you got to tell them what you want.
Well, I mean, a lot of people like my videos just to help
Yeah.
out. Like Chris does that all the time. I'm sure other people do it too.
See, I shared it on my channel because, I think that my fans who follow me, maybe they want to hear me live if they can.
Sure.
But now I will say that I am opening the door for you to get trolled. I will have to say that.
That's fine. That's fine.
If you put me on air, you're gonna have to pay me.
Remember James? James talking about Music Biz Marty. I have engaged with the troll community.
You guys knew tons of stuff. Like you guys had a serious conversation about some real niche stuff there.
Yes, and I would like to just up front apologize because I have haters. People obsessed with me. They think I'm a lolcow, and they might come to your channel just to troll you and say MC Nemesis is this. He's just trying to use your channel for views, blah blah blah. I mean, just anything that you can imagine, they might come at you and say because they're accused.
Formed my opinion on you yet. Honestly, I like you enough, but I'm also paranoid and cautious about interacting with new people. So I keep my guard up, and over time I just feel somebody out, but.
I don't think that you'll ever feel safe talking to me because, you probably won't because, for one, like I said, like I've already garnered negative attention. I'm blackballed from the industry. They hate me. They try to hold my music down, going so far as YouTube has outright banned one of my songs. I was canceled by CD Baby.
What kind of stuff do you rap about?
Well, what I thought was science fiction fantasy rap sometimes in my storytelling. I guess some of it turned out to be true. It's one of those that art imitated life. When my song Cloned Rappers hit, not only did
what was it called?
Cloned Rapper.
Can you give us a couple of lines?
The chorus is, I'm a clone rapper. I escaped from the lab, mixed with the cells of the greatest rap had, an experiment gone bad. I'm batshit fucking mad. Stuff like that.
Nice. Okay, cool.
But anyways, what happened was I didn't think, like, I was just bullshitting, right? I was just like, I'm gonna make this fun song, continuing my rap bot saga. Well, you know what happened? Well, I paid CD Baby over $100 to publish it. Like it was like $130. Okay, they published it. Things were going well. My beat maker shared it. My beat maker has like almost 1 million subscribers, Anabolic Beats. And okay, next thing you know, it's pulled from the shelf. And I email CD Baby, and we start a dialogue, and I say, why'd you pull my song? Well, I said, what's wrong? What the hell's going on? I paid you $100. Give me my damn money back. And I was cussing them out. I was being vicious with them because you don't do that. You do not do that to people.
Yeah, that probably sealed the deal, though, huh?
I hate the entity that they are because this is what they did because they work for the industry or something. I don't know. Because they said, we're not going to tell you because if we tell you, you're trying to skirt around the rules. And I said, well, screw you. And I said a bunch of more mean, nasty things.
Yeah.
You said, you know what? We're going to pull all your music. And they did. They pulled all my music. They stole my money. I was effectively canceled.
Well, it's that. I mean, that sucks, man.
And then I had to go to DistroKid to redistribute everything. Every one of my songs I had to re-upload. And this is when I figured out, did you know that it don't matter if you delete a song from Spotify, they just mute it and they keep it for all time?
Yeah, but what do you rap about? Like what kind of stuff? Just
go to his channel and bang out.
I'll have to go to your channel and check it out. I'll subscribe.
Track yesterday. He was all right.
It's hard because
the southern accent's not as heavy in the rap, so it actually it's not. It's like at first I thought I was gonna be corny. No offense, just because I've never heard like a real. I can't think of one really southern rap.
Ron Upchurch.
Well, I don't know him. I'm from New York. I listen to Queensbridge rap, so I don't know. I never heard one. But nobody's ever blown up that I know of. I mean, Nelly was the closest thing to having a country accent. You know, Nelly.
Ron Upchurch, he's an independent. Like, there's a whole section.
Yeah. I
You
don't
have
know.
no idea, do you? You have no idea of the whole section of racist rebel rap, do you?
Yeah, no, I'm not. You're 28. You're younger, so you probably have certain.
28,
29.
29.
You were 28 yesterday. What happened? Was your birthday yesterday?
No, you thought I was 28, but I told you I was 29.
He's
We talked about a lot. It's not.
He's
we talked about a
29
lot, probably
from.
not
He got
6.
baptized when he was 13, and then he's 20, and then he was born again, and now he's 29.
Either way, it is.
And what I'm saying is, my media personality, like this music, is
Hold on.
my
hold on.
personality.
We listened to White Magic yesterday. Give us another track. Should we listen to that Clone Rappers track? Give us another track to bang
Yeah.
out.
Will you listen to it on Spotify?
I don't know how to
No,
go.
just YouTube.
Okay. Well, I don't have it on. It's banned from YouTube. Is what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Oh, you got a song
What
on
about
YouTube?
any of those? Do you have Amazon Music? Do you pay for any music streaming?
I don't pay
No,
for
you can't. I don't think you could show anything other than
I'm not
really
paying. I'm not
YouTube
paying.
on.
What
here.
about Spotify? It's free.
Just
I
give me.
don't think you can show Spotify on here, or maybe.
Yeah, I never go on Spotify, so it'd be too much effort to go over there. Well, just give
Okay.
me a song on
Okay.
YouTube.
Well, let's see. Real rap? No, not real. Let's do.
You probably get money from Spotify. So
Let's see another one of my. I'm trying to think of one of my. Rapping Outlaw. That's one of the people that told me that they
Rapping'
like that one.
Rapping
Yeah, it's
Outlaw.
a Western theme. Rap. Yeah. Let's see. It'll probably pop up like that. Rapping Outlaw.
All right, let's see what you got here.
There we go. And you
Oh,
see, I used to have a lot more views before I was canceled.
27.
Yeah, you got canceled. Somebody canceled your ass. Yeah, we'll
And another thing too, did you know that YouTube prevented me from getting likes? Like, you see that like button? I know for a fact over a dozen people's hit it.
all right, hold on. I gotta reshare the screen so I can get the sound for you guys. All right, here we go.
I don't know if you guys will like this. I'll mute myself.
Well, I liked what you did yesterday, so I don't know. I don't know about a Western theme rap song. So let me see what we got here.
I like it so far.
These guys haven't done it.
Yeah. I like the beat. It's got like the chorus, like the church dudes.
A rhyme wanted dead for suspicion and sentences like quicker than my draw, spit it like a six shooter. You don't want none because you won't have a future. Don't run, you dumb son. Got my gun loaded, about to go round after round, and I'll go reloaded. I'll check your wreck you, blow out your brains, make it rain. I'm staying the same, despite if I get the fame.
Yeah.
Me as your commander-in-chief, roofing out fakers, smoking beats up like teeth. I'm the chief of the tribe, my pride reigning supreme. A rap prodigy, no lies, I'm hustling onto the scene. Sticking strings, sticking views on my channels. Desperately face trying to get me fucking canceled.
Nice.
Accountability, here's my advice before you rap, hit puberty. I'm the rapping outlaw, Mike's a lethal weapon, got the flows, no stressing. I'm teaching rapping lessons, ain't nobody compares to me. Up on my level, firing out mental barrels directly down the devil. I'm the rapping outlaw, Mike's a lethal weapon, got the flows, no stressing. I'm teaching rapping lessons, ain't nobody compares to me. Up on my level, firing out mental barrels directly down the devil. You can have millions of plays on all your raps, till you won't be lit like this fire, that's a fact. I'm the strongest train, but you the weakest bud. Done with the games, no shame when you're getting burned. Put you in the urn, the shit's so absurd. Fakers vanishing, whoosh, with the tree with the word. I'm a wing being fire breathing.
Hey, I don't want to let the whole thing go because
Dude, I like
Well,
it,
for
dude.
one, I think like if
That's
you play it on
good.
your audio player, the audio quality's a little bit
Well,
down.
that's what I mean. I know the sound's not great. When
I'm surprised, dude. That was fucking
So I'll let
pretty good,
people,
man.
Yeah,
go to your
that's,
channel.
the
He's
fans
got some
expect me
skill.
like that top.
Yeah, I got the point, and Dirty got the point. I mean, I got the point from yesterday. I mean, I get your genre, man. I think it's good because you're not trying to be like the drug dealer. I'm gonna shoot you rap. You're doing more of a.
I like the beginning where it was all it had the
Yeah, you got some
choir
good-
dudes
Yeah,
like
yeah,
singing
yeah.
with the freaking. That's
Oh
cool.
yeah, like my beat.
You have some
Oh, no.
talent. You have some
Yeah,
talent.
you definitely got
just
some
gotta
talent, man.
Stay in your lane and find.
Yeah, you got to work on it more. Keep working on
Oh
it.
no, I mean lyrically and stuff like. Just
I think
keep
the
doing-
message though,
keep
like
doing
what if
you're doing, and
if you're gonna rap, you can't just have some cookie cutter message like I'm cool, everyone look at me.
yeah.
You got to have some, like I always wanted to hear some kind of Jesus rap or something. I don't know, dude. Like,
Well, I mean,
maybe not
this
Christian
was
rap per se,
published-
but
this
something
was
that was
published
like,
back. The original publishing date was in June of last year. You have to go to Spotify to check out my new music, like to see if you think I've improved. But
Right
like,
on.
like I said, like I don't want it to seem like a plug, but it's just like this. Like it's so my music's so tied to my personality. It's just impossible for me, for anybody to get to know me without acknowledging my music. Like it's just
Yeah.
impossible. Like what would I
think
say?
you got some talent too, man.
I think if you could figure out how to make like good cartoon, like not cartoon, but like animated videos, that would go awesome with your style of rap. You know what I mean? If you could
Very expensive though.
yeah,
you make your own
that's
music
what I mean.
too?
If you could figure out how to do that on your own cheap, like that would be really
What do you mean make
your
my own
genre.
music?
Like just do a bunch
like
of
the
animated
beats or
stuff.
whatever.
Videos.
Okay. So at least the beats, mostly, most of my beats are from Anabolic Beats,
Okay.
and I stay in the '90s freestyle type beats,
Mhm.
Right on.
like just different kinds.
All right, well,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
cool,
go
man.
grab a drink, so I'll play another MC Nemesis track. And how do I go to Spotify? Just Google Spotify. That's it.
You go to
You need the
Spotify.
app?
You have to create your account, just like you could
Oh, I
create it
gotta
with
create an
Facebook.
account and everything. I'm not gonna do all that right
No,
now.
I don't even know if you have to. Well, I don't know. I think
Right.
that you could
We'll
just
find
sign up
out in
with
a second.
Facebook. Just sign up with
Yeah.
Facebook. Just connect it.
Yeah, I don't go on Spotify ever. I know Joe Rogan's on there now. That's about it.
That's what I'm saying. And the reason I can't upload to you, and another thing
That
should
you
do-
with the Egyptian thing?
do what?
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. The Egyptian woman thing, is that you?
No,
Yes.
that's another MC Nemesis. I don't know. Like I don't know
Your
why
style,
that.
man. They're
I don't
biting
know
your
why
style.
that is on there. It's just like they make a mistake. They'll fix it eventually, but
No,
you
the
know, it's
algorithm's got a fake MC Nemesis before you.
no, she's
Oh,
not
dude.
fake. She was like a backup female. Like I don't have many monthly listeners.
Look at him. He's got Boom Bap is back. All right.
Boom Bap.
Which song you want here?
Okay, you see the list of popular tracks. Okay,
Yeah. I don't even know if they'll be able to let me play it for free. So which one do you want?
like try The Way I Am, the Eminem remix.
Okay.
See if people relate to that.
Start listening for free. They're gonna make me sign up for stuff. It's annoying. I don't really want to sign up. What do I gotta do to sign up?
Hey,
Yeah,
they'll probably hit you
don't
with some
show your
kind of
info.
copyright,
Don't
dude,
do
if
it.
you
He'll
do
put it on
that.
Facebook.
I'll
He'll show
sign
your
up.
password. He'll show your password. Don't do that. I mean, you can do it, but like,
I just did it with Facebook.
oh, okay. I didn't know, but I just don't
Oh
want to.
no, I'm trying to just make it the quickest way possible, so I'm signing in with Facebook.
Okay, but I just don't want it to show your password on the
No, I
screen.
know what you're
Okay,
saying.
well, it
I'm
didn't.
sharing my screen.
Okay, that's cool. It did. Thank
All right.
God.
Cool.
I
All
would
right, let's
appreciate a
see.
follow. I have very low follows.
All right, how do I follow you?
Like you see that button, follow.
Okay, I'll follow you, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I have it's like nobody wants to follow. Like it's really hard. Spotify people
If you
hate it.
guys like MC Nemesis, you want to help him out, it's free. Do what I just did. Go on Spotify
Yeah,
and do
it's
what
free.
you do. All right, I'll let you check out. It sounds much better on this one too. It's a lot louder.
Yeah,
than
Spotify's the best sound quality.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let this rock out. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
All right.
I ain't the artist who's gonna sit down and shut up. I express myself with this art. I'm the same way in person. I got a target on my back, cause there's truth in these words. Stop attacking my raps, your DMs staying heard. Goat hunter down to devil lovers, go ahead. Don't care what you said, hunt you down, cut off your head. Take the flesh from your face to erase all your sins. Shout out to the juggalos, I consider them friends. When I needed them to see it, they believed in my plan, cause I'm impressive in my message, so please understand. Takes hard work and dedication to figure out these issues, so if you doubt me, don't care, use some tissues. I am whatever I say I am, and if I wasn't, then why would I say I am? On the net, on pages every day, I am. YouTube won't even play my jams. I am whatever I say I am, and if I wasn't, then why would I say I am? On the net, on pages every day, I am. I don't know, it's just the way I am. Wanna give me advice? Well, you better think twice, cause I'm deciphering all messages, most of them lies. My accent's whack, cause I ain't black, that's what you said. Screw that, you ain't in my pack, get a bow instead. Sent from the industry to destroy all my imagery. You babies can't stop me from exposing the bigotry. Try to ban my message and rewrite all my history, but to me it's a victory that I don't need the publicity. I need all my fans to understand if I die tonight, to lay me down in the grave under that bright moonlight. Cause in the end, Jesus wins, the King of men. He'll resurrect me from the ground that death had put me in. Dear Heavenly Father, bless our country, amen. There's power in His name, the money doesn't matter. I'd rather have an afterlife than men that chatter. Speaking well upon my name, and I appreciate the place, but I don't need the fame, cause my fans are amazing. So stay blazing and playing this crazy Caucasian. Put the gasoline, bird saying's house of worship. It's evident that I'm heaven sent with this famous shit I'm working. My pants, my shield, my mic, my sword. Preaching sermons, rapping these holy words. And if they disagree with the mentions that I speak, I'm gonna let the blade talk, but the strong hunt the weak. I am whatever I say I am, and if I wasn't, then why would I say I am? On the net, on pages every day, I am. YouTube won't even play my jams. I am whatever I say I am, and if I wasn't, then why would I say I am? On the net, on pages every day, I am. I don't know, it's just the way I am. I am whatever I say I am, and if I wasn't, then why would I say I am? On the net, on pages every day, I am. YouTube won't even play my jams. I am whatever I say I am, and if I wasn't, then why would I say I am? On the net, on pages every day, I am. I don't know, it's just the way I am. YouTube won't even play my jams. My jams, my jams, my jams. YouTube won't even play my jams. My jams, my jams, my jams.
Haha, nice, dude.
Oh, I guess just gonna play.
That was good.
Shout out to my mom.
Happy birthday, Liz!
I like your voice too, man. It's cool.
I've been chasing darkness, ramming up my harness, abandoned by society, no longer am I harmless. Beat down bed scraps, trade all my pedestrians. Host all ever call a homie is a homeless veteran. I'm a wacko, a psycho, hosting freak shows. Combining lines to explode like atomic isotopes. My 6 skills for peeps, popping pills for the thrills. Spitting ill enough to overfill the cup that's more than gills. Run the heads off the snakes, then feed it to the chickens. You'll be right for the dickens, for all them critics bickering. If you listen to my music, this my next, my only shot. Might get labeled as a cult and get shot when smoke pot. Who cares what we got, it's for whatever that they thought. So fuck you if you judge us for everything that you're just not. Don't tread on us, the downtrodden. I'm teaching this lessons. Now open up your heart to receive this blessing. Bars are hard to start carnage, carnage. Bars are hard to start carnage, carnage. Puppet master returns, putting fake rappers in the urn. Strings I pull, I've earned. I want the crown, my turn. Bars are hard to start carnage, carnage. Bars are hard to start carnage, carnage. My dead teams cut my spans, laid out the lethal plan. Art of the pen knives of the lyrical hitman. Bars are hard to start carnage, carnage. 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 Set fire to the booth, I'm preaching the truth. It's not so very cute when I'm teaching the youth. MC Nemesis, the beast is off his leash. Time to unleash carnage on these beats, it's time to feast. If you haven't heard, I'm the rapping warlord. I'm eating up, you heard my choice weapon is these words. Tired of being overlooked, feels like I'm in a cage. People wanna poke the bear until it goes in a rage. I'm so broke being a rapper, it drives me so insane. I've been to range, I feel like I must go off the chains. Off the rails, send them to hell, I'm a lyrical skinner. A cynical true spitter, make my opponents become quitters. After I brought Boom Bap his back, those 11 tracks I could have bought from jealous hacks, and they were calling me trash. So I'm lashing backs like on 19th century blacks. You call this the crackers, return whiplash. My influence is grown cause I invested in myself. All this fitness that you've learned gonna be bad for your health. These right bars are harness are bringing about such carnage. Someone lost to the barriers barraging in with the carnage. Bars of harness are carnage, 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 carnage. Don't get in my way, I'm a monster. Normal during the day, but ain't no pop star. I pop hard when I pop back, so if I get attacked, I'm tackling the knocking out your fucking dumb ass. A moonshiner with such fine one-liners, even the dopest of the dopest. They are subscribing. Beastmaster, the freaks, my geeks with weak knees, pulling on your heartstrings. The disease come for your flesh to feed. Work you like a puppet to bring about this harm. Barn burner, burying actors on the farm. This carnage, I am what you fear.
Pause. All right. Well, people are either really traumatized or very upset that I stopped your music. I don't know. Either one. They're either very happy I came back, or they're sad and they say I need my MC Nemesis fixed. So,
What do you guys think, though? Do you think I have the rhythm? Or
I
I
was-
think you're pretty
I
good,
was-
man.
yeah, they
You
give
got
Dirty
some
Kid-
talent. You know,
Yeah.
you have some really good rhymes in there too. You know, you definitely got talent for rhyming, and dude.
You're not whack.
Yeah, you gotta-
I'd tell you if you were whack. I've listened to a ton of really great rap, and you're not whack. So I'll give you that. What I'll say is you should just stay in your lane, because you like the Juggalos you mentioned. Like, I never was an Insane Clown Posse fan personally,
I was.
but they made a great living staying in their lane. Like, you know what I mean? Getting a
Yeah, what lane do you? But the thing is, I'm trying to establish like what lane am I in? What
Yeah,
lane?
but
am
I liked like the criminal rap, like the Nas, the DMX, the Jay-Z,
Oh
the
yeah, me too. yeah.
Method Man, Redman, Wu-Tang, that type of thing.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like
I-
if
I
but
like that
see the
rap
thing,
too, man.
like what? So you liked well, what I call it is urban crime fiction rap.
Well, yeah, some of it's fiction. Some I like Mobb Deep. I liked all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like it's not all fiction, but I would say that they do make a lot of songs dramatized.
yeah. Obviously, some of it, a lot of songs are just fake
Which
stuff.
hey, dude, like I don't mind at all.
Yeah,
Like I think urban fiction's pretty cool, like
yeah.
Jack Patterson novels and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
Well, you stick to what you're good at, and I think you could definitely get a fan base behind it. You know, like I said, I think your music would be awesome if you found a way to animate your videos, and that was like your signature. Like, I could see you making some.
okay, but based on the lyrical context, just from those songs, like you could see why I've been blackballed.
Well, I didn't listen to them, but Dirty did. I was
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean-
So
stuff.
we have a state to where I've been blackballed by the industry immediately. Like, even like
Yeah.
this is crazy. Like, why? Why am I being blackballed? Like, why? But like, because I'm independent, probably.
They want to hold a white Southern man down. You know, it's the same old discrimination story. You know,
I definitely liked it when you started saying, you were going off on this one little verse where it was like, my heavenly father, something or other, I don't know. And you started kind of rapping about Jesus and stuff a little bit. I was like, yeah, dude. I mean,
I definitely
definitely
think that-
appreciate like the, some of the biblical messages. And if you don't have to make it all churchy and
yeah, as long
whatever,
as
but-
you're mixing it, like DMX, he mixed God into what he did. Granted,
Right,
he
right.
could have done it like
like a rap song, it has to have a story or like a message. It can't just be like, oh, I'm cool, I'm great, I'm the best rapper around. I mean, to me, it's like, screw that. Don't ever talk good, like don't ever exalt yourself, but just give the message or the story that you're trying to tell, or whatever. I don't know. To me,
Yeah,
that's
it's developing. It's a work in progress.
Yeah, but I
in
think
my
you
earlier
definitely have a
rap-
good sound. Like your voice is good, and the way you rap, like all the freaking raps were really good. They
in my
all
earlier
flowed
rap, I
good.
did do that. Like in my earlier rap, I did have a habit of just like it was just like braggadocious rap.
Yeah,
correctly.
yeah.
The
But
thing
you
about
still
that is,
you still have like the the rhythm is really good. You got the rhythm, man. You've
you
got
got a
the
good cadence. You
yeah,
did a good
yeah.
job,
you-
man.
what I'm saying is like as it develops, then we can like at first it was just braggadocious, but then it's developing into a saga, and
Yeah,
it's
more of a message, more of a
yeah, you know, like
right.
the overall message is I'm trying to warn people, and I'm trying to say, hey, don't follow these fake rappers that are out here not only telling you to do drugs, but fake rappers also. I feel like if you base your whole career about political clickbait raps like Tom McDonald, I think that's fake too.
Right.
I mean, clickbaiting people just blatantly.
Yeah, yeah. But you still got to use some clickbait.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, like, hopefully, I mean, I want to be known for my merits, and I think that I can become a good rapper intrinsically, like to people. However, I know that,
And
after
I'm not saying you
like
should
this,
just go start rapping about Jesus, because I mean, I probably
Kanye West.
disagree with half the things you think about Jesus. So I'm not, encouraging anybody to start rapping about Jesus unless you really, really know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, and like what I'm saying is that I just stick to I say shout out Jesus, love him.
Yeah,
And
yeah, stuff like
pretty
that.
much
I mean,
covers
but
the
yeah,
bases. I don't know if I really want to go in depth to.
I want to start like I wish that you could do all the raps. I'll just write some of the lyrics. You can do the raps. You can do everything else. You can make the beats or whatever. But I'm sure you probably disagree with half of my messages too. So there's no way we could do that.
You can send me lyrics. Like, I don't know how active you are in social. I realized that I thought that people were active on social more, but apparently, like, a lot of people just like to stick to YouTube. But if you do have Instagram, you just hit me up in a DM. I don't care. I'm just a plain person. I'm not famous at all or anything, even though the internet has tried to paint this picture of me. And by the internet, I mean like certain content creators. Like, whenever you go after people like I have, they try to gatekeep me. They pretty much gatekept me out of a lot of communities because
you and JD had a crazy conversation. You guys knew all the same people and stuff last night.
Who? Oh no, that's a troll. Like, that's like a troll. Like, I don't know. There's there's a local community, but then there's also the indie rap community led by Future. Do you know who Future is?
You talking about the famous rapper Future?
No, wait. Futuristic.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody really knows who Futuristic is. I mean, he's a rapper with millions of views. And Crip. Do you know who Crip, the rapper, is?
No, I don't know these people.
Okay, what about Mac Lethal?
No, I don't know those people.
Yeah, see, okay, so apparently that the reason I'm not getting more attention is because even if I talk about these people, half the population, over half, don't even know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
What are they, the rappers?
Now you circle back to why I don't talk about some of my experiences.
My God, dude. So I thought that, but these people played it up on the internet like they were a big deal. So I addressed them. And so it turns out that really nobody knows who they are.
People, like you said, they get what they get on their algorithms. Some people get, those videos. Some people don't.
Yeah. And effectively, I was trolled by their fan base because whenever you expose people for what they're doing, like Crip, for example, I said, hey, I think that you're manipulating people just by, like, he made a song about his grandma dying. I believe that he used his grandma's death, made a song about it to get people to feel sorry for him. And I wouldn't say that, but his whole damn catalog is about getting people to feel sorry for him.
Well, bro, I mean, as a Christian, that's kind of strange thing for you to attack. I mean, if his grandma actually did die, you should probably just leave that.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to let him.
That's what pissed everybody off. You have to understand, I was a different man in 2019. I was smoking cigarettes and I didn't give a crap. Like, I was smoking cigarettes and drinking a lot more, and I was just like off the chain. Like, I just came to the internet on fire, like with fire on my shoes or something, because whenever I hit the internet, everybody got triggered by me so bad and about my opinions. Like, who cares what? I only had 60 subscribers and I got channels with millions of views coming at me, attacking me because
that's crazy.
Because they think I'm so, well, basically they think I'm like the epitome of evil whenever I'm just like.
Yeah, why do they think that? What, you got some like controversial opinions or what?
Yeah, basically, like I was okay, so I made a reaction to where I was just like, okay, so I think what triggered people, I was laughing at him because because this dude is so corny. He was at the graveyard crying, and he made a music video to where he was like, he got someone to have a water hose to wet him with water, and he was like fake crying, and this dude will like eat dirt and like just he will lay by his, and I really thought that he was just exploiting his grandma. It was some kind of parody, so I was just laughing at it, and people got super triggered, be like, "How could you do that to Crip? His grandma died," and then like, I mean, I just really didn't.
Now you got beef.
Yeah, I mean, he actually made a diss track against me.
Really?
But, yeah, I mean, you just like if you look up MC Nemesis diss, like Crip dissed me in one of his videos, like whenever he does like 10 styles of rap or something, one of those videos he dissed me in, and he responded. So, because I had made a diss track on him that somebody reviewed, that Crip paid to review to trash me. And then later on,
all right.
That's how you grow, I guess. You got to have somebody. You got
past this topic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so like you know, the backstory. I really wish that I had more active fans to tell you the backstory, so I didn't have to do it.
Yeah. All right. Well, if people are interested, check out MC Nemesis on YouTube. I'm going to watch some of his videos, and maybe we'll get into this.
But my purpose for joining your channel is not self-promotion, is because
I know my channel's not big, man. I mean, I got under 200 subscribers, so you're not really going to gain many subscribers.
I just like the topics that you were talking about.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, and you know, I hope we can continue to, you know, get into, you know, these topics more and more. I agreed with you a lot. You know, yesterday it seemed like you agreed with me, and we were kind of defending one side of the argument, and that some people are defending the other side as far as, you know, how you treat people as a Christian, you know, gay, straight, whatever.
Yeah, okay. You know, I think what happened, and I kind of spazzed out on Melvin. I do have problems, and the reason
I was wishing Melvin would just tell you how to get saved, because that's what you were asking, right?
Well, you know what? I thought about this topic today, man, and you know what is just ironic to me is that if these people saw Jesus doing some of the things he did back in the Old Testament, they would be the characters that were the Jews that were like, what are you doing healing people on the Sabbath? Or why are you talking to a woman? Or how did you heal that Gentile? Like they are those exact personality types. And I don't know when people, you know, can't catch themselves like in that mind state, but if you can't be self-aware enough to understand like that's where you're falling in the Bible story, then you really have a problem. Like, you know, if people that deny the Trinity, they're like, you know, oh, I wouldn't be picking up stones to kill Jesus. Well, who do you think were the ones picking up the stones to kill him? It's the Jews that took what he said as blasphemy. So clearly they recognized the Trinity, because they wouldn't have tried to kill him for the charge of blasphemy for saying he was the Son of God.
Yeah, but guys, do you know Melvin, and do you know the whole, like, I believe that God is
Dirty's not a Trinity person either. I just thought about that when I said that. So Dirty, let me phrase that where I'm not trying to offend you, because I'm not trying to say
I wasn't. I didn't take it personally.
I'm not trying to say all non-Trinitarian people would pick up stones to stone Jesus, because that's way too wide of a claim to make it too general. But what I am trying to say is, like, you should realize you are at very minimum in danger of possibly being that person. You are closer to being that person than a person.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got the Trinity wrong,
well,
if one of us is wrong, then both of us are, you know, there's a pretty big, that's a pretty big
there's
issue.
Consequences either way. But the people that believe Jesus is God with the Father as being the Son of God weren't the ones that were going to pick up the stones. You know what I mean? Because you're not going to stone God. You know what I mean? So that's my whole argument is, if you're not there, you're closer to picking up the stone than you realize. You know what I mean? That's all.
I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? Because that's, I mean,
you're closer to picking up the stone.
Why did they stone Jesus? Just what?
Well, because he made himself equal with God.
Exactly. So in what way did he do that? You know, the Trinity.
So they were the anti-Trinitarians.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yeah. People got to really look at what was the actual major reason. They weren't killing him just because he did miracles and stuff. They were killing him because he was going everywhere saying he was the Son of God.
But Ron, like, do you realize why Melvin and James, like, I think that God has given me some kind of power to see into people's souls here, because, and this is my theory about Melvin and James, James said he was a reformed gay man. Okay.
Jamie was he went by James yesterday. He's got like a bunch of different names because he goes by Babylon, and he has a bunch of different names.
But he still referred to himself as gay.
But listen, guys.
And
Okay,
I was
let
if
me
I was
paint
on
a
the panel, I would have
picture
been
here.
like, no.
Listen,
you're
I
not
I will
gay.
paint a picture, and you guys can tell me if I'm totally out of the ballpark here.
You
but
know, as long as you haven't
James-
done any.
James felt guilty for having gay sex and stuff, and he searches the internet. He don't want to be gay. He's a self-loathing person because the Bible tells him that it's wrong, or implies that it's
What?
wrong. Well, this is I'm
So
telling
how
you.
is he self-loathing though?
But I don't know. I'm just telling you the story of James. James,
Yeah.
the gay man who was
Listen,
reformed.
hold on. He's not here, so I'd rather not have you talk about him like this because
Okay, so you don't want
out of
any
loving
theories.
thy neighbor like thyself. I wouldn't want somebody to psychoanalyze you when you weren't here. You know what I mean?
I understand, but like you don't.
I don't
understand,
want to be like somebody psychoanalyzing.
Yeah, he's
you.
not
But
really up here to.
I understand what
defend
you're
himself.
saying, like where you're coming from, but we also got to understand we only meet people one time. We can't make all these generalizations. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's okay
psychoanalyze.
to judge a little bit and make your own, opinion, but you do got to be careful when you overly psychoanalyze everything.
so you just want to take people about what they said in face value. You don't know. You don't care about why they're doing it.
Well, yeah.
No. I didn't say that at all. I mean, why would you
Well-
say that? From
Well,
what
you don't want me to paint this picture for you because but
Well, yeah,
like,
but he's not
you
here,
just
so he
told me
can't
that-
really
because
respond.
because you're not qualified because you only met you don't.
Oh, I
you don't
think
even
it's
know-
fair to try to
You don't even know the
psychoanalyze.
dude's. You don't even know the dude's last name. You don't even know anything about him besides what he told you last night. So
yeah, but it's a thought bubble, and based on what he told
but,
me,
But the problem is, more than anything, you're probably going to be wrong because you're working with too limited information. I can see a grandma at the supermarket buying carrots, and I can be like, "Oh, her husband probably died of a hamburger heart attack because he ate a lot of red meat for years. That's why she's eating vegetables." And you know what I mean? You could do that with anybody, but you're going to be wrong because you're going to jump to a lot of conclusions too. I mean,
I understand that. But if they want to come back on the panel and read, like, this is how we establish communication, isn't it?
yeah, but
well, he's not
okay,
here to
let's put it this way.
communicate.
What if I started psychoanalyzing you? And I'm like,
Well, that'd
oh,
be fine because you're both
he's-
here
he-
in the room,
he's
but
from the
it's kind of
South.
hard to psychoanalyze somebody who's out of the room. He's not
yeah,
even here to
his
talk
South,
about
he's
it.
Okay.
from the South. His
Oh,
parents
so
are
you guys,
racists,
you guys would view it as gossip.
Yeah, a little bit, kind of.
It is
Yeah.
gossipy. It's gossipy. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I never really thought of it that way to tell people
Yeah, it's
my
gossip.
analytic, but okay, it's
Yeah,
fine.
like why you're telling us why he's the way he is
Yeah.
or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. You would
I have
to
a
do it while he
preconceived
was
notion.
here. If you did it while he was here and he could defend himself, I have no problem.
But
with
if it's something relevant, I mean,
Well,
if,
then I
if you're
can.
just
Okay,
using
if
him
you want
as
me
an
to focus
example,
on,
then
if
go
you want me
ahead.
to just focus on what he said and respond
yeah,
to
you
that.
can focus on the issues. Focus on the issues. It's fine to talk about like what they said yesterday. That's fine.
Yeah, relevant points. Yeah.
Yeah, just don't try to like dissect who he is as a person, but you can talk about what he said because that's what I was just doing, and that's fine. That's not gossip because they said it, and they should be able to stand on their opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, to be clear, I'm not attempting, nor I
Okay.
do not want to attempt to assault anybody's character.
Okay.
I don't want to assault anybody's character or defame them in any way. My opinions are my own.
Okay.
So yeah, okay. So we'll move. We'll just focus on just what they said about the topic.
Yeah.
Okay. So what they said about the topic was that the cake story, and you know what? I don't even like using it. But I mean, the cake. I mean, for one, cake is unhealthy. Period. Nobody should ever eat it. And the fact that you're even eating cake is wrong in the sense that it's not optimal for your health. So
Oh,
let's just say wheat bread.
No, I mean,
I would actually argue that point. I would
I
say,
like cake. I'm not with you on that at all. But no,
Yeah.
I mean, the reason we were using cake is because it was a real legal situation that happened.
Okay.
but you don't think that we should eat cake because it's unhealthy for us?
Well, yeah, I'm a type 1 diabetic. If I eat cake, my sugar's going to go to the roof. And guess what? Just
Well,
because
yeah,
you're
okay.
not-
So
Just
if
because
you
you're
eat
not
cake,
a
you
type
could
1
die.
diabetic,
Yeah, so definitely
you
you
wanna be
shouldn't
a
eat
type
cake.
2 diabetic?
Okay.
Do you
Yeah.
want to be a type 2 diabetic?
No.
Yeah, see, that's your own life coming through. Because yeah, me and Dirty, we just eat our cake. We're not worried about it. You know.
Let them eat cake. No, just but yeah, I don't have a problem with people that eat cake. I'm just saying that just eat it in moderation. It's my suggestion for optimal health.
Okay.
'Cause I'm
Yeah, I
concerned.
mean, do you think health is a big thing to be worried about, though? Because in my view, I almost think Jesus was like, you know what? Don't even worry about it. Like this life is nothing to be holding on to. You know, oh, I'm gonna extend my life by 5 years if I quit smoking cigarettes. It's
No,
like, no,
you're not
who
going to extend
cares?
life by anything because it's been proven that smokers could live 70, 80 years just the same as normal.
Well,
What you're
okay,
gonna
say if
do-
you
what
eat
you're gonna
healthy,
do
then if I quit alcohol or if I eat healthy or if I, you know, do people think they're going to extend their life if they quit smoking or
No, they're not,
you know.
because the Bible says that your days are numbered. You're going to die whenever.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Now, what you can do is improve the quality of your life, but you're not going to extend the quantity. No matter what you do, you can exercise, you can be the healthiest human being in the world, drop dead from a heart attack at 54 because your days are numbered.
So you think that you're predestined to die on a certain day, and like God knows?
Well,
ahead of
yeah, I
time?
mean, God does know the day that you're. What I'm saying is, He knows the day that you're going to die. You
All right,
are.
all right.
Yeah,
the
but he,
end of your life.
Fair enough.
changed Hezekiah's day. When Hezekiah prayed, he added 15 years to his life. So,
Oh.
so that's one.
So it
biblical
can
example.
change.
But then there's
Possible.
other examples of God gonna kill people and punish them and relenting from that. You know, if they repent, He doesn't kill them. So I mean, God can, in my mind, God knows when you're going to die, but he can have multiple different outcomes to that.
Yeah, it
Like,
could change depending on the
I
circumstance.
don't
Oh yeah,
understand
you could
why
definitely
people
could
wanna-
shorten your days.
when
What
people wanna
happens is
predestine things, they always want it to be just one timeline. And that's what's so bizarre to me. It's like they limit God to like, well, He can know everything, but it has to be just one timeline. It's like, no, God can have infinite timelines just for one person. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the
Yeah.
multiverse concept to me. It's like, it's very true. I don't know why more people don't, think about that, but it's like, God can, change whatever outcome by each decision. He's God. I mean, if He sets it up in like a programmed state, it's like the program almost runs itself. But whenever He needs to intervene or wants to intervene, He intervenes. You know what I mean? It's like He sets the factors in play and then lets the program run on a free will program. Everything's getting recorded at the same time, monitored at the same time. Every moment's getting monitored. So at any moment, if He wants to change what your current destiny is,
It's
He
like
can change it.
okay. In simple terms, you could shorten your days, yes,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you set off like remember after the flood, He said man's day is 120. So you start off with 120 years when you're born. Okay, now if you smoke cigarettes, you might go down some. However, because God knows when you're going to die, it's like you're not going to add anything to your life. Like, for example, if my destiny is to die in a car wreck at the age of 52, I'm going to die in that car wreck, just like Jay Briscoe, the one who I dedicated the Real Rappers 3 to. He died at the age of 37 in a car wreck. He was a pro wrestler. He was in elite shape, and he wrestled all over the world, and like he was in elite shape, a good father. But guess what? God said, you know what? These girls deserve to have extreme pain, and they deserve
No.
to have their father ripped away from them because
No,
God is a
no,
vicious
you
little
got it
fucking
all
creature.
wrong, dude. You got it all
Sometimes I'm
backwards.
disgusted.
God
by
God doesn't
Why did
choose
you hold on? What
when
did
you
you just say
die.
at the end there? Did you just blasphemize God at the end
Pretty
there?
much.
Yes, I am disgusted
No,
by
God
God.
doesn't choose when
Why
you
would He
die.
rip
See,
away?
your
And I am
problem
justified
is your
at this thing.
theology. You
Yo,
think that
Why
God
would He rip away a father from their daughters
He
and make the
didn't.
daughters
He
like? Well,
didn't.
who did? Who did?
If
Why didn't He stop it then?
chance,
It makes me mad, and I have,
circumstances. It's cause and
God needs
effect.
to. I need to
Your
hold God
free
accountable for
will.
that.
You've got free will. You're
Yeah,
free
this
to
is
do
the-
whatever you want, and accidents happen, and,
This
I
is
and
get
God's
angry,
not
guys.
controlling.
predestination, man. It creates a mindset that God's responsible for everything that happens.
I know,
Exactly.
but it's just. I mean,
Terrible.
it's just the way I feel about
It's
it.
not
Like,
biblical, though.
why why didn't God protect him? Like, why did he rip away a father for, like, I know he didn't do it, but why did he let
Who
it happen?
was this guy to you?
Well,
Just
because
guy
he
you
gave us
watched
free will.
pro
He wanted
wrestling?
us to be able to, do whatever we want. Anything you want to do, you
It's
can
not
do.
fair.
But you're gonna have to. Well, I know it's not fair in this life, but it's
Yeah.
gonna be fair come Judgment Day, because that's when God's gonna pay back all those wicked people for what they did, and He's gonna give rewards to the good people. So then that's when it's gonna be fair. But now it ain't fair. You can do whatever you want, but there's going to be consequences in the afterlife, and that's the whole gamble. That's the whole point of life.
Well, I feel like we don't even matter.
I know, because it's
And
almost
I
like
feel
he's
like-
ignoring us. He's basically literally ignoring us. He's not paying attention. Like,
But
yeah,
he doesn't ignore it. He doesn't ignore it when it's your soul. When it's your physical flesh, God doesn't ignore everything either. But when He really doesn't ignore it is when it's your soul. Like in my
yeah, I'm sure in
situation.
some cases
He
he'll
won't.
right.
He won't let any soul go judged unjustly by the devil. Can't just steal your soul. That can't happen. God
Right,
stopped
he could,
that.
yeah.
It's one
But
of the
God isn't
I
going to
mean, like I
protect
said-
people. I mean, He may be in certain cases, yeah. Sometimes, maybe, I don't know, but
you have.
it's not like He's here
understand that
micromanaging and just because
Yeah.
He allows
Yeah.
it to happen, that doesn't mean He condones it or He wants it to happen. He wants it not to happen, but He's allowing it for now, because it's like a test. It's like
Yeah, He does test man. I mean, it's all throughout the
you
scripture.
have to
God
earn
does-
your keep in heaven. You got to earn your way in. He's not just going to let you in as some degenerate scumbag.
This
You're going to
life
have
is-
to. You got
yeah.
your entire life to get your act together.
This life is about turning your heart towards God's will and realizing that your way has been done over and over again, and God lets you bump your head on the wall until you realize you got a concussion, and then He comes and He shows
What
you.
matters in life? Do I only matter in my own life, or should I care about others?
You only matter as much as you matter to yourself, firstly, but then you matter to other people as much as you can help other people and not hurt them. So if you hurt other people, then you're net negative. But if you're aiding other people, then you're a net positive. So I mean, what you should do is try to just serve others. That's why Jesus said, whoever wants to be the greatest among you must be the slave of all or the servant of all. Depending
Yeah.
on the gospel, it says slave one.
Okay,
and
so
bond.
what is the greatest need? Okay,
The
And I mean,
greatest
that
need
ties
is
into
God.
hell,
The greatest
too, a
need
little
is
bit.
God. The greatest
It's
need
like-
is to give people God. There's no other need that's greater than that. You could give people anything else: food, clothing, shelter. The greatest thing you could give the person is the knowledge of God. So if you,
I don't know. I can go to the edge here, but I don't know if you guys can mentally handle it.
you go to the edge, buddy. I think me and Dirty can.
I don't know. Like, you guys are already saying, "Oh, I'm not blasphemy. I'm just."
Well, I mean,
I know
there's
you
some
heard
really
this
tough
stuff. I
questions.
mean, I've heard.
I don't
you
think.
know,
I don't know if you guys are
I'm
mentally
sure I've
ready.
had the same
You
thoughts that
can-
you have
can
had
go to
about
the
that.
edge. You
I
can go to
pissed
the
off
edge.
sometimes
All
at
right,
God.
all right.
You're
I
only.
mean, I can
you're only
go to the
driving a
edge.
nail into your own coffin, not mine. So
Now, no, I mean the reason
But it
I'm
ties
gonna
into
go to
hell
the edge,
too. Whereas, like, if you have more
You
bad
guys can make
deeds-
his okay. Like what I
And
think.
you-
Let's let him go. I'm curious what his edge is.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, now I believe in Jesus. I love Jesus, but I don't understand what's happening. I get angry about it. So here's my accusations. Here's if we were in front of a judge, I would. Here's what I would convict God of. How dare you let children be molested and raped on a daily basis? How could you do that? Why did you? What kind of father lets their children be molested and raped on a daily basis? Why don't you?
Well, that's
prevent-
going to be
stop
his
it?
argument against us. That's what he's going to say to us.
Exactly. That's the first accusation. And I'm not saying like I
On
believe
Judgment Day, he's going to say, "Why did you guys allow this? Why did
Exactly.
you allow that to happen? What did you do, Nemesis, to stop it?"
that's what I'm saying. What can I do to stop it?
Yeah, that's your problem.
What can I do to
You
stop it?
need to do
What can I
something.
do?
What
Okay.
can you do? Do whatever you can, but don't blame him.
Okay, I'm just
It's
saying
your
that.
world. You're the owner of this world.
I mean, honestly, these questions are.
Oh, it's my
answered in
world, so I can
detail.
go out and do whatever I want, huh?
He gave you the world. This is
No, he
our
didn't. The
world.
world is owned by Satan.
We have
That's what the
total
Bible
It's
says.
control
not
over this
owned by
world, you
Satan.
know.
God
He
is
well,
in control of the
you're
world.
right. God is the owner of it and
If the
everything, but
devil was
he
in
gave
charge
it.
of this world,
He
this world would be a lot different than it is now. God is in charge of the world.
right. I know
Devil
God is the owner of the world, but
exists
he
as
gave it
sin.
into our hands. It's under
Another
our
thing too,
control. You
Jesus
know,
did not suffer like other people suffer. So his suffering was not even as bad as other people have it. So how was he? Okay, I know, like Jesus.
yeah, I
is
see what you mean. It wasn't something
Jesus got
as
to live
significant as
33. Now
other
listen,
people's suffering. Yeah, I see what you mean, but
Jesus got to live. It said
he still
33
had to
years.
suffer and die, and that's nothing that anybody wants to go through.
Okay,
You
at the
know,
end of his life, he was tortured and killed. What
right?
about the
He
15-year-old
also
getting?
was tempted in the
And I see what you
wilderness too.
mean. What about the 15-year? Yeah, I see. I
What
understand
about
what
the
you mean.
15-year-old that gets his life stripped away from him by a
And
false
whoever,
accusation?
you know, if we can't catch those guys who are doing that, then God, we can rest easy knowing God is going to judge them on Judgment Day. But it doesn't mean we can just give up on trying to catch those guys and stop them. And you know, we have a duty. This is our
Let me ask
time. You know,
MC Nemesis a question, because I think this will help. Are you claiming that God doesn't know what it's like for that 15-year-old kid to suffer in that manner? Does God not know what's going on? Does God not experience that with that child?
Yes, he knows all he can. Yeah, and the fact that he does know what they're going through, and he still allows it for them to have mental illness and kill themselves. I know what you're going to say. Well, they should have just.
I'm just trying to give you like
I'm just saying,
like God can't relate to that, but how do you know God doesn't experience that with that being?
No, I know it. He understands fully.
yeah. So think
but
about
that makes it
how
worse.
pissed off God is going to be on Judgment Day, because He's ordained that mankind has free will for a certain amount of time. You know, and then there's going to be Judgment Day. So whatever we do during that time, He's going to judge us for that. They're not going to get away from it. So you know what's happening now to those. We have a duty to stop them. It's our
See,
duty as men.
the problem is your
We're
argument
not
falls
helpless
so
here. We
flat.
can't say, "Oh
Your
well."
arguments mean literally nothing to the kids starving on the streets. They don't want to hear, "Oh, Jesus loves you." No, if you're
No,
a
I
real
know. That's
follower
why
of
you can't.
if you're a real follower of Jesus and you see somebody starving on the streets, you're going to try to help them,
You're supposed to, yeah.
but we don't
Well, some of us don't. Yeah, a lot of people
because
don't.
it would put us at
A lot of
risk.
Christians don't do that.
The government
We're going to
judges
be
will.
judged by if we had the ability to do something and we didn't do it. That's what we're going to be judged on. You know,
Okay, well, I understand this,
you
but
know,
you have
if
to
you don't
understand.
have the opportunity to stop something like that from happening, then you're not really going to be judged for that. But if you had an opportunity and you didn't take it,
It's
you
too
know, of
big of
course
a
you're going to be
risk.
judged on that.
I think all these questions are answered in Job 38
Yeah.
through 40 when God comes and answers Job. And I suggest anybody that ever
Right.
has these type of thoughts about this should read Job chapter 38 through 40, because it just puts in perspective that human beings, when they question God, they don't know what God's doing or experiencing. And you know, what we should really realize is that, like I said, is God's everywhere. God feels, knows everything. So when somebody is suffering, when people say, well, why does God allow it? Do they understand that God is not probably, but is suffering with that being? Because he is no probably is suffering with that being too. So God himself is experiencing it. If I could feel what it's like to be Dirty Varmint and MC Nemesis, when you guys suffered, I would feel that too. So when people accuse God of like, well, where is he? Why isn't he changing that? Well, he's also suffering. What he tries to do is teach us to love each other and to treat each other in a manner where we minimize the suffering around us. Now, granted, are we still mortal? Are diseases going to occur? Are little kids still going to get cancer? Yeah, and that's terrible. And none of us understand, you know, how that works. Why some kids die at 3 years old and some kids don't. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, but it's
tragedy,
easily explainable because God created the world to be automatic. It works on its own. He doesn't need to be there watching it or paying attention to it
I
for it
understand.
to grow. He could
Yeah.
go mind his own business and the world is going to keep going. You know,
Yeah,
he made it that way.
God plants the tree. He creates the sun and the rain and the dirt, and I get it. I'm with you, Dirty. I understand.
I understand, but that's still not feeding people. Your doctrine does not feed people.
Well, Christianity.
What do you
feeds
mean?
people. I mean, how can you say? I mean, churches have food banks. I don't know about you guys, but if you see a homeless person, or if you can, you should try to help them. I mean, granted, should we all be doing it more? Yeah, that's what Jesus tried to instill in all of us, and demonstrated it with the rich man situation. Saying, to
Yeah,
the
I
rich
mean,
man,
I do believe that we're taking the right steps forward to feed some people in America, but other people in third world countries, no, they don't get fed much.
well,
They get
human
poisoned.
beings
Yeah,
care
there is a
more
lot of
about.
abuse going on
You
by
guys failed. Like Coca-Cola gives people poison. Like, okay, they give toxic waste, and they tell farmers to use it as fertilizer. That's how they do with it.
I
They
don't
deal
know
with
what
the
you're
toxic
talking about
waste.
with this Coca-Cola stuff. You're
That Coca-Cola is pure evil. That
It's probably why you're getting banned, because you're slandering Coca-Cola.
well, the thing is,
yeah,
here's
some of it.
the thing. Here's the thing.
I for any Coca-Cola attorneys, I do not endorse any message.
It's
MC
like, but to
Nemesis
put
say.
responsibility on God for all the evil that we do, we're the ones doing the evil, not him.
Yeah,
He's
that's
not
the
Okay,
doing
but
problem with
anything evil.
but
predestination. That's
at the same
problem
time,
with
you
that.
got to understand. You got to understand this. That is not your doctrine. Is not stopping Coca-Cola from delivering toxic waste to them. What are we going to do about that?
They've
How are we
got
going to
free
stop
will
it?
too. They can do whatever they want. They don't have to
How are
believe
we
the
going to
doctrine.
stop it? They have free will, but we
Well,
have
you're
the free will
right.
to
That's a
stop
good
it.
question. If you have something you want to stop, you gotta try to do it with all your power and all your might. You know, if it's the right thing to do, you should try to do it. I don't know how
Okay,
you would go
okay.
about it.
Who has the power to stop it?
I don't know, some lawyer, man.
Not a lawyer, the government.
You're right, but the government's corrupt. Good luck stopping them. You know.
The government is corrupt, but they are also a neutral force. They are neither good nor evil.
Yeah, but good luck. I mean, you could become the president if you want. I don't know. Trump tried it, and it didn't seem to work out very well for him.
Yes, that's why we're trying to influence people to do the right thing, to take steps to help society, and that's where your politics come in. That
Yeah,
you're,
politics is a big thing, man.
what's
It's a
the
big
only thing
beast.
that we can
How
do?
you gonna control the beast? So I see what you're saying, where you feel helpless to fight
right.
against this. You know,
Hold on, because you really should not ever do what you just did, MC Nemesis, which is challenge or accuse God. I mean, that's what the whole point of the book of Job is Job was asking these questions like you had, and God answers them. So I really would say, and I'll read some of it right now, chapter 38 through 40 is the culmination of Job, and it really answers your questions, because what it does, when people have the questions you have, MC Nemesis, what they fail to realize is, well, what can you do that God doesn't do? Like,
Okay,
hold on.
before you blow up the Bible verse,
You're essentially saying I would do a better job than God. That's what you're saying.
no, of course not. I'm saying, look, okay,
so.
But your answer to everything is going to be because God says, ain't it?
No, I'm just going to read the verses because I
Can
don't
you
know.
Can you do it without the Bible?
I'm going to give you.
I can give you a summary of Job.
I'm just going to read Job 38 through 40 because it answers the questions. Hold on.
It says because God says.
It's going to take me 5 minutes. Just relax. It's going to take 5 minutes. The Lord answers Job. The Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, "Who is this that darkens counsel by words without knowledge? Dress for action like a man. I will question you, and you make it known to me. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurement? Surely you know, or stretched out the line upon it. On what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Or who shut the sea or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst out from the womb? When I made clouds its garment, and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed limits for it, and set bars and doors, and said, Thus far you shall come and no farther, and here shall your proud waves be stayed. Have you commanded the morning since your days began, and caused the dawn to know its place, that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it? It is clay, it is changed like clay under the seal, and its features stand out like a garment. From the wicked their light is withheld, and their uplifted arm is broken. Have you entered into the springs of the sea, or walked in the recesses of the deep? Have the gates of death been revealed to you, or have you seen the gates of deep darkness? Have you comprehended the expanse of the earth? Declare if you know all this. Where is the
I don't
way?
think he knows any of
Yeah.
this.
Where is the way of the dwelling of light, MC Nemesis? And where is the place of darkness, that you may take its?
I mean, we get the point.
Okay, yes, I understand
okay,
it.
it goes all the way to 40.
I think I've
But,
got
but he goes through all the animals too.
I understand that,
Talks
but
about
so your
how
answer,
all the animals.
I understand. So your answer to
Okay.
secular people is because God says.
in a way, yeah, I
It's,
guess.
it's not
Oops,
because
that ain't
But it's
gonna
like-
work. I'm sorry,
No,
that's
it's-
just
it's
not
not
good
because-
enough.
no,
That's
no,
not
my
gonna
answer
But
work.
it's like,
Gonna have
okay,
to come up
Job.
with something else
my
too.
answer.
Oh, let me
my
answer
isn't
him.
because
It's just
God
not
says,
good enough. I mean,
No,
it's good
my
enough
answer
for
isn't
me.
that. My
It's
answer
good
is
enough
you
for me,
can't do
Ron.
it
I'm a
better.
Christian, but it's not good enough for
No,
them.
my answer is not that. My answer is you can't do it better than God.
Yeah, you can't do it better. So who are you to talk? You know.
Okay, well, if someone doesn't believe in the Bible, then they would say God is not doing anything.
Well, okay, like with the book of Job, his friends sinned because they thought that God was a moral arbiter on the earth, a moral accountant on the earth, and that he punished the wicked in this life and rewarded the good, you know, but they were wrong. And so they accused Job of lying and everything because their premise was wrong. And so they sinned because they thought that God was a moral arbiter. And Job almost sinned when he said that God should be a moral arbiter, because Job knew that God was not a moral arbiter on the earth, and he thought that God should be, just like you think he should be. You know, you think that he should stop the abusers from hurting kids. You think he should step in and stop. But that Job almost sinned because he thought that God should do that, you know, and no, God,
Because God
no,
says,
he
I
shouldn't.
get it.
He shouldn't. God shouldn't step
Now
in.
listen, that
He's
answer is good
given-
enough for me, but it is not good enough for the
He's
secular.
given us
You're gonna have
free
to come up
will.
with
It's
something else
us who
outside
should
the
step
Bible to
in. If
convince me.
anyone's going to step in, it's us. We need to stop it from happening, not
There's
him.
no
It's not
answer
his
good
job.
enough for
He
second.
gave
Yes, we
us
do
the
try to
earth.
stop it. That's why instead of talking about it through a religious biblical perspective, you got to talk about it. You got to bring it back down to earth. You got to talk about it through a political
I know it's
perspective.
a tough subject. I mean, how do you stop it? What would you? I mean, we can't
Okay,
just
yeah, I'm
become
just I'm saying,
vigilantes.
yeah, like
I mean,
law
but
enforcement.
maybe
law
God
enforcement.
would. I don't know.
We need to trust God to give us
Yeah,
the
no, you
power
can't
to
just trust
solve it.
God to, figure it out. We got to figure it out. We can't just give up
We need
on
to trust
ourselves.
God to, but the problem is, what can we do as just people? We're not
I
law
know
enforcement.
that is a big
You know what
problem,
we
and
can do as
I
people?
relate. I can
spread
relate to that.
awareness.
What can we do?
Spread
It's like
awareness.
I can
We
hardly
have
do
to be
anything, but you
okay.
got to try. You got to do something.
You're coping so hard right now. Like
No, I'm saying it's
you are
our
coping.
fault and it's our responsibility. It's not
You
his.
hit a
God
wall.
is not responsible. He shouldn't be a moral arbiter. That would be unfair. You know, in order to have
But God
fairness,
is supposed
he
to
has
be.
to give
He
us
is the
free
arbiter
will.
of morals. If
No,
he's
he's
not the
not.
arbiter so he's not holy. He's not perfect.
No, he will be on Judgment Day. That's when he's going to judge the wicked.
So you're
and
saying he's not here yet?
he's good right
true.
now
You're-
because he
you're-
lets the sun shine on the wicked and the righteous alike. So he gives his blessings to all, and which is what we should do. So he's good.
Well,
but
I
on
guess he
Judgment
blesses
Day
the
is when he'll
child
be
molesters.
righteous, and then he's going to judge the wicked.
I guess he blesses the Coca-Cola bottling company for killing.
He does. He lets the
thousands
sun
of people with
shine on the
toxic waste.
Coca-Cola bottling company, just like he lets it shine on anyone else. So
So
he's all good.
So all
God
you
is
need
good.
all you need to do is have someone else do evil, and then that takes away from God's goodness, according to you. So,
Well, he
if-
doesn't stop it.
so let's put it this way: if you had a child yourself, I don't know if you have a child. I don't have any children, but if you had a child, and then your child did something bad, is it your fault?
In essence, yes, because I raised them incorrectly.
Okay, so every time your child did something fault, it's your fault.
If you do everything you can to raise them right and they still do it, then no.
So God doesn't do that. God doesn't give us every single law, command, lesson that we
Yeah,
need.
God creates
doesn't
us
give us
all
that.
equal
God
at
doesn't.
birth.
He doesn't do anything.
We all know
besides
nothing
He
when we're
gave us
born.
the Bible. That's it, and we're
Hold
supposed
on,
to follow
hold on. Did
Jesus.
God give us all the tools we need or not?
I believe He did. Yeah, I believe that we don't know how to.
So
use
then
it.
God is that parent that told the child not to do something. So when the child does something wrong, you can't blame God. You blame the child.
Yeah, the child
Yeah,
has
I
his
mean,
own
if God
will.
did
We all
everything
have
He
our
could,
own will, and it's up to us. Like we're born, we don't know anything. We're a clean slate, so you can't blame anything on God. He didn't give you any knowledge. You learned it from your five senses. There's nothing that God told you. I mean, maybe on special occasions or something like that, but for the most part, when we grow up, it's like we've got our five senses, and that's how we get all of our information. God's not, we're all born equal, but then we have the choice to choose our own direction and our own actions. And so we can't blame God for any of those.
yeah, I understand, and that's a good answer. Forgive me for my accusatory tone. Like I've kind of have to do this in order to, like, these are the
Well, it's a
issues
good
that
question. Atheists will bring that up all the time.
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm putting myself in the perspective of this,
I
and
feel that way sometimes too. I get pissed off at God.
Problem is what's bad is in your heart. If you feel those things, you're ignorant and you're just wrong and you're blaming
I know.
God.
I mean, I have empathy.
Yeah, but it's
Like I can
natural.
take on another person, like you.
Yeah,
Like
but that sounded like you. You were kind of pissed off when that wrestler died.
I know because I
Yeah,
thought of
because you
myself.
thought that God caused him to die.
No, I put myself in
Yeah,
the
the
perspective of an
the
atheist.
predestined doctrine really does lead to a person becoming an atheist and resenting God.
And they
You
resent
really,
him.
that's one of the things that Tyler Vela, the Calvinist, ex-Calvinist guy, he drank that Calvinist poison of God predestined everything. So he started blaming God for every evil thing that ever occurred. And once you do that, then I don't blame you
I
if you
know, and
fall away from
then
God
it's like,
because
I'm not
you're
saying
blaming God
MC
for all
does this,
evil.
but a lot of times when people go down that road, they start hating themselves too. They think, well, I'm as filthy rags and nothing I can do can please God. And it's like they just go down this downward spiral of God's evil, I'm evil, everything's evil, everything's freaking evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe everything's evil. I mean, my experience. No, I put myself into these character roles to try to understand them better.
I don't think that was a character. I think that was
Oh,
you.
okay. So you playing devil's advocate? I mean,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
practice that sometimes too.
I know people don't understand that I create these characters and that I can like this
Like,
is how good of a
I debated
Well, listen
against
to your
the
music. I can
virgin
tell your
birth on
music.
Jamie's channel, but I didn't necessarily believe that
now me
it
as a person,
wasn't a
me as
virgin birth. I
Aaron,
mean, it's
like
just a debate
I'm Aaron, but MC
practice.
Nemesis is the questioner here. If you want him to be, it depends on who you guys want to talk to. Do you want to talk to Aaron or do you want to talk to MC Nemesis?
Well, you got what personal two personalities or what?
I don't know. Like people say I might have it or schizophrenia or something, but I can
Yeah.
tell you this that me as Aaron, I love Jesus and I believe in him.
Uh-huh.
But MC Nemesis,
Well, your name
I
is
don't
an MC Nemesis.
Hold on. Go ahead, MC Nemesis.
you don't want to. I just don't like. I try to suppress him. I try to suppress him. I don't think that you guys
You
want
think
to.
it's
Nemesis' religious beliefs? Go ahead.
You wanted to ask him?
Yeah, I want MC Nemesis.
Oh, great.
Answer.
All right.
Yeah, call the demon forth. Let's talk to it. No, I don't think so, dude.
I mean, no, it's not
You
about.
think
like,
you got some
I'm
kind
not
of demon or
possessed.
something?
I'm not possessed. I just, I don't know what you call it. Anyways, so basically, guys, if you do want to talk to me, everything that
Yeah, no, we don't want to talk to the demon. We'll talk to you. Dude.
Okay. Look, you know what? You guys wanted to talk to me, and that's fine and good. But I can tell you right now, this. Aaron is a very emotional, fragile, weak person.
That's fine.
You understand? I am not. I am MC Nemesis.
All right.
I am a creative genius. I'm an American rapper. And I am the one responsible for our good lifestyle. So to say that do I believe in God? Yeah. I mean, I've talked to God and the devil. And you know what I found out?
You talk to the
That
devil and God.
the devil is afraid of me and God is on my
Alright.
side. But you have to understand what I am. I'm
Have
an
you ever
angel
had
of
any
death.
supernatural experiences?
Do you know what nemesis is? Do you know what I came to do on this earth? I did not come to save anybody. I came to destroy. I came
That's
to
what I
burn it
thought.
all down. I came to burn this house of hip hop down, to expose them. And I came.
What about the
that
house
reason.
of the church? You know,
I'm just telling you why I exist. And I'm trying to explain to you guys right now. You don't have to believe me. This might be fictional. I've debated it. Is it fictional? Am I just creating these characters in my head? Or am I actually somebody different?
yeah. I
don't
mean, do
know
you
yet.
think that it's just your imagination, and then you're just kind of
Cool.
making it fun for you? You know,
Not
to
fun.
make people think, oh, this guy, maybe he's crazy, maybe he's, you know, it's fun. It gets
I
you
can tell you
attention.
right now, there's walls you're going to hit with the secular community that you probably won't be able to get around. Your belief system has failed and it's dying.
I mean, there's a lot of other musicians who kind of have a multiple.
Not at all, though. If you really think about it, the Christian faith, the Bible, it's more, the internet's made it more prevalent than ever. So I mean, more
The
people.
algorithm is going to save us, not God. I mean, God is the algorithm, so then God saves us then. So
Yeah, I
is
heard
God
you
the
say that
algorithm.
before. That
Yeah,
God is the algorithm.
You're playing. You're in a dangerous mindset, man. And I get it. Some people,
Well, the other day he was saying you believe in everything Jesus taught. So what's wrong with that?
the thing is, like, people.
Why do you got to have the algorithm and all this other stuff?
People that
Nemesis.
have to create like another person to feel good about themselves. That's a bad start. Like, you should be happy as Aaron. So Aaron shouldn't have those, lack qualities that MC Nemesis has if they're positive qualities. So don't just be comfortable in who you are, man. Don't like I get it too. Like Beyonce, she has a name for her performer name, like Sasha or something weird, and she becomes a different person, I guess. So maybe it's a way for some people to be successful.
I mean, I guess
maybe more people should do it. Maybe I should have
if it's just
personality.
pretend, like
Maybe I should
it
have
just-
the name Super Ryan, and then Super Ryan is
Yeah, you could
not
have-
afraid. It's good for some people. Like, if you're afraid to talk to girls, but you convince yourself, like, well, this is my other personality, and then you have the confidence to talk to girls, and you kind of, what you do is you make like the failures of that imaginary person.
Yeah, but as long as you know it, you're just
Not
acting.
real. Not
I
real.
guess fake it till you make it. Maybe you really think of
Yeah,
yourself.
I mean, you can do it in a way, but if you're doing it in a way to rebel against God, you probably just got a demon in your ear.
And I don't know.
Do you guys think that MC Nemesis is a demon?
I don't know anything about demons at all. So I don't even.
I think
I have a hard time believing that anybody has a demon.
Well, people do have demons, but
I don't know. I don't know.
People have had demons.
I have a hard time believing it, even though
I've had demonic stuff in my ears.
Right,
so you guys accuse me, MC Nemesis, of being a demon.
Well, no, I didn't accuse. I was asking you.
Being a demon, I said, if you have something that's telling you to rebel against God, that is a demon. So if you have something in your brain, it's probably not from God. It's a demon.
Well, yeah,
I don't want to rebel against him. I just want him to. Okay, how am I supposed to help anybody if he don't give me wealth? Like, seriously, how am I supposed to go out and feed the homeless? He needs to give me the wealth, and he needs to teach me the responsibilities on how to use it, because
that's not what Jesus taught, man.
I'm capable of helping people.
Jesus said that if you follow him, you're going to be persecuted and
well, he gives other
poor.
Like, he lets other people be wealthy. Why not me?
He doesn't let. He allows you to get as wealthy as you can of your own free will, but
I don't want it of my own free will. I want God to give it to me.
Yeah, Why? He's not going to do that. Why would he give it to you, but then also
Why
let
does
some
he give it to other
child?
people that don't deserve it? I deserve it.
Well,
I work
because
hard
it's
for what I do.
they get it by chance, like by their own actions. You know, it's all by their own actions. You can
I
get as
want
rich
him
as you want. God's
to
not going to
give
help
me the. I
anyone
want
make
him to give me
money.
the power to help people like I want to do.
He's not helping anyone. They're doing it of their own free will. They're making money however they can, and you're making money however you can. God is not going to pick and choose and let help people make money.
I
Everybody's got
understand that I might not be responsible enough to handle it quite yet, and I understand that. But
God doesn't give those kind of
I'm
gifts.
asking God right now. You give me the wealth and you teach me. Now listen, I
No,
want to go out
He's not going to
and
do
I
it.
will. I'm not going to video it or anything.
And
I'm
you
just
might be
saying,
asking for
give me
something
the
you
money to
really
give
don't
the
want,
homeless guy
because Jesus
$100.
said it's hard for a rich man to get into heaven, man. You want to make it hard for yourself? You're going to be making it real hard for yourself, because as soon as you get that money, you're going to be thinking you're top dog,
I understand, but like you said, God can do all things. I want Him to give me wealth,
Yeah,
but
you want
also
him to take the wheel and control your life and give you stuff, But he ain't going to do that. He's not going to take control of your life. That's why he
then who's
created you,
giving me what
so
I
you
have
could
right
take
now?
control of
Then
your own life.
did He
That's
give me
why
what I
he
have
did
right
that.
now? Did He bless me, or is this from the devil?
No, the blessings are going to come on Judgment Day, not in this life. Not
Then
I don't
who
even
gave me
think a
what I
single
have?
blessing. Well,
Who gave
maybe
me what I
maybe
have?
some blessings, but not a lot, dude. He's
Who
not
gave
blessed.
me what I have? Why do I live in a
Why
6-bedroom
would you
house?
want to
Why do
spend
I
your
live
blessings
better?
on
Why
this
am I in the
life
top
when
20%?
you should spend them in the afterlife? That's when the blessings really count, because then you're blessed forever. Like in this life, you're going to use up all your blessings and you ain't going to have none left for the afterlife.
What do you mean? Like, how many blessings does people start with? Do you know? Do you
I don't know,
quantify?
but I know that you don't want to waste them on riches in this life, because you're going to die. You need to build up treasures in heaven, which is, it's a different thing. You build up treasures on earth, that's all you're going to get.
My appeal to God is this. Okay, I only live once, God. Do you love me or not?
No, you don't only live once. That's the problem. You live twice. That's
No,
the whole
I'm on
thing.
this earth only once.
No, well, I don't know where you're at in the resurrection, but you're somewhere. You're going to be alive, so you live twice. There's two. You get two. So the first one is like the test, and the second one is, the good one.
I don't understand. Like, whatever you're saying is a bunch of mumbo jumbo that I don't even think that you believe.
No, I believe everything I'm saying, man. This is
Believe
how I
what?
see
You're
it.
just saying you're going to lose 3 blessings if you do that. You don't want to lose 3 blessings now.
Yeah,
want to keep them 3
if I
blessings.
use up all my blessings in this life, man, what am I going to have left for the afterlife? You got to save up treasures for the afterlife. You don't want to be asking God, oh, please give me riches, give me a nice car, because then he's going to be like, well, all the good deeds you did only covers so much. I mean, I think you got to earn your
but
way
I don't
in.
care about having
deeds
riches
to
in heaven
get
if I'm
in.
with God, because His presence will be enough to satiate me, though.
I guess. I mean, I don't know, man. They're your blessings.
What do you need? What do you want the money for? What do you want to buy?
What do I want to buy?
Yeah, what do you?
I want to make. I
What
want
do
to
you
make
want
sure.
that God, what do you want God to give you? Do you want a fancy house? Do you want a bunch of clothes? What do you want? Jewelry? What would you do with all the money that you're asking for?
I want people to. I want to be profitable from my music. Like, I want enough money. I want to make
Well,
enough
that's going
money
to
on
take
my
work.
music.
You got to do the
I know.
work.
I am doing the work.
You
Like,
got to keep
I
it.
recorded.
I got a question for you, MC Nemesis. Would you rather have $10 million that God gave you from a lottery ticket, or would you rather have $5 million that you made from being a successful rap artist and got the money from that? Which one would you rather
The
have?
lottery ticket.
Yeah, give me the 10. The quantity's always
Yeah, give me that lottery ticket. I don't have to work
all
for
right,
it.
well, you guys
Naturally.
haven't learned this lesson yet. DMX has a really good rap line. He goes, let me think of the line real quick. Go ahead and talk. I'll think of the line.
Well, I mean, I do.
You're going to reference a multi-millionaire rapper who's going to lecture me about. Hey, my name's DMX. I have millions of dollars, but guess what? The money doesn't matter.
I have
it
a
does.
similar
Okay,
argument.
here's the line. What would you rather have? 10 you found or 5 you earned? Became a man at 6 because at 5 I learned.
Right.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
And I
Think
agree
about
with that
What would you
sentiment.
rather have? 10 you found or 5 you earned?
Yeah, I
Became a-
totally
10
agree
I
with
found. That what I
sentiment.
mean, I would much rather have the money. Yeah, 10 I
Became
found.
a man at 6
But
because at 5
if I'm
I
being
learned.
honest with myself, I'd rather have the free money, you know.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
you're missing
come on,
the
dude.
moral value of
But
what
I see the
Dude,
sentiment.
DMX,
Yeah.
these people are trying to gaslight you. Do you understand
No,
that the society?
it's a good
Do you
point.
understand that you two have been brainwashed to believing that you should chase after wealth? Why? Because
No.
people like DMX will have $10 million. You can be like, you know what, guys? And they'll make videos, be like, or they'll
DMX
make
is
raps
bad,
saying,
bro.
you know what?
DMX
You know
is
what,
bad,
Ryan?
bro.
Look, you know what, Ryan? The money doesn't matter. You shouldn't even chase after it. I did. And you know what? Even though I have 10 million, it don't matter. They try to brainwash you and gaslight you to believing so you don't chase after it.
Yeah, I
You're
guess,
being
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I guess Jesus forgot to get the crown and the gold that he was due in his lifetime too, right?
Yeah.
His purpose was not to stay on the earth, though.
Yeah, but his
he
purpose
did
was to
instruct
show us
us
what's
to not
really
give a crap
valuable.
about that stuff, not give a
Yeah.
crap about how rich you are. You know?
I don't want to be like
He
super
says it's
rich.
really
Like, this is what
hard
I
to get
want.
into heaven if you're rich, because once you're rich, you're gonna be so full of yourself, and you're gonna be spending all your money on cool.
What about
cars
Solomon?
and-
What about David? They were rich.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what? Yeah, God
Yeah.
bless some of the ancient
Yeah,
kings.
so bless me like you bless Solomon and David.
Why
Why
you
not,
think
God?
that you're worthy to be in the Bible? Like you're a
Nobody's
super
worthy.
duper king. You know,
Solomon and David, they
we're
weren't worthy, were they?
insignificant compared to Solomon. He's like,
Did they not sin? Were they
he's
not
like
sinning
one of
like
like
men?
20
Why don't I have
characters that are super elevated. You know, it's like, oh yeah, make me like Solomon. Yeah. Of course,
You
everybody
can't
wants to be.
brainwash me. You cannot
Everybody wants to
brainwash
be
me.
like Solomon.
You're not going to be successful in brainwash me. I told you.
Yeah, but how can you ask for something that's just like 1 in a billion? You
What
know?
would you hold on? We never got his answer. What would you buy with the money?
What would I? Okay, so if I had $10 million,
Drugs and cars and hookers and you know,
I would not buy. No, I wouldn't buy any of those.
you'd be a
things. You
rapper,
need to
dude.
Stop assuming. Stop assuming. Here's
Okay,
what I
what would
want
you
to do
buy?
with the money. I want to buy. I don't even want a big mansion. I just want like a small
Yeah,
house
just a small mansion.
with about no. I just want a small 3-bedroom house with
Nice
about
swimming
with
pool,
about
nice
20
swimming
acres
pool.
with about 20 acres on
About
it.
20 acres.
All right, keep going. Couple
Okay.
horses.
I
What
want to
else?
make sure that I always have a running vehicle. I don't
Alright.
care if it's old or not. I just want a running vehicle. Like I have 3
All
cars
right.
right now. I, want
Yeah, I
to
don't care if
on the
it's a
road.
Ferrari. It's just got to be
All right,
running.
keep going, keep spending that money. Go ahead, tell us.
Okay, I would like to be able to launch bigger ad campaigns so more people can hear my music, so I can
Okay.
develop a bigger
Ah,
fan.
then you'll be
All right,
spending
all
money
Keep
though.
going,
You
keep
don't
going.
want that.
And
Tell us a
then
few
I
more
would like to
things.
find a
Advertising.
spiritual God that we can connect.
Ooh.
And God, I want to find a spiritual God that I can connect with, that we can go out and do some sort of ministry.
Okay. Well, you don't need money
hold
for
on,
that.
hold on. What did you say? You're saying a god? What are you
He
saying?
wants to buy a spiritual guide.
Like
Oh,
a
a
spiritual
spiritual
guide,
guide.
somebody
Okay.
that's like I want to find
He
somebody
wants to
who
get a hippie.
Okay, you want to buy some spiritual
Buy a hippie.
guide that to lead you?
not buy them. I want to scout different ministries.
Okay, so you want to be like Justin Bieber and have like a personal pastor that like.
I want to. My goal is this: without wealth, I can do nothing. I have no power. God has not granted it to me. I'm asking Him
No,
to
that's
give
not
me the
true,
power.
man. You've got power with your raps and stuff like that. You're talented. You got some talent. So if you just keep working on your own, develop that, and put a good.
I know
message
who
in
gave
there.
me the talent.
Well, it wasn't like God chose you and said, I'm going to give him this talent. It's like God made Adam and Eve, and then they had kids, which are copies of them from DNA, half their mother, half their father. And then we're just copies upon a copy, on a copy, on a copy, all the way down to what we are now. It's all automatic. God isn't like picking and choosing our eye color and our hair color. It's all DNA. He made it so that it's automatic,
Look,
He's
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I'm an elitist or anything. I'm just telling you that I was born.
Okay, yeah,
maybe God does give us
I was
gifts. I don't
born.
know.
I was
Listen.
born better than some people.
Like
Okay,
maybe God does give us
nothing,
those type of
nothing
gifts.
you
I don't
asked
know.
for there was crazy. You didn't ask for like a purple zebra or something. So
What?
you,
Yeah.
you weren't asking for like ostentatious things. So, I mean, nobody's, you know,
But
nobody's mad at you for wanting, some security in life. Okay. But the bottom line is the way to get that is to earn it and to find a way to do it that you can, create on your own. And don't blame God if you fail, because think about all the people that failed at things, but then they ended up doing something else because they failed, or because they failed so many times, they became really good at what they did because
I
they
don't
learned
think
from it.
he
So,
realizes how much of a great thing to convert one person is. To convert one person, if you
yeah.
successfully draw someone towards God, and help push them towards God, that's a huge win. So it's not like you need to get millions of people to follow you. It's like just getting one person would be a great achievement.
Well, most important thing
So,
too is
and
just
he has everything he needs to do that, to
yeah.
start trying to do that. I mean,
Well,
I mean,
maybe not,
I'm already trying to do that, but
maybe not all the
it-
doctrines
but,
are
but
correct, but you could get through to one person.
But you have to also get rid of those parts. You, like Jesus said, you have to be born again. You have to get rid of that evil mindset that you said earlier about, like, well, why did God do this? Why does God do that? Why doesn't God intervene here? Why doesn't God intervene there? Like, those are literally evil ideas that you have to get out of your heart. If you
yeah.
really have that in the
How do I
heart,
get them?
if you really have that in your heart, you don't know God yet. Like, no,
Okay. I
no
mean,
offense.
I
No
mean,
offense. I'm not
no. I
trying
mean,
to say
I
it in
believe
a
in
negative way.
Jesus.
I'm just saying
I believe in
you can't
Jesus.
you
I
can't
believe that He
know.
rose on the third day, and I
Okay.
love Jesus.
Yeah, you can't know God if you think God isn't love to all of us in every
No,
way.
but I do think that. But there is a part
Okay.
of me. I'm not
Okay.
perfect. There is
Sure.
a part of me that is like there's. I'm just evil. A part of me is evil. A part of
Yeah,
me is
I
attached to
am
the
too.
darkness.
I failed at these things too, so you're not alone. I'm not saying that I'm
And I'm
perfect.
not trying to appeal to your darkness. I'm not
I've
trying to
doubted
appeal
God
to
when
it.
it mattered most, and it cost me eternal salvation already once in my existence, maybe many more times that I've done it. So trust me, you're not alone, man. But that's, like I said, it's evil to do. And in hindsight, I got to look back at it and realize how evil it was. And it's beyond evil to doubt the goodness of God. Like, there's nothing more evil we could do. If we doubt the goodness of God, then we don't deserve heaven. We don't. Why would we deserve something when we don't even trust that God is good? That's Jesus said it. Only God is good. So if you doubt the only thing that is good, where all good comes from, then you don't deserve heaven. So we all got to be hard on ourselves when we have these questions, and make sure that we're challenging ourselves to say, well, what would I do, and how would I set the parameters? Like Dirty said, like free will and not having this predestination mindset really helps, because people that have that predestination mindset, it's poison
Yeah.
that they're drinking.
Like
Really,
Job, the only problem with Job was that he just didn't have all the information. He didn't know anything about Judgment Day or anything like that. And so he was wrong because he didn't have all the information. So if there's something you think, you know, that
I would
God's
like to
doing
point
wrong,
out. I would like to
maybe
point
you
out
just
what
don't have all the information.
I would like to point out, like something that Rudy said. He said he wants a fridge full of snacks. That's exactly my problem. Like the reason that I'm fat is because I like junk food. And
No, it's
on
not.
he was
That's
just
a
joking.
huge. I wanted to say this on yesterday's stream,
Are
but
you serious? Like I eat two. Like if I
no,
buy two
no.
bags of chips, I'm gonna eat two big bags of chips.
Your
That's directly the
size,
problem.
your height,
Calories.
and your width is almost like 90% dependent on your genetics and has nothing to do with what you eat. So fat people, they're fat because they're genetics.
They are not big boned, bro. What are you talking
Yes, it
No,
is. It
dude.
is almost like
What do you think is
80%,
what do you think is
90%
I'm fat,
skeletons?
genetics.
dude.
What do you
I'm
think is
This is
overweight.
a
skeletons?
fact. And
Dirty,
the only
dirty,
reason that
dirty,
the
Oh no.
TV
dirty,
says that it's
dirty,
due to your diet and
dude,
exercise is because it's a billion, triple,
dirty.
quadrillion dollar industry.
This is the
But it's
worst
all
like
size.
analysis you've ever
Size.
had. You're
Dude,
saying people are big boned.
I'm like an amateur geneticist, and I
Yeah,
know for a
okay.
fact that
Well,
size is dependent on your genetics.
Somewhat, sure, but
No,
his
like
bone- his
80,
bones-
90%, a high
Being
amount.
fat is not a genetic.
Yes, it is.
disposition,
If
bro.
no, they've done tests on this, and if you have a child, like you have two fat parents, and they have a kid, and that kid is adopted by the skinny family, and then you also have a skinny kid, and he's adopted by the fat family. The
'cause the
skinny
fat
kid's
people are
going to
gonna
be
feed him
skinny his whole
trash.
life, and the
Feed him
fat
trash.
genetic kid is going to be fat, no matter
'Cause he's-
if he
'cause-
eats the same
Oh,
exact
no. Oh, that's
food
right.
as his
No way.
siblings.
You're
He will be
crazy.
fat, and the
No,
siblings will be
dude.
skinny.
There's
I
an optimal
guarantee
weight for
this is
everybody.
100% fact. I'm like an amateur geneticist. I know what I'm talking about, dude.
I know genetics play a huge role in your health. Like I said, predisposition.
Rudy
However,
said-
if you eat healthy and exercise, you're going to be at your target. Like my target weighs 6 foot tall, 180 pounds. Right now, I weigh like over 100 pounds over what I should, and
so
a
that's
lot of
not
it's
your-
muscle,
that's
a
not
lot of
your
it's
target
muscle,
weight, then.
but a lot of it's fat too.
Yeah, but fatness is genetic, dude. I mean, 80% maybe.
No, I'm fat
maybe
because
70. I don't know,
I'm
but
fat
it's
because
a
I eat
very
bags
high
of potato
number.
chips.
No, it doesn't matter. It's the
Yes,
way
I
that
don't
your
go to the
genetic
gym.
makeup
When I was
responds
younger, I
to those
used to be
All
potato
right, Dirty,
chips.
enough
It's
and
nothing to
wrestling.
do with what you eat
Dirty,
or
enough
your
with
exercise.
terrible-
No, dude.
No, like listen.
I was in wrestling. I was
if
I
you
was
try-
in good shape.
No, why do you think you can't get skinny then?
Dirty,
Because
enough with
You know,
I quit
no matter how much
exercising. I
you
started
work out
smoking
and how much
cigarettes
you
and eating
starve
too
yourself,
much
you're
junk
never
food.
going to be skinny, dude.
Yes, I have been skinny. I was
No,
skinny
but
in
you're
wrestling
getting
in high
older now.
school.
You're getting older, and that's how it works. You get
No,
yes.
it's because I quit going to the gym and started
It's all
smoking and eating more
genetics.
junk food.
It is possible, but it's really hard to get to your ideal body weight with a diet and exercise. It's super difficult. Very,
it's
very
not.
yes, it is, dude.
I know. I
Oh
did
my
it,
God.
bro. Like
it is super difficult to.
in
for
high
a-
school, I wrestled every day, like in practice, and I was skinny and in shape.
Yeah, in high school. Well, you're a grown man, and in high school, you're just a kid. You're having.
When I was 23, I was walking around. I wasn't smoking, and I was at
never going to be the
170
size
pounds.
you were in high school, no matter what you try. I don't care.
No.
You could run every day 10 miles and starve yourself, and you're never going to be that size.
Okay, so
It'll
professional
almost kill
wrestlers
you
don't
before you
exist.
become
The
that
men in
size
their
again.
40s so nobody's an athlete. Are you crazy, Ryan?
No,
this
dude.
dude's trolling.
Athletes will never.
You're
be
a
fat.
troll.
It's
Stop
the
it, dude.
genes.
Stop
It's
it.
the genes.
I
I
can't-
guarantee
I
you.
couldn't
Stop it,
force
dude.
my-
You're being
You
a
see
fucking
two
idiot.
fat
You're being a
people.
fucking idiot.
No, if you have
dude.
two fat parents, their kid will be
You're a
even
fucking
fatter
idiot.
than them
Athletes in
because
their
of
40s,
genetics.
retard.
It's because it's called
You're a
hybrid
retarded
vigor.
You
All
are a
right,
retarded fuck.
dirty.
Okay,
Enough.
okay.
Your information's terrible.
No, it's not.
You're being stupid.
No,
I'm sorry
no,
to cut
it's
you,
not-
but
it's
you're
not
being
backed
up.
stupid.
It's
It's
backed
not
up
because
by
you
medical
guys
science.
blame fat people for being fat, and that's wrong. You cannot shame these people
He's
because it's
trolling
all
bad, dude. He's
genetic.
trolling.
They have nothing to.
You
their
need to mute him. He is
choices have
trolling.
nothing to do with why they're fat. It's just genetics. I know
I don't
what
want
I'm
to be
talking about.
trolled, dude. Stop.
The sad thing is, I don't think he's trolling. I think he actually believes this.
size
No,
and
dude.
weight is
No,
determined
okay.
by
Well, I'm
genetic. I
telling
can
you right now,
predict-
it's a troll
I can
mindset.
predict
Stop.
how heavy a kid will be by looking at the parents and
Okay,
looking at their
okay,
DNA.
okay,
I
good.
can predict it like
Great-
almost like
great analysis.
80% of the time.
Great analysis. I'm sure it's gonna blow away the medical.
If
journal.
it had anything to do with diet and exercise, then you would not be able to predict
Yeah,
who's going to
yeah,
be fat
yeah,
and who's going to be
Yeah,
skinny.
diet and exercise has nothing to do with something.
No, it's like maybe 10, 20% tops.
Sure. You're right. Yeah, everybody's
it's true,
He's
dude.
troll. I know he's gonna be trolling, Ron. Why? I don't know.
He ain't trolling. He's a rare
No,
kind of
it's
guy.
true.
He believes some crazy.
Grow
things,
yourself
so,
some weed plants and you'll understand what I'm talking
Yeah.
Dude, I take gummies.
about.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Anyway.
take
You need to study
gummies to treat
genetics.
my
It's
anxiety.
all
I don't
genetics.
glorify it.
This
I-
is
I mean,
proven science. I'm not just
Did you
making
know that
this up.
smoke damages your lungs? You should quit smoking and eat gummies because it don't matter. Oh, pot's beneficial. Guess what? It's not. The smoke is damages. You should eat gummies.
I don't
then
care
it's
if
fine.
it damages.
All right. Enough of you guys' health advice. Enough. All right.
It's not even advice from my
All
stance.
right.
It's pure facts.
All right, well,
Like if you smoke, damages lungs.
Okay. I agree. All right.
This guy is like that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
to
Chris,
say
you're not
what you're
skinny
doing.
because you exercise. You're skinny because you have genes. Your parents were skinny. That's why you're skinny. You didn't have two fat parents. I guarantee it.
Okay, great. Thank you for that medical information, dude. All right. Anyways,
My
so
mom weighs 120
okay, let's
pounds.
get back to where we were. Let's
What's
get
your
back
dad
to where
weigh?
we were.
He weighed 130 pounds when he was younger.
All right.
Yeah,
all
when
right.
he was younger, but I'm talking about when he's older. When
About 230.
exactly. That's why you're.
So why am I
230.
over 300?
Well, because of hybrid vigor. Like I told you, if you've got two people that are 7 foot tall and they have a kid, then their kid's going to be 7'5".
No, that's
hybrid
not even
vigor.
true.
It's not
Yes,
true. Will
yes, it
Chamberlain's
is,
parents
dude.
were both
Look
like
it up.
5'10", and he was 7'5". You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Doesn't
yeah,
work.
I know.
It
dude.
does.
I
It
don't
does
even know
work
what
like
you're
that.
doing. Like God
Weird.
determines all that, not you. Like God made me.
Oh yeah, God just picks and chooses. He says, this guy's going to be 300 pounds.
Didn't we already say that God's the coder for genetic code?
Yeah, he coded it at the beginning, and now it works automatically all the way
No,
down
it
to
does
our age.
not work automatically. If it worked automatically, every time I have sex with a woman, she would get pregnant. God chooses.
No, because your sperm, they are swimming around. They've got a little mind of their own, and they're swimming, So
All right.
they don't make it. They don't make it. It's all
all right.
chance, cause and effect.
All right, we went off the rails from where we were.
I
Okay.
know. Like I feel like I'm
Yeah,
misrepresenting the faith.
if God chose whether you're
By
going to be a
talking to
male or
you.
female in the womb, if God chose that, then why is it exactly 50-50?
It's not.
It is. It's exactly 50-50. The male
It
to
is
female
not.
ratio is exactly 50-50.
Then why? I've slept with many women. Why aren't they pregnant?
What? You didn't even know, like a sperm
let's get
goes, it
Let's
has
get
to
off.
swim through some
Okay.
stuff to get to the
Okay.
egg, and there's
So
obstacles.
many variables. It
Yeah,
almost
there's
seems
obstacles
like
in the way. There's variables.
yeah, it almost seems like they need a guide to get there and to create it.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like it's such a difficult path, and it is a difficult path to navigate. Millions of sperm die, and only one succeeds. I think that it needs to be guided divinely to create life.
All right, we
Okay,
agree on
okay.
that. We every
Maybe.
baby
I
was
don't
a
know.
divine
Fair
gift.
enough.
We agree on that. Okay. Anyways, so
Oh my god! But
I don't
anyways,
agree on
Ryan,
that, but
do you
yeah.
have like? Are you gonna? I don't know, dude. How do you even
All right.
moderate stuff like this? This is off the wall, off the chain.
both of you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
I'm in the middle of two lunatics, so I'm trying my best. here.
I mean, do you think that I'm crazy?
yeah, you guys think that God is
Well,
micromanaging that
well,
sperm?
Well, there's four of us in here. It's me, Dirty, and MC Nemesis and Aaron. So I'm trying to moderate all four of us here. But no, I don't think either of you are crazy. You both like to talk a lot, like I like to talk a lot. So it's a problem. So
I
we
should
all
probably get going
passionate.
too.
Well, whatever. You do what you gotta do. But the thing is, we tried to go through that scenario of how much money you needed to buy what you wanted, and you didn't ask for any like crazy items. So you're not asking for something, that you're gonna misuse. You're just asking for basic human needs to be, met. And it goes back to your experience. Like you said the other day, I don't know much about you, but you said you were homeless for a while. So that's in your psychological makeup, and you don't ever want to live that way again. So you're not asking for anything crazy from God. Just make sure that when you ask for these things from God, it's in a humble way. Don't have an arrogant heart about it. Don't say, well, why this guy got it and not me, because then you're coveting what somebody else has. Or just be patient and trust in God, and realize that if you bless other people, God will bless you tenfold. So
Yeah.
just continue to bless others, and that's how you'll get blessed in your life. But
I'm just
all right, we got
thankful
Steph
that
coming in here. So guys, be polite to her because she's a lady, and I want to have this be polite for the conversation. So hey, Steph, nice to have you on for once.
oh cool, Stephanie, what's
Good
up?
morning.
Good morning. How are you? What part of this very sane conversation do you want to build upon?
Can you hear me okay? I
Yeah,
know
we
last
hear
time you said my mic didn't sound good.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was just coming in just to say hi. I usually miss you guys because my schedule is so opposite from yours, but it's good to see everyone.
Yeah, I know you have a normal schedule, and me, Dirty, and a lot of these other people, MC Nemesis, other people are nocturnal creatures. So, yeah, your morning is still our night. But yeah, it's good to have you on. But yeah, the conversation is.
Oh yeah, I I've been in and out, just getting ready to go to work. But I mean, I think what Dirty was saying as far as like our weight goes is he has valid points. I mean, um there is research that's done that genes
Yeah.
can play a factor in our health. So I'm not sure what this MC guy was getting all upset about and
Yeah, yeah.
offended by what he
Yeah.
was
It
saying. I
is
think that was
genes.
completely
Mostly genes.
inappropriate.
Yeah, but still, at some point, like I understand some people have genetic issues or thyroid issues or something like that, but you can't say that a healthy diet and exercise isn't like a formula for every human on earth to be in decent physical shape. Like that
If it
isn't
was, how
it's
does
an
the health
available
Right.
industry
That's
option.
make
not,
so much
yeah, that's
money?
not
I
what,
figured out what's happening. So
that's
they're
not,
from the
that's
left.
not what MC Nemesis got offended by and started calling
Well,
him
I don't know.
names and saying that he was a troll. So Dirty can have his own opinions. It doesn't like you don't
He's
don't
a
have the right
lunatic.
to say
I'm
that
not
he's a troll
bullshitting you,
because
MC.
he has a different view. And so that there is evidence that says that genetics does play a role in our health. So I think that was inappropriate how he was calling him names and saying he was a
Busted,
troll.
MC.
It got a little contentious. But
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
That was
maybe I'm
that
quick
was
to jump to
obnoxious. It was
conclusions.
obnoxious.
yeah.
Maybe I am quick to jump to conclusions, but I jumped to those conclusions because of the reasons that he said that diet and exercise had no bearings on your weight.
That's not what he said. And that's
He
not what
actually did
offended
say
you.
that.
He did say they
That's
were
not
like not as important.
Yeah,
He
like
You
said
misheard him. He
said
said
that
that.
90%.
He
Dirty
said
did
genetics
say
100% control your life.
he said diet
Yeah,
and
they control
exercise
how
was
big
10 to
around you
20%.
are. That's what they control. And that's the big lie in the media. The media says,
Dirty,
oh, diet and
dirty,
exercise, that's gonna make you
dirty,
skinny
dirty
again.
dude.
And that's why they make billions
Yeah,
and trillions of
yeah,
dollars off of all these health food things that are pointless. It's never
No,
gonna
they
work.
make money off the
It's
unrealistic
really, really
expectations
hard
people
to
All
set
right,
for
all right, all
themselves.
right, all right, all right. We're
Okay.
not gonna get all
Anyways,
back into
yeah.
it. Okay. Anyways.
You see what I mean? Like,
Is there
this is just funny at this point.
Well, all I know is if there was a human being and he went to the gym twice a day and lifted weights and then he ran 12 miles a day and all he ate was carrots and rice,
yeah,
I'd have
then
a
he's
hard
still gonna
time
have a
finding
hard time
I'd have
losing
a hard
weight.
time finding his genetics making him fat.
Ron, there's
No,
always
he's still
somebody
gonna
that
have a
gets
hard
on here
time
to
losing
mess
weight,
with
and
you,
we
dude.
should cut people slack if they're a little overweight. You know, it's genetics, dude.
No,
Cut
we
'em
shouldn't
slack.
cut them any slack. We should.
Yes,
fat
we should.
shame
We
them.
shouldn't say, "Oh, if you eat better, you're gonna, be so much better."
No,
and
it's been
everything. Like,
proven
no.
that fat shaming works. Fat shaming plus a encouragement, not just fat shaming
Well,
and encouragement to increase your health.
Yeah, fat shaming is encouragement.
all right.
No,
well,
no. You fat shame them, and then you encourage
Yeah,
them
you
to be
said-
better.
No,
You said,
dude.
you know what? You're
You gotta
fat
cut them
and
some
you don't
slack.
look
It's not
good.
their fault they got
Time to hit
DNA.
the
It's not their
gym.
fault they got brown hair. It's not their fault. They got blue
But being
eyes.
fat
It's not
is their fault.
Size and weight. It's not their fault. They're 6 feet tall or 5 feet tall. You can't. You gotta cut them some slack, dude.
No, I'm not going to cut them any slack because I don't want anybody to be fat because it sucks. I'm fat and I used
Well,
to be.
you think God's
I
the
used
one
to be
who's
in shape
making
and
them
I
fat,
felt much
so
better,
I
and
guess
now
you
I'm fat
blame
and I feel
God for
bad.
it. Maybe just blame God. Say, well, God made him fat.
No.
all right.
This sounds
So-
like a liberal, radical, leftist ideology.
When it comes to weight, then God, he wasn't involved in that. But when it comes to everything else,
You also believe Joe Biden's the best president, don't you?
no, I don't.
You also thought Donald Trump was mean, didn't you?
Mean? No, I love Donald Trump.
Okay, then why are you trying to put out this fat acceptance narrative? Stop doing that.
I'm
That's
not.
all.
I'm just saying, cut them some slack, dude. I mean, it's not their fault that they got genes. People have genes. Some people are big.
No, they don't need any slack cut. Everybody has.
It's their parents' fault, if anything.
The parents' fault with a predisposition would be like if you have poor eyesight. That's a predisposition. That's a genetic fallacy.
I mean, yeah, it's just genetics. You got to study genetics. If you can actually do selective breeding and breed for very tall people, very fat people, skinny people. You can choose you know, if you wanted to, you could get a freaking 1,000-pound dude, you know, 7 feet tall. You gotta, it's a specific way of breeding, you know.
I
But
mean, maybe maybe
you can
some
breed
factor
people to
plays
be tall,
into it.
short, skinny, fat. You can breed them. It's genetics.
You can
You
breed
can
them.
do it to dogs. You know, you've got short ones, fat ones, tall ones.
But what I'm
skinny
saying
ones.
is, yeah, I understand. But if the
And
dog
it doesn't
gets plenty
matter
of
what they eat.
exercise,
Their diet and exercise has nothing to
everybody
do
has
with
an
the shape
optimal
of them.
weight. Everybody has an optimal weight. Stop pushing fat acceptance.
No.
You're
Nobody.
pushing fat acceptance, and I do not approve.
Yeah, okay.
I will
Everybody
not.
has an optimal weight. Yeah, but that weight differs for everybody.
No, if you're 6 foot tall, you should be around 180 pounds.
No, that's the. I mean,
No, that's facts.
your genetics won't allow it, dude. You cannot. It's like, you know.
I know they'll
the
allow.
way
When I
that
was
they
23, I was
process food is different.
175 pounds. And because
You
I
can't control
smoked and
your
ate a
eye
bunch
color.
of junk food,
It
because
doesn't
I
matter
smoked
what
and ate a lot
diet
of
and
junk
exercise
food.
you do. You might be able to change your eye color a little bit, you know, but you can't change it that much.
Why are
you
you
know?
equating eye color with
Because
how,
it's genetic. Eye color is
Yeah, but that
purely
eye
genetic,
color? Yeah, okay.
and
that
weight is
purely
like
genetic.
80% genetic. So there's only a little bit you can do with diet and exercise. You could.
80%.
It's really hard to. You just ask any fat person; they'll say, "Yeah, it's pretty fucking hard to lose weight."
No, because they're addicted to substances like Coke.
No,
we
it's
need
not.
To,
It doesn't
we
matter.
need to. No, we're going to
No,
lead the
that's
charge, and we're
stupid.
going to call out Coke, and then we're going to call out the chip company, and we're going to say this is the problem, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to say quit trying to addict people to your products. And that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, and you're
we're going to
right that
identify the source of the
you're
problem,
right.
and then
you
we're
know,
going to
food does
effectively
have a little
eliminate.
bit of effect.
That
And
sounds like that liberal. That sounds like that liberal nonsense you were just trying to condemn. What do you mean? Why am I going to blame the chip company because some fat guy wants to eat chips?
yeah,
Because it's
right.
because Coca-Cola is
chip-
addictive.
I don't think there's
I got some
anything
chips
really
sitting right
wrong with
next to
it.
me. I know the risks when I eat.
You know what
People
addiction is?
Look at overweight.
You know
people
what addiction
as a
is, Ryan?
sin. Oh,
So
they're sinning.
what?
They're a
So what?
glutton.
Because some fat dudes
whatever,
stick
dude,
to
no, they're
potato
not.
chips.
Why don't we sell heroin on the street then, Ryan? Why don't we sell heroin to kids?
What is heroin and
It's
potato
up to
chips
them
got
to
in common?
choose because they are pushing this, marketing it to us.
What do you want? No potato chips? You want them to be illegal?
Yeah, you don't want potato chips.
No, I just want them to be like there needs to be a warning label put on them. That
There
warning,
is
this
probably.
warning, this product can cause diabetes, high blood pressure, all this stuff like there is on cigarettes.
You want a warning
Nice.
label on everything then
On
that's
food?
unhealthy. Every single food needs a diabetic warning on it.
Yes, literally, Coke has
Well, they should put a warning on food that
Coke,
says
you know how
your
much
weight
sugar
really
is in
doesn't
Coke?
have very much to do with diet and exercise, and it's mostly genetic. So just go ahead and shout out. You know?
Enough of that nonsense, dude.
Oh my god, we're just being trolled at this point, and I don't appreciate it.
No, dude.
I don't understand it.
I really don't appreciate it that you're going to try to push the narrative to tell people that if they diet and exercise, it's going to do them no good because it's all.
Yeah, you just ask all the big fat people out there and ask them, you know, how hard is it to become skinny? And
What
they're
does a
going to
big
tell
fat
you, dude,
person
it's
eat?
pretty
They need
freaking
to
hard.
stop drinking soda. They need to reduce their intake of junk food and increase.
Yeah, and it
their
still doesn't
activity
matter.
level.
They could eat
law of
1 carrot a
thermodynamics-
day,
law
and
of
they're still going to
thermodynamics-
be pretty
the law
freaking
of
heavy. They'll lose 20
thermodynamics.
pounds, you know, but
I will
it's
say
like,
it again.
dude,
The law of
genetics.
thermodynamics. Ryan, will you please
All right.
explain the law of thermodynamics to this man?
I don't know. That's something about heat and burning.
I guess
fat.
that's
I don't
not a
know.
real
I don't know. I'm not an
biblical
expert on
topic, but-
thermodynamics, but
So
yeah.
please, like, would you? I don't want to talk to you. You're a troll. You believe in things that are untrue. Stop.
No. You
I
just
mean,
want
you're
to
ridiculous.
blame fat people for being fat.
Yes, I do. I blame myself for being fat because I
Yeah,
smoked,
because
stopped
you don't like
exercising, ate
yourself.
too much
You think
junk
that
food.
your works
Ate
as
unhealthy
filthy rags,
carbohydrates for
and you
on
think
fat.
that there's nothing you can do to please God, and so that fits right into your narrative. You know,
No, it doesn't. I
yeah,
said
it does.
there's a lot of things you can do to.
You
please
need to start
God.
thinking that you can do something to please God. You know, then you're gonna want to try to do that, and you know.
Well, we
And
can please God
to beat
because
yourself up and to
it's
say, "Oh, everything's a sin. I'm eating potato chips and I'm sinning." It's like,
not
no,
a
dude.
sin. He's
God
not
Dude,
created
you're
you.
literally Satan in the flesh trying to convince me that it's okay for me to eat potato chips. You are Satan. Get
Well,
behind me, Satan, in the name of
If
Jesus
you've got
Christ.
diabetes and there's a
Get
reason
behind
why,
me, Satan.
for health
Jesus will
reasons, why
rise.
you
I
shouldn't
call
be
upon the
big,
power of the name
then don't
Jesus
be
to
big.
smite you down.
All right, dirty enough.
Okay.
You've been rebuked.
I've been
Satan,
rebuked.
get behind me. You think that you can stop me? You think you could stop MC Nemesis? I believe
should
in
probably
Jesus.
stop
Get
MC
behind me,
Nemesis.
you satanic pig. Go into the
Okay.
ocean and drown.
Okay.
Hey, he's not lying. You're telling him potato chips are good for him. Leave him alone.
Well,
You're telling
he's
him
got
lying.
diabetes and he's got health issues. Then I'm
Yeah,
not going to
dude,
recommend
diabetes is
potato chips.
serious.
But
I was in
for
the
normal
Type 1
people,
diabetes.
for
I was in the
normal people
hospital
Not
who
with
type
don't have
2.
any health
diabetes.
issues, they can be as big as they want and they don't have health, they'll be fine, you know.
No, that's
So
not true.
beat
No
yourself
doctor on
up
earth says
for
that.
enjoying
No-
life, you know.
Dude, I can't.
Satan, we've had
Everyone's
this argument
beating each other,
before.
beating
Satan,
themselves up for,
listen,
oh, I
Satan.
had some food.
You're not going
and
to
oh my
convince me
God,
that
that's
junk food is
bad.
good.
Sometimes you make no sense, dirty. I really
He's
don't
Satan. It's
understand how
fucking
he's
Satan. It's a fucking demon.
He's not the
Yeah,
devil,
you
but
think
sometimes
everything's
he's
bad,
really
everything's a
not
sin,
smart.
everything
You're a
that's
fucking demon.
enjoyable is
You
a
are a
sin.
goddamn
Eating
motherfucking
tastes
demon.
good,
Fuck
so
you.
therefore it's a sin because
you.
people are wicked
Fuck you,
and there's
demon.
nothing you can do to please God.
Well, I wish Stephanie had another topic that she was.
Yeah,
You're a
somebody come
fucking
up with
demon.
another
Or
topic.
any other
I
topic.
think
You're
I'm
a
gonna
fucking
go.
demonic piece of shit.
No,
Fuck
I'm
you,
not.
Satan.
I'm right.
We went
Shut up.
backwards on this one here. I don't know.
You're a fucking demon.
This was
Yeah, you guys. I don't know.
no dirty.
Shut up, you fucking
Oh
demon.
no, you shut up, you fucking little bitch.
You're a fucking demonic, possessed little
Shut
pig
up.
bitch.
You're
You need to
stupid.
kill yourself, you goddamn demon.
No, I don't.
All right, here we go. All right, that went well. All right, any other topics, Steph, that you enjoyed, or
I don't know.
no? I'm asking Stephanie. Let Stephanie talk.
Sorry, Stephanie.
I don't know. Yeah, she probably wasn't.
No, I mean that's I mean I kind of saw that coming, right? I mean, almost appears that this is the real you that's coming out, MC. It doesn't
You
surprise
goddamn
me.
right
It's
it
how
is.
you're-
I fucking hate
Yeah.
Satanists and demons. Fuck Satanists and
Mm.
demons. They should all fucking commit suicide. You goddamn
but
right. I
he-
hate Satanists. I hate Muslims. Fuck them. I don't believe in a pedophile fucking prophet. Fuck them. Fuck the transgenders trying to mutilate children. You goddamn right it's the real me.
Well, what are you gonna do
Fuck 'em.
about it?
Yeah, that's not.
What are
Yeah,
you
that's
doing
you
about it? Are
troll.
you just gonna
Then
sit
you're the
around and bitch
troll.
about it, or are you gonna do
Right.
something about
What
it?
am I going to
Trolls
do
really,
about it?
They're really coming out.
I don't have to do anything about it. My father will take care of you.
You're gonna leave it all up to God,
Satan,
and
my
you're just
father
gonna
will
sit here and
take care
bitch
of
and
you.
complain about it and not do nothing about it.
You don't doubt my
Yeah.
God. Do not doubt Jesus Christ. You're scared. You're fucking scared to death, you little fucking demon pig boy. Fucking demon pig girl. Fuck you.
Shut up,
You fucking
dude.
satanic
You're
piece of shit.
stupid.
You're not going to win. Jesus is the Lord. Fucking bow down, motherfuckers. Bow
I thought
down.
the algorithm was the Lord.
I believe God uses it for good.
You said that God is the algorithm.
You're not going to sit around here. I tell you,
I
you might
hate
be
to
allowed
say
to
that
do a lot of
God was
shit,
the
but your whole fat
algorithm.
acceptance movement, your goddamn narrative you're pushing, it ain't going to fucking work. I know
Okay,
that you're
well.
gaining popularity and you're convincing a lot of people. That shit ain't going to work, saying fuck you.
Okay. All right, I'm probably gonna jump down, dude.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
No, actually, I'll stay up here. Yeah, no, fuck
Get
you.
the fuck out of here.
Fuck you. I'm
You
not
ain't going
going
to do
nowhere.
a goddamn thing,
I ain't
bro.
going nowhere, boy.
Oh,
Fucking demon pig boy.
don't
No,
back
you're the
down.
little
Neither
big
neither
boy.
of you back down. The first one to jump off lost. So yeah, don't back down. No, dude. All right, guys.
Oh, I'm gonna roll a cigarette. I'll be right
All
back.
right, all right.
Yeah, he smokes too.
Yeah, smoke.
Big
Yeah,
surprise.
you got a problem with that? You got a problem with
You goddamn right I
tobacco,
do. You kill
the
thousands of
lovely
people with
tobacco
cigarettes.
plant that God created? You got a problem with that? He
With
said
all
I
the
could use
chemicals, all the
all the
goddamn
plants for
chemicals.
anything I
Fuck
want,
you.
and that's what I'm gonna do.
Fuck you. Fuck you for that. Okay, you can smoke, whatever. You need to quit. It's an addiction. It's bad for you. You're under delusion. I was under delusion too. I used to be just like you until I quit smoking. Then the delusion cloud lifted. It's fucking addiction.
I
Don't
smoked for
promote it.
25 years.
It is
so-
addiction. It's
Yeah.
addiction. You do not promote it. You don't condone it. You try to quit it. You try to recover. You don't stay in your relapse.
Yeah, I hear
This
you.
is terrible, bro. Ryan, your
Well,
panel's been invaded by demons, bro.
Look, what happens is we've been through things in our own lives, and then when people push our buttons, sometimes it's not, easy.
No,
to
I'm telling you that you're like, this is the left.
Well,
This is the demonic assault.
Look, you're more sensitive to it than I am because that's something personal. If I had diabetes, I'd be really serious about this subject too because it's not a joke. I mean, I was in the hospital.
Ryan, you told me that you have spiritual experiences. This is one right now. These
No,
people.
listen, I'm not
enemy.
blind. I'm not blind to people are sometimes, saying things and they're not knowing that it's evil, but sometimes people say things out of ignorance too. So I'm not always going to say something's demonic. Sometimes people are just ignorant and they say, something out of ignorance. So, but yeah, I mean, I was in the hospital with somebody who was diabetic and he had one leg amputated and he was working on learning to walk with just the one leg. And he was a skinny guy. He was actually a pro wrestler, not like a famous one, but he, a truck driver that did that. He was in really good shape and he was learning to walk with one leg. And I talked to him and he's like, yeah, they're going to cut off my other leg too because of my diabetes. So that's how bad diabetes can get. I never knew that got that serious. I know, people have, diet changes and they can go into diabetic shock, but yeah, you can literally start getting body parts amputated and everything. So it's real personal, and I understand, man. I'm sorry you have that.
Yeah, he doesn't want anybody recommending potato chips because they're the devil.
No, dirty.
Because he has diabetes, and I'm expected to know that.
Okay, you don't know. You heard him say that. You knew he had it. You kept saying.
I know, but it's like, dude,
you kept saying dumb stuff.
I'm the devil because I said he should eat potato chips, and he's like, "Oh,
you were saying
I could die."
No, the devil's a liar and a murderer. And you were saying lies.
You just told me to die. You're the devil.
You were saying lies, so he was getting pissed off because you're telling people lies.
It's all right. I mean, I'm gonna stand my ground here.
Like genetics play some sort of role in people's body type.
Yeah, and it's a bigger role than people think.
Yeah, you might know me. You might know me. You might know that I'm a rageaholic. Okay, you might know that.
Okay,
but let me tell you something. There is something called righteous anger, and one day it will manifest to its full effect, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Right.
Okay. It plays some role, but to argue that somebody diet and exercise isn't more important than genetics,
it's not as effective as people think.
It's ridiculous to make.
No, it's not. It's the truth, dude.
Okay, so
that's the reason why people are fat shaming everybody in the world.
Bro,
because they don't understand.
I can't take the stupidity, dude. If somebody took a person that you claim had fat genetics and they locked him in with a trainer like Mr. Miyagi and he was his mentor for physical training, he could swim all day, he could run, he could eat rice. The person's not going to be fat in 10 years, dude. It's just not possible.
They
so
will
you're making
be
the dumbest argument possible. You think that guy's going to be
very
like
hard. You would have to go through like 8 hours a day of freaking exercise.
You want to take this?
No, dude. You're talking about like 8 hours a day with Mr. Miyagi. It's not just. You're talking about rigorous work in order to have that result.
So you're understanding that the diet and exercise,
like they've done tests on this, Ryan. Right? They've tested this with children. They have a child who has fat genetics, and he's adopted by a skinny family, and he's got brothers and sisters, and they all eat the same diet.
Anybody
and that fat kid is going to be fat no matter what.
Right. It's from the liberal radical.
No, you guys. I don't know why you guys are getting so upset about this because
I'm not upset about it, but you won't let me ask the question because you know how dumb it sounds. What you're saying?
If a skinny kid with skinny genetics gets adopted by a fat family, that kid will be skinny, guaranteed, and all his siblings will be fat because they were born by the fat parents.
Okay, the great adoption experiment. Now,
yes, it is a fact. Look it up.
Okay,
Google
cool.
it.
Let me ask you the question again, then, because you wouldn't even let me ask it to you because it was so rhetorically obvious that you were wrong. So, if the person spent 10 years with a person and all they did is eat rice and vegetables and they exercised every day, are you saying it's possible for a person to be like 300, 400 pounds after doing that? Are you saying that's possible? that they would
Yeah,
be
depending
obese
on
like
how
that?
rigorous this
Okay, so you're
exercise
saying
is.
it's obese, that it's possible by just eating rice and
Yeah, if
vegetables,
the guy eats
working out every day, that
a
the person's
portion
gonna
of
be like
rice
300
fit for
pounds?
his size, then he's going to be eating 10 times the amount of rice as the skinny guy, because this guy's 300 pounds. He needs more rice to freaking have energy. He can't just eat the same portion of rice as this 120
Ron, there's
pound
no
guy.
point to talk to this
This
dude. He's
300
just
pound
making up
guy needs
lies,
to eat
dude.
3 times the amount of rice in order to make his body function. He'll die of freaking fatigue
Explain
if he only
yourself
eats the same portion
logically.
of rice as the skinny guy.
All right, I'm just explain
You know what I
yourself
mean?
logically. No, I don't know what you
The
mean.
way,
Yes,
the
he
way,
will.
the
If you
way,
put a big
No,
fat,
I don't. If I,
mean,
eat healthy, I will be
it's not
healthier.
necessarily fat, but like a
No, now
Samoan.
you're
You
just
ever
trying
seen
to
those
run
guys?
this
They're
into
just
the
big
stronghold thing.
naturally,
And the thing about it,
and
it's
they
not going to work.
need
I can
3
talk
times the
over
amount
you
of
all day
food
long.
as a 120
And the
pound
fact
guy.
that you're trying to do
See,
this further proves the fact that you can't prove any point. The
Oh,
fact that you
whatever.
try to talk over
Yeah, like
people, you can't
you're a
prove any
big
point. You're just trying to
geneticist.
talk
You
over
know a
people,
lot
just
about
like I'm trying to
genetics
do
there,
now.
MC.
I know your psychology. I'm smarter than you, and God has
Can you
given
even
me the
spell
power.
genetics, MC?
I don't deny genetics, and they
Can you
play a
even spell
factor.
it? Can you spell it?
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, stop
But
trying.
you
You're a
can't?
troll. I know
Okay, you
you're a
can't spell
troll.
genetics. That's fine.
all right,
I'm not
you're
going to prove
dirty.
anything to you.
Dirty. It would not be a lot nicer if you just like not make me raise my voice to ask the
Sorry,
questions and
dude.
interrupt me. Like,
I
can
mean,
you be reasonable and just admit?
Let's
okay.
do the
Hold on,
timer.
MC
60
Nemesis, you
seconds.
don't need to fucking interrupt me every time I talk either. Like, okay, just chill out. All
Well,
right? I'm
get your
asking a question.
podcast under control. 60 seconds.
I need to control you because you're talking when I'm trying to have the conversation. Like,
I'm
you're
sorry.
interrupting me too. Okay, Dirty. If somebody went, let's just acknowledge these things and go through this logically. And they went and they stayed with a trainer. It doesn't have to be Mr. Miyagi. And they ate the same portion of rice, since I asked you this question once and you had to change it because it had to fit your presupposition argument. If they ate the same amount of rice
Mhm.
and vegetables that the nutritionist said was a healthy amount each day, and they worked out every day for 10 years, are you telling me it's possible that person could just be like an obese 350-pound person?
No, you're right. I can see how, but I mean, if he eats the same portion as the 120 pound guy, this guy is not going to have the energy to do any exercises. He's going
Okay.
to die of fatigue. He
He's gonna
needs
die from
more
fatigue
food
because
in
of his
order to do
energy.
those
Yeah,
exercises in
he
the
has
first
more.
place.
He has more energy. Okay, I get it. Okay, so what about the
He's
TV
a bigger
show?
guy. He needs
What
more
about the TV
energy.
show, The Biggest Loser, when they take all those fat people?
Yeah,
and
they
work
always
out?
only lose about 20 pounds, and then
No, they
they,
don't. They
you
lose
know,
hundreds of pounds. What are you talking about?
yeah, but then they're all, dude, that's a
No, I want
super
you to explain
rare.
that show to me. How do fat people go on the show?
Almost
And
half the
they,
contestants
they,
are
they
still
all
fat.
almost have bad genetics because they're that fat. So their genetics made them that fat. How does some of them get six packs and stuff? How is that possible? How do they overcome their
You're right.
genetics?
It's very rigorous. It's very hard work, but they can lose a lot of the weight, but it's like, it's hard. It's too
I'm trying
hard
to
to do.
understand
That's
your
why it's a
genetic
game
argument. I'm
show.
trying to understand
If
your
it was
genetics
easy,
argument.
it wouldn't be a game show, dude.
It's not about being hard or not. I'm trying to understand your scientific method of genetics here. So how do those fat people that have that genetics that made them that fat become skinny? How is
Well,
it
you're
possible?
right. The environment does have at least like a 20%. You can affect your
Okay.
size using diet and exercise, environmental factors, but most of it's DNA. But you can affect it with environmental factors. You could have a guy with fat genes, but from his environment, he just never got fat because I guess he exercised and had a really small diet.
Okay, so what kind of
You're right.
genes do the people on The Biggest Loser have when they come into the show?
They've all got
they're
fat genes.
fat, and then they have, and then
Yeah,
they
so
become
you're right.
skinny.
There
Wait,
is
no, tell
you
me,
can
what kind of genes do they have? Just let me ask the question. Then you
they
can
all
answer.
got fat genes on that show.
Okay, so they
Every
all
one
have
of them's got
fat
fat
genes.
genes.
So
Yeah.
how do the fat genes people become skinny?
Well, through diet and exercise. You're right. You
Wow,
can
so
do it.
we actually did agree that diet and exercise can make any single
Yes,
person
it
on earth
can,
healthy.
but it's
Because you
very
just said the
hard.
fat
It's
genes
difficult.
people
It's
are
not
able to become
easy.
skinny.
which
So why were you arguing this point, saying it's impossible for somebody with fat genes to become skinny when
it's
you just
damn near impossible.
realized
It's damn near impossible. You
You
Yeah,
don't think
that it's
any
so
fat
it's very
person on earth
hard.
could do that?
Just ask anyone who's tried it.
Don't you think it becomes hard for fat people to exercise because they get out of shape, and then they say it's hard because they're so out of shape?
Well, you need it. No, it's hard because it just whenever they do exercise, it doesn't do anything. It has no effect, and so then they have to keep at it, and then it's like you got to do it like 8 hours a freaking day in order to make a difference.
What about when Hitler put all the Jews in the concentration camp? Were there any Jews with fat genes in there?
Probably, yeah.
So how come all the Jews looked
Why are they all
emaciated
skinny? Well,
were
they
fat?
had
Yeah,
some disease. There was a disease that
there was a
made them
disease.
skinny.
There was
I don't know
disease.
what.
There was some
Yeah, because
disease.
there's no way that you could never get that skinny
How
without that
did all
disease.
those people? I mean, there had to be at least out
I
of
don't
those
know.
millions of Jews, there had to be some with fat genes.
I mean, most of the
right?
a lot of people weren't fat back in the day. This
Okay.
fat thing
All
only
right,
happened
MC Nemesis, you can get
recently.
back in it. The defense rests the case. Okay.
It's like
The
it's a
jury can
recessive
make the
gene.
decision on Dirty's
It's like a
I'm not
recessive gene.
surprised
So
because this is the lefty argument.
no,
Okay.
it's like a recessive gene. So
Yeah.
it doesn't come up, until
What's a recessive gene?
like the fat gene. Maybe I don't know if it's
There's no
recessive
such
or
thing.
dominant,
All right.
but
There's no such thing.
there's a reason why the people in the past.
This
There
is
is
the
no
point of the
such thing as a
argument
fat
where they're dirty. This
Yes,
is the point of the
there is.
argument when you come back to reality and say I was wrong.
Okay.
This is the point of the argument.
So you think that somebody can go to the gym for 5 minutes and they're going to lose 100 pounds? Okay.
No,
that's
it takes
fine.
about 6
No.
months to get
No,
yourself in
it works
shape.
at
Oh, okay. It takes 6 months, whatever. Okay, that's
works
why
at a
everybody
gym.
does it. Yeah.
Yes,
That's
it
why
takes
we're
6
all
months to
skinny
get
because it
shape.
only took 6 months to get skinny. So that's why we're all skinny now.
No, your predisposition.
Yeah, everybody's skinny because it only takes 6 months. So that's why we're all
Predisposition.
skinny.
But if a skinny person eats a bunch of junk food, doesn't exercise, he's going to get fat.
No, dude, I eat nothing but junk food and I never exercise and I'm skinny as hell, dude.
Well, your metabolic rate is increased, but do you know that
Exactly. And the metabolic rate is genetic. So checkmate.
I understand, but you are not healthy in the least. You are out of shape severely.
I agree
And
with
you
that.
you do not have muscle mass.
I agree
All
with
right,
that.
enough. I already proved my point. So
Like,
whatever.
did you
Dirty-
know that you could be severely out of shape and unhealthy if you're skinny too?
Yeah, I do know that.
So you're severely, you smoke,
I'm
You eat
severely
junk
out
food.
of shape. I'm fucking dying.
change your life, bud, and I can
Yeah.
help you do it, but you got to listen.
No, that's okay. I'll take my chances.
Yeah, because you are in delusion.
No,
This
Jesus
is
said
what
not to
cigarettes
be
do.
in
This is
love
why
with
this
this
should be
life
illegal.
so much that you're obsessed with health and all that. It's like, dude,
Are you
what?
smoking pipe tobacco, Dirty, or the more expensive cigarette tobacco?
No, I roll my own cigarettes. It's pipe tobacco. Yeah.
Oh, I hate
He's
pipe
going to tell us it's healthy, isn't he?
It's
No, I
not
was just
healthy, but
curious what kind he got, because the pipe tobacco definitely sucks.
is
smoke
it
much
worse for you or something? Or
It's just cheaper and
yeah,
sucks.
it's cheaper.
I
It's
don't
like
know.
a freaking
Sucks.
$10 a carton. I mean, I
I
wouldn't
know, I
smoke if
know.
I had to pay $5 a pack.
Hell yeah, I'm going to smoke. And oh yeah, when I smoked, I ended up in the damn
$12.
hospital bed.
Dude, you only have to pay $5 at the gas station for your cigarettes in your
Yeah,
state?
$10 a carton. It's fun.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, at my gas stations. Yeah, it's like $5 a pack. Yeah.
Or for like Marlboros and
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah.
Wow. I spent 12 when I used to
Whoa,
smoke. There's
holy shit.
$12 in New York because the state taxes. So that
Oh,
you're
no.
you're in a cheap state too.
I
That's
guess the
crazy.
most expensive are probably like $7 for like Newports.
Yeah. Your state taxes are way better than New York. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but
But yeah, pipe tobacco, dude, that stuff sucks. I smoke plenty of it, but it's definitely the cheap stuff. But yeah, so what do? You put it in a filter? Or do you just smoke them out of joint papers? Do you have
no,
like a
yeah, put it on a filter
Yeah.
tube.
Yeah, you got by the tubes and
Yeah.
pipe tobacco definitely sucks.
I mean, I'm addicted to cigarettes for sure.
You don't mind the pipe tobacco, man? It doesn't get old.
It's
Ugh.
pretty decent. I mean, it's not like I don't know.
Definitely-
I actually went
sucks.
through every kind of menthol cigarette brand, and
Yeah.
I like this stuff. It tasted the
Oh,
best to me.
You like
It's
the pipe tobacco?
it
Really?
was Gambler pipe tobacco.
Hey, whatever. There you go. Gambler got a commercial here.
Now, listen. Here's my argument. It would be better to be gay than it would be a smoker. Like, it's better in the eyes of the Lord to be gay than
Really?
it would be a smoker. Yeah,
Better to be gay than to smoke?
because you're not harming yourself being gay.
Oh, you're not harming yourself?
No,
You don't think that being violated like that is
Yeah.
harm?
Yeah, every
It's
time
like
you go to the
psychological
bathroom.
damage. You can almost
What
not even recover
psychological
from
damage?
that.
I don't know about this topic, man. That's not
I
good.
know.
I don't-
Okay, if you
I'm
smoke,
going-
you're directly damaging your lungs. If you have gay
Yeah.
sex,
You're
you're
damaging
just having
something
gay
else.
sex.
You're damaging
you're
your
damaging
psychology, man.
You're damaging something else. You're
Yeah, but it
damaging-
doesn't damage you physically.
Are you serious? Are
Yes.
you out of your mind? They're shoving something into their butt. What do you think? What do you think
Yeah, but
happens?
with a proper amount of lubrication, that nothing will happen.
Actually, every time they have to go to the bathroom,
But it
they're
is
gonna have,
damaging your
have-
psychology.
Hey, I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, I
You
don't
know,
support it. I just
It's
say
like
I'm just
for
telling
men,
the truth.
you
They're
can't,
definitely
you
doing
can hardly
physical
recover from
damage.
that kind of
No,
psychological
there's no
abuse.
physical damage. Like I said, now if you,
They get stitches if they get like
Yes.
something. So I've heard of,
that's
like,
what
Yeah,
I'm-
let's not talk about this any. This is stupid. We
No,
can
I
talk
know,
about
that's-
cigarettes.
that's a
You have to have
terrible
proper
argument.
Cigarettes
lubrication.
ain't. I mean, dude.
Okay,
For me
let's move on.
personally,
Okay,
if I
so-
want to fucking smoke, I don't think God has anything against that. You know,
Yes,
he
he
created
does.
he created
God doesn't-
tobacco.
God doesn't want us to smoke, but
No.
that's
You don't think he does? You don't think he?
dirty. You just use the Perry argument. God created it. That's like God
Yeah.
created heroin, so God wants us to do.
No,
heroin.
God didn't create heroin, did he?
Where'd it come from? I don't know.
Well, it's like it's manufactured. It's like
you
know,
don't think
they
God created everything in the world?
well, yeah, he created everything, but once you start manufacturing things like, you know,
Heroin's
all these
natural
mixing
stuff,
chemicals and stuff,
but
it's like
like-
tobacco is just a plant. You just cut it right off and you smoke it. There's
No, you don't. It has to be processed. It's actually poisonous if you don't process it. Like, it'll kill you if you smoke the leaf.
Yeah, he's from North
No,
Carolina. He probably
whatever,
knows
dude.
this
No, it
stuff.
won't.
Yes,
That's
it
how you
will.
just cut the leaves and dry them out, and then you smoke it, dude. That's how tobacco works.
Yeah, no, you said get the leaf and smoke it. You didn't say nothing about drying it out. You said you get the leaf and smoke it. That'll kill you.
I don't know. you're
Okay,
both-
but
you're both
normally
rednecks.
you dry
One's
it
in
out
Montana,
before you
one's
try
in
to
North
smoke it.
Carolina, so who knows? You guys know more about this.
What
stuff.
I'm saying is this: I say that you should stop smoking. Like, it would be better for you to have gay sex than it would be to smoke.
Yeah,
I don't think
agree
so,
with
dude.
that. I don't agree.
Of
with
course
that.
it
I
will.
don't think
Trust-
smoking's a sin.
I don't agree with that one. I can't agree with that.
It
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
say in the
Well, I
Bible
mean,
that
it's
you
just-
shouldn't smoke.
Ryan, I don't know how you can. I just explained with proper
No, I mean, I
lubrication.
smoked for 25 years and just Bible related too. I don't
So
think
would you
it would-
recommend it over smoking?
I don't think having anal
You
sex.
think
No,
that I
I
should
would
just-
recommend neither, but I'm saying
Yeah.
gay sex is the least harmful. Like, it's not. It's psychological. It's not physical.
Yeah,
There's
which
difference
is
between
could be
psychological-
more
it's not-
harmful
you
than
see,
just
it's
physical
definitely
damage.
physical. Do you want?
This physical damage is going to take 10 years off my life, but psychological damage, that's going to ruin your whole freaking life, you know? I mean,
Yeah,
this,
With-
this actually
it's
enhances
hard to
your life.
qualify. It's hard to qualify your or quantify your psychological damage argument here, bud.
Well, yeah, but
All right.
with
all right.
cigarettes, it's like, dude, I don't know. I guess, I don't know. Do you guys think it's a sin, Ryan? Smoking?
Of course.
It is it's a sin, but it's like it's one of those things where it's just like God's very patient with us and he knows human character, but it is a sin. I've told this story before of how I've had an angel sent to me to quit. So I mean, you're definitely, defiling your own temple, which is, I forget, I think 1 or 2 Corinthians 3:16. It's definitely 3:16. I think it's 1 Corinthians. It's defiling your own temple. So just
Right. Is that the
easy-
only verse that
hold
really
on, dirty. The easy way to think of is if any of us ever want to question if something's a sin or not, just say in your head, would Jesus do it? Like that's all you
Yeah.
gotta do.
Well,
Like,
he
that's
might.
literally-
Why
that
wouldn't
literally
he? Why
tells
wouldn't he
you-
smoke and enjoy having a smoke? You know,
Well, can you picture Jesus doing
I
that?
could enjoy him puffing on.
Oh,
a
you
little,
work with Jesus. You think he's gonna say when we get in our
yeah,
smoke?
let's have a smoke when we get on our break.
No, I
you
know.
know?
I'm just asking. You seriously think that, or what?
I think he might. Yeah, I don't think that Jesus would not smoke.
You really think Jesus
He might say, "Yeah, let's enjoy
Dirty
and have a
varmint, dirty
cigarette
varmint.
together."
Dirty Varmint, you say these things and you
Well,
are
Jesus
serious.
said to love your neighbor as yourself. And so to
Okay,
me, he's
okay.
commanding you to love yourself
Yeah,
too. And
But if we're
so,
gonna,
it's
if
like
we're gonna,
enjoyable. If
we're
you
gonna
love
compare
yourself,
the
you're going to
human.
eat tasty foods, you're going to smoke, do things that
I hear you,
make
Dirty.
you like
hear you.
alcohol. You'll drink alcohol because it's enjoyable. You know.
But it makes you sick.
Yeah, but that's why you don't overdo it, which I probably
It
do
don't
with
even matter if
cigarettes.
you
I
overdo it. It still
overdo the
makes you
cigarettes. I smoke
sick.
too much. So
Okay,
I
okay.
should probably cut back, but I
Any
don't think I should
alcohol is
quit.
damaging.
Okay, but come on, guys.
Anything in moderation, I think, is okay.
Any
Not
alcohol
not
is damaging.
anything, but smoking.
Well,
in
actually,
moderation, drinking
actually,
in
I
moderation.
recant that. It actually, you can have about 2 ounces a day, and it's not damaging.
Okay,
Right.
but either way, to say that you think Jesus is a smoke would be a
Maybe he
smoker.
would have one smoke a week or a month or a year. But he wouldn't say, "Oh, I won't touch it."
That's crazy to say that.
I know he's off the wall here.
It's insanity, but it's okay.
You really think Jesus wouldn't enjoy having a cigarette?
Do you understand the discipline that Jesus had and everything that he did, dude? Like, do you understand
I
how
guess.
hard?
Do you think he drank alcoholic wine?
Yeah, but that's like back in the day. they
That's
didn't-
almost the same
I
thing.
just told you.
Hold on.
drink 2 to 4 ounces.
Hold on. Let's go past that. Do you think he drank wine and got drunk ever?
I mean, it only takes me like about 2 freaking sips, and
Let's
I'm
listen, asking
tipsy,
about
dude. So I think he felt a little tipsy, maybe not drunk, but
Don't
he
call the word.
Nobody can
felt. I
take
think that
sips of
Jesus did
alcohol and
feel the
sick.
effect of the alcohol. If he
No,
drank
no.
Oh,
it,
no,
he
no,
probably
no,
didn't
no,
just
no.
sip it. He probably
You have
felt
to
the
drink at
effect a
least
little
4.
bit.
But you have to drink at least a shot to feel
The
some.
question is, do you think he ever got drunk?
No, I don't. I
We all
don't think
know
he
what drunk
got
is. We all
drunk.
know what drunk
I don't know. Maybe I couldn't say whether he did or
Dirty,
not.
you're
I don't know.
something else, man. You're something else.
Maybe I
Something
don't
else,
know,
man.
dude.
He drank the wine because
He
the
did
wine
drink the
was
wine.
prevalent. Okay, we agree. Because the wine
So
was more prevalent
he
than
could have
water
got
because they
drunk.
didn't have clean water. But
I mean, one sip of wine, dude, and I'm drunk.
We're never gonna make the position that Jesus got drunk. Jesus never got hammered, bro.
What about like me though? I take a freaking 1 cup of wine, not even a very, very big cup, and I'm drunk, dude.
He felt the alcohol, but he
Yeah,
didn't
he
get
had
drunk,
to have felt
okay?
the alcohol
He
a
didn't
little
get
bit.
drunk. He didn't change as a person. Getting drunk makes us all change as people. He never got to that point of getting hammered and looking around for a chick to bang. He didn't do that. Okay.
Yeah, he felt a slight buzz. Okay. And I agree with that.
Okay. Let's agree on that. So I'm just trying to get an idea of where you're coming from with some of these things, man. It's kind of I am surprised when I ask the questions like, would Jesus be a smoker? Yeah, he did smoke once a week. Yeah. Dude, has he been drunk? Yeah, I don't know. I get drunk off of that. I mean, I don't know, man. You guys, somebody else, talk. Help me out here. Help me out.
Dirty Varmint ran Stephanie off. Sent her.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry, Stephanie.
She probably went to work. She probably had something better.
No, I know. But the thing about this dude, he's under a delusion. Like whenever you smoke cigarettes, a spirit of delusion falls upon you.
You think so?
It's called addiction. Yeah, I know.
A demon, some kind of demon falls on you when you smoke cigarettes?
Any addiction designed to destroy the human body is demonic.
But it's not designed to destroy the human body. God designed tobacco to be smoked.
No.
Otherwise, why does it feel so good when you smoke it?
It doesn't. You're under a delusion that it does.
I don't know. I used to enjoy smoking. You get a rush. You get dopamine in your brain. You get all sorts
you get a little rush,
Yeah, I mean,
it tastes good.
Yeah, okay,
kind of.
yes, but
I know it stinks.
It hurts you, and it hurts you more than it helps, and you're under the delusion that it's not hurting you as much as it is, but it is.
Yeah.
Listen, I had a really hard time quitting, so I don't judge anybody, and I think
I'm not judging anybody. I had a hard time quitting.
I don't think it's gonna determine anybody's fate. I don't think God's gonna take any good person. Well, only God is good, but a righteous person and say, "Well, they smoke, so I'm throwing them in hell." I mean, no.
Neither, and that's the same argument for the gay people. Just because they have gay sex, they're not going to get thrown in lake of fire.
I agree. God's very patient with all our sin, but the bottom line is,
Okay, so gays can be Christians. So
all right, I don't care about the gay thing today. We beat it. We did it yesterday, but so yeah, I mean, whatever, man. You in time, you deal with it how you want to deal with it. Don't lie to yourself and say that, like I said, if we want to know if something's a sin, we ask if Jesus would do it. And when it comes down to like, dating girls and stuff, then it kind of becomes more complicated because Jesus obviously came to be a holy priest. So, we can in those rare situations not really go through that lens of what would Jesus do, because he was he wasn't here to have a wife, so you can go down those paths. But in most situations, if you want to ask if it's a sin, you should ask, well, would Jesus do it? So for all of us, smoking, getting drunk, whatever, those are sins. I mean, there's no way around it. But I don't know. But again, it's like, I don't think it's a salvation thing where God's going to judge you for smoking and say it's like, a line that you shouldn't have crossed. I smoked for 25 years and God still saved me. So I'm living proof he doesn't do that. So that's all I can say. But yeah, and I'm not saved yet as far as in heaven by any means. So I don't want people to hear that because I don't like when people say that. I think premature, saying you're saved and you're already got a reservation in heaven is a terrible folly. Because you could say you're on the right path and you have faith in God, but you should never act like God owes you salvation, in my opinion. What do you guys think about that? Let's actually ask a normal question issue, maybe. Do you think you should say you're saved and mean like you have a reservation in heaven?
I don't think so.
Okay, we agree on that then.
Like,
okay, so if no, you can never lose salvation.
You are OSAS, huh?
and I appreciate your perspective on
can only
the
lose
smoking.
well-
if I'm sinning, I want to know, and I want you guys to tell me, what your perspectives on it are. So I appreciate both of you guys' perspective on, you think it's a sin, and
well, I've had God, like when I was going through the smoking thing, Dirty. Like God, like I said, I find God in like subtle ways. Like I know when God's speaking to me. I was just like watching. It was actually ironic. It was one of that 7-Day Adventist pastor Doug guy that was just on my TV, and yeah, it's it's 1 Corinthians 3:17.
like you felt that God was pressing it on your heart to
Well,
quit.
well, I was thinking about quitting cigarettes, and I just was flipping the channels, and I stopped on it, and then the Doug Batchelor guy talked about not smoking, and then he put up this scripture. So I just knew that was just. I already trust me. The experience I had was.
I know, and that First
Yeah.
Corinthians, I know.
Yeah, I didn't need to see it on TV. I had an angel.
Since that's one I reject, I always kind of.
Yeah.
I
If
always thought
anyone
about that. Are we a
destroyed God's
temple? And
God will
it makes
destroy him.
sense.
Yeah.
If we are a temple, then we shouldn't defile the temple. So you're right
Yeah.
in this sense that it is a sin according to this verse. And so the only other verse I really was thinking about was, Jesus commanded us to love our neighbor as ourselves. And so he's kind of commanding us to love ourselves. And so if you love yourself, you're not going to kill yourself with cigarettes.
This is a good question because this kind of takes 1 Corinthians 3:17 to the extreme. Do you think suicide's a sin?
I know. I was about to ask. I wanted to ask that.
Well,
I don't know.
So? Do you think so?
Like one part of me wants to say, if you can't do what you want in life, you might as well be dead. If you can't do it, to me, it's like, no, it's not a sin if you kill yourself. If that's your choice, it's your body. You can do whatever you want with it. It's your own body. It's your property. You have every right to do anything you want with it. But then I also start thinking about, well, is it right to harm yourself? And we actually stop people from harming themselves. It's illegal to harm yourself, So and Jesus did say, love your neighbor as yourself. And I think he was saying you should love yourself. So it's almost like it is a sin if you harm yourself.
Again, if we think, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus kill himself? Well, he kind of did. So that's not.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. You almost kind of think he did,
That's kind of a bad example.
but yeah, but I
willingly
know what
did
you
die for
mean.
our sins, so that was kind of a bad
But yeah,
example.
he didn't kill himself. He didn't nail himself
yeah,
to the cross. It was still somebody else.
Yeah, and that was almost a bad example, I
But
guess.
yeah, like to harm
The
yourself.
point of the matter is, God doesn't want us killing
But it's
ourselves.
almost like,
It's a violent act against your temple.
didn't Saul kill himself? The King Saul.
Well, that just kind of proves
He fell on his sword. It was almost like he was
that was
at
bad
that situation. It's almost like he did the right thing.
Well, he was already wounded and stuff too. That was a really interesting. I think Saul falling on his own sword is definitely an allegory. But that's like what I was talking about with A's earlier. I think that's something that really happened, but it's also a huge allegory, obviously. So that's what I meant when I was telling A's. I was like, Paul's just saying it in that manner. It's like if I said Saul fell on his sword, and that's an allegory for somebody like destroying their own soul and going to hell because they had a choice. That's perfectly normal language. So why he was reading the word allegory there and trying to make it like Paul's saying this is a myth,
Yeah.
pretty bizarre. Because I could say the same thing just with the Saul story. Saul fell on his own sword. That is an allegory about us, abandoning God and God not abandoning us. We destroy ourselves.
Or Judas, like Chris says in the chat. He says, "Do you think Judas had remorse when he killed himself? Like maybe did Judas do the right thing by killing himself? Does he think that he might have, earned a little bit of forgiveness? Maybe not,
Ron.
I
don't know why you
a little bit.
This nonsense. Like he spews nothing but like this dude's opinions. His takes.
I was asking questions. I didn't even give an opinion. I asked a question.
What were you disagreeing with there? I didn't hear anything crazy. I mean, what do you disagree with?
Did Jesus do the right thing? I mean, did Judas do the right thing by killing himself?
He's reading.
No, I refuse to believe that you actually believe this way. You don't actually believe this way.
I'm asking. I haven't given my opinion or stated any opinion at all.
You think that we should? You think that we have the right to just do whatever we want in our life? Like we should be able. So you should be able to be a pedophile if you want.
No, of course not, because that violates somebody else's rights.
Tell us the rules.
If you violate someone else's rights, then you can't do that.
So you're telling us your own righteousness.
But smoking, it doesn't violate anyone else's rights.
Yeah, preach us the gospel. Preach us the gospel of the dirty varmint. Come on.
Yeah, okay.
Come on. Preach us
what do you want to know?
MC Nemesis, do you think you agree with me? And I mean, Dirty kind of agreed too. Do you think suicide?
Yes, of course I agree with you, Ron, because you believe in Jesus. Like you're telling me.
No, we're not. We don't agree on everything because we have different agreements. So I have to ask you.
We do agree on everything, Ron.
No, we don't agree on everything, but
so MC, do you think that Judas did the right thing by killing himself?
No.
So he shouldn't have killed himself?
No, he shouldn't.
What should he have done?
He should have asked. The reason he killed himself is because he was too ashamed to ask for forgiveness. But he could have just asked for forgiveness and God would have granted it.
I guess that's your opinion.
I think he realized what he did and God's presence was no longer with him. And
he took matters.
Trying to make up for it at least a little bit. The only thing you can do is kill yourself to make up for. I mean, there's nothing you can do to make up for that. So,
there's nothing you can make up for committing your sins, but God forgive you anyway.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know if God forgive me.
Against my Father.
But you don't know what God forgive or he didn't forgive. You can't just say, "Oh, God forgave you for that."
How dare you?
Yeah, well, MC Nemesis is out of fairness. None of us know when.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to prove.
It's good to tell people that God will forgive them, but we never know, what God's actual action is. You know what I mean? We don't want to speak for God. That's all.
I mean, just based on Jesus' teachings is all.
I can't say you're wrong in some cases. Like if somebody does, like, I don't want to bring up the gay thing again, but just because we talked about it a lot recently, if somebody was gay, I think it's okay to say to them, if you're trying to be a Christian and fellowship with them, say that God forgave them for their sin. I'm not saying that's a crazy thing to say, so I can see you saying it. I'm not going to say it. I just think we should always be careful when we say it too. You know what I mean? Just
and for the smokers too, we should be careful because, we have to tell them that because you smoke, you're living in a state of sin.
Yeah,
Well,
explain
I-
that. How is that?
Go ahead.
Thing is being gay, you're living in a state of sin, rebellion against God.
Yeah, but how is smoking living in a state of sin?
Because you're damaging, like you're using your body to please yourself. You're abusing your body.
Yeah, but my body's already gonna die no matter what. So
You're abusing your body to please yourself. You're
you-
self-mutilating yourself.
I guess, yeah, okay.
Smoking's a tough one.
It is kind of like self-mutilation. You are kind of
It's not
self.
tough at all, Ryan. You need to take stronger stances on this stuff.
No,
I feel that you're kind
No,
of.
listen, I know smoking's a sin, but I just know it's a really hard addiction to beat. So,
I know, but you're
I
being
like-
too timid. You're being too
No,
timid. You
no,
need to
no.
tell how it is.
well, listen, no, I think the problem is I don't want people to confuse the idea that I'm trying to say if somebody's smoking every day that they're not right with God, because that's a lie. Because
Yeah, I mean, alcohol also
people-
harms your brain every time you drink
yeah,
it.
yeah, that's what I
So
mean.
you're also, in a way, that's self-mutilation. Are you telling me Jesus was mutilating himself?
No, because there's an appropriate amount of alcohol that you can drink.
Okay, so is there appropriate amount of tobacco smoke?
No,
Zero tobacco smoke. You can't have
Zero.
one cigarette a week, you can't have one a month, one a year, zero.
no, zero. No,
Why?
alcohol's okay.
One cigarette is not going to do anything.
Yeah, see, I had to learn the hard way that God's standard is very high, so it is zero. But at the same time, I don't think other people should be too judgmental with other people too, and just be patient and let people, get there when they get there. But God's standard is zero on smoking, but it's God's standard.
Well, then why isn't it zero on
hold on,
alcohol?
hold
Because
on, hold on,
alcohol
hold on.
damages your
Because
brain.
no.
Hold on. Let's just
It
be
little
doesn't
honest.
bit
just
of
damage your
alcohol is
lungs; it
beneficial.
damages your
Yeah,
brain.
let's just be honest. God's standard is very high, so
Yeah, but
it's not trying to-
alcohol damages your brain.
No,
So,
it's
Well,
proven
the
that
scriptures do say don't get
to
drunk. The
empirical-
scriptures do say that. And most people that drink alcohol do drink.
You're
it
not
to
going to get
alcohol.
drunk off 2 to 4 ounces.
I know, but it still damages your brain no matter how much.
No,
you
it
drink.
does not.
Yes,
In
it
low
does.
doses, it actually helps you.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, well, cigarettes in low doses can actually help you.
You know
I mean,
that wine. Think
the
about this.
Indians used to smoke cigarettes for like spiritual reasons and stuff. So I mean, God made tobacco for
Yeah,
some.
the
There are
soldiers in World War II were
there's-
all issued cigarettes in their meals because it
There's-
helps you. It
there's
actually
some
improves
medical-
your.
Yeah, there's some medical reasons that smoking can be helpful at times for certain things, but I mean, the overall thing is
That's a lie. That's not real.
no, that is true. Smoking can help with like the blood flow and stuff. If it's a real
Stress and stuff
it's
like
a
that,
real
too.
It's a real thing. Like if you're bleeding or something, smoking can like slow down the bleeding. I don't know all this.
You think- Okay, does it slow down your blood? That's weird, dude. That's so weird to say. It's like
Listen, buddy, you can
you
Google
got to
it.
allow me to
You
smoke
can-
at least
you can-
once a month.
You
Come
can
on.
Google if there's any medical benefits of smoking tobacco, and I guarantee you're going to find some articles on the fact that the Indians or some other culture used it in some sort of medicinal way. So I promise you that does exist.
no. I promise.
Is it the exception? For sure, because most people just buy a pack of Marlboros and they're smoking them, getting lung cancer. And
Yeah,
there's a
so
bunch
why
of-
did God create
bunch of
tobacco?
chemicals in it? Well, that's
Why is
what
it
I'm
there?
saying. There's probably some medical.
Yeah, there's
Also,
got to be some sort of medical benefit.
you know, they weren't mixing their tobacco with arsenic like the cigarette
You're-
company.
you're-
Right.
Ryan, you
Yeah.
need to quit living in a state of delusion. If you smoke, it damages your lungs. Smoke's not meant to be in the lungs.
I
It
already,
doesn't.
I already
No,
said
it takes a
God's
lot
standard
of
is
smoke to
zero.
damage your lungs. One cigarette isn't going to damage your lungs.
I already said God's standard is zero, so I don't know why you're saying I didn't say that. I'm saying
Because you said that it had medical benefits, but at
well,
the
that's
same
just
time,
a fact too. There is medical benefits for tobacco. Just Google it, bro. I mean, it's not a lie. I can't lie. I can't lie just to please you.
I have Googled it, and I know for a
Okay,
fact
let's
that
Google it right now together. We'll Google it right now together. If I Google, are there any medical
we have
benefits?
to remember we have to consider where it's from too. Like I don't want to
All
go
right,
to.
all right. So before I even Googled it, now you just already disqualified.
Yeah, don't go to Marlboro.com to look at the answers.
Yeah, I know this.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm gonna go, man. I
Yeah,
had
I
a good
know.
night, but I'm getting
It's getting
tired.
late. It's getting late. I
have
hear
a good day.
So I appreciate it.
Okay.
you. All right, good to see you, Dirty.
I
Well,
hope you quit smoking. Love you, bro.
I'm glad you and Dirty became good friends tonight, MC Nemesis. That was
Yeah, I hope he quit smoking. I
Nah,
hope that
smoking.
from it
Smoking's not
because
good
it
for
is
you.
sinful. Like it's way worse than being gay.
Yeah. Well, this is anti-inflammatory, prevents this and that.
Are you going to show it on screen?
Yeah, I will, sure. I mean, people can Google it on their own too, man. It's not like a crazy thing. I'm not saying cigarettes are some
No, I'm
health.
saying that I
healthy
have Googled it and there's no evidence.
Oh, there is evidence for certain things.
The only evidence that smoking is good is on like tobacco websites.
Well, see, the problem is with some of these is
No, this is from the tobacco website.
I don't know who this is from. But no, it's the things I already said, man. There are some weird, blood flow things and stuff like that. But it's talking about for like extreme cases, dude. Like if you get shot or something, some real intense, crazy stuff. There's some stuff out there. I'm not
And
gonna.
it's slow blood flow. Yes. Is that a benefit? No. What, like you're saying, they could be okay if a person's shot in the war and they do not have any medication.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that type of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to argue, dude. I'm not trying to say
Okay,
it's a
we're
healthy
gonna have
habit.
that's infinitely small. We cannot
Well,
even.
that's all I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about. Does any positive mental, physical benefit exist in like the purest? Why did like the ancient cultures, have it? Obviously, they had it because they enjoyed it too. But in what way could they have used it to, you know what I mean, just be beneficial
Hey,
for health? You know what I'm saying?
comment said he disagrees. He thinks that mutilating your lungs is better than having sex.
Well, I think that's what most people would say, but I don't think
How is mutilating your lungs better than just having sex?
because they're not having natural sex; they're hurting themselves by doing it.
Not with proper lubrication. I'll explain this to you.
Bro, proper lubrication ain't gonna do nothing.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, shove some stuff really deep in there and see.
No,
How,
I'm saying I've never done it. I'm just saying.
well, then that's why you don't understand it because it's definitely.
You're right.
not
I mean, I guess we
beneficial.
would have to ask someone who's done it before,
Yeah.
and then I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I
I'm
can't
just
say
saying you can't make the argument they're not doing damage to themselves. I've seen them have to get stitches and stuff, and they're bleeding, and it's not a good situation, dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think with proper lubrication, that the chances go down to.
I'm sure that's a helpful aspect, but I'm sure there's still noticeable. I guarantee if you went and sat on a broom right now, you'd notice it tomorrow. I don't know what you're thinking, but I know I'd notice it if I sat on.
I know what you're saying. I think I get it. Both of them is a
Yeah.
form of mutilation using your body improperly.
Yeah. I think I'd notice it tomorrow if I sat on a broom. I don't know about you.
Okay, so using your body improperly. Oh, that's a really good argument to use to attack gay people.
I don't go out of my way to attack anybody because, like I said, I'm a sinner too. If I really go through my life and think about all the sins I did, it's beyond amazing that God's still willing to spare me, save me.
Well, I mean, they're still going to view it as an outright assault and try to get you canceled.
I mean, I'm not big enough to get canceled, so I'm not.
Not
really
yet, but I'm saying they're going to view your viewpoint as bigotry. That's what they do.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not bigot at all. I don't know. What are you doing over there? You got things going on? What are you making food or something?
Oh, me?
Yeah, I don't know. You banging
Oh,
around?
no. I'm just chilling.
Yeah. Well, I think you're sensitive about some of the stuff, my friend, because you live it. So I understand you get upset over certain things like the health information. He was obviously talking nonsense, but it is what it is. Don't let your own personal battles make you overly sensitive to other people's ignorance is what I'd say. but it's hard not to be. I understand. I have my own personal battles, and I'm more sensitive to them than other people are
I
to
yeah,
issues.
I understand. I mean, I think there's a time to be passive and a time to just like take your stand because what if someone hears that information and and based on his opinion they say, oh well, I think it's okay to keep smoking, and they just
Yeah,
keep in their lungs.
I hear
I
you. I
want
hear you.
information. I'm okay with people having opinions, sure, but
Yeah,
that's not an opinion. That's direct misinformation.
I agree with you. There's nothing worse than telling a blatant lie. So I agree with you on that. The lie is not good.
And I
So
know that you're trying to expose their lies by like letting it hang itself, uh, debate style, but at the same time, even entertaining it is damaging. Like
yeah,
entertaining the
yeah,
thought
but
that
I don't agree with a lot of things a lot of people say that come on. So I have to find a way to allow that to occur in order to, have the conversation still. I have to allow it on both ends. I can't be biased and just start muting people and not letting people say what they, because then all this channel is what I think. Then it's like, so what's the point of me having other people on if the only ideas I'm going to allow are what I believe? You know what I mean? So I want to allow people to say things because then I learn certain things and I see things differently too. So if I don't hear how some people view certain things, then I'll never look at it, in a different way myself. And I could learn from other people. So I like hearing other people's opinions, but sometimes that comes with you got to let people say wrong opinions too, or things you disagree with. And, it's just part of the territory if you're going to allow free speech. And I rather not be up here muting people because I know when I go on other channels, I don't want to be muted. I don't want to be thrown off. So you got to do a lot to get me to throw you off. You have to really, you know, ask
I
for it.
know, I know what you're saying, and I understand it because
Yeah.
you don't want to just kick people.
Oh, I want to allow everybody to have a voice. You know what I mean? And I want to treat people as equally as possible up here. I don't want it to be like, well, it's Ryan's
I
show.
felt
Ryan's
personally
report.
I felt personally attacked though.
You
Like I
weren't.
felt like he was purposely attacking me, like he was trying he was trying to manipulate me into believing that I should not exercise
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
he lives because he smokes and doesn't exercise, and he says, well, I'm skinny, you're fat, that's just the way it is. I felt like it's a personal attack on me and
Yeah.
others going through the same struggle, and I feel that it's
Mhm.
enough. Like I use my rageaholism to my benefit then, so I can rage out on him, and then I take out my stress instead of keeping the stress inside. I give it right back to him, and I vent my
Well,
stress instead of bottling it up.
you got to stop that. I mean, anger does not produce the righteousness of God. I could show you that in James and also in Proverbs and other places. The best one of the best Bible verses about anger is a fool gives full vent to his folly. Think, or excuse me, a fool gives full vent to his anger. I think. Let me Google that one for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm giving them back a full vent to it. I'm not holding anything back. Well, I am holding some things back. I'm
Yeah,
not screaming.
as somebody with an anger issue myself, we all have to agree we do a lot of dumb things when we give full vent to our anger. We say a lot of things we don't mean. We break things. We do a lot of dumb things.
Well, yes, I used to,
I
but
don't know about you, but I've broke a lot of things.
I used to. Yes, I used to do that. But now that I'm self-aware, I will just tell people. I said I might rage out on you, but I'm just a rageaholic. Please forgive me.
Yeah, I noticed you made a point to say that. So it
Uh,
seems
and
like something you're aware isn't good and you're working on it.
yes, and I am working on it, and I'm able to identify that now. I used to just break stuff and just like you, and I used to just like I used to take. Right now, you know what instead of doing physical acts
Yeah.
of violence, like I used to get in fights when I was younger.
Yeah.
Instead, now I do just verbal assaults. That
Yeah.
way, it's much better because okay, you might get mad at me for something I said, but at the same time, at least I'm not hurting anybody like I used to do. At least I'm not,
Yeah.
beating people up like I used to. Like one of my ex girlfriends, I still cared about her, and she told me that her boyfriend hit her, so I drove to the trailer park and beat the shit out of him.
Yeah. Well,
And
we've
you
all-
see that, and because I kept the anger inside, and I said, well, you know what, I'm going to do it. And if you keep the anger inside, you got to let it out. And I'm sorry, I have so much anger to let out, but I promise you, once it's done getting let out, I will be a beautiful soul because I believe in Jesus, and I already feel the changing. So I think this is how
Well-
God is telling me to do it. Is by
Well-
he's saying fully vent to anybody who will let you. And if you think something's wrong, then just tell them exactly how you feel, because you don't need to hold those feelings in. And then, Aaron, whenever you can come to a place to where you're okay, like whenever you can, like I commend you, because you seem like you're at that place a little bit more than me, that you can control yourself. But until I can control myself, this is not up to me. This anger was put in me by my father. Like he taught me, he socially conditioned me, and I've been having to deconstruct myself. And you have to remember that this deconstruction didn't be made possible until I became self aware, which was only about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, no, we're all work in progress, man. None of us are where we need to be, or are gonna get to where we need to be.
Yeah, and that's why I say, like, if I see a smoker, if I hear a smoker, I will immediately like.
Don't project though. If something was real personal to you, try not to be overly judgmental on other people because it was bad in your life. You know what I mean? Like, yes, it's objectively bad also, but you can be, biased in a way too and be projecting your own battles. You know what I mean? You got to be careful of that too. It's like if I struggle with something, I am more sensitive to it and I'm aware of that when I see it in other people, but I shouldn't use it as, a way to condemn them because I'm taking out my own personal frustration and what I did wrong.
I understand that, but
You know what I'm saying?
saying, but because I'm a rageaholic, this is not something I can control right now. And
Well, you
once
can control it. I mean, just look at the scripture here. This is one, and then the other one I'll get in Proverbs. Like I said, it's like a fool gives full vent to his anger. I mean, that one's even better than this one. I mean, this one's clear too. For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. But that other one I like even more because it tells you like, okay, you can't give full vent to it. And if you are going to try to get it out, try to just do it in a positive way. You definitely shouldn't be doing it towards other people. If you have to go, make music or you want to yell in a room, some people make music or that's their outlet, or some people yell, some people work out. Try to find a positive outlet where you're not sharing the anger towards others. I mean, that's all I can say.
Fortunately, I'm unable to do that.
I know. I know. You're
Well,
not there yet.
I'm unable to do it because I try to be active on YouTube so that more people can listen to my music. And I'm not saying that I just constantly like me myself being active on YouTube. I would not ever be active on YouTube if I didn't have music that I was trying to get people to listen to out there. I would not ever be active. I mean, I can't say never, but I wouldn't be MC Nemesis. I wouldn't be like I would, come with a random profile picture like Dirty Varmint and just talk to people when I wanted to.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But
Well, you don't
but on
need-
the internet, this is my job. Like I'm trying to get more attention, and I'm just saying, like this right here, this is not a clout chasing endeavor. I don't care, like
Oh,
about any
sure.
self promotion. This is not a clout. This is intrinsic value for me because this
Sure.
is my personal beliefs, and
Sure.
I found somebody on the internet like you and other people that believe in Jesus.
Amen.
Remember James said, I've been exposed to the darkness for so long, I didn't even think channels like this existed anymore because I've been caught up with the wrong side of YouTube. And I think that, and that's why I say he moved through the algorithm again. I found your channel and now I feel much better whenever I was feeling very bad. And I think that, yeah, but I don't know if you have the patience to deal with me, nor do you want to. Like, you probably don't like me as a person because of what I'm going through.
Bro. I like you. I like everybody that comes on my channel. I mean, I don't agree with everybody at all times, but I have no problem with anybody. We run into people that we disagree with. That happens. That occurs. But yeah, this is a good one. Like I said, if in other translations instead of spirit they put anger here,
Hey,
Uh,
can I address something in the chat real quick?
A fool gives hold on, read this one first before you even respond to the comment because it
All
might
right.
help you.
Okay,
A fool gives full vent to his spirit, but a wise man quietly holds it back. So I think you need to remember, and I'll show you in other translations it has the word anger there.
but how do I become a wise man?
Well, like see how other translations like the NIV uses rage. Fools give full vent to their rage, but the wise bring calm in the end.
How
The
can I be wise?
ESV says spirit though, so
Will you tell me?
I haven't mastered it. The best thing I can say is I'm no expert, but to turn to what God teaches us as best as possible. You know, that's
And what is that? What is he? How does he teach us to be wise?
how does he teach us to be wise and like as it says in this to do God's will.
Okay, what is
Like
God?
Dirty said, fear.
I mean, I know he saves us, but what is his
will?
will? What is his will? I don't like. That's one thing that I have trouble figuring out. I don't really know what his will is. Does any man really? Like, what does he want me to do?
No man knows the exact will of the Father. The Father's will is love, though. We know that. We know love is what God teaches us and more than, you know.
Doesn't he want me to spread his gospel? Wait, that's evangelism. It's not all about evangelism. Isn't it about more than evangelism? Isn't it about our own personal growth? Isn't it about community too? Like, even though you do evangelize, isn't it important to build our own community up too? And then even further to build ourselves up so we're better members of that Christian community?
Yeah, of course. You're a good tree is going to bear good fruit. And, you know, you need to work on yourself in order to help others. So, of course, all those
But what
things-
community? Like, where are the people? Like I can't trust my local church because they believe in false doctrines.
Your community is whoever needs help. That's who your community is. If you want to be a Christian, you should find somebody that needs help and help them. You know.
Okay, what type of help? Because
Well, whatever it is. If
I've been
somebody,
homeless myself, and I know for a fact that, I mean, yes, I'm a Christian, but I'm saying like being homeless, there's not a lot of help out there besides like people just want money.
well, that's something you could really help people with. If you were homeless before, you could tell them, you know, what helped you not be homeless besides just dating the girl. You could tell them what in your life changed.
The algorithm.
Okay, well, you could tell them, hey, look, on the internet, I found a way to make money, or this and that, or.
But
you
I
could
have no. I'm just saying by the algorithm, I found my girlfriend, and then I had no idea who she was when I first met her. But it was just like a random stroke of luck. I don't think it was a stroke of luck at all. I think the algorithm found her for me because the algorithm had listened to me for the past year and knew that I started a YouTube channel. And I'm saying the algorithm's
Are you aware though? You're almost making an idol out of the algorithm. Are you aware of that? Because it sounds like that to me. You're like making an idol out of the algorithm. You're
no.
worshiping.
I'm saying that. Do you think that God's working through the algorithm?
That's what I would say. If you're going to give credit to anything, make sure it starts where it's supposed to with God.
Yeah, let's say that. I think
Don't-
that God,
don't-
because the algorithm itself, I believe that it's a neutral force like the ocean.
Oh, okay. That's okay to say because, like I said, God does work through all things, so that's okay. But just make sure you're not ever creating some sort of idolatry of the algorithm did this. No, give the credit to the Father, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, and allow God to get the glory which He deserves, and then realize that God works through things. So the algorithm may have been a tool God used to reach you.
Can I answer Stephanie here? She's making a false.
You can, but try to remember Proverbs 29:11 about
Let me read her comment, and then
fool
I'll
gives full vent to his rage. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's okay for MC saying he hates Muslims, spreading misinformation that they're all evil, but personally attacked over a potato chip. Okay, so let me first by saying I don't hate Muslims, the people. I hate Islam, the religion, because it's just wrong, on so many levels. The most wrong level is they worship a prophet other than Jesus called Muhammad, who was a known pedophile. Even in the Quran, is a pedophile. But because You have rabbis that will teach a certain doctrine. You have a rabbis that will twist their doctrine to tell you, like in Islam, in Islam, you trust the rabbi, you don't trust the Quran. They tell you what to do. Shut up. Sorry. Oh my God, my dog. She barks every time that there's like a sound going on. Anyways,
Yeah.
I apologize for that. But yeah, Stephanie, but personally attacked over a potato chip. It's not that I'm trying to personally attack anybody. It's that they're trying to personally attack me. But they're trying to say that don't worry about eating that potato chip because guess what? It's not going to matter when I know for a fact it matters because I
Yeah.
feel bad.
Well,
That's not right.
just hold on. I'll just say it's like a drug addict seeing somebody say, "Hey, it's okay to take that hit of crack, one hit of crack." Well, of course, somebody that smoked crack and then lost their house and they've been to rehab and they've been to jail, they're gonna have a more of an emotional reaction to that. Whereas me, if I heard somebody say to somebody, smoke crack, I'd be like, "Come on, man, that's crazy. That's." But I'm not gonna have the personal attachment like somebody that smoked crack and it ruined their life's gonna have. So I understand why you reacted. If you have diabetes, you have to go to the doctor. You have to worry about getting your body amputated or dying. I get it. You're more sensitive to that topic. So for people to relate to what happened, they have to put themselves in your shoes. So
Yeah, let me make an amendment. So to further clarify Stephanie's accusation, she said that I said that all Muslims are evil. All Muslims are evil, but not intentionally. Not all Muslims are intentionally evil, but there's innocent evil, I'd like to call it. Like if you were born, say you were born into a satanic family, so you think that being a Satanist is a good thing, but then there's the age of accountability. Once you reach the age of accountability, then it might be very hard to change, but there's been plenty of Muslims that have left the faith, former Muslims that now spread the truth of Jesus Christ. Did I feel personally attacked over a potato chip? Really? Yet you're spreading you hate, saying all Muslims are evil. All Muslims are evil.
well, I told you yesterday we shouldn't be saying anyone is evil because only God can judge.
Well,
I mean, I personally put this into practice to the extreme. Like, I won't even call Hitler evil because even though to myself and most people,
you're trying to say cult followers aren't evil.
no, what I'm trying to say is that it's just a good practice, even in the most extreme situation, like somebody like Hitler or something, to not call it evil because it'll just train your mind to allow God to do the judgment. And also you're not judging anyone else by doing that, so you're making your judgment from God better.
No, it's okay to righteously judge people.
Well,
That's perfectly fine.
the scriptures will say that at times that you should, and by that what they're saying is decipher between good and evil so you don't do evil and you don't put yourself in danger. That's what those scriptures, to me at least, are really trying to demonstrate. They're not saying judge righteously, by looking at other people and saying, well, out of 10, you're a 7, out of 10, you're a 2. I don't think the scriptures are saying that. The scriptures, like I said, that say judge righteously are to tell you to navigate life, to avoid evil, to do good, to protect yourself from evil. That's judge righteously. Judge righteously is not looking at Hitler or and comparing him to this guy or that guy or whoever and saying, well, he's better, he's worse. That's not anything we should ever do. Jesus says, don't judge, else you will be judged with the same measure.
Right. I mean, but at the same time, I think that you just don't are you saying that because you don't want to offend people, or are you saying that?
No, I'm saying it because it's scriptural, because it's from the word of God. So again, I do it to the extreme. I won't call Hitler evil, even though in my heart and soul, do I think he was evil? Yes, I do. But I try not to. I try to make my heart open to the fact that if Jesus and the Father decide to save Hitler, Well, that's only a good thing for me too, because that means I have a better chance of being saved too. And if Hitler did get saved by God, that doesn't change my fate at all. Just like the parable Jesus told about the workers in the vineyard, some came in the morning, some came in the afternoon, some came later in the day, and then some came at the 11th hour, and they all got paid one denarius. And the people that worked earlier, the workers that worked earlier in the vineyard, were asking, why'd you pay this, guy that came later the same amount? And the owner of the vineyard said, friend, why are you mad at me? Do you despise my generosity, or did I not give you what I told you I would give you? Like, honor my agreement with you. So, you have to, look at life through that lens and think like, well, if God did save Hitler, how much more of a chance do I
Okay.
have to make it to heaven? You know what I mean? It's a positive for you,
I've processed what you said, and I will correct you on. Okay,
Sure, correct
if
me,
I can
please. I'm
qualify,
interested.
the lens that you should gauge things is if you can either quantify it or qualify it.
Sure.
I know that I don't want to be a slave because I know slavery is wrong because I don't want to be a slave.
Okay. Sure.
I know that
Okay,
pedophilia
but
is wrong.
hold on. Right there, you're not talking about a person, though. You're talking about an action. Those are two different things. Like, I can call murder evil or slavery evil, but I'm not going to call a slave owner himself evil.
Yeah, well, I don't know how you can say that the slave owner would not be evil.
Because it's not my judgment. Do I think that it's an evil act? Yes. But do I understand how serious it is to not judge others? Also, yes. So let's use the slave owner example. He's a slave owner, so he looks very evil to me. I do not know anything about that man's heart. He could pray to God 100 times a day. He could try to feed his whole, family, nation, whoever. He could treat the slaves terribly. He could treat them good. I can't judge. Even if I watch him do evil things, I can see those evil acts, but I still don't know that man's heart in the eyes of God. So
That's okay. I mean, I can judge him and say that he's an evil person because he owns slaves. He's evil.
But do you think that's the Christian thing to do?
Yes, Jesus wants that.
You think Jesus taught that?
I'm a disciple of Jesus, and I'm telling you, he did. Isn't that evident enough?
Why in Matthew 7 did he say not to do that unless you want to be judged with the same measure?
I do want to be judged by the same measure. I'm not a slave owner.
Okay, so do you see the danger of that, though?
There's no danger in it. It's just standing
All right,
up for what you believe.
Just it's same in Luke 6:37 through 42. But here's Matthew 7. Judge not that you be not judged. For with the judgment you pronounce, you will be judged. And with the measure you use it, and with the measure you use it will be measured to you. Why do you see the speck that is in your brother's eye, but do not notice the log that is in your own eye? Or how can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye when there is a log in your own eye? You hypocrite. First take the log out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to take the speck out of your brother's eye. Do not give dogs what is holy, and do not throw your pearls before pigs, lest they trample them underfoot, turn to attack you.
Yes, what this means is don't be a hypocrite.
I'll agree with that. I mean, the word hypocrites right here, that is definitely part of this.
Okay.
And also the last verse is the righteous judgment that you were talking about. So
Okay, I'm not a
right here,
hypocrite to condemn slavery and slave owners.
no, you're not. You're not a hypocrite for doing it, but at the same time, like I said, you're gonna also do it in situations more than just slave owners. You're gonna start doing it with other people too, right?
No, I mean, right now we're talking about slavery.
I know, but if you just kept the bar at slavery in this hypothetical, like, way to live your life, maybe that is a safe area to do it in, right? Maybe that's like you're comfortable with getting judged with that measure. But what if then it comes down to you see somebody that beat his wife once, and you say that guy's evil, or you see
I don't
someone-
think I don't think we should make up these hypothetical specific.
Well, how else
scenarios.
can we talk about it? What do you want? I mean, how
Well,
else-
what we need to do is we need to attack certain groups of like certain groups and ideologies, and break them down.
I know, but what if you start saying, well, all drug dealers are evil and all thieves
Yeah,
are
they
evil?
are. They
Okay,
are.
but okay, so you're going to be judged by that. So, have you ever sold drugs?
No. Well, yeah, one time I sold. Well, no, weed's not a drug, so no.
No, weed is a drug. I smoke plenty of weed. It's definitely a drug.
No, there's cannabinoid receptors in our brain. It's,
All right,
it's
but
only
have you sold weed?
yes.
Okay, so you sold drugs. You just said drug dealers are evil, so you're going to be judged with the same measure.
But I don't. I mean, look, I don't sell drugs now. I only did it once.
Hey, tell it to God. You're the one who said it was evil, and you asked for this. I told you how to avoid it, but you didn't.
It
wanna
is evil. It is,
Jesus
and that's why I
told-
quit doing it.
Jesus told you how to avoid it, not me, for the record. Matthew 7 and Luke 6:37. Jesus told you how to avoid this.
But you
It's,
like
hold on,
what
hold
you're
on,
saying
hold
makes
on.
no
I want to
sense.
make the same point. It's in Matthew 5 when Jesus said, "Don't take an oath." Remember how the Jews used to always promise things to God? You know, God, I'll do this. God, I'll do that. And then make an oath before God. But then they ended up breaking them all the time. So what did Jesus say in Matthew 5? Don't even make an oath to God. Think about
no,
that.
nobody's making an oath to God.
Well,
No.
people have in the past, and when they promise something to God, which I've done this, I've failed at this. I've made oaths. It was smoking cigarettes, and I made oaths to God, and I lied, and I failed. So there's a very good reason why Jesus says these things. He's not just saying these because he hasn't been the ancient one of days who hasn't seen everything that could or will come. He knows what's going to come. So avoiding judging others is a way to build your own character because it creates the empathy that you want to have. You want to be able to relate to even the drug dealers or the slave owners, because that's how you can reach someone else. If you look at everyone as evil, you don't wish the peace of Christ upon them.
No,
then-
we need to condemn their behavior. We need to
Mhm.
you know what would be a good idea? Maybe we could come up with some way of punishing people that do wrong.
Well,
What would that
condemning
be?
behavior is good. I'm not going to lie. You should rebuke the slave ownership aspect of that.
Is there any way that we like? Do you think that we could develop a system to punish people for doing bad deeds?
Well, why do we want to do that? God's going to do that.
Because we don't want our children hurt. We don't want our kids to get a hold of drugs. We don't want people to kill themselves or mutilate themselves. Is there any way that we could, kind of enforce this?
Well, we do create laws that we try to take from God's law.
Oh, so we do have something to, kind of stop evil here.
Well, we have jails and prisons because people do need to be held.
So the
accountable now.
debate is not whether we have the power. The debate is what is evil, and what should we stop? How much should we violate somebody's private right? Because let me tell you this: there is really no such thing as freedom. I don't, but like you could go down the road and do I have the freedom to do whatever I want? Sure, but they're going to take your freedom away if you do it. So it's appropriate to take some freedoms away from people that misuse them.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. As a society, in order to protect everybody, we need to have order. So I don't think God's saying don't.
Okay, so how do gay people harm society? Why do they need to be attacked?
Well, there isn't any law about that except for in the scriptures, and it's just telling you that it's a sexually immoral act because it is. You're not supposed to do certain sexual things. I mean, feces and blood shouldn't be involved in the normal sexual
But it's
behavior.
not. I told you, with proper lubrication, you don't.
Hey man, I don't know how much experience you got with it, but I don't know. Sitting on a broom don't sound too fun. That's all I gotta say. But
the studies have shown. It's just like a fact that, if you use proper, because I've done anal sex with my own partner, and I'm telling you, I don't hurt her. You're implying that I hurt her every time I do it.
Well, I don't know what you're doing. I don't want to get into your personal business, but
Yeah, because you can't say, like, you're saying that I'm hurting my girlfriend. I'm not.
Well,
hurting
maybe
my
you're not
girlfriend.
working with the broom that I'm talking about. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no, like why? Like that would be mutilation.
I don't know. I have to tie my guy around my knee, so I don't know. I can't relate. I think I would hurt a girl. I'm kidding. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing.
Bro, it's a bad argument to say that you can't hurt somebody doing that. Come on now. You know, it's like,
Well, yeah, you can hurt somebody by
yeah,
just
maybe when you're with your
being physical
girlfriend,
at all
you don't
with
try to do it, but you know, I'm sure gay people have their own stories on, you know, I wish I didn't put that in there or this
it's
and
not.
that.
Let me put it this way. It's not assault, and it never will be considered assault.
I won't lie, the gay issue is a hard issue with religion. It is hard because, you know, I have gay friends, you have gay friends, I'm sure everybody knows gay people. And you know, it doesn't feel good to have to try to navigate that with the scriptures because you don't want somebody to have to hate themselves if they genuinely are just a certain way. So I try my best to show, you know, that God does that for all of us, and we all have a reason to hate ourselves because we're all violating the scriptures in one way or the other that we can't stop. You know, like Paul even said he's at war with his own members, you know, because of his flesh. So I mean, you know, we all go through the battles of temptation. You know,
Having anal sex is not a sin.
with a girl, you're saying a heterosexual act, just in general.
No, I mean, it's just not a sin.
Well, no, I know, but I think it is. Yeah, it definitely is.
You cannot technically have sex with a man, technically, except for oral sex.
I mean, you could have sex with your girlfriend, anal sex, and I think it's a sin.
Well, what I'm trying to explain to you is that
But that's my point too. That gay people shouldn't feel like they're, you know,
yeah,
so
you're
different.
attacking them. You're attacking them.
Well, I do my best as a Christian to not attack gay people at all because I think it's a terrible travesty what the church has
No,
done.
they're saying what they're doing is wrong and they shouldn't do it. But all they're doing is expressing love for their partner, and you're saying that they're wrong to do it.
Well, to me personally, I don't have I can see the reason why God has the law that he has about homosexuality, but I also can you know, struggle with it too at the same time and say that, you know, I don't know why it is, you know, why it exists, period. You know, because I don't see people just doing it because they want to rebel against God. It seems like some people are just born that way. I don't know. So it's a
They
hard
want
topic.
to, they want to express themselves with each other like any heterosexual
Yeah.
couple. So it's not a sin.
I wouldn't go that far because the scriptures call it a sin. So I would still call it a sin.
It doesn't. We've already went over it. It doesn't hurt your body. It doesn't hurt you
but that's a lie.
psychologically.
That's
It
a
actually
lie.
fulfills you psychologically if you're gay.
I mean, we could use lesbians because they're not doing the anal thing. So in that situation, I'll say they're not hurting their bodies. But okay, so we'll go there because the gay men I think are hurting their bodies. But let's use lesbians so we can, you know, go through.
Let's say this: that the body was not.
Lesbians aren't hurting each other. So let's use lesbians. Go ahead though. Continue on.
The bodies, they were not designed for anal. However, they were also not designed for kissing. So why do we do that?
They weren't designed for what?
The lips were not designed for kissing. They were designed for eating.
I don't know. Kissing is pretty normal. I mean, all sex.
It's not normal. It's our lips, like God. They were not physically made to kiss anything. They were made to just eat, like functional wise.
Says who?
Well, says me and says just my ability to qualify it.
Well, I don't know why you say our lips weren't made for kissing when we can kiss. So obviously they were made to do it. I don't know.
Yes, we can qualify that our lips can do it, but we can also use our buttholes for sex. And
I wouldn't recommend that. I think that is a sin for sure.
Well, no, it's not a sin because, like our lips, we can use them for kissing to express affection.
Then we get back to like, do we have freedom over our bodies? Do we have freedom to kill ourselves? Do we have freedom to cut ourselves? Do we have freedom to smoke? How can you say smoking's a sin because you're hurting your body, but then say, well,
Yeah, yeah, you're inhaling smoke and it's actually damaging your lungs, making you cough and all kinds of stuff. Okay, whenever you have gay anal sex, you're using it to express affection the same way you use your lips to kiss people.
yeah, but you know, all I can say, and have a good day, Lynn. God bless. Thanks for listening for a bit. Hope you have a good day. But what I'll say is that you have to balance things in life, man. So I'm not saying that it's an easy scripture for any of us to process as Christians. Would our lives be easier if we
Yeah, I
did?
think you're having trouble processing it.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. I understand it's a sin, but it's I understand it's a sin God forgives, just like the rest of the sins that God
It's not a
forgives.
sin.
Well, that's where you're having to go against God, and that's a losing battle. So I'm not really going to join you on that.
No, I'm with God, and I'm saying I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to provide you with.
See what you're trying to do though is edit the book because it's something that doesn't fit your own personal beliefs, and then you start doing that, then you don't even have a Bible anymore. Then you just have your own beliefs.
No, we do have a Bible, but we have a Bible filled without contradictions.
Yeah, but God freed people from slavery, so we understand the slavery issue. When people try to portray God as advocating slavery is misuse of the scriptures because God freed people from slavery out of Egypt. That was the whole point.
No,
of
if you believe that, it's legitimate text, I don't believe it belongs in there. We should take it out.
Well, I believe it's in the Bible for a reason, and it's taken out of context. So that's how I don't.
Yeah,
I
but
don't,
the different reasons we have. The reasons you have is because you think it's from God. The reasons I think it's from the devil. I think the devil put that in there to
I don't
deceive
think
people.
the devil had the power to put that in the book. I don't think the devil had
So
that.
so the devil doesn't have the power to alter the Bible. Then why did King James put his name on it if it couldn't be altered? I thought it was the Holy Bible, not King James Bible. Why
Well,
did Billy Graham do it?
It is called the Holy Bible, I
Okay,
believe.
so we know that Satan does have the ability to alter the Bible. So he's altered the Bible to be confusing
How has he altered the Bible?
because he put that text in there that God's okay with slavery.
No, he didn't.
He put the text in there that he killed.
The text doesn't say God's all right with slavery. It gives rules for taking care of slaves.
Yeah, which means he condones it, which is evil, and God is not evil.
I don't think those two things.
Yes, that's what it means. It condones it. Yeah, you need to
No.
understand.
No, what the problem is people don't understand. They were
In
going.
your current Bible that you believe in, God condones slavery. It needs to be amended. We need to make a new Bible with that out in it.
They were going to war with people, and when you go to war with people, you're only left with a few choices. You either kill those people, you either let them go, and then they can come back and attack you and try to kill you again, or you can put them into some sort of slavery type position where they're you treat them right, but you won't allow them to leave, but they become your workers. So that's a big reason why those laws exist within the scriptures.
It doesn't exist in the scriptures. It's just false doctrine.
No, those were. So you're trying to claim that what? Just the Old Testament verses on slavery, or also the verse in the New Testament where Paul said, "Slaves, obey your masters"? Because I won't lie, I had trouble with that verse for a long time too. Are you saying all those verses were added to the Bible?
Well, I mean, do you believe that God is good?
I know God is good.
There you go. So we know that slavery is not good.
Yeah, we know slavery's not good, but the biblical slavery that's in the Bible is not the slavery.
There's no such thing as biblical slavery. Slavery is just evil. No, there's not.
Okay.
Nobody wants to be a slave. It's evil. If anybody condones it, then it's evil.
You're right. Nobody wants to be a slave. I don't want.
If you have the authority to stop it, think about, okay, you're the law. Okay, somebody comes to your house and assaults you. The law comes and that dude's beating the crap out of you, but the law doesn't stop it. The law says, "Nah, I'm not going to stop it." That would make the police evil. Yes.
Yeah, but God has laws about beating your slaves, and you got to set them free if you knock their tooth out or
Exactly, dude. I mean, Luke here, he's a black guy. I mean,
What do you mean exactly, dude? What that's the whole point. God is that law in that situation that if you beat your slave, you got to let him free.
Dude,
What
you
if
want
you
to be a
hold on. Let's use an example. What if
you want to be a slave?
hold on. What if no, I don't. What if you come into my house and you try to kill me? And if I let you go, I know you're going to try to kill me again. But I have another choice, which is to kill you and just end the situation, or I can turn you into a slave and put you on a farm and have you work, but also try to treat you as decently as I can, even though you tried to kill me. So I'm forgiving you for trying to kill me.
Oh,
Is
like
is that still an evil form of slavery?
yes, all slavery is
That's
evil.
still an evil form. So what would you do in that situation after the person tried to kill you and your family? What would you do?
Defend you defend your family, exact righteous judgment, and hang them.
You'd kill him right on the spot.
Well, you would hold a trial.
All right, but after the trial, they got found guilty of trying to kill you. You'd kill them right away, right?
Yes,
So why is that righteous?
because it's that's the law. That's the processing of it.
So why is it less righteous for me to keep that person and treat them like as good as I can and have them work my farm? Why is it less righteous than killing them, taking their life for the
Because
same crime?
murderers harm society. Okay.
So do you understand the problem in what you're saying though? You're saying it's more righteous to kill a person than it is to keep them on a farm and have them work your land after they invaded your house and try to kill you and your family. It's more righteous to you to kill them.
Okay, the appropriate punishment for a murderer, it's not immoral to kill a murderer because
Okay, that's fine. That's fine if it's a righteous judgment. I agree. But why is that more righteous of a judgment than keeping the person and having them work on the farm but not killing them? Why is what you're saying killing them more righteous?
I don't even know what you're trying to say. You're not making any sense.
Okay, let's try it again. Somebody tries to kill me. They come into my house. Me and my family are in my house. I know if I let them go, they're going to try to kill me again because they hate me.
No, we don't need to focus on specific made-up scenarios. We need to focus on groups of people and their ideology.
Okay. Let's talk about a war then. When the Israelites were in the land of Canaan and they invaded the land or they got invaded by other nations, they had three choices. They either could let the people go, but the people had other gods and wanted the land, so they were going to try to attack and kill them again. They could kill them on the spot, like you said, is the most righteous thing to do. Or they could keep them as slaves and treat them as decently as they could, but have them work their land for them. But still, they would be their slaves and the Israelites would control them. Why is murdering them the most righteous judgment? Why is it more righteous than letting them work the land and sparing their lives?
Look, and I'll tell you, I can qualify it this way, and I'll give you an example.
Sure.
So I don't care what I do to you, Ryan. Like if I came to your house and did beat the crap out of you, if I kicked your dog, if I did all these things to you, if you try to enslave me, I'm going to try to kill you. Does that make sense for you? If you try to enslave me and hold a gun to my head and say, you're going to work for me, I'm going to kill you if I possibly can. You're going to die. Murder beget murder. Do you understand? Like I assaulted you. I killed your wife.
But I already agreed with you that the murder could be righteous judgment. I'm asking you why the murder is more of a righteous judgment than letting the person live and keeping them as the slave. Why is the murder more righteous? Because that's your decision here.
Because if you try to keep me as a slave, I'm going to kill you.
But if I try to keep somebody as a slave,
how are you going to keep me as a slave? You're not going to be able to if you try to keep me as a slave.
I'll chain you up. Don't you worry. I'll have you in some shackles.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And the first chance I get, I'm going to kill you if you try to own me.
Well, then you'd be a bad slave, and I'd have to figure out what I was going to do with you, buddy.
But God condoned your behavior.
Hey, you lost this one. You already know it. You already know you don't have a better solution than me, and that explains why there are laws for biblical slavery. But
there's no such thing as biblical slavery. It was put there by the devil to deceive you.
Nah,
Okay,
Lou, your turn. God, God.
do you believe killing is wrong, MC?
Yes.
So you don't agree with the stand your ground law?
Well, no, like all killing is wrong. Do we have to do it to survive? Yes, because we live in a fallen world.
So you say killing is wrong, so you justifying something wrong.
Not justification. It's just the simple facts that if you try to enslave me, you're the first chance I get, I'm gonna stab you with. I'm gonna try to kill you if you try to enslave me.
But killing is wrong. I mean, if killing is wrong, slavery is wrong. I mean, who's in the right?
Well, no, it's just the simple fact that if you don't kill me, I'm going to kill you. This is about survival.
Yeah, but killing is wrong.
It doesn't matter if it's wrong or not. If you try to take away my human rights, then I'm no longer living anyway.
So should we remove killing out the Bible too?
In what context?
I mean, I can't. You see, that's the thing. I can't be asking them in what context, because I'm gonna do the same with slavery.
Okay.
I mean,
you mean
some
is
people-
it okay for God to kill people? Is it okay for God to kill people? Is that what you're asking? Well, let me ask you this. Is it okay for me to smash up my computer? I made it. I built it. I created it. So it's okay for me to, is it okay for me to destroy what I created? Yes. Is it okay for my computer to destroy my computer? No, that's not okay,
Hold on.
because I programmed the computer
Uh,
to do it.
My bad, MC. I had my wife had called me. I didn't get I didn't get everything you were saying. Yeah, but go ahead.
We're saying that is killing is God killing people wrong? To me, no, because He created us. He has divine authority.
God created killing? What did God kill? What did God kill in His creation?
Remember, God killed all the firstborn.
But He didn't create it. I mean, the first person to kill somebody was what is it, Cain?
No, but it said God sent the angel of death to kill all the firstborn because of what someone else does.
Oh, I see what you're going. The angel of death. The angel of death. Yeah.
Sent the angel of death. Remember,
Yeah.
like if you do something wrong, then I'm going to go shoot up a school. That's righteous, isn't it?
Nah.
I'm going to punish those kids for what you did wrong. No, that's what you're saying. You believe in the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible, because you did something wrong, God shot up a school and He killed all the firstborn. It's okay. That's what you say is correct. That's the arbiter of morals. That's your God.
Okay, hold on. All right, okay, you're confusing me.
It's not.
You're bringing up a situation where God will go kill all the kids in the school.
Yeah, like He killed the. If you believe in that scripture, He killed the firstborn for what Pharaoh did. It also said that God hardened Pharaoh's heart.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask you. Do you think that was wrong? And you said no, but you believe killing is wrong.
Okay, so why did God harden Pharaoh's heart, then punish the firstborns by killing?
Okay, MC. You see, the thing is, when you asking me these questions about why He killed people, it's just like when we bring up the topic of slavery in the Bible. You say it need to be get rid of because it's evil. It can't be nobody own property. It's bad. Well, when I ask you, is killing wrong? You say yes, it's wrong. But
so
we have a justification for it.
Yeah, dude. So we know that God didn't do it. So if God didn't do it, why is it in the Bible?
What, the slavery?
Yeah, why is that in the Bible? God didn't say that.
I mean, because God ain't got nothing to hide. What He got to hide?
Nothing.
He's not like these other ancient cultures that be scared to say stuff. He shows that. He shows when His people is wrong. He shows when His people is right.
Why is it in the Bible?
because that's what he wanted. No, I ain't gonna say he. Well, yeah, that's what he wanted to be in the Bible. I mean,
No, it's because the devil put it there to deceive people.
okay, you see, okay, now we could go back to killing. You say killing is wrong. Why is killing in the Bible? Then you're gonna say because God created it and it's justified.
Yeah, it said God sent the angel of death to kill the firstborn. God shot up a school because of what you did. That's the
Yeah.
equivalent. That's the exact equivalent. That's not even an analogy. That's the exact equivalent of what he did. He killed children because of what someone else did. That's the God that you follow. That's not the God that I follow. I follow a God that would not do that because I know he didn't. I know the devil put it there. Because if you believe that God's okay with killing children, then he's no longer good.
Where you get God killing children at?
He sent the angel of death to slaughter all the firstborn in
Yeah,
Egypt.
that wasn't children's. That wasn't no children. That was
The
grown.
firstborn children of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, a firstborn. If I have 5 kids, my firstborn is like 40-something years old. Is that a children? Is that a kid?
The firstborn that was 10 and under, remember?
Nah.
That's
Nah,
what
you got you got that from the movie.
No, that's what it said. If they were 10 years old or younger, he killed them.
And what verse is this?
I'm not specifically sure. When Ryan comes back, he can pull it up.
I don't remember saying no 10 and under. I know it say firstborn child
Yeah, child.
of the Pharaoh
Child.
of everybody.
It
Yeah.
was child. Yeah. He killed children. He shot up a school. Your God shot up a school. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I want to see.
No, you don't think. I know. I think the devil put it there. We need to remove it. We need a new Bible. Like we need to amend.
But okay. Let's go with your stance. Right. Okay. The God that I worship killed kids. So how is that wrong if he created killing?
That's the debate. Is God justified? Like we know that killing kids is wrong because we can qualify that. If you had kids, do you want them to die?
If God kills my kid, if you asking me if God killed my kid, and is God wrong for that?
No, I'm asking you. Do you want your kids to die?
They're gonna have to die. Yeah, I want them to die. They're gonna have to die.
You want them to die when they're 10 years old or younger?
Oh, you talking about when they at being a kid?
Do you want them to be murdered? More specifically, do you want your kid to be one of those? Do you want your kid shot up at an elementary school?
If it's not by God, no.
But it was by God. In the Bible, it was by God.
Okay, so are you gonna stand by what you're saying that God killing the kids were wrong?
I'm saying God never did it. It was put in the Bible by the devil to deceive people.
Okay, so are you gonna stand with that? Are you gonna stand on your claim about the devil putting in the Bible that God killed kids? Are you gonna stand with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, now I forgot the verse. Hold on, let me look up the verse right quick.
Yeah.
Okay, here's Deuteronomy 32:39. Remember what you said.
Yeah.
This is what God said. See now that I am he, and there is no God beside me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal, and there is none that can deliver out of my hand. So why would I have the fear of God killing my own kid?
I don't know. You tell me why he killed the kids. According to your Bible, he killed the kids. Why was he okay with that? Like, why did he kill children? Do you think that we should let child murderers run? Do you think that we should worship child murderers?
How can he be a child murderer if he killed and he makes alive?
No, like
God,
You're-
okay, in the eyes of God, does anybody die?
okay.
We
So-
looking through the eyes of God. We looking through the eyes of God. Does anybody die in the eyes of God?
Everybody dies, yes.
In the eyes of God. I'm talking about in the eyes of God. Does anybody die in the eyes of God?
Do you claim that you see through the eyes of God?
No, I'm asking you. And through the eyes of God, do anybody die?
I mean, I'm saying, like, is there any way to see through the eyes of God? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, when you look at a evil person do an evil act and a good person doing a good act, that's what God is watching, right? He watch everybody he watch people do evil acts. He watch everybody do good acts. That's the way you look at it through the eyes of God, through a righteous eye.
Why?
I mean,
So why did he harden Pharaoh's heart, then kill all the firstborn in Egypt?
oh, hey Ryan here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get back to that. Go to the Pharaoh story about the killing of the firstborn. He said the verse say something about all the kids under 10 years old.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard that one.
Well, yeah, I mean, MC, you remember when God, when the story first started, the Pharaoh was killing all the Israelite children too. That's why Moses.
Yeah. You broke out. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Ron.
Yeah, he probably
Killing
lost
all
his
the-
power again.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, don't use
All right,
don't use that one West argument.
Yeah,
Ryan.
I'm back.
Right.
No,
Don't
yeah,
use
but
that
you
one
remember
West
when
argument.
Pharaoh
Ryan,
was.
don't use that one West argument, man.
It's not a
Don't
one
do
West
it.
argument. I'm just saying that God was killing all the Israelite children.
Yeah, so God kills children. According
No, he
to
doesn't kill children. Well,
According
yeah,
to-
what verse do you want, Lou? What do you want in this Exodus?
Oh no, I got the one that speaks about the killing of the firstborn.
The curse, the plague that's talking about that?
Yeah, which the Passover. I guess the Passover.
Yeah, that'd be Passover. Exodus 14 or 15 here. Well, 13, I guess. All right, so what are we looking at here?
Look, he said the verse said that God killed all the kids that was under 10 years old. I ain't never see that one.
No, it was
I don't
the
know
first.
what version
It was
is that.
the firstborn.
Firstborn. Yeah, the firstborns that was under 10 years old. I ain't never see that one. I gotta see that one. I mean, ain't no problem with learning something new. I'm probably misread it.
It's just the firstborn, obviously.
Yeah, that's what he said under the age of 10. I need to I don't know.
All right, the death of the firstborn. Yeah, here it is. Exodus 12:29. At midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on the throne to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. Out of fairness, though, let's put it this way. If you really think about this, there's no age limit on what the firstborn could mean, though. That could literally
That's
be like
what I was telling them.
Yeah, it could be like a
He said
30-year-old adult. It could be a 25-year-old man. It could be, anything.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him, but he said the verse say under 10 years old.
Yeah, no, I never thought about it that way, but yeah, it could be any age, yeah.
Yeah. The firstborn of every person in every man in Egypt.
Yeah.
I don't know where you get it was 10 years and younger, MC.
I don't know. I think it's another
He probably
verse that clarifies it.
No, it's probably that Moses movie. I know in that Moses movie it said something like that.
This is just something that I heard Hunter Avalone talking about.
No, I ain't never see that.
So I'm not sure. Like my source material is Hunter Avalone's argument.
I don't even know who that is.
Okay. I mean, Now, when I say we got to look at it through the eyes of God, we got to look at it through the eyes of righteousness. Okay, if God can kill me and make me alive, what do I got to be scared of? But as a human being, you thinking like a human being because you're a human being. Of course, if God kills an innocent child, it's going to look bad in your eye because you're not going to see that child no more. But God is.
Yeah, do you
I
think
mean,
all the firstborn went to hell? I think that's the deeper question, right, Lou?
the firstborn. I don't get into what people go. You know, I don't get
No,
into
I'm
that type of
saying to
judgment.
me, I agree. Like I use that argument for the flood or the Canaanite, getting destroyed when God
Yeah,
says kill all the men, women, and children. I say, how do you know those children don't go to heaven? You know what I mean? So
yeah.
what that's an interesting question to get his perspective on. I mean, or your perspective too, because I mean, none of us know. So the right
Yeah,
answer is I don't know. It's God's judgment, but
because
you can
I'm
still
not.
you could have some sort of guess on it too,
Because
or opinion on it. We'll say.
yeah,
Uh,
because for me, when
yeah.
it comes to the afterlife, on how people and what people judgment, what type of judgment people gonna get, I stay out of it.
No, I mean that's
I
the
don't get
correct
into it.
answer, but at the same time, we all can have some sort of opinion too. It's like
Yeah,
you had
According
uh,
to Revelation,
money.
according to Revelations, we all go to the common grave of mankind, hell, and then, but it also says that the thief says, like, "Hey, today you'll be with me in paradise." So I think that for the saved, there's a paradise that we go and waiting instead of just dead. And then he said that you will rise up out of the ground. So paradise is death, but it's separate from this other grave. It's like there's one that's a grave, and then there's another paradise for us, the Christians.
Yeah, you said
And
you don't believe
so
in hell at all,
with
though,
do
right?
do
You
you
said
do you
that too.
do you believe that, MC? Do you believe that?
yeah, that's what Jesus says. He told the thief that today you'll be with me in paradise.
So if God said He'd kill you right now, would you want to see that?
We don't know. Like, if you believe in Jesus, you'll be in paradise. If you
Yeah,
die today.
yeah. I mean, for me, I look at it. God has the right to give people life and take people life because He's the one. He's the one that's going to see you after you die, after the flesh
The whole
wither and
reason
perish
the
away.
whole reason for believing in the Bible in the first place is so
Yeah,
that we know that after we die we'll be in paradise with Jesus. It says we'll be.
yeah,
Jesus said that.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, you agree, and I'm not going to jump on your attack, but yeah, there's obviously more than one reason why we believe in the scriptures. I mean, to try to change as soon as possible and experience the closest thing we can to the kingdom of heaven that's inside of us. So, obviously salvation, the paradise, if we are blessed to make it to heaven, is the ultimate goal. But, we also, we learn a lot, and we should try to just be better people as soon as possible too. So the
yeah.
scriptures are there for a lot of reasons, I'd say. But
No, I feel like every judgment God makes is justifiable and is righteous. I don't
amen.
feel
Yeah,
like nothing, no judgment that God makes is not righteous. He's a righteous God. He make righteous judgments. I
Yeah,
mean,
and that's why I'm saying that the part that he condones slavery needs to be taken out because we know that God wouldn't condone it.
I mean, see, the thing is, you're saying that through the millennium perspective, during ancient time. Okay, let's go with what you say. Okay, he condoned slavery and slavery was wrong. Okay, how were people who's in debt, right? Who's in debt, or children who parents was in debt, who didn't have no money. Basically, people who just were flat out broke. They couldn't feed their family. What would be your answer to that during the ancient time? What would be your answer to help that family?
If the family was broke, living in the wilderness,
No, the family were broke and they couldn't, and the parents couldn't feed their family.
why couldn't they feed their family?
I'm asking you if that's because they broke. They don't have no money. They don't have no farm. They don't got nothing.
But why don't they have those things?
Because it's ancient time.
Yeah, but just
I mean,
because
you
times
you
people
ever
still had wealth, some people were wealthy, some people were poor.
you ever do study on how ancient people used to live?
No, I don't have to because I know that I can just qualify it.
Uh,
You know what I
okay,
mean?
like with ancient people, there wasn't employment, and I mean it wasn't that much employment. I mean, employment was basically
No, we still
hard
had
labor.
communities. There were still duties. Like in the villages, there were hunters and gatherers, and we had to get up. And if you were a gatherer, you went and collected fruit and nuts and just whatever you could to help the tribe. And then you took it back to the tribe, and the gatherers made the clothes while the warriors went out and hunted tonight's supper for you.
I know
And
they ain't
hunters
hunt no
would go
sheep.
out.
I know they didn't hunt sheep and lambs. The good meat belonged to the wealthy people.
I thought you said ancient times, like tribals.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You couldn't go hunt no sheep or cows or pigs or them real good meat. I mean, that was for wealthy people.
That's what I say, that we need to stay away from making up specific scenarios, because what you're doing is you're making up a story and you don't even know what the characters do. So instead of making up a story, you need to just like bring it back to the real world and say, what groups of people, like, do you want to be a slave? You want to be a slave?
Okay, let's go to the Bible. Let's take the Bible for example. One of the slaves is the people who's in debt. Right? What would be your solution for them to get out of debt?
I don't care if I'm in debt or not. I'm not going to be someone's slave.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, we already know that, but
I
what would be your
refuse. Like,
solution?
you're saying, well, you're going to have to be my slave. Okay,
That's out of the picture.
I'm going to pick up a knife. I'm going to pick up a knife and say, try me, buddy. Well, I'll kill you. Let's go. I'm standing my ground. Let's go. You want to make me a slave? You better kill me.
That's out of the picture. That's out of the picture. That's out of the picture. What would be your solution?
No, this is the solution.
There's no slavery, so what would be the solution?
What do you mean there's no slavery? You said there was.
I just told you, listen. I said, we're going to go to the Bible. We're taking slavery out the picture. What is your solution for a person who's in debt trying to feed their family?
Okay, so for people who don't believe in the Bible, let's put the Bible back down and let's just try to qualify stuff.
Yeah, he's asking you, is there a welfare line? Is there minimum wage job at Walmart? What are those poor people supposed to do? That's what he's asking you.
What is the solution for it?
Do you guys understand what I'm talking about?
We understand.
Forget slavery. Slavery is wrong. It's bad. It's evil. It's bad. It's evil. Take it out the picture. Just leave it out the picture. What would be your solution?
To what?
The poor people in 2000 BC or 1000 BC. What do those poor people do? Do they go to the welfare line? Do they get a job at Walmart? What do they do?
Oh, no, the people would say, okay, so you say I owe you money, but money doesn't matter. You're just being greedy. I don't care if I owe you money or not, and I'm not going to be your slave. And they said, oh, yes, you are, because you owe me. I said, guess what? We can either work together or I can slit your fucking throat at night and kill every one of your children. What do you want to do, Mr. Slave Owner?
Yeah, but bro, they're feeding you. You probably don't want to kill them. We're not even saying slavery exists. We're asking.
Yeah, I would kill them and take their food.
All right, so you become a thief and a murderer. That's your solution if you're poor.
Yeah,
that's your idea of a righteous world.
You have to. If you don't have the help of God, you're going to have to become a murderer. Yeah.
So poor people should be killing people and stealing right now.
No, because we have welfare.
All right, we get rid of welfare. People.
Did they have welfare?
That's why we have welfare, because yes, people will try to survive.
Did the ancient people have welfare?
No, that's why they killed people.
Go ahead,
I'm
Ryan.
saying,
Go ahead, Ryan.
did a few people agree to be other people's slaves? Yes. Was it right? No, definitely not.
Why was that wrong if they agreed to do it? How is it different from a job? Tell me how it's different from a job.
In essence, you are a wage slave.
Yeah, exactly. So how's a 40-hour-a-week job any different than a slave that works 40 hours, but he's called a slave
Because, well, nobody owns you as a piece of property. You're an employee. You can quit the job. If you're a slave, you can't quit.
yeah, but there's no word for having a job in the Bible. It's slave or you own something. Even the Hebrews were called slaves when they worked too, but they had obviously a lot of rights. So
Yeah, we need to change that.
see, you got to understand the historical context. It's like if
If
there's
it don't make
hold
sense,
on.
it's a confusion.
All right, well, let's put it this way: there's no guns in the Bible, right?
Right.
So we live in a time when guns make a lot of sense. Like, okay, somebody has a gun, I understand what that means. Why should we change the Bible? And every time some King David, killed Goliath, should we put a gun there instead of a slingshot too?
No,
Why?
because
Why should
we can use
why
the,
should
it's
leave
a weapon.
Why should we leave the text as it is?
Because I mean, there's no contradiction there. There's only if there's a contradiction saying that God is evil.
Yeah, I know. So you think it's better to leave it how it actually happened then, right?
Most of the things, yeah. But if there's any contradictions, we need to change them because that's a.
Do you think the Israelite people actually owned slaves?
Yeah, isn't that what the text said?
Well, I'm asking you. Do you think that the Israelite people actually owned slaves?
According to what the text says, I believe they did, didn't they? I
So
don't know. I mean, I'm not well versed.
Why should we take it out of the Bible? It's the truth, just like King David's the truth.
No,
You
the
don't
Bible
want to put
tells
a gun in the
truth.
Bible. You don't want to change the text and put a gun there. Why do you want to change the text to take the truth out if they own slaves?
Because no, we don't need to. No, we don't need to take the fact that other people own slaves. We need to take out the fact that God condoned it. God did not condone it.
He didn't condone it. If you read the text, he told Jesus said, "Whoever wants to be the greatest among you must be the slave of all." God didn't.
He told them
condone
where
it.
to buy slaves, and like
God gave them
it's okay to be
rules.
around.
God,
If I knock
God-
the crap out of you, okay, I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to knock the crap out of you. Do you think that you're going to enjoy that?
I already told you, if somebody invaded your land or your house and you had three choices: to let them go, or to kill them, or to treat them as good as you can as a slave and have them work your land, and let them keep their wife or even have a wife and have kids and raise their
No,
family.
Trying
Your solution to that problem was to kill the person. So,
you're just trying to justify it because you believe in the
so
Bible.
how is your rule
told
more
you.
righteous than God? Because your rule was to kill the person, and
No,
God's
no,
rule
no,
was to
I'm
allow
asking you.
slavery.
I'm asking you, put the Bible down and let's qualify it.
Sure.
Okay. So go ahead. No Bible references. Explain it to me. Like I believe in the Bible, but I'm saying explain it to someone.
Sure.
Explain it to someone who doesn't believe in the Bible.
Sure.
Because
You live in a neighborhood and you have a neighbor that wants to kill you for some reason. I don't know why, but he wants to kill you, right?
yeah,
And he told you out of his own mouth, I'm gonna kill you, or you're gonna kill me, or I'm gonna die trying. And you catch him breaking into your house. He wants to slit your throat and kill your wife and your kids while you're sleeping. So you tell the guy, listen, I'm not gonna kill you, but you're gonna go out to this backyard that I have and you're going to work the field, and I'm going to make sure your wife and your kids can live with you and you can eat food, but I'm never going to give you a chance to kill me again. And you put a big fence around him and around your house, a high wall that he can never get out of. Is that a moral decision that you made?
no, that's false imprisonment. You can actually get arrested for that.
What would you do then?
You would call the police, and
So you would put him in captivity in another person's jail cell instead?
yes.
Okay. So that's how's that any different than putting them in your own jail cell?
Because we don't. It's the government.
All right. See, you're not thinking about it as a equal situation for some reason, but It's not you taking advantage of it. Say you don't benefit from him being in that place at all. You just put him there so he's out of your way. Is it any different then if you're not even gaining anything from the work he does?
You're saying that people should build prisons at their homes and
I'm
imprison.
giving you a hypothetical situation is if somebody wanted to kill you, how do you deal with the situation after you catch them trying to kill you? I didn't tell you to break into your neighbor's house and kidnap him in the middle of the night and put him there. I said he tried to come into your house and kill you.
Yeah, if they try to kill you, you kill them instead.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You think it's more righteous to kill somebody than it is to put them in a place with their wife and their kid and put a big wall around them and let them live. I don't agree with that. I think
It is definitely.
it's more righteous to kill them.
Yes.
All right, well then I don't agree with you. I think most people rather take a form of tolerable slavery, not cruel and unusual slavery, but tolerable slavery, than being killed on the spot.
I know, but if you try to kill me, I got to kill you because, like, okay, you're coming at me with a knife. The only way to guarantee my safety is to chop your head off with my own blade. That's the only way to guarantee my safety.
Why is killing the solution for the situation?
Why slavery? That's not a solution.
Yeah, but why is killing the solution for the situation that Ryan is bringing up?
Because you're trying that person is trying to kill me. They're trying to take my life away. So I have the right, the human right, to take their life because if you're trying to actually kill me, the only way I can stop you is to cut your head off to make sure that you don't slip away from the chains of slavery and kill me in my sleep. You might find a way to kill me, just like prisoners in jail. They find a way to hurt the guards to kill other inmates and stuff. It needs to be better regulated.
So you have justification for killing somebody, but no justification for slavery.
There's no justification for killing. But when it comes to me and my life, I am going to try to kill you to survive.
Let me ask you this. If I own the rights to your name, are you considered a slave?
Yes, in essence, yes.
So, you know, the wrestler John Cena, you know
Yeah.
John Cena. Yeah, his name is Vince McMahon property now. Well, I ain't gonna say now. His name is Vince McMahon property. You know that?
The name John Cena?
Yeah, yeah. Vince McMahon owned his name. He
Well,
said
no.
it live on camera. He said, I have found that out a couple of, I think about not too long ago. He said Vince McMahon owned his name, John Cena. That's why he kept the name John Cena when he came in to wrestling.
No, Vince McMahon does not own that name.
Yeah, he does.
No,
He
because
said
it's a legal name.
Yeah, he owned John Cena legal name.
No, you can't. I'm telling you, you can't do that.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Vince McMahon owns it. He said it.
Wherever
He
you
said it.
from is
He
wrong.
said it live in the interview. He said Vince McMahon owned his name. That's Vince McMahon property.
I don't believe he ever said that.
Okay.
After, you know,
Yeah.
and even if he did say it, it's untrue.
Hey, I mean, I don't think he'll say that in front of the cameras. I mean, it was on
Oh,
live
you're
in the
right.
he was in the interview and he said that.
Lie on camera. Celebrity would never lie on camera. You're right.
Yeah, I'm like,
You're
I
right.
couldn't believe it. I'm like, how in the world?
I know. It's so like every celebrity that gets on the camera is always telling the truth.
Hey, you don't have to just make a general thing to avoid a truth. If you Google it, or I got Bing, I can Google it if I want. I just got to go to Google. But in an unearthed clip from a 2006, wrestler turned Hollywood star John Cena appeared on the Howard Stern show and confirmed that WWE boss Vince McMahon owns his name and gets a cut of all his movies. Absolutely, the former world champion said, insisting he has no problem with the arrangement.
So is John Cena a slave?
Well, okay, so you legally cannot own somebody's name.
I mean, he getting a cut of this man money, man, in every movie.
Yeah, what he owns is the brand C Nation. He owns the brand imaging of John Cena. He owns the John Cena created in the WWE. He does not own the actual person John Cena's name. He owns the brand that is because there's a lot of people named John Cena in the world. He doesn't own John Cena the name. He owns John Cena the brand that he created. He owns WWE John Cena.
Can
Read it
Vince
again.
McMahon?
Read it again.
Can
Read it
Vince
again,
McMahon
folks.
see John Cena?
Hey, Ryan, read it again. Let's break this. Yeah, read it again,
Hold
Ryan.
on. Let me see if we can get the clip. That'd be even better, right?
Yeah, the clip.
Let's see. It's from 2006, Howard Stern, though.
I think that's it right there. The
Yeah.
one you type, I think that's it.
Yeah, let's see.
How's it going, everybody? What's going on?
What's it like
Good
to be
Lord.
that muscular and big?
Oh, it's just like
Yeah, that
anything
is
else.
it.
Just gotta eat a little more.
Isn't it great though when you walk down the street? You don't fear any man, do you?
No.
No, I fear everybody.
Look at
I'm a
those
pencil neck geek.
thighs. Oh my goodness! And he's not, blown out of proportion. He's,
No, that's
yeah.
There are
Compared
guys.
to me, he is. You never juiced? Were you able to get that way on your own?
Yeah, absolutely. I started working out when I was 12 years
Come on,
old.
Because you got beat up a lot, right?
Exactly.
Is that true?
I was really just here.
For 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know how
Right there.
far into this.
Right there, right there. Would say 20 years.
Yeah,
Is it
I've
gonna
been doing
happen
it for
for
just
him?
about 20 years myself.
And what do you do? Do you run at all, or
No, I don't do
that the secret?
any cardio.
Is that how you get big?
Well, for me, it's just it's what works for me. I mean, everybody's body is different, and some people weren't meant to carry a lot of body weight and a lot
Maybe
of muscle
that's it.
mass. And
I
I got big hands, big wrists, big
Look at you.
feet. So
Look at that belt. You are the world champion.
this is the
Hey, MC Nemesis, I hope Dirty Varmint's watching this part about John Cena's genetics, saying how he's got big hands, big.
Yeah, I know.
WWE Championship. Yeah,
You're now into the movie star thing. That's why you're here.
we got the movie coming out.
The Marine.
Yep.
If your movie does well,
Yeah,
I mean, it probably will because it's an action film.
And
Yep.
you have a built-in audience.
We know that Vince McMahon, who is the founder of the WWE,
Yep.
he's the big cheese.
he is the guy.
He will own your name.
Yep.
He gets a cut of all of your movies, right?
Absolutely,
Is that the way it works? 'Cause that's
Yep.
what The Rock told me.
Yep.
Does that bother you?
absolutely not.
Is he entitled to a cut of your movie action?
Absolutely, Howard. Before this, I was a kid in a small Massachusetts town mowing lawns for a golf course. I don't mind kicking a percentage of my my earnings to the person who gave me a chance and an opportunity. in this.
Vince, in a sense, is your sensei. He's the one
Exactly,
who really
exactly.
got
And
you going.
if anything, that's a sign of respect. I owe that guy a lot. And
You're
But
grateful.
What
No,
name does he
absolutely.
own of yours, though?
That's my government name. He owns what's called intellectual property.
Right. He owns John Cena.
Absolutely.
That's not your real name.
No, that's my government name.
And he owns it.
Well, it's a weird concept, but in a way, yeah.
Oh my
He owns
goodness.
the name. In
So
other words,
you won't be able to be yourself if you leave, Vince.
Yeah, which is kind of cool. I can get another identity.
so this is a good life.
It
It's
really
wrestling.
is. It's a different life because you're not working a typical 9 to 5. So I don't have a family life. I'm not married. I'm not settled down. I'm
All right, we got the point there. You heard it. MC Genesis, is he a slave?
He doesn't own John Cena, no.
But he owns his name and
Well,
10% of his money.
the name, no. Like, for example, what about, like, he says he owns John Cena, the name. What about the other dude named John Cena?
That particular John Cena that signed under contract with him.
No, but you said he owns a name, not a person. Nobody can own anybody.
I mean, that's what I asked you earlier. I said, if I own your name, if somebody own your name, does that make you a slave? You say yes.
No, you just heard it.
You said. What do you mean? I just heard it. What I just heard.
He said that the intellectual property.
Yeah, I mean, his name is a property to
Now, John
Vince
Cena,
McMahon, right?
yes. Does John Cena engage in voluntary slavery? Yes. It's a voluntary slavery.
Is
It's
that
still wrong.
evil? It's still wrong.
Yeah, it's still evil because
Okay.
Vince McMahon is accused of like sexually assaulting a lot of women, dude. Like he's definitely an evil person.
Who, John Cena? Sexually assault? I ain't never heard that.
Yeah,
story.
John Cena's pretty bad too. Like he had a he got sued by a roofing company because they put a $45,000 roof in his house and he didn't pay them. They had to
Yeah,
take.
but they could have been gouging the prices on them. You don't know the specifics of that.
No, I know the specifics. I know that when you don't pay people, it's wrong.
Yeah,
For
but
their
you know when somebody's rich, contractors try to take advantage of people.
No,
And he
but
probably knew the price and said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Wait a minute! You guys are
no,
charging."
the price is negotiated before
How do you know?
because my dad used to be a roofer. The price is negotiated before.
Yeah, but your dad never did John Cena's roof. You don't know what their arrangement was.
Yeah, I know, but if the arrangement is done correctly as it should, you know what I mean?
Well, maybe they were paying by the hour, and then the contractor took a lot longer. They did the job slow, and they were trying to take advantage, and it turned out to be excessive amount of time because John Cena.
Hey, Dirty
agreed to an
Vomit.
hourly rate.
Dirty Vomit said, yeah, John Cena was supporting him. He said everybody got different body types.
Yeah, he did say that he had big hands and stuff, but he missed the part that John Cena was in totally ripped condition. That part he missed.
I know, like Dirty
John
Vomit.
Cena said he had big hands. Shouldn't he be fat, Dirty? He said he had big hands. So how's John Cena ripped?
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Now,
you did, Lou. You missed that. I don't know. You didn't hear that part earlier, did you? When Dirty Varmint argued that.
but Lou, let's go
genetics
back
make-
to the
make people fat. And
the topic is the
working out is
topic.
nothing
Yeah.
that working
Hold
out
on, hold
for
on,
you.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Look,
Hold on, Ryan.
the topic.
Yeah, hold on, MC. Basically, being signed to a contract is a form of slavery.
No, it's a business arrangement. It's not slavery. You don't have.
You don't become that person property once you sign that contract.
No, you're not going to be physically harmed if you don't
Oh,
oblige by
man.
contract.
Come on with the physically harm, man. Come on.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
physically harmed.
but the point is you being a person property. That's the argument. That's the argument that the agnostic make with slavery. When we justify it, no, you consider a person property, and that's wrong. That's the argument. All that being in harm, because we had this argument already with an agnostic. We had this. He came, and I mean, we argued this for how long, Ryan? Like down there, an 8-hour shift.
Oh, we had a 24-hour stream one day, literally with a guy, or 18-hour stream. Sorry, it was like 18 hours, but then we had another 6-hour stream after. Yeah, we did 24 hours one day. I was honestly thinking of EJ when this subject came up because I feel bad he has to come back. We got in a huge argument. That show, unfortunately, because it was 18 hours, isn't on YouTube anymore. It was too long. 12 hours is the limit for the clip, unless you like pay money or something. But yeah, so
he gave us all type of justification for being under a contract.
he got mad, man. He got mad. Unfortunately, he got real mad. We haven't.
Yeah, because his argument was the same as yours. When you're somebody property, that's wrong. Okay, so we brought up contract signing, and he gave us the same answer.
Yeah, we brought up that fact that there was no such thing as like a job really either. Like you got to really put that into context. When it says slave, sometimes it's referring to like a servant type of deal, and it's like you do have to distinguish it. You know
Yeah,
what
I mean, if you guys want to sit up here and justify slavery, you can. But I'm just saying.
Well, the problem is in your brain when you hear the word slavery, you just think of what American slavery was, and that was clearly evil. We can look at the Bible and see that there were differences between the biblical slavery and what we know as slavery in America. So the word slavery itself has like different levels of what it's referring to. Some levels of slavery are just like having a job that's not the most fun, like being a landscaper for $10 an hour or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't have to do it.
Well, the point of the matter is you can't start taking scriptures out of the Bible. I mean, where else do you said you don't like a lot of the Old Testament. Like what else in the Old Testament do you want to take out?
The thing is, you say it shouldn't be done, but you don't have a solution for it at that time, at that particular time. You're not giving us a solution.
Yeah, that is a problem. No solution. On
The
your
Protestants, I told you that you need to kill them, but
yeah, well, I'm saying that's not a better solution to us. I mean, that solution sounds unrighteous, not righteous.
you need to kill somebody if they poor?
No, yeah, like if they try to kill you, yeah.
Should we have
No,
killed you when you were poor? Should society have killed you because you were poor, MC Genesis?
No, remember, I didn't try to kill anybody.
Okay, but you were poor, so shouldn't you have been killed?
It's literally the law. If you break into someone's house and try to rob them or
I
kill
know
them, they can
that.
shoot
I
you.
know, I know, but don't you think it's more moral to not kill that person and put them in a farm somewhere and let them live with their wife and children and just keep a big fence around the farm?
No, I mean that's
Come
okay.
on,
For
man.
one, that's
Come on.
immoral.
Don't be unreasonable like Dirty Varmint was being unreasonable. You can answer yes to some of these questions. Come on, man. Enough of this. Enough
Okay,
of
and the
what
thing
I'm
If
trying
you,
to
if
say
you broke
is-
into somebody's house, if you were the poor person that broke into somebody's house because you were hungry and you wanted food, and you had two choices to get executed, or the guy said, I could kill you right now, or I'm going to put you on a farm, get your girlfriend or your wife and your kids. There's a big fence around this farm. You got to live there and work the land to live for the rest of your life. Which one are you going to choose, buddy? You're going to take your wife and kids and you're going to go work on that farm. You're not going to say, kill me. It's more righteous to kill me because I broke into your house. Come on, stop this.
No, of course not. I'm going to try to preserve myself.
Yes. So start answering these questions with a shred of like non-confrontational. Let me defend my first.
I don't know what other people would do, but if I was caught breaking into someone's house and they held me at gunpoint and said, "You're going to work my farm now,"
This is going to be good.
I definitely would. I would say, "Sure, I'll work your farm." The first chance I get, I would slit their
Right.
throat. I would kill them. And
Hey,
I knew
Hey,
I knew the slit of
hey,
the part was
hey,
coming.
Ryan,
I'm
at
a
least,
big
at
fan
least,
of
at
it.
least, at least he giving you a straight answer. Remember when you
Nah, I
asked
know.
EJ that? It
Yeah, I
took
know.
him.
Yeah,
It
you're
took
right.
him 2-3 hours to answer that, bro.
I would kill
He
them.
would
I mean,
not.
Yeah, he kept the guy we had on before. He kept asking us to redefine every term.
hey,
It was
what's
really-
that saying? What's that saying, guys? It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, something like that. I know what you're saying. That saying. I don't know at all. But the thing of the matter is, man, is the word slavery to Americans, especially, we think of a certain thing, and even in the biblical times, nobody's arguing it was a great job to have. It's not like being the king. But the problem is when their wars occurred, like the Gibeonites and Joshua are a perfect example. They agreed to be woodcutters and water carriers for the Israelites because when Israel was coming into the land of Canaan, they were afraid of them and they didn't want to get killed. So they agreed to it. So arrangements like that happen when there's wars going on. And
Prisoner of wars.
what?
You become a prisoner of war.
Yeah.
None of
that's
what you
what-
guys are saying are okay. Despite the situation, what you're saying is not right. It's still not okay to be someone's slave or to own a slave.
Okay, but can you show us where in the Bible the Israelites even went to kidnap people to be their slaves?
Yeah, they went to take them out of their beds at
even-
night. They
Yeah,
broke into your people's houses and took them.
No, I don't.
Where in the Bible? Where in the Bible it says they even took prisoners of war? I mean, after
I don't know.
Well, the Gibeonites are prisoners of war, technically, right? Right
Yeah,
there.
like okay,
I
so
just answered that.
that
question.
was that was in the land, the Canaanites.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But like the law says, prisoners of war. Like what countries did they go to and took prisoners of wars?
Oh, I don't know. Do we take prisoners of war here? Yeah, Guantanamo Bay.
So the people living in the land literally sold themselves to slavery.
No, they were.
Because there was only 3 types of slaves: the prisoners of war, the one who sold themselves to slavery, and the kids who grew up in slavery. So it couldn't be prison. The prisoner of wars was I want to say the Canaanites, but they don't go into detail about how they were prisoner of war. We see the Gibeonites giving themselves up to be prisoner of war, but the other times when they said they conquered something, they became, what was that? What you call it? They was doing forced labor. What is it called? Ryan Wood? What?
Woodcutters and water carriers.
Yeah,
The
woodcutters and
Gibeonites
water
in
carriers.
Joshua, I think it's chapter 12.
Yeah, most of them became that. But other than that, we don't hear of slavery in the Bible.
Yeah, they said be woodcutters and water carriers, whatever those two jobs
Because
entailed.
they didn't go to war in Egypt and go conquer and bring prisoners of war. They didn't go to Phoenicia. They didn't go nowhere and go to war and brought prisoners of war with them. So basically, the only slaves in the land was the ones selling themselves.
Like I said, you could try to justify it all you want to, but the fact that God condoned it makes God immoral.
So if a person sold themselves to slave, yeah, okay, you're right. But I'm asking you, what was the solution for that? When a person wants to sell themselves for slavery, I come to you and say, I want to sell myself as a slave. You say, no, it's wrong. Okay, then what I got to do to feed my family? I don't have a job. I don't have nothing. We talking about this is around 1500 BC. I don't have a job. I don't have nothing. How I'm going to feed my
tell
family?
you I can't help you. I'm going to say I'm
Oh,
sorry,
wow.
but I cannot help you.
Oh, wow. Oh,
It's
wow.
like, okay, like what you're
Oh,
saying
wow.
is that if a homeless man approaches you on the street and say, will you give me food, water, and shelter? If I be your slave, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Are you going to take that homeless man in?
Oh, you want to talk? Oh, homeless man. I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna prepare him to go get a job. I'm not gonna make him to be a slave because slavery is not the only option.
So you're going to take
I could
your
clean
house
them up.
around your kids.
Huh?
You're going to take homeless people that you don't know into your house around your kids.
I'm not gonna take them to my house. I ain't say nothing like that. I said I'm gonna prepare them to go get a job.
So you're going to give them your resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go get a
well,
job.
okay. If you can afford it, that's fine. If you can afford it, that's fine. But if you're trying to take resources out of your kid's mouth, it's wrong.
How if I got the money for it?
If you have kids, period, it'd be immoral to do that.
Why?
Because your kids need all the money that you can give them to have the best life for themselves in the world.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess the golden rule of do unto others as you want others to do to you is immoral. I get it.
Family first.
Yeah. Treat my family how I want somebody to treat me. I guess that's wrong.
If you take if your kid has a sandwich and you say, sorry, kiddo, you don't get to eat today, I'm going to give this.
No, you justifying the situation, man. You
No,
see, but what I'm trying to show you is, yeah, I could justify slavery the same way you could justify the homeless situation.
Now, what's going to happen?
I could justify slavery the same way you could justify killing.
Now, what's going to happen is, okay, if I say, no, I'm not going to help you, I have a family, or I'm just trying to take care of myself, no, I cannot help you, then that person might be like, well, if you don't help me, I'm going to die. And I'll say, well, if I help you, then my chances of survival, I might die, so I cannot do it. And then I would turn my back to them. I would turn away from them because I'm not trying to be dragged down with them. And if they try to, because of their poor choices or their misfortune, you have to remember, it's misfortune too. If they weren't born into wealth and they become homeless because of it, like if they live with their parents, but their parents die in a car wreck and their parents left them no money at the age of like 18 and they're just fresh out of high school, they're going to be homeless and they have nothing, like their parents left them nothing. So they're homeless because of misfortune. I am still not responsible for their misfortune. God is. God is going to have to send somebody to help them. But I'm saying that if God does not send me directly to help them, somebody has to be sent directly to help you. Not a vague term. It's not like, you have to be sent. Like whenever I was in trouble being homeless, God sent someone to help me. And that person let me borrow some money so I could get a car. God will send somebody to you if you ask for help. But what God won't do is condone slavery. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you people. He will not condone slavery. So therefore, your God is okay with slaves. My God is never okay with slaves, and he will send somebody to help you if you ask him. So what do you think about that?
What other verses in the Old Testament or New Testament do you say didn't happen like the Bible says they happened?
Okay, there's the slavery. There's the killing of the firstborn in Egypt.
All right.
So God's not a child murderer. We know that because killing kids is wrong.
All right.
Condoning slavery is wrong.
Okay.
And yeah.
Those are the only two things in the Old Testament that weren't biblical. The plague in Egypt.
Oh, and being gay is not a sin.
Okay.
What? Being
So-
gay is
So
a
with
sin?
Leviticus, being gay is not a sin.
Just
Any
like
other-
kissing,
Okay.
just like using your lips to express affection for someone, you can I mean, it sounds kind of trolling.
Let's not talk about that.
You can
No,
use
don't
your,
talk
you
about
know,
that.
I'm
No,
just,
don't talk.
Hey.
Yeah, because I don't want Ryan to get any strike on that. You two pretty sensitive on that topic.
Well, we went over that one pretty hard.
we already, I mean,
We've been going through it.
We went over
Yeah,
that one
they're
pretty
pretty-
hard yesterday.
I do
But yeah, the
kind of
man,
agree
the man
with
could be coming down the
Nemesis
line for all I
That'd
know. Who knows?
about the firstborn in Egypt. I actually agree with Nemesis that it might be a lie added to the we can't discount that theory, you know.
Okay. Hold on. Let me address what MC said. Okay. You said God would send somebody to help the homeless, right?
Yes, he said that.
So
yes.
So who's helping the homeless nowadays?
The
The
government,
government.
they give them food stamps and they set up homeless shelters.
The homeless? Oh, okay. So you're gonna go with that. So
But the
okay,
government is
nah.
yeah.
I told you slavery wasn't an option. There's other options out there, right? Then I said that.
No, slavery is never. Slavery should never be considered an option.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but
I'm
we
telling you,
all
I'm telling
are
you.
slaves. You had said it earlier, wage
on.
slaves. We
Yes,
Hold on.
because under you see the problem here is capitalism. Under capitalism, you must voluntarily subject yourself to becoming a wage slave if you don't have generational wealth.
I wouldn't say that it's capitalism though. That's not the problem.
Yeah, I mean it is capital
Yeah,
like this.
the thing,
It's a problem.
the thing is, you giving us a solution to what to do with a homeless man in our time, but you're not giving us a solution what to do with a homeless man in the ancient time.
Yeah, it's like ancient slavery is more akin to employment. You know, the guy sells himself into slavery. He says, I can't feed my family. I need to go and work for this guy and make some money. That's what a slave is in biblical. It's just like you getting a job at your employer. You know, it's slavery. It's the same thing. You're a servant of your employer. You do what he tells you. And by definition, you're making less money than you're producing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hired you. You are a slave. We are all slaves. And yeah, we might be able to choose to quit our job, but we have to get another job. So we are forced to be a slave, to pay rent, you know? And the problem is that the government is not securing our God-given right to free land. Free land is our first and most important God-given right, and the government is failing to provide that for us. So we are
You
all
was there that
forced.
day. Dirty was there that day when we had that 8-hour shift argument with EJ.
No, what I'm saying
The
is
same topic.
yeah. What I'm saying is this.
I don't remember.
Yeah, you was there.
Mike was there. I don't know about Dirty. Mike was
Listen, guys,
Oh.
you got to remember, just because capitalism forces you to be wage slaves, that doesn't make it right.
It's not capitalism, though. I think you're.
No, you're right.
misplacing
You're
the
right. It
blame.
doesn't make it right. You're right. It doesn't make it right.
Okay, but the thing about it is you don't always have to stay a wage slave. If you save your money and you make the proper choices, you can invest and go into business for yourself. Then
Yeah, you
you're
can
the
eventually
boss.
buy your freedom, but it's pretty hard to do for most people.
Yeah,
but
if
we
you-
are
somebody-
most of us
so
all
somebody-
slaves, man. We're slaves right now.
So if somebody sign you to a $1 million contract for 1 album, you're not gonna sign it?
No, I'm most certainly going to.
Yeah, but you'd be a slave.
So you become
I know.
You are a
I would
slave.
do
You're a
it.
rich slave, but you're still a
What you
slave.
I
saying
would
is
do it.
wrong.
I would make the album. I would subject myself to slavery.
Yeah, exactly. So
I would say, hey,
so
I'll be
you're
your slave.
condoning slavery.
I'll be your slave until the album comes out. Then when the album comes out, then I get I have my $1 million.
So you've just
So-
described biblical slavery. It's the same thing. Once after 7 years,
Heck no,
then they're
dude.
supposed to be let free, and they're
No,
supposed
$1
to be
million
given all
so I
these
can be a
generous
rich-
gifts
No,
and
dude.
land and
Okay, God
$1
don't.
million is
Okay,
a lot
let's
of money, dude. Like,
let's
okay,
let
you're gonna
let's
do
say
a lot
this.
for $1 million, and
well,
you don't
realize
need $1 million.
biblical slavery only lasted 6 years, right? You realize that.
Yeah,
It
but they
wasn't-
didn't get they didn't get rich after.
Yes, they
work.
did. The Bible
Oh,
says
hold
you
on,
have to
Terry.
give them generous gifts. Once after the 6 years
Yeah,
is
but
over,
there-
you have
there
to give
are
them
different
land.
types
You
of
have to give
slavery.
them, they get to take their wife with them. You
Okay,
can't.
but that's for the
Yeah.
Hebrew slaves. To be honest, we have to make sure when we're going over this topic, we are being
So
objective.
it wasn't for foreign
For-
slaves,
for-
just Hebrews.
Well, the Hebrew slaves
Okay,
got,
okay.
got that, but the other slaves that weren't Hebrew didn't get set free.
Okay, okay.
So-
Well,
Yeah.
nah. They don't get if they become basically say the covenant. It was for the covenant people, because if I become part of a covenant and I was a slave, I get the same rights as a regular citizen.
Yeah.
But what
Remember
about
that.
a law that says the slave owners tricked them in saying that after 7 years you can go free, but your wife and kids must stay with me? They tricked them into becoming lifetime slaves. They were nefarious.
No, I think the Bible forbids that. It says if they're you have to let the wife go with them. You can't
Yeah.
hold the wife back.
Well, that was just for the Hebrew again, though. There is differences between.
But I
the
think
Hebrew
Lou
and
did
the-
make a good point. If you were a foreigner and you became part of the covenant, then you were treated as a Hebrew.
I'd have to
Yeah.
reread the whole chapter. I just know that the Hebrew slaves had some different rights. There were differences, but yeah,
No, the thing
Yeah.
is, Ryan, is here's the thing. Here's the problem with people picking on something God do, right? Now let's just say, okay, God didn't condone slavery. He stopped slavery, no slavery. But you ask these same people, okay, what was the solution for poor people? They can't give no answers.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't give a good answer. He said you
Well, they
either
just
kill
want God
them,
to just let the slaves
just
just
let 'em
die
starve
of
to death.
hunger, and they don't have no answers. But when God does condone it is wrong, but when God don't condone it is wrong, then they condone God for not stopping evil. But when God stopped evil in the Bible with the Canaanites, oh, look at him, he killed everybody. But when God don't intervene, look, he not doing nothing. I mean,
Yeah,
MC,
I
I'm
agree,
gonna tell you
Lou.
this, man. Don't fall into
I think
this
that you can
agnostic trap.
justify biblical slavery, but I don't think you can justify. I mean, I have a harder time justifying that
Hey.
Passover killing of the firstborn. So I do agree with MC. Like, it is hard to justify some of these things, and the
not
slavery
hard to
one, I think you
justify for
can
me,
justify, but that
because-
murder of the firstborn, I don't know. How do you justify that?
The firstborn? What do you think is the firstborn?
Like when God killed the firstborn sons of Egypt, to me,
Yeah,
it
you
seems
think they
like
were kids?
he gave them
well, some of them were kids, some of them were adults. It's just whatever age they were. He
Dirty,
killed them.
I mean, that's
gave them-
war.
He gave him 10 chances. That was the 10th plague. And before
Yeah.
that, the Pharaoh was trying to kill all the children of Israel.
I know.
So the story started with the fact that Moses had to be hidden in order so that he wasn't killed. So all the Hebrew children were getting killed. And then God did 10 plagues before. That was the 10th plague. So
Right.
we get 9.
Yeah,
So
vomit.
God gave the alternative choices, but Pharaoh didn't choose them.
Lou and Ryan's just going to try to justify what God does because they have to justify it because they know in their hearts that it's not right and that it don't belong.
It's not.
No, God
They're having
lives-
to do these mental
God,
gymnastics
God
to
lives in the real world. He has to make. You don't want to make these real world choices. Your solution is, I just kill them or something, and you act
What
like
is the
that's more
solution?
moral. You don't have solutions.
Yeah,
That
you
is
don't have
more
a solution.
You
What
have
is
no
your solution?
solutions. What is your solution when somebody tries to kill you? You're like, I'll just kill them instead of putting them on a farm with a big fence. When clearly putting them on a farm with a big fence is more moral.
But what if you don't own a farm with a big fence?
I mean, that's another situation. I guess I
So
put him
you're
in a
saying
small
that
farm
Okay.
with a small
if
fence.
you own
Since-
land, you had the right to have slaves.
Okay, since you wanna judge God for his actions, you got 10 people in the room with AIDS. What is your solution for that?
What I'm saying is this: that
I mean,
I'm not
brother.
condemning God for his actions. I'm saying that God never said it in the first place, and that text was put there by the devil to deceive.
Okay, God never said it. What was the solution at that time for slaves? God never said it. The devil put it by purpose. It's fake. Now we go back to the year 1500 BC. What was the solution for slavery at that time?
We don't know.
What was the solution? Not
Indentured
slavery. Not slavery.
We
Not
don't know.
slavery. My bad.
It's
My
not
bad. My
like,
bad. What
like,
was the
like
solution
we don't
for
know.
poor
Like the
people?
Bible doesn't give us all the answers ever.
No, it's
Forget
yours.
the Bible.
It's
It's
yours.
your
It's your
solution.
choice. Would you
What
just
was the
make?
solution for poor
Would you
people
make?
at
There
that
would
time?
be no
welfare?
answer.
Forced
Remember, God
labor.
sometimes. You remember, God said sometimes God doesn't answer us.
Would you
Let's
allow
leave God
forced
out of
labor,
it.
Nemesis?
Let God out of it. Devil made a fake story about slavery. Now we're asking you, what was the solution for poor people at that time?
You're the king of Egypt. You're the pharaoh. What would you do?
Well, if God hardened my heart,
No,
then I
no,
would
no.
have.
God
Okay,
is
you're
not-
not
He
the
took
king
away
of
my
God.
free will.
Okay, you're the king
He
of
took
Moab.
away my
You're the
free
king of
will,
Moab.
hardened my heart, and made me do these things.
I mean,
You're the
if you're
king of
okay
Moab,
with
all right?
forced
You're the
labor
king of
now,
Moab.
why not in back then?
Okay, hold on. You're the king of Moab. You got to rule it. What do you do for the slavery problem? How do you fix it? If there's no slavery, how do you take care of all the poor people and the prisoners of war and all that? Go ahead. You're the king of Moab. Go.
It's simple. You assign gatherers and hunters like village tribes.
So
But-
you force labor. You force
Yeah,
people to
so
do
you're
labor.
forcing them to do the labor. What is
It's not. No, it's not forced labor. They have to pitch in. Like you're.
Well, if
you
they
have to
don't do
pitch
it, they'll
in.
die. So it is kind
You
of
don't force them to. You just say, "Hey, you have to. In order to eat tonight, you must go
Yeah,
out.
you
and
must
gather
work for
berries."
me. In order
You
to eat
assign-
tonight, you got to work for me 6 hours a day, 8 hours
You-
a day.
You assign
No.
bosses over those
No,
people, or they
we're
all
saying
independent?
the hunters go out. Okay, they hunt wild boar, and it's your job to prepare it. But
Yeah, but what if they don't want to do the
to
job?
Do what?
What if they don't want to do the job?
You're asking me, okay, but what if they don't want to eat? What if they want you to feed
Exactly.
for
So
them?
you force them into labor. And then they
Okay,
can
so no, your argument is that okay, I don't feel like eating with my hands today, so you should feed me for me.
eat.
That's what you're saying.
No, but that's why slavery is a perfect answer, because then they do the work and then they get to eat, and it's like a mutually beneficial agreement,
It's
kind
not
of like
slavery.
employment.
It's not slavery. It's an assigned task. It's like you must do this.
Right, and that's what biblical slavery is more akin to. It's more akin
No,
to an assigned task.
no, it's not saying that.
I
Seems
think
like
it
you're
is.
playing semantics, just calling
It's
it
not
an
like
assigned
modern
task.
slavery where it's just kidnapping and torture. It's more like employment. That's what biblical slavery was.
It didn't
talking
say
about.
employment. It said forcing someone to do it against their will.
Well, yeah, if they owed you a debt and they didn't have money to pay it, then you had the right to make them work
Some
on your
people
farm.
sold themselves into the slavery. So
Okay,
it couldn't
so-
have been like the slavery in America.
So
'cause
if you
nobody
owe me
sold
money,
themselves at all.
you think that I should have the right to come and say, okay, I'm going to take you away from your family. I'm going to put you in chains, and you're going to work on my farm.
That's
And
what
if
you
you
do
don't do
now.
it-
That's what
and
you're
if
doing
you
right
don't
now.
do it-
Hey mate, you could use a little bit of farm work.
Hey,
You-
mate.
They didn't have chains, bro.
I could use a little farm
you're
experience,
adding
get a
that
little
chains part
suntan, you
of it.
know.
The Bible doesn't say.
Hey
anything
mate,
about
you could work on a farm for like a year and it'd do you some good, McNemesis.
Oh, I know. Like you talking about the physical activity, you're trying to make fun of me for being overweight.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
just saying-
you're
hey.
overweight.
I mean,
I
clearly
am
said
overweight.
you're a bum, a fat bum, but that's all.
Why do you think that I'm a
This guy-
fat bum?
This guy sounds like some Irishman, man. He sounds like he's from Ireland.
No, that shit by the Barbie. You dirty animal.
Dirty Vegemite.
You know, on CJ's,
The 3-second rule there, mate.
on CJ's channel, Jamie, I wouldn't think that would be an interlocutor.
No, the problem is people get scared of me because I'm so smart.
So
No.
do you guys think if you
I
look,
don't think an
if you
interlocutor like yourself, JV,
if you're
should
flipping
be
through the
doing that
J.C.
because
Penney
That's what the
catalog,
scholars talk about Roman time.
if you're flipping through the J.C. Penney catalog and you see the underwear section when women are in there,
When I was in like
is,
sixth grade, I
is
loved
that a
that.
sin if you like
Yeah,
enjoy looking
totally.
at that?
Totally.
Okay. What do you think, MC?
I think I grew up on Tyra Banks personally, but and I-
You mean to
Word,
tell me that
word,
masturbation
word,
is sin?
word. Tyra Banks she's amazing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to switch up the conversation a bit.
yeah, my mom used to. Now looking back at it now, I'm sure they figured out what I was doing in that bathroom when that Victoria's
Okay,
Secret
we need to
catalog would
decide
go
who we're
missing
going to
in the
attack
mail.
and what we're against.
Yeah, but you can't. The problem is you can't come up with practical solutions to these actual historical issues. So
No, I
the
just
problem
did.
is you're
Said
saying
bottom
God
up
didn't do
yeah,
it because it
Hunter.
doesn't fit your own personal, taste, your own palate. But you got to come up with a
Lou
solution.
had the right answer. I like Lou's answer.
Yeah, I think Lou was good at justifying.
That's
I think you
that would be
can
my
All right,
justify.
so you guys are okay with some slavery. So
Well, it's the way you're defining it. You're
yeah,
looking at
I mean,
slavery
not
as
looking at
like
it right.
this.
if you guys want to be my slaves and make me rich, I'm okay with it.
It's not like
right,
that.
exactly. If you want to pay me $10 million,
Yeah, it's
I'll be your slave. I'll work for
We
you
don't-
for.
We don't even know
know.
what it's like, but it might be a blessing to come into the.
No, but
Yeah, no, hold on. Let me make a point.
whoa,
Oh, you interrupted me. I just want to make a point, quick point. We don't. I mean, yeah, it was slavery or whatever, but they didn't have Slurpees and 7-Eleven and air conditioning and food stamps and DHS and Planned Parenthood and running water or electricity. They didn't. I mean, it's like you beat somebody. It's actually probably a blessing to take them into your camp, especially if you're the camp of the creator, loving creator God of Israel that has, gives mercy unto those who love him and keep his commandments. It's his earth. So, I mean, that's probably better than being, captured by some other tribe and being, worked to death. I mean, they even afforded the Sabbath, the slaves were.
Right. They get a day off. They got workman's comp. I mean, they got a lot of benefits.
You had Saturdays off.
Right, doing them a
MC,
damn
what is-
favor.
What do you
know?
got to say
as
about
long
that?
as you guys if you guys believe in a God that condones slavery, then you don't believe in the God that I believe in.
Well, the slavery thing, I could see how it can be justified, but I agree with you, MC, on this firstborn of Egypt issue. I think that is harder to justify.
My tradition is an abolitionist tradition, so
What's
it's just
that
not
mean?
the same thing as slavery in the 1800s or whatever. Isn't the same thing.
Yeah,
God killed kids.
American modern slavery was more like kidnap and torture. That's what that was. It
Yeah, I
wasn't
prefer
slave-
people don't sacrifice their babies to Molech. That would be preferable.
Yeah, but why did God kill the firstborn of Egypt for what? Like, what you did to me was wrong, so I'm going to go and shoot up this school then because of what you did to me.
Yeah, that seems like a good analogy
does
right
God have
there.
to give? How many
That's-
chances did God have to give Pharaoh? He gave him 10 chances on that alone.
I think he gave him 9 chances.
Well,
There was
9
9
chances,
plagues.
and that was the 10th. That
Ryan,
was the
given that
10th.
out loud, this criminal's giving you 9 chances, 10 chances, and if you if you sin against him 10 times, he is going to go shoot up a school. So you better do what he says, or he'll shoot that.
That's
school up.
retarded. What are you saying? Dude, are you sure you're a Christian?
He's making a good analogy, though. It's like, yeah,
No, it's not. No, it's
Pharaoh
not.
sinned, so
No, it's
God's going
not.
to go shoot up
Like,
a school.
dude, the Christian's position should be that God's judgment is looming on everybody.
Do you
Well,
understand?
yeah,
Hold on.
we
For your
do.
example with the school shooter, do you understand Pharaoh had the Hebrew people enslaved?
Yes,
You're
yes,
trying to
that's
make an
true.
analogy, but you're
Good
forgetting
point.
the part that the Pharaoh, on his 10th chance, was asked, "Let my people go."
Right, right.
So does the school shooter have the town enslaved, and then he shoots them up on the 10th try? Is that your analogy now?
Yeah, you better let the people go. But you better let the people go, because if you don't let the people go, God's going to go shoot up that school.
Well, kind of, the remnant of the children of Israel were kind of like needing to be free so that their genetic line could bring forth, the Messiah that, offers salvation to the entire history of
Why do
humanity.
you guys believe everything in the Bible, considering that we've revised it numerous times and that
It's kind of important though that you bring forth the guy who redeems everybody so that you don't have to die forever.
Yeah, I'm saying I believe in Jesus and his teachings, but I'm saying that I think the devil has put stuff in the Bible to deceive people because people get confused and they argue about stuff. We shouldn't
Okay,
be arguing about
MC, would you allow the first 9 plagues? You could justify.
I'm gonna
those,
go
right?
with
We're
the
just talking
devil's
about the
kind of
10th.
messing around with your guys' heads, and the Bible's just fine. It's more like he's in your head. To put it
Well, that could
What's
be
that?
the
jokingly.
case. The only problem with that is that I can qualify the fact that I don't want to be a slave, so I shouldn't own slaves. Can you qualify the fact that God is justified? Can you
I was
that?
for abolition before I was born.
Let's move on from the slave topic and move towards the firstborn in Egypt. I want to get to the bottom of this. I mean, MC, would you allow that the first 9 plagues are fine so that we can just get past that and then focus on the 10th plague, the killing of the firstborn, and then and see if we can.
I got an idea for how to make it better for you. Real quick. How about this? God was actually judging Pharaoh for hardening his heart. And he knew what Pharaoh was
No,
gonna do. Hold on, let me finish.
It said God hardened. He hardened
I
Pharaoh.
know he did. Just like I hardened my
took away
girlfriend.
his free will. According to your Bible, he took away his free
I haven't
will.
finished. I haven't even made the
What did you say?
let
Just
alone
like
finish
you
the
hardened your
sentence.
girlfriend's what?
My girlfriend's nips.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I see it. When he says he hardened his heart, it's like,
Yeah.
he
pushed her
angered
buttons.
him.
He made her mad.
He pushed his buttons. Exactly. Yeah, he made
You know,
him mad.
he knew what it would do, and he did it on purpose. He was trolling him, but it's not like he took over his free will to
Yeah, it
determine.
was still Pharaoh who
He
hardened
knew.
his own
It's just like
heart.
when you know how to
People
push your
twist that
girlfriend's
so
buttons,
bad. It's
and he
so
did it on
annoying.
purpose. I can do that on purpose too. That doesn't mean I took away her free
Yeah,
will.
I harden Jamie's
So
heart every
annoying.
time I talk to him. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Usually, but I was gonna say, like, think about it like this. I think God's judging him, and with each successive judgment, the fact that he doesn't relent requires a more intense.
You're right.
Lamentation. So that was
Pharaoh doesn't
escalating.
change
So
his
he brought
ways.
that judgment upon himself, escalated slowly.
You're right.
And,
You're right. So if Pharaoh does not change his ways, God's going to go kill all the kids. It makes sense, right? Punish all these people for what this person does. That makes sense. Punish all
got a
these people
point.
for what Pharaoh does.
Yeah, why punish the innocent kids?
Why didn't he just punish Pharaoh?
You know. Yeah, why not punish
The
Pharaoh?
only answer is this. The only answer is this. They were warned, and it was an escalating warning. And parents are responsible for their kids.
No,
And
Pharaoh
God gives
was
us that. Hold on.
not
God
me.
gives us that responsibility of our own children. We are sentient agents. If God gives you ample warning, the blood of your kids are on your hands. If God
No, it
warns
wasn't
against
even
judgment,
Pharaoh's
so yeah,
Well, up to a
yeah,
certain
under the
age.
fault, you ought to have done what you should to listen to God, and if you don't, the blood of your children is on your hands for not repenting or leaving or doing whatever God said to do for so long.
I understand, but I'm saying that because of what Pharaoh did, God punished other people by killing people.
Yeah, but what happened to them after they died? You don't know. So stop.
They
acting
could have
like-
gone to heaven, yeah. And I
Well,
think there
well,
is
yeah,
a
they probably
verse.
would have, but after they died.
I think there's a
Stop
verse, Ryan, that
acting like
mentions
you
them
know that
going
they
to
went
heaven.
If
Yeah,
they're
so
innocent,
I think there is a verse that mentions it.
stop
That-
acting like they went to hell, and you know they went to hell after they died.
no,
I mean,
it really is the parents.
There is a
fault.
verse that suggests
The
they went
death
to
of the
heaven,
kid
I
is just
think.
like they basically
God,
aborted their
God's
kids. They're
gonna
not
zap
listening to
me
God.
up to heaven right now.
But I
love
still
wow.
see MC's point where it's like, why would you punish somebody who had nothing to do with it, and then punish them and not even punish Pharaoh? I mean,
Well, God addresses that later in Ezekiel, and he says, "The soul who sins shall die. He won't punish the son for the father's actions, the dad's actions."
right.
So
That's in Ezekiel, though, right?
yeah, Ezekiel 18. So
But
I
the
mean,
kids, man, the kids. Yeah.
your problem is not the worst problem, because if you look at what Jesus taught, Jesus didn't teach slavery. Jesus didn't teach anybody
Yeah,
harming
but he didn't
anybody.
condemn it either.
That doesn't mean he condoned
There
it.
was
just-
slavery in the Roman Empire at that time. He didn't even fight the government or anything at all.
Well,
Didn't
he
care about
told
it
us to
whatsoever.
be slaves, didn't he? He said,
Well,
if you want to be great, you better be a
yeah,
slave.
he's told the exact opposite. If you want to
He's
be
like the
does
first will
not
be
rep-
last and the last will be
I
first.
I don't. I
so-
just don't think he was wanting to change the society in that way. He was trying to
Okay,
change hearts.
does not reference a 3,000+ year old book and qualify things instead of referencing a 3,000-year-old book. Can you guys just,
Are you? I thought you were a Christian, but
I am. I'm just. This is the viewpoint of Hunter Avalon.
Who is Hunter Avalon?
He's a big YouTuber with 570,000 subscribers that argues against God.
And you follow that as a Christian?
No, he's trying to
yeah, I
get
follow
practice.
it to-
He's trying
I
to
follow
practice
it to
so he
check
can
with
defeat
myself,
him
yeah.
You're
in
getting,
argument.
you're getting seduced by a demonic man, Hunter Avalon, into hating God.
Okay, so anyone who disagrees with you is demonic.
No, anybody that rebels against God is demonic.
Right, but he's not rebelling against God. He's rebuking the. Well,
He's just smarter than God. He's just smarter than God.
No, I'm saying no.
he has 500 and something.
I thought you said
thousand-
nipples were bad,
what's his
Jamie.
name?
He
Hold
must
on.
be a
What's,
genius.
You
what's
said
his
nipples
name?
were bad, Jamie.
what's his name? Hunter Avalon?
Nipples are good.
You said
Yes,
they were
Hunter
bad because I
Avalon.
got them on my channel.
Yeah, that's gross. That's
That's how is that gross?
He has a whole playlist called
That's like gross.
Anti-Religion Crusade, and that's the playlist that I watch.
Am I sinning, Jamie? Do you think I'm a
Hunter
sinner?
Avalon, huh? And what's the playlist you watch?
Yeah, the playlist was the Anti-Religion Crusade.
Okay, this is your buddy here, huh?
He has
No, I watch his
570,000
content.
subscribers. He must be a genius.
Is he gonna possibly save your soul one day?
Women will sit there and say, "Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I'd let my boyfriend climb on my shoulder,
Is this the
tell me
guy,
about
this
all this."
young
and that."
kid? This young kid?
Makes
Yeah,
you
he's
wonder
like-
what makes people get.
He's a
get,
20-year-old.
Yeah, Hunter's 25.
Wow.
Oh wait, Hunter's.
I mean,
probably
I
the
can see
Avatar
how-
guy. That's the 16-year-old Andrew Tate fan.
I can see how atheists have some decent arguments. They say, "Oh well, your
Hold on,
God's
hold on. What's the
evil. He
playlist
kills
you like?
children.
Hold on,
He's
hold on. What's the
enslaves."
Anti-Religion Crusade.
Anti-Religion Crusade. Okay, I see it here. Okay, cool. So you've been drinking this Kool-Aid from Mr. Hunter Avalon, huh?
I think
Yeah,
it's
he's been coming up with the
argument.
same arguments. You know,
he's-
you have
he's
to be able to
taught-
answer these.
he's
How do you
taught
answer
you
these
all these-
arguments?
Well, I've been answering them. What do you mean? Where you been?
No, you're right. You're right.
No, you're just saying because God says. I'm asking you to.
Oh, so that's the slogan Mr. Hunter Avalon drilled into your head.
I mean, I agree with Nemesis that it must be a lie added because I can't figure out a way to justify the firstborn.
Hunter never says that. Hunter just rebukes God. I'm the one that said that.
Yeah, MC is actually trying to do apologetics for the Bible and explain why it says that.
Hunter's going to be begging for mercy and feeling real dumb one day when he needs God for his salvation and he realizes how wrong he was about.
Yeah, but Hunter is starting from an inerrancy presuppositions, but MC is saying no,
Hunter
it might be a
used to be
lie.
Christian.
You know,
Hunter used to be a conservative Christian right winger, and now he's a liberal left agnostic.
He looked like he was 12 years old. How old is he?
yeah. How could he? know very
25. He
much?
has 2 kids and a wife.
Yeah, he's only 25. He hasn't even. He hasn't even started studying the Bible, dude.
Hey man, MC Genesis, sounds like you're very impressionable. I mean, when I was in my 20s, I was an impressionable person too, but
No, but I'm not agreeing with him. I'm saying
Yeah, he's not agreeing with him. He's saying that the
take
kid
arguments
has
that I
valid
cannot
arguments, and they are obviously valid arguments.
we haven't even heard.
How can
his
you kill
arguments.
an
They're
innocent
dirty.
kid and go
We
shoot up
haven't
a
even
school
heard-
because Pharaoh pissed you off? You can't go do that.
They're not valid arguments if you actually understand the context of what happened. Pharaoh had the Hebrew people enslaved. He was killing all the children.
Yeah, so why not punish Pharaoh? Why punish innocent people who have nothing to do with it at random? Just I'm gonna go and kill random people for something Pharaoh did, and they got nothing to do with it.
Because maybe God knew the next ruler wouldn't listen either, and it'd be
you
a
hear
kindness
yourself,
change.
maybe God, maybe this, maybe that. Like you can't answer it.
No, I can't answer it. I said maybe God knows that the next ruler wouldn't change either, and the next ruler after that. So he had to send.
Yeah, but do you think that possibly that could be a lie, and God isn't a child murderer?
It says the firstborn, so it could be a
Well,
20-year-old
some of those
kid,
people
too.
were children. I know some of
Some
them
of
were
them-
adults, but
some
some
of
of them
them
were
probably
children
were
too.
children.
23
But-
degrees out.
But if the child dies and goes to heaven, then I don't consider it a cruel
Okay,
act.
I
So
mean
we
that
look-
is a good explanation
so
for
look
it.
at it
you
differently.
think it's okay to kill children because God will send them to the paradise?
If
Yeah,
that
okay,
if that was the way
that's
God
fair.
did it, then yeah, I definitely think that's fair.
So the adults, so your argument, so the adults go to hell, but the children okay.
I didn't say the adults go to hell. That's what you said. Maybe all the firstborn went to heaven. We don't know
Why are you saying maybe? I'm telling you,
because I don't know because I'm not God. I don't know.
I
where-
know, and the fact that you're even confused and you don't know proves that it's a lie.
No,
Yeah,
I
and
can't
the
say
fact
yes
that
or
it's not
no on where they
mentioned.
went because I don't know. That's
If
like
it was
me.
true, it'd
That's
probably
like
be
you
mentioned.
asking me to tell you what you ate for breakfast today. I don't know. I don't even know. if
I'm
you ate
saying,
breakfast today.
please, like, can we just take it out?
No.
Yeah, I think we should take it out. Let's just take it out. Then we don't have to argue about it anymore.
Yeah. Let's
So-
just take it out, so it's so we can do
Yeah,
it better than
so
God.
nobody
we should
thinks
write a book
God
that's better
and
than
paints
God.
God in a bad light.
Like God
Yeah.
didn't write the Bible. Men were divinely inspired. Maybe they got it wrong. Like maybe we are the ones that are inspired to change it for the better.
Yeah.
there you go.
Maybe you should change the whole thing because you could do it better than God.
Well, I know
No.
that King James put his name on it. Maybe I should make the MC Nemesis Bible and we should follow that.
So Nemesis, are you coming
You
from
and
a
Dirty Varmint
standpoint
could come up with
of
a Bible.
fear
Dirty
of
would
God?
have
Like
his
you don't want
views
to paint
on
God in a
that.
bad light, and that's why you say it must be a lie added because it paints God in a bad light.
Or maybe, hey, maybe instead of putting our names on the Bible, we should just call it like
You paid this guy, didn't you, Nerdy?
I know he's helping me out a lot.
No, they
like-
were
like
screaming at each other earlier.
We were.
maybe
He
we
was calling me
call
the
it like
devil
new,
earlier.
like a new
Yeah.
international version of or something.
They're-
Like a
Right,
new-
the new MC Dirty Varmint version.
No, I'm talking about instead of putting anybody's name on it, maybe we should just call it like new international version or something.
So you think the NIV is a false Bible?
No, I'm saying that the NIV is in the right direction. They amended it, and we need to keep amending it until we get all that.
They amended what? What did they amend? I have an NIV Bible. They still have
Instead of
the.
saying "Thou art thou
templates.
Romeo" in Shakespearean language like King James,
Well,
they put plain text.
yeah, but they still had the 10th plague of Egypt. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm saying that. Remember, the Catholics would say the same thing about you. They'd be like, "You took Bibles out because they believe in extra books. You took books out of my Bible, so you're arguing that we should actually be Catholic because their Bible has more books in it, so we should actually be Catholic."
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should look for a deeper meaning on why things happen too. Maybe God killing all the firstborn was a message for all humanity that, if you don't want to have your firstborn go to a place, like
I've got
hell,
a theory.
you should, follow God's rules. So then, your firstborn will go to heaven or your, seed will go to heaven. I don't know. There's obviously deeper meanings behind why God did what he did in these things. And I'm not using the Calvinist, he did evil for good argument. I'm just saying there are obvious reasons why there's, certain events occurring.
Maybe
Holding the king accountable for his people, I know to us seems like, oh, that was a cruel act. What did the people do? The people are innocent. But then you're putting a big assumption out there to just say all the people were innocent. You don't know all the people were innocent.
So I mean, God makes it easy to understand them, like Jesus taught the
Well,
little.
hold on. What if some of the firstborn weren't innocent people? They were 20-year-old people. They had
But
beaten
Jesus
people.
taught now listen, Jesus
This
taught
is
the
so
little.
unjust.
Now
Well, it's
listen, the Bible is simple enough for a child to understand the concept. So why are you
I
even
agree.
confused about it?
It
Like,
should be
Jesus
easy
taught
enough.
Jesus taught the little children his doctrine. So
Yeah.
it's fine. It's fine. If you're confused about something, it's just
Mm-hmm.
the devil trying to deceive you, and I don't want you to be deceived. So I'm just saying, disregard
I
that.
mean,
part.
it could be that a bunch of wicked evildoers killed all the firstborn in Egypt and then just said God did it. The same way a bunch of evildoers killed Jesus and then said God did it.
Yeah, but the problem is they would have pursued the people if there wasn't serious consequence. So the Egyptian people wouldn't just let slaves go unless there was a serious reason. So The fact
Well, I
that
think the 9 plagues were serious enough for them to
yeah,
let
but
them go.
it wasn't enough for Pharaoh. It
I
wasn't
think it
enough
was
for
because
Pharaoh.
it says that after the 9th plague, it says Pharaoh let him go. And then it says, oh, but wait, there was a 10th plague. And then Pharaoh let him go again. So it's like you have 2 stories. You
Yeah, there's
know,
a lie right there. Like he did let him go. The
he
lie.
let him go after the 9th plague. He said, get away from me. I never want to see your face again. He said that after the
I
9th plague.
guarantee
And
if I
then
go to
the
the
10th
9th,
plague happened. And
well,
it's
I
like, dude, he already let
guarantee
him go.
he said that, but I guarantee he changed his mind after.
No,
All
well,
right,
yeah,
we'll
I
go to
know.
it.
I
Sure,
know.
Exodus, whatever.
Remember, we're not supposed to lean on our own understanding. We're supposed to lean
Waste
on
no time.
the fact that God is good, and we have to say
Exactly. It's
God
a test. It's a test to test if you love God or not. Because if you love God, you'll never say that he did something bad.
Well, I
It's
guess you guys failed that test.
No, you guys are failing because you're saying he murdered innocent children. We're saying no, he didn't do that. That's a lie added to the Bible. I'll never impart anything negative to God. But you're the one saying, oh no, God freaking kills innocent children, murders a whole busload of children.
You're
We
saying
don't say that. We're
we don't-
not adding the word innocent there. You're the word adding the word.
They
You guys
are
are adding
innocent.
the innocent. You don't know
The
if all
fact that
Yeah,
it's all the
are
firstborn, there's
children
no
are
way that all the firstborn just happen to be wicked people. No, it's the firstborn. It's arbitrary. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's random.
This is just not like I said, it's not something that you can like. And another thing too, you have to. I know it comes from your Bible, and I know it comes from this Bible, but you have to be able to explain it to a non-believer that thinks that you're just quoting some kind of 3,000-year-old ancient text. You have to be able to qualify what
Yeah,
God
that's
says is
the
true.
deal.
The only way to
You have to be
qualify
able to
what God
explain it
says
to
is
an
true.
atheist, and Nemesis has a good explanation for an atheist. An atheist might say to Nemesis, hey, that makes sense. Maybe that part was a lie. Maybe God isn't so bad. Maybe I shouldn't hate God so much. Maybe,
Right.
Well,
It's safe to say that the devil would want us to be divided. Of course, he'd want us to be divided.
Jordy, I will give you credit here that after the 9th plague, this is what it says. Pharaoh says, "Get away from me. Take care to never to see my face again. For on the day you see my face, you shall die." Moses said, "As you say, I will not see your face again." So he told Moses
yeah.
to get away,
And
but he
that's,
didn't.
and then
Yeah,
if
but
you
hold on,
skip
hold on, hold
past
on.
the
He didn't.
10th plague
Hold
and
on, hold
pick,
on, hold on. He didn't say let all the people go though. He just
I
said
know.
Moses,
Okay.
get out of my face. So we do have to keep that in mind though.
But
Right.
then it says
But if
later,
you skip over the 10th plague and then just pick up the reading again, it just kind of flows perfectly smoothly.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to read up
You'd
here.
have to read it, but
Go serve the
so
it's
what
Lord.
we
just a
need to
theory.
do,
I could be wrong, but I
Oh
think
no, this is what it is. He didn't let the flocks go. That's what the flocks and the herds. Okay,
well,
so that's what happened, Dirty. Okay,
no, but
just
look
scroll
at
up.
read it.
Yes,
Just read it.
yeah, it's after the 9th plague. Then Pharaoh called Moses
Yeah.
and
Said,
said,
"Hey, get the hell out of here."
Then Pharaoh called Moses and said, "Go serve the Lord. Your little ones also may go with you. Only let your flocks and your herds remain behind." But Moses said, "You must also let us have sacrifices and burnt offerings that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Our livestock also must go. Not a hoof shall be left behind, for we must take of them to serve the Lord our God, and we do not know with what we must serve the Lord until we arrive there." But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. So yeah, Pharaoh wouldn't let them leave with their livestock. That was after the 9th plague. So that makes more
we
sense.
know that the Lord, he would not, if he hardened somebody's heart, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't take away someone's free will. So that's false.
Yeah, but that's just because people interpret it incorrectly and they say, "Oh, it says hardened heart. That means he took away his free will." No, that's not what it means. It means he punished them and took away his mercy and presence, and he just said, "Okay, I'm going to harden his heart," which is
I
a
think
punishment. It's the opposite of mercy.
Jamie explained it perfect when he said, he hardened his girlfriend's nipples.
Yeah. Well, either way, where'd you go, Lou? You had to stop or something?
Yeah. I was on my Wi-Fi called.
What I'm trying to explain to you is
I
that,
didn't know you were married, man. That was news
hey,
to me.
do you think
Finding
that it's
that
a
out.
coincidence? Now, listen, do you think it's a coincidence that, see, I never would have thought these things. I was led by the algorithm to like look at Hunter, and then I question things, and then I just happened to find this open panel that I'm allowed to join, and then you happen to be an apologetic, and I'm trying to I was thinking, God, and I prayed. I said, God, if the Bible needs to be changed, I can't do it by myself. Like I said, I'm going to have a group of people to help me to verify it, to help me rewrite and write our own version for it, the New International Version, or like the new international in NIV or something like that, or just some kind of new version that we can all follow that's not contradictory, so we can finally preach a gospel that not only makes sense. I mean, we can have our prophecies and our history.
Are you for real, man? Are you for real?
Yeah, I said I prayed to God because look, I've been questioning this for a long time, and Hunter is too. We can help Hunter, and we can help all of his followers finally understand the Bible the way it's meant to be understood. What if we are the ones that are divinely inspired to do this? Like, you have to be moved in your heart by God. I'm moved in my heart by God to do this. I believe in Jesus and his teachings, and I just don't think that God's okay with slavery or killing kids or none of that. And I think the devil put it in there, and I think that it's going to take. And I'm spreading self-awareness. It's so we need to sit down or we need to rewrite. I don't even know how we go about writing another version of the Bible. Like, how do we do it?
Were you alive 4,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago? Did you know what it was like back then?
No, but what about the New International Version? Who rewrote that?
No, I'm just saying, if you're going to rewrite it, like you probably need some sort of understanding of what it was like for.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying saying that we need to get the help of some scholars, and I'm just
around 13,
I'm just divinely. I'm just the only thing
I've
I
been
am
working on my
question.
rewriting of it, and I got through like the first part of Genesis, and I've made the corrections that I think are correct. I've only eliminated the things that had to do with blood sacrifice, and it reads perfectly. There's, it's almost like you can tell where the lies were added, because once you take them out, then the story makes sense, and once you add them in, then it's like, this is kind of confusing.
Wait a minute, are you telling me that you had already started to work on a rewrite of the text?
Yeah, but not like on paper, but in my own mind. I've read this script and look at which parts I think should be removed, and then I read the story with those parts removed to see if it makes any sense. And but that's just my own personal study.
Like, if you think that it flows correctly without contradiction, then that's the real word of God.
I think so, man.
Remember how it says the more you read your Bible, the more God will reveal.
Like, for example, can I give you guys a small example in Genesis, where God says to Noah, put 2 of every animal on the ark. And then it says Noah did everything God commanded him, period. And so at the end of that period, 2 of every animal are on the ark, and the ark is ready to be sealed. But then the next sentence says, but God then told Noah, well, put 7 of each animal on the ark. And so if you just remove that sentence, and you've got 2 of every animal on the ark, and then he's ready to be shut up in the ark, and then the flood happens and everything goes fine. And then you just remove that part where they said that Noah sacrificed some animals after he got off the ark, and now you know why that's why he instructed him to put 7 of each kind, so that there would be enough to sacrifice. That's why they had to add that in there, so
come on, that's just made up.
That's the truth.
Hypothesis. I mean, the flood story and the story of Joseph, you can't lie.
Yeah, they know that there's 2 different stories, and they're all added together in Genesis.
What I'll say is it's presumptuous to assume they're 2 different stories, but
no, it's like if you had Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and then somebody, let's say nowadays somebody takes Matthew, Mark, and Luke and then adds them all into one gospel, you're going to have a scholar eventually down the line is going to look at that one gospel and say, I think this was compiled from 3 different gospels.
We're never going to believe you, dude.
I know, but why? You love blood sacrifice. It's something you get off on.
Let me show you.
Yeah, you get off on it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you love it. You absolutely love it. You think
I don't love
cool.
blood
You
sacrifice.
think that killing an animal actually pays for your sin.
Dirty. You want to know where you have a problem, though? Before Noah, there was Cain and Abel.
Yeah, I know.
So what happened to
But God
Cain
said
and
anyone
Abel's
who kills
sacrifice?
Cain
Was
is
that
going to be
added?
avenged
Okay,
sevenfold,
okay. I'm asking you about the sacrifice. Was that added too? That
possibly. Or
Abel's
maybe it was
sacrifice?
switched. Maybe Abel.
Possibly yes or no. Which one is it?
I don't know. I'm not sure about Cain and Abel.
Ryan, let me show
Okay,
you
so
what I
you
mean.
didn't
Let me
get
show you
rid
what I
of
mean.
you didn't get rid of blood sacrifice if you didn't fix the Cain and Abel situation.
I know. It's a tough question. And
Play that
like
video I have there.
MC
It's like
said,
3
I
seconds.
can't do all the work on my own. I don't know.
It's like 90s like History Channel show graphics. I made all of it from scratch though, like even the
Guys, how are we gonna make this new Bible that's not with contradictions?
It's easy. You just take the contradictions out and you're left with pure unleavened bread.
Ryan, do you want this this subscribe thing I made? I made it for you. Here,
Oh
let me
yeah,
show
yeah. If you got a video,
you can record this and then you can use it if you want.
Sure.
No,
Here,
well, we need to be serious here.
let me see. I'll give it to you. Hold on.
We need to take the new
I've been
international
doing
version.
my generic way.
Yeah, yours looks like a.
So Jamie, why do you like the sacrifices?
Oh, no,
Why do you
mine's not a
want
video. I just do this.
the
and then I-
sacrifices to stay? Jamie,
because I've told you a million times, man. You know.
because of typology, right?
Yeah, because God's
That's
saying, look, you
though.
can't
That's
do
the
it
only
on your
reason.
own. He's saying you're not going to make it on
But
your
that,
own.
yeah, but that's
what
still
history proves.
valid whether there's sacrifices or not. You still can't do it on your own. God has
Right,
to
but
provide
see,
you
the
with the
sacrificial
answer.
system showed them. I think they originally would have realized it was awful to have to kill an animal, and then they would have known that blood, like their sins, caused death. And then that God expected serious repentance with that. It wasn't a ritual. It was a way to connect to God in your sinfulness. That was saying, I see how bad this is, and it's serious, and I repent. But then God would get mad when they wouldn't understand that, and it became a ritualistic thing. But God was really trying to teach them a lesson about how they weren't going to, no matter how much they faked it, they weren't going to get it. They weren't going to do it without his help. And that's kind of the idea. And then when they see Jesus, what he taught, and he comes down and he willingly, being God, lets himself be murdered by the evil forces in the world, it demonstrated God's character and how his law really is supposed to look in the person of Jesus, who even went willingly to his death. So it vindicated God's law. It vindicated, or it proved that Satan's accusations are lies, and it brought atonement to the world. So it's a beautiful thing.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to share this video. Let's see. Let me find the right one real quick. I'll be right back.
So do you ever stop to think that, maybe the blood of an animal doesn't atone for your sins? It actually doesn't do anything. You're just spilling blood.
I told you how
no
I look
reason.
at it. A lot of Christians, they
I know,
worship.
but I'm asking, have you ever considered the alternative?
Oh, yeah. Well,
that
I
it's
have
just
for the last
a
10
lie
years.
added to the Bible.
Because I think the answer I was given is probably the best one. And I
Okay,
listen to different
okay.
views of that. There's different aspects to it that people.
I just don't see where your concept of justice is. Where's the justice in having Jesus sacrifice and die
Only God
for
could
everyone?
do that. Only God could do that.
Yeah, because what? So God is unjust.
No, he
God's allowed to be unjust.
See, the thing is, because he was actually murdered by evil men too. That's also
Right. That's what
absolutely
I
true.
think. He was murdered by evil men. Period.
It's true. That's true.
what happened.
God saw it coming though, and for that purpose. So they
So
are
what do you
guilty.
make of Mark 12:6, the parable of the wicked tenants, where God says, surely they will respect my son. That's why I'm going to send him, not to die. He didn't expect him to die in the parable.
Well, some will and some won't.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
No, it says
Hey,
the
Ryan.
wicked tenants killed him. He expected the wicked tenants to believe Jesus.
Hey, Ryan, can you pull Matthew 21?
Yeah.
I think verse 15.
I was reading that the other day, actually, like yesterday or something.
Yeah, I mean 12 to 19. Read 12 to 19.
12 to 19. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Matthew 21, 12.
Yeah.
All right, Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus cleanses the temple. All right, is my screen sharing? No, it's not because I shared Jamie's thing. All right, hold on. All right, here we go.
Jesus cleanses the temple. I like this
All
one.
right, Jesus entered the temple and drove out all who sold and bought in the temple. And
Remember that part. Remember that part.
Okay.
Jesus entered the temple. That's when he cleansed the temple. Remember that part. Go ahead.
Drove out, all right, and Jesus entered the temple and drove out all who sold and bought in the temple, and he overturned the tables of the money changers and the seats of those who sold pigeons. He said to them, "It is written, my house shall be called a house of prayer, but you make it a den of robbers." And the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them. But when the chief priests and the scribes saw the wonderful things that he did, and the children crying out in the temple, "Hosanna to the Son of David," they were indignant, and they said to him, "Do you hear what these are saying?" And Jesus said to them, "Yes, have you never read, out of the mouth of infants and nursing babies, you have prepared your praise?" And leaving them, he went out of the city to Bethany and lodged there. This is from a Psalms too. I forget which one, but that out of the mouth of infants, it's a certain Psalm. I have it written down. All right. And then the fig tree in the morning, as he was returning to the city, he became hungry. And seeing a fig tree by the wayside, excuse me, I got distracted by Ace saying something. And seeing a fig tree by the wayside, he went to it and found nothing on it but only leaves. And he said to it, "May no fruit ever come from you again." And the fig tree withered at once.
Okay, stop right there. You said we should remove contradictions in the Bible, right, Dirty?
Yeah.
This is your book, Matthew.
Okay. What's the contradiction?
Ryan, there's your video real quick.
Your mic went out, Lou.
Okay. Yeah, we don't hear you.
Just go full screen, and then you can just
my
record
bad,
it later.
my bad.
It's only like 5 seconds.
Where'd you send it?
Let Lou ask
Yeah,
me
it's
a
right
question.
Where's
It's in the back
video?
room.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it. I don't see it in the back room, Jamie. In the private chat. Go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
Oh, remember Jesus entered into the temple, cleansed the temple, and did all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then afterwards, he did the fig tree incident, right? Now go to
yeah.
Mark 11, 12 to 14.
All right, we lost
He's
MC Nemesis. We lost
A's philosophy. It's time to come up, bro.
He's probably has work.
You see it now? Backstage?
I see your video.
Yeah, that's it. I'll play it, and then you can record it.
You're not gonna play video, are you?
All right, hold on.
No, it's like 5 seconds. It says this is a subscription thing I made. For
Oh,
him.
Hold on, let me go. Yeah, but
I thought you were gonna put on some charismatic preacher.
You got Jamie's thing showing though. It says your channel. First.
Yeah, I know, but you cut that off at the end. I'll stop it before it plays that part. It's just the subscribe part I was going to let you record. I'm not going to use this.
That's what I mean. I want that part, but I can't be promoting.
Right. And I'll cut it off before.
All right. Mark 12. What? Lou?
No, Mark 11.
Okay, Mark 11. Then what?
Verse 12.
Okay. All right.
To
I gotta go.
to
Just so you know,
15.
so if you want.
All right. Sure. All right. On the following day, when they came from Bethany, he was hungry, and seeing in the distance a fig tree in leaf, he went to see if he could find anything on it. And when he came to it, he found nothing but leaves, for it was not the season for figs. And he said to it, "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." And his disciples heard it. Jesus cleanses the temple.
I see what you.
Go ahead.
And they
So
came.
there is a contradiction.
No.
Began to drive out those who sold, those who bought in the temple. And he overturned the tables of the money changers and the seats of those who sold pigeons. And he would not allow anyone to carry anything through the temple. And he was teaching them and saying,
Yeah.
"Not read, my house should be called a house of prayer." Yeah, but then
I see the contradiction too. I think.
fig tree as they passed by in the morning, they saw the fig tree at its roots. Okay.
I found 10 contradictions between Matthew and Mark.
Okay.
At least 10.
Yeah.
But what do you do with that?
You got to choose which one do you think is right out of the contradiction.
Nah. You double-minded, bro. You double-minded.
No, you're double-minded if you actually take them both and say that they're both true.
I made that from scratch, by the way. All the sound effects, everything.
Okay, but also, can you bring up that verse again? I wanted to point something out about
Remember,
that verse.
remember the last show we had. I asked you about contradictions in Mark and Matthew. You said probably 1 or 2, but I doubt it.
Yeah, they're not real significant.
Yeah, and I found 10 of them.
Well,
yeah,
the
but they're
rooster-
probably
the
not
roo-
real significant,
the
are
roost-
they?
The rooster crows twice in Mark 2.
Yeah, but it only
When
crows
he says-
once.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
only crows once, and the other things.
Yeah, so we know it
Jesus-
at least crowed once. We can't quite
crows
say it crowed
twice,
twice.
and then also the greatest commandment. Jesus.
Can you
says,
pull up
"Hear,
that
O
verse
Israel,
again you were just on, where Jesus
hear, O
whipped
Israel,
the
the Lord
people
our
out of
God
the
is one."
temple?
It doesn't say he whipped the people. He
Well,
made
he whipped something out. He
Get the
fashioned a whip.
animals. There were sheep. And,
I know, but I want to make a point here, and the point
there
is,
were sheep in the temple, bro. So how else? Do you
yeah.
get
Can
sheep
you
out?
pull it
Take
back up?
The sheep out. I am. Hold on.
So if he's
Email it to
whipping
me, Jamie, will you? I
sheep
put my
out of the
email in the
temple,
back.
then animal sacrifices are no longer possible if there's no sheep and there's no money
bro.
changers.
Address the contradictions, bro.
Okay. So I want to address the contradiction
go to
too.
John.
You find
John
contradictions in
John.
Paul. You find contradictions in Paul and Jesus. So therefore, Paul is a liar. We throw away the book of Paul.
Yeah.
Now we find contradictions between Matthew and Mark.
Uh-huh.
Who's the liar and what book you gonna throw away?
Okay, so the contradiction was that at first he did the whipping and then he did the fig tree, and then in Mark first he did the fig tree and then he did the whipping, right? So that's the contradiction. Lou, is that the contradiction?
Yeah.
Okay, because to me
Yeah.
that's almost like insignificant. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter what order he did it in. He still did the events. It describes both events, but maybe out of order. So we can't be sure on the order, but we can still be sure that he did the event. You know. So it's not.
This
is why I think
it's. It happened one day. It started off with him cleansing the temple.
Yeah.
And then the fig tree happened.
Right.
And then Mark says, no.
Well,
fig
Mark
tree
also
happened,
did mention the
then-
fig tree
and
after
then
the whipping too,
the
though.
cleansing of the temple.
I know, but go back to Mark, and he does say, like,
but
while he was
talking
going
about
into
the last
Jerusalem, he saw the tree, and then after he whipped the animals out, then he came out and then was messing with the fig tree again.
Yeah, and Mark it says the
There
lesson
wasn't
of the
nothing on the
fig
fig
tree
tree
after.
when he came back.
Yeah, he's talking. Yeah, he's right
contradiction.
here. Mark, he's talking about the fig tree after the whipping, also.
And there wasn't no leaf on there, right? They were surprised, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So you
I
added
mean-
more to the contradiction.
all right. That's fine. I mean,
So which one you throwing away? Which book
well,
you throwing away?
I'd have to decide. I don't
no,
really
Lou-
know yet.
Lou. Well, Lou, you don't get it. We don't reject Paul because he said Jesus was in a certain place in a different time than what the Gospels. We reject Paul because his doctrine is logically incompatible with what Jesus taught. It's like when you look. This is why I think people need to view these as simple historical documents. If you view this as a book written by God, you're going to twist yourself into a pretzel trying to defend these little tiny insignificant discrepancies that have no bearing on a person's salvation. At the same time, you have to realize like what really matters. Like Jesus can't say like you have to obey God and then also later on say, well, actually you don't have to obey God. You just have to like believe in, my death, burial, and resurrection. Like there's a big difference between like reporting the time and day of a certain thing happening and like the logical definitions of what's being said. Do you agree with me, Dirty? Am I making sense?
Yeah,
but it's your
I think that was well
interpretation.
said. Yeah.
But it's your interpretation too. Like you put so much like, oh, this is the only thing to be read. But other people don't read Paul and get universalism. Like I don't read Paul and get universalism.
Well, here's the thing. I actually don't think Paul teaches universalism. What Paul teaches is what's called sola fide, or faith alone doctrine. I don't think sola fide. I think he's the only person in the Bible who taught that. I think everyone else, all the other prophets, Jesus Christ,
So the
the
prophet
apostles.
Habakkuk didn't teach that. Habakkuk didn't
Well,
teach
it really actually depends on how you define faith. So, like, in a sense, faith alone is correct, but it all depends on how you define faith. And unfortunately, Paul defines faith differently from how, like, Jesus and the other prophets do. Like,
All right,
for
let me
them,
just read this
faith.
Habakkuk real quick. It's only a couple verses. And the Lord answered me, write the vision, make it plain on tablets, so he may run who reads it. For still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. Behold, his soul is puffed up. It is not upright within him, but the righteous shall live by his faith. Moreover, wine is a traitor, an arrogant man who is never at rest. His greed is as wide as Sheol. Like death, he has never enough. He gathers for himself all nations and collects as his own all peoples. And then it goes on to other stuff. So right here in Habakkuk 2:4, behold, the soul is puffed up. It is not upright within him, but the righteous shall live by his faith. So
Yeah,
that's a
Paul
different message
quotes
that Paul
that,
gave.
and yeah, that is what Paul directly quotes that, and I think Romans 1 or Romans 2.
Mhm.
Or I think it's and here's the problem though. This is something that Paul does a number of times. He will quote either exactly what something in the Old Testament or something very close to that, and then he will redefine the terms according to his own theology. So in the Old Testament context, faith is an all-encompassing lifestyle that entails obedience to God. Faith isn't just like, oh, I believe God exists, and therefore, as long as I keep believing that, my sins are going to be forgiven. Faith is like, okay, this is like, I believe in God, and also God has given me these commandments, and therefore, I don't have faith in God unless I obey the commandments. That's true faith. So if that's your definition of faith, yes, salvation is by faith alone. But if your definition of faith is believing in someone else's work or facts about their life or their existence or whatever it is, and it doesn't include like obedience to whatever their doctrine was, then that's not really faith. And what Paul's definition of faith, he makes it very clear, cannot include works of the law. He differentiates faith and the law in multiple epistles. So the problem is, to have faith in Jesus, you actually do have to abide by the terms of the law, and you'd have to, there's an argument, well, which parts of the law apply? Is it just the 10 commandments, or is it all 600 and whatever? But the point is, there's a law we have to follow. We'd have to work out the details, and I think I have. But that's an argument. What Paul says is, no, actually, the law has nothing to do with your salvation. Jesus fulfilled the law. Jesus fulfilled the law, so you don't have to. You put your faith in Jesus for having done that for you, and that's saving faith. So you have to be really careful about how terms are defined.
Right. It's like, I fulfilled the law of my driver's license, so you don't have to. Nobody else has to get a driver's license because I got it. I fulfilled the law. That means it's abolished and nobody has to get the driver's license ever again.
Right.
Yeah, you have to understand how faith alone is taught in Protestant Reformed theology. It necessarily.
That's the problem. I don't care about that stuff. That's not what the scripture itself is telling me.
Other people do. I'm not arguing with people who.
So if I give dumb people a cookbook and they mess up the recipe, is it the cookbook's fault or the dumb people that cook the food wrong?
Well,
what if there was a lie in the cookbook?
Is it the cookbook's fault for giving a good recipe that if you made it correctly, the food was right? But a bunch of dumb people took the cookbook and used the recipe, but they messed up the food?
In your scenario, yeah, obviously it's the people's fault. But listen to what Dirty said. Maybe the problem is the cookbook itself. Maybe the person is the chef who wrote down a terrible recipe.
Well, that's where we disagree.
These are the things that Yeah, this is where we disagree. Exactly.
Yeah,
Is it the
because-
cookbook, or is it the stupid people misinterpreting the cookbook?
Well,
This is
we
where we
all
disagree.
well, we all read things and interpret things from our own perspectives. Like, for instance, what you were talking about earlier in Galatians 4, I was talking to Dirty about, obviously I talked about it with you on the show. Something can be literal and allegorical. For instance, when Saul died on his own sword, you can believe that literally happened, but it's still obviously an allegory for something much greater. But yeah, I was surprised that when you read that word allegory, you just equated it to, oh, Paul is saying this is a myth. So how are you so positive you're reading the scripture correctly?
Because I don't see how it can be interpreted. Paul is literally saying that these supposedly historical figures are representations of different ideas, and it's like, how can they be literal people and at the same time represent ideas? They're either historical
Yeah, he
people.
said it's an allegory.
Historical people
An
are not
allegory, by definition,
Hold
is
on.
someone that's not real. An
Hold on.
allegory is a myth by definition.
Hold on. How if you're an author, put yourself in Paul's place, and you're receiving divine revelation from God, and God is telling you, I'm going to choose the people for my kingdom that looked at my son and recognized him. I mean, I'm going to say as God, because that's what I believe. I know you don't believe that, but at least as the Son of God, because he's God with the Father. He's the Son of God. That's what he is, but he's God with the Father. But I don't want to get into a Trinity thing. But let's just put it in a way we can both agree on. Son of God. God is giving divine revelation, or Jesus in this case, because Paul says it was from Jesus, which is another telling thing for me. But anyways, Jesus is saying the only people the Father wants to choose are the people that recognize me as the Son of God. And all the other prior laws of Moses are secondary to that. If you're writing from Paul's perspective, how can you write that in a letter without lessening God's law compared to faith in his son? You have to communicate that somehow, some way. So how could you do it, Ace, without jumbling it as you think?
Well, Paul lessened God's whole law, whereas Jesus said that,
I want Ace answer. Hold on,
upheld
Dirty.
God's law.
Hold on. I want his answer on this because he's always going at Paul. I want to hear his answer. You got divine revelation from God. Those are the two parameters. And faith in God's Son is the revelation from God. This is what I'm going to choose people based upon more than anything else. The law is now secondary. How do you write the letters that Paul had to write? Tell me.
Okay. That's where I don't think that Jesus taught the law is secondary. I think Jesus came to tell people that the law is what saves. Like, that's the whole disagreement.
You don't think God would put more weight in the fact that people recognized his son as the Son of God after his son was just wrongly accused and killed by people?
No, I don't. I'll tell you why.
What?
Because let me explain. Because what that basically turns Christianity to is a belief is your salvation is dependent on belief in certain propositions. And I don't think that's what God cares about. I think God cares more about how you live and what your actions are. And a little bit of a disagreement I have with Dirty. I believe your thoughts are actually important, and you will be judged based on those. But that's a disagreement we can have. But
I'm starting to sway a little bit.
Yeah,
Ryan,
I think I helped sway him a little.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's an
Go
interesting.
ahead, though.
Dirty
The
makes
cutting
some
off the penis in the middle of the night one is what really got him there.
Yeah.
I gave him that.
All right.
Nine. That really got him.
The
Okay,
Lorena
I didn't hear
Bobbitt
that
one,
one. I'll have to.
Yeah. I told
I'll
him
have to go back and
if he was dating a girl and she thought about cutting his penis off like Lorena Bobbitt every day for a year, and then you got to read her mind, would it affect your relationship? And would you go to bed to her normal the next day? And he said, well, I guess in that case the thought does matter because I wouldn't want to sleep in the bed with her the next day.
So he kind of swayed me a little bit there.
When
Yeah.
I put it in those terms.
Was that today?
Okay.
That was today?
Yeah, it was last night. Yeah, the
I
same
gotta
street
go,
we're on,
man.
Hey, whatever.
Well, I
Okay,
want to
but
talk
go ahead,
about
Ace,
it,
because the problem is
that's
you're
right.
already just go ahead.
but I'm gonna go. But
All right.
it was cool being up there. I'm just tired, man. I'm
It's
gonna be in the
10:30 here,
chat
man,
though.
so I don't blame you. It's probably whatever 7:30,
All right, cool.
8:30 out there. Go ahead. All right, but yeah, Ace, the problem is you've already dismissed the parameters that I said are true, so it's kind of a hard discussion to have.
Well,
Like
yeah.
you've already denied that those are possible.
Well, here's the thing. You set up a situation that I don't think reflects what actually happened. It's like, well, if Christianity is defined this way, then how do you get around? Well, okay, well, I don't agree with your definition of Christianity. I
Okay,
don't think
time out. You believe in the Gospels plenty. So how would God not use the people that were willing to recognize Jesus as the Son of God and follow him versus the people that killed his son and didn't recognize him as the Son of God? Why does that seem like an insane leap for God to make that the new standard of Christianity more so than keeping the old Mosaic law? Doesn't it seem more logical for God to say, well, some people followed my son and believed he was the Son of God, and some people didn't. This is the new criteria on how I'm going to judge these people from now on. My son came and did the law perfectly. So if these people looked at my son and said he was the true Son of God, this is the way of God, I'm going to save them. If people looked at what my son did when he did everything perfectly and they said, he isn't the Son of God, this isn't the God we believe in, our God is in the scriptures and the law, then I'm going to burn those people in hell because they don't even know who I am. They didn't recognize my son. Why is that an illogical concept? I fail to see why you don't accept that.
There are a lot of problems with it. It's very serious problems. First of all,
Okay. Sure. Tell me.
one problem I have just at a bare philosophical level is I don't think God would change the fundamental basis of salvation, midway through human history or whatever point we're in. God's not going to like put one dispensation of This is what I have. This is the problem I have with dispensationalism. They say that God changed how people are saved, 2,000 years ago after however long the earth had existed. And it's like, no, that'd be like changing the law of gravity. That'd be like changing fundamental aspects of the universe, aspects we can't perceive directly. But God, didn't make a mistake at the beginning and not figure like, well, right now I'm going to see if this system of salvation works. But, if it doesn't work out, I'm going to change it. I'm going to, send myself, who is my son. And so I have a problem with the idea that God changes his mind about something so important to the human experience, during the course of human history. That's a huge problem I have. The second problem I have is that if our salvation is really dependent on just recognizing who Jesus was and what he did, then what that essentially means is that our behavior has really no bearing or impact on our salvation. And it absolves us of the requirement to be obedient to God, because that's not what our salvation is contingent upon. It's contingent upon our recognition of who Christ is and what he did, as opposed to what I think really matters to God, which is how we act, how we live, how we behave, how we think in our minds in relation to our fellow humans, and how we really materially and concretely improve this world versus holding the correct propositional beliefs about whatever. Like, I don't think God cares if we believe in certain correct facts or recognize him for exactly what he is and what he's done. I think God's like, you know what? I care about, whether you actually love your fellow man, whether you may get some things wrong about me, about my nature, but do you love me? Like, I realize you're limited creatures with a limited ability to understand the infinity of God, but, so I'll excuse theological error as long as, like, you're doing whatever you're doing in a genuine relationship of love towards God. Like, if God tells me what to do, I'll do it. I'm willing to receive God's commandments and loving his creation, which means how you behave, how you act. It's believe.
Okay. Before you go too far, let me comment, because I didn't want to interrupt you, but I did want to address a couple of things you said, but I won't go through all of them. I'll go point by point. But the first part is change. You said, I don't think God's going to change his mind on something so significant. And I agree with you. He's not changing who he is in his nature, what his criteria is. I think it's been the same. But we have to admit, going through the Bible from Cain and Abel, or you want to start with Adam and Eve, feel free, but whatever. That's not really a society yet. We get it, though. But, you could start with Adam and Eve if you want. Anyways, from the time of Abraham, go from Noah to Abraham to the Israelites, there were different standards at different times. God did have different standards. And then from the time of the Israelites to Jesus, Jesus did create different standards too. He gave them a magnification of what the true intent of the law was. He showed them certain aspects were, arbitrary. So things were changing. So the essence of it didn't change, but you do have to admit that it wasn't just one test, SAT test, that was handed down from Adam and Noah and Abraham and the Israelites to Jesus, right? It's a different SAT test for those people, right? In some way.
No,
I mean, is it the exact
well,
same question? Hey, you got to sacrifice this. You got to eat this, wear this. Did Abraham have to keep the Israelite law? Was he sacrificing the same animals? Did he have to grow his field in the same manner? Did he have to wear fringes? Did he have to? What about circumcision? Did Noah have to circumcise himself? Where's circumcision first introduced?
This is where it gets a little bit complicated. Some of the things that God told the Israeli people to do were specifically designed as what scholars call boundary markers, which their intention was to keep the Jewish people separate and holy until the coming of the Messiah. And I hate to admit this, those commandments really do only apply to the Jews, but it was a mechanism that God used with temporal humans to keep them a certain mindset, and so that they would be receptive of the Messiah when he came. But but those, I would say, are not really universally applicable to salvation. Here's my belief: what saves one person, or what constitutes salvation in one time period, is the same at all times for all people. Otherwise, God is using an imperfect balance for justice, and that's why I cannot, under any
Hold on, time out. That makes no sense.
That
makes no sense whatsoever. And it makes no sense. All you have to do is put different age groups and different circumstances based upon the person themselves. So God isn't going to hold a mentally retarded person to the same standard he's going to hold a mentally competent person to. He's not going to hold a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old child that dies to the same standard a 30-year-old man or a 90-year-old man. So God, you have to be careful the way you're saying this, as far as there's one universal standard. God isn't going to be, at all using some sort of common sense criteria here for, not a curve on the test scale, but that type of concept. Of course he's going to be using that curve on the test concept. If a 3-year-old dies, he's not going to say, well, you didn't sacrifice enough to me. I mean, you got to weigh these parts of the situation.
Right. So, here's how I
What about a mentally deficient person? Are they going to be held to the same standard? Somebody that has autism or something, God held them to the same standard as he held everybody else?
Yes, he will, but
I do get surprised sometimes when I ask these questions. I'm not lying. Sometimes I ask you guys some questions, and I don't know. I feel like I'm on a different planet sometimes when I ask the questions.
Well, God, I think God will like when you say the 3-year-old example, that's a little bit simpler to explain. The point is that everyone who's 3 years old will be held to the same standard. It's not like the Jews have one standard for their 3-year-old, and the Chinese have another standard, and the Amazonians have another standard. It's like the same standard applies to all people who are in a certain circumstance. So, Yeah, I mean, everyone who's competent, who has a competent mind, will be held to the standard of whatever the standard is for competently minded people. So, in a sense, mentally deficient people, autistic, whatever, Down syndrome, in a sense, it's easier for them because they can't apply themselves to the whole understanding of the law. But I do think that
What if they're mentally gone far enough where they don't even know how to pray to God? Like they can't say one prayer their whole life. They don't get to repent in any way, say sorry if they do something.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah, there's
What about those
Alzheimer's.
people?
Like, yeah,
Well, yeah,
God,
that's what I'm saying. What about those
God,
people?
yeah,
God's
yeah,
not
God,
going to take that into consideration when he judges
He
their
will.
soul?
He will, but it doesn't mean the standard has changed. It just means that God sees how people are able to relate to the standard, and God is smart enough to, not condemn someone for something that is outside of, their psychological control. Like, but the point is, like, there's not like, it's not like, God is going to make some people, the law of obedience, harder for some than others for salvation. Like, it's not going to be like one time. If you're born in this time frame, your salvation is by works and the law. But if you're born in this time frame, we're in the age of grace, and all you have to do is believe in some propositions about some historical figure. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's not going to be like a change in the actual, like, mechanism of salvation. It's the same standard for all people. It's going to be the same standard, but God will recognize when, a certain individual is, for whatever limitations apply.
Let me show you some examples of where I don't think that is consistent. When God sent prophets like Jeremiah or Isaiah to the Israelites, and let's use Jeremiah because that's a good example. They put him in prison and they wanted to kill him. God's going to hold the people accountable, like the kings of Israel that Jeremiah reported to, like Josiah's sons. He's going to hold those guys like Jehoiakim responsible for the fact that he wanted to kill Jeremiah, right? He's going to hold him accountable because that was a true prophet of God saying the word of God. That person's going to be held accountable, right?
Right.
Okay, so who was the prophet that Noah got his message from?
If I remember correctly, God appeared to Noah directly, I thought, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly how I recall it myself. So Noah, in the time of Noah, didn't have a standard of having to worry about that test of getting a message from God through a prophet. He didn't have to decipher if a person was a prophet or not because he had direct communication with God. So does that mean that God showed favoritism to Noah versus the king of Israel that had to decipher if Jeremiah, a separate person, was speaking for God? Because granted, we'll all probably say, well, if God just spoke to me directly, I would have recognized it. So it was harder for that king to recognize that God was speaking through Jeremiah because he had to decipher if that man was a true prophet. Isn't that a harder test than Noah had to endure?
Well, this goes in.
Hold on. At very minimum, maybe it's not harder. It's at least different, right? Can we acknowledge there's a difference there?
Yeah, but like, it's kind of like you were saying earlier. Like, did Abraham have to obey the same commandment? I think that the moral law that existed in the time of Abraham that was required for salvation is the same as it was in the time of Moses and afterwards. I just think that it hadn't been fully revealed in an explicit manner yet.
So where was the temple for Abraham? Because you had to do the sacrifices at the temple. I mean, come on, man.
Right. So that's what I was talking about. Those sacrifices, to the extent that they literally needed to be done, were part of the holiness laws for the people of Israel, to keep them holy until the coming of the Messiah. So this is really kind of complicated, but basically God needed the Jewish people to remain holy for whatever reason until the coming of the Messiah. I think, we can speculate, why did the Messiah have to come, 2,000 years ago and not 3,000 years ago or whatever. I think I have reasons, but
Yeah, I have reasons too. The world was interconnected. Writing was at least prevalent enough to be,
right. So
somewhat-
God had to wait for things to happen within humanity
Yeah.
because humans are a factor as well. We had to accomplish certain objectives before God would send the Messiah into the world.
Yes, I have my exact similar reasons. I'm
So
sure.
what God did with
Exact similar is a contradiction, but you get my point. Go ahead.
So what I think what God did when it came to the Israelis, he's like, you know what? I need a people who's gonna be a receptacle essentially for the coming of my Messiah. How am I gonna do this? What he did, he had a prophet, Moses and others, but starting with Moses, and he said, you know what? Basically, this is going to be my covenant. You're going to be the people who receive the Messiah, but for that to happen, I need to make a covenant with you, and I need you to fulfill the terms of the covenant to the best of your ability, and that will allow this great thing to happen for humanity. But I'm going to create things for you that will create the conditions necessary for the reception of the Messiah to happen. So it's like the Jews, basically their salvation came from obeying God, but because God commanded them, they actually, that was part of how God dealt with them. And it was, but those things that God gave to them, some of them, the temples, the feast days, the holidays, the days of remembrance, and all of those things were specific to the Jews because that was what was necessary for them to be the holy people who would be the messianic line would come from them doing that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the premise you're trying to put out, but that's fine if you want to just say those weren't the core premise. That wasn't the core principle that saved people. Those were just extra variables that helped keep the core principle on its path of, okay, this was destined to happen. So it's like I'm building a canal. The Jews' feast days and those things, those are just walls that I had to build on the side to keep my canal going on the path it's going towards the Messiah. But the canal itself is actually what was saving people the whole time. The walls that they were building were just, external variables that kept my canal going, flowing downstream or whatever. Okay, I can accept those explanations for certain things. But what I can't do is ignore the fact that there are differences from Adam and Eve all the way down to the time of Jesus. There are differences to me. And the first being with Adam and Eve, just obey me, don't eat from this tree, okay? Not sacrificing anything, not even wearing clothes. I mean, we could go through each one. Noah, he didn't have to get tested by knowing if a prophet was a prophet. He got direct communication. Abraham, first to circumcise. Noah didn't have to cut his dick. Okay. We could go on and on. Abraham, I don't believe had all the Mosaic laws. I think those were specific. He didn't have to, have a specific, sanctuary altar, like the Aaronic priesthood wasn't established, so on and so forth. I think he had his own relationship. Melchizedek was his priest. The tithing also, I think, started with Abraham. I don't think Noah was tithing. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. So I see differences that are not just little minor things. I see them as quite relevant as far as these people have different experiences with God. Recognizing.
I don't think it was different at the fund. Here, let me give you an example. And this
I get the basic, bro. I get it.
Well, I want to make this point because it kind of
okay.
Like Isaac Newton is credited with, quote, discovering gravity. Now, all Isaac Newton did was write down a theory about what gravity is. But that doesn't mean gravity didn't exist before Isaac Newton, obviously.
Mhm.
And I think it's the same way with kind of like the Mosaic Law. It's like the Mosaic Law exists, or I guess the moral law existed before Moses in its completeness. It was just more fully revealed by Moses. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
Okay, but let me test what you're saying, because what you're trying to argue is the law is the gravity, right?
right, yeah, the law
Okay.
always existed, but it just
All right.
wasn't written down yet.
All right,
and
all right.
given.
Let me show you where I think faith obviously was more necessary than the law. Do you agree, or do you already agree that the faith is more necessary than the law?
No, they're interwoven. The
Okay,
faith,
they are interwoven, but you need the faith before the
no,
law,
it's
right?
you have the moral, like,
Which one
obedience.
which one do you need first in your paradigm? Do you need the law first, or do you need the faith first?
You need to be obeying the moral law. That's
So
always.
which one do you? All right, I'm not trying to trap you, but I am.
It
kinda
depends on
trap-
how
I
you
am. I am kind of defense attorney trying to trap you there. So
Yeah, faith.
I'll just cut through the game, and I'll get to my point. My point is this: in order to write the moral law of God down, you as a person have to know that it is God speaking to you, which requires faith. You have to be able to differentiate between this is God and this is my own personal delusion, or this is a devil. Those are the three choices, right? I guess. I mean, we could do this, whatever. I don't want to try to act like I'm a PhD. Oh, C.S. Lewis. No, I'll say Ryan Mulligan's example. Okay. You either have to know it's God, the devil, or your own delusion. So before you can even write down God's moral law, you have to have the quality of faith to know that that is God speaking to you, to write down what you know God is telling you. So faith has always been first. The law can't precede faith, right? Faith, faith in who the true God is
I
has to
disagree.
precede writing the law
Exactly
down.
right.
I actually kind of disagree, because like when there's one area of
How
Paul.
can you hold on? How
Let
can
me-
you write it down? How can you write the law down if you're not positive it's God?
I hate to use Paul as my defense, but I think I actually agree with Paul on something. When he writes in Romans, it's either 1 or 2, where he says, like, when the Gentiles obey the law, they are a law unto themselves. I think what is going on there is Paul is actually saying, yeah, these guys are pagans, these guys are, philosophers, but they're actually, if you look at what they're doing, they're just obeying God's law, and they don't even have it written down in front of them. They're just doing it, and they're saved. They're justified by that. And I actually, I think that's correct. I think that, these people, they don't have they don't believe in the Trinity. Not that I believe the Trinity is true, but just, using the common Christian conception, like, they don't believe that Jesus Christ is an atonement for our sins. They don't even know who Jesus Christ is, or the Jews are. But they're justified because they're just, doing what they need to do and living, and, so they're
Yeah, but don't you understand with those people where it's not even written down within their own internal conscience, they're trusting, okay, murder is wrong. Murder is wrong. I shouldn't do it. So they already know God's law by understanding which voice in their head to listen to.
Right.
So my example about you need the faith to write it down first doesn't get voided by that argument that you're using, because all those people are doing is demonstrating what I'm saying. They're able to distinguish which voice in their head is a God.
Well, I don't even think anything is coming. I think you can.
Okay, it doesn't have to be a voice. They can distinguish, I don't want to steal for whatever reason. It
Right.
doesn't have to be a voice, but it's still God's
Yeah,
law.
they can
written on their
recognize.
heart.
The way I look at it is they can recognize truth on their own merit and by their own capacity. So that's one of the things I try to argue to people, is that human beings are capable of recognizing truth on their own. It just makes it a lot easier when we have someone like Jesus Christ come and say, hey, by the way, I actually know what the answer is, and this is what it is. So yeah, some of you have been getting it right all along, but I just want to let you know, I do know the answer. I've peered beyond the veil. I know what God wants. I know what God's will is, and this is what it is. So it just makes it easier for humanity when we have someone who can tell us more directly from knowledge, as opposed to investigation, what God's will is. So I think that's the benefit of the prophets. Is the prophets have the the privilege of knowing God's will, as opposed to just like being like coming to it by reason or analysis or guesswork. It's like they directly know. That's why we listen to the prophets, because we may be able to get it right on our own, but they kind of really do know. And therefore, when we put our faith in them, it's because it's like, okay, it sounds like I can't confirm what they're saying, but this is kind of what sounds right, and I'm going to put my faith in them because I believe that they're telling the truth. And if they're telling me the truth and I do it, but this is why there are false prophets. This is why people like Muhammad and Joseph Smith exist, because there are people who claim to be prophets, who appear to be prophets, who are actually not, and people put their faith in them, and their faith is misplaced, and that's a problem.
Yeah, but did you hear in your example that you just gave there? It kind of doesn't even argue for a need of God. It just you're arguing like a Sam Harris atheist, like, well, human beings have objective morality. We all know what it's like to feel pain. So I don't even need to know God, because the Gentiles knew what was right just in their hearts. They did what was God's law without even knowing God, knowing the Son of God, or knowing any of God's laws. So
God creates the standard. God creates the standard. That's
exactly. So no matter what, they're hearing God in their head when they choose not to steal or not
necessarily. They could be
okay. However you want to describe the action, they don't have to be hearing God. They know God in their heart. What? How do you want me to phrase it? I mean, it's just.
I would just say they're naturally.
It's semantics at that point. It's semantics.
They're. I would just say they're naturally obeying God. They're just naturally obeying God.
Okay, they're naturally obeying God means that they have a relationship with God to communicate, correct?
Yeah, I mean they are naturally living the way God wants them to.
Which means direct communication with God is the most important thing, right?
No, not necessarily. I mean, they're not necessarily directly receiving any information from God. It's their own mind, their own knowledge, their own actions, their own choices. It just so happens that these people are doing what's correct in the eyes of God.
Yeah, but nobody's that lucky. Eventually, they'd be doing something that wasn't of God if they didn't have some sort of communication with God, bro.
Right. Well, yeah, I agree, except to the point where I think that they would probably make a mistake unless they had a perfect manifestation of God's will, which is why Jesus Christ is so important, because he is the one we can look to and say, hey, actually, he knows what the truth is. So if we're making mistakes, we can look to him and correct ourselves.
Yeah, but that still doesn't mean that a man can do that. I can watch Stockfish play chess, and then I still can't play like Stockfish.
Maybe you can.
No, you can't.
Well, I mean, I do believe that
not over 1,000 games, not over any number of games. I can't play like Stockfish.
Well, yeah, okay, I agree with that, but I think the standard that God has set for righteousness is achievable by humans. It's difficult, very difficult.
But that just shows your lack of understanding of God's standard. That's all that shows.
No, it doesn't. I don't think God is so cruel to create a humanity and then make the standard that is impossible for them by nature to obey. God created us, and God created the standard in such a way that we are capable of abiding by it if with sufficient effort. It's not easy. It's not just like we can do whatever we want, but we have to obey it. But
you're kind of mixing 2 points there, saying I don't think God's cruel enough to create a standard that's impossible to keep, and God's standard is impossible to keep. Those two things can both coexist, where God isn't cruel and the standard's not impossible to keep, but God's actual standard of morality is impossible to keep. Those two things can coexist, right?
No, I disagree. I think God
I don't
created a
know if it's
standard.
the wording I'm using or not, but let me
Well,
compare it again.
yeah.
God himself, the standard of his morality cannot be equaled. Yet God's standard to be saved and get salvation is attainable. Is that better wording? Because
Oh yes, exactly. Like we are never going to be as good as God, but we're going to be as good as God has set for humanity to be. That is possible. Okay, that's my belief.
That's what I was trying to say, and it got kind of confusing with the impossible usage. But yeah, so like Job 15:15, behold, God puts no trust in his holy ones, and the heavens are not pure in his sight. How much less one who is abominable and corrupt, a man who drinks injustice like water. So this is just the point I was trying to demonstrate, that which we already agreed upon. So my point is that you need direct communication with God in some way, conscious or unconscious communication, to know what is right or wrong. That otherwise nobody's that lucky, and eventually you're going to do something that isn't of God. It might be sexual, it might be whatever. But the bottom line is communication with God and knowing who God is, being able to differentiate that voice, like I said, is most important, because the law can be written down, but somebody needs to write it down. Somebody needs to know that's God and not their own imagination or not the devil. So that's where it's like, to me, it's easy to see the faith preceding the law argument. You know what I mean? It's like you have to hear the voice of God and know it's God before you can write it down. Like, I think that's really important to distinguish, because God's law can be eternal. That could be God's nature, but you still have to have the faith to know it's God's law. So that's where Jesus and the entire New Testament kind of comes in. It's like, well, if you don't know Jesus is the Son of God and he only did everything God did, then you're not worthy to claim that you're capable of keeping God's law, because you literally are capable of not recognizing God, which is the only thing that matters, because God's going to tell you to do something and you're not going to understand why, but it's God's will. So you have to have that ability. So if you don't have that ability, you're worthless to God. No, it doesn't matter how much you can study for the test. I need you to be able to react dynamically. It's like you can prepare for war and you can be the best student in basic training and you can get 100 on all your tests that you studied for and prepared for. But as the general in war, I need the soldier that moves when I tell him to duck, he ducks. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where the law and faith are different, because you can study for the test and be the best soldier ever. But if you're not ready to duck when I say duck, then you're useless in war, because I'm the general and my standard is higher than that test. So when I tell you to duck, you need to duck. So if you can't recognize Jesus, and that's the exact image of me, my son, and you can't do what he says, then you're worthless to me. So that's how I just think it's easy to recognize the writings of Paul differentiating that choice between faith and the law. I don't see how you can't get there.
Well,
I don't see how you can't get there.
I was actually agreeing with a lot of I actually don't think.
What did you disagree with before I said the name Paul? What did you disagree with before I said the name Paul? What did you disagree with?
I say I was agreeing with basically everything you said, but the problem is I don't think that Paul. I think that Paul is false. So people who follow Paul don't have faith.
I get it. But did you disagree with anything else I said before I said the words Paul?
A little bit. Basically,
tell me what, so I can understand.
Basically, it might be just the wording you use, but when you say communication with God, I agree that a person within themselves needs to have a certain predisposition or call it faith to recognize the will of God as the will of God.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that just having that faith doesn't necessarily mean that you're capable of directly perceiving what the will of God is in from a moment to moment basis. So I think you can like kind of intuitively sense what the will of God might be in any given situation.
Well, hold on.
But-
I just want to put a biblical example in there because, like, if we use the prophet Balaam, I forget where he was from, but he had direct communication with God, but he wasn't always doing God's will. So I can hear your point a little bit there, where you're saying just having the communication doesn't guarantee somebody's going to follow it, because Balaam could communicate with God, and he did have to follow it when God made him follow it. But at the same time, he wasn't following it prior, but he also demonstrated the ability to communicate with God when he wanted to. So that's that. I'm hearing you.
Well,
somewhat.
my point really is that a person can be a person of faith and not necessarily like being directly aware of God's moment to moment will for that person in his life, because we're limited creatures. We have like, if God wanted to, that would annihilate the need for prophets or whatever their utility is, because God could just like beam down his instructions to anyone who has faith at any moment. It's like, the reason there are prophets is because there are other people of faith who don't have that connection, who need to look to their words to have basically a guidepost for how to behave, because they can't be like the prophets. They can't receive that direct communication. So they're reliant, even though they're faithful and they love God and they want to do God's will, they still need that direct connection that is provided by the prophets, which is why I think the prophets are so important and why we need to read them, and why I believe a lot of the Bible. Like, the problem is, I think that just their false prophets have been mixed in, namely Paul of Tarsus. But and that's why, like, honestly, like, I hate to say this, like, I think anyone who follows Paul, it's like, I mean, how can you follow this guy and have the Holy Spirit in all this? Like, Paul is clearly lying about a bunch of stuff, and it's like,
Okay. I want to go through one or two things that are pretty paramount that will test, some aspects of it. Do you think Paul was lying about the circumcision part? To cut it? Do you think God still cares if you cut your dick on the 8th day?
I think I agree with Paul in that it's not a requirement for salvation, but Paul went a little bit farther. Paul actually went as far as to say that if you do get circumcised in his spirit of obedience, then Christ is of no benefit to you. Like, I think if people try to obey the law, the aspects that, like, some of these people we talk to all the time who like do all the feasts, do all the ceremonies, like do the Sabbath, do all that, like, I commend them for that. Like, I don't think maybe all of it's necessary for salvation. I mean, we could argue about the Sabbath. That's not the point. But I'm not going to be like Paul and say, if you try and do that, you're establishing your own righteousness, and Christ is of no benefit. Paul actually said that people who want to circumcise themselves for obedience, they're fallen from grace. And it's like, no, they're just they're making a mistake. They love God, they're saved, but they're doing too much. They've misapplied these boundary markers for the Jews. Paul actually said, like, if people try to follow the law, the Mosaic covenant, then they're the ones who are not saved. They're the ones who are, blinded, and the veil is over their eyes. And it's like, that's insane to me.
Well, I agree with you on that. I have to reread what he says after that, but I do think there's a chance that you may be interpreting it, in an exaggerated way. I'd have to look at the verse. I don't know. So maybe that's something I could look at there, because I don't think he's saying that. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to drive home a point. It's like, we got to put ourselves in the context of Paul. Like, he's like Lot going to Sodom and Gomorrah, telling them the city's going to burn. Like, once you get the news that Sodom and Gomorrah is going to burn, you might exaggerate a point. You are capable. You are a human being. You are still maybe communicating God's word, but you may still be communicating in a manner that people can misconstrue it, but it can still be a factual manner.
Yeah, okay. As long as you're communicating facts and the truth, that's fine. But you cannot be
Let's go.
inspired.
I don't have my
Well,
phone
here's the
charging.
problem.
I was going to say, give me the
Actually, we
second.
could. I have to go at this
Oh,
time.
that's too bad. That's too bad. I was enjoying this. We were
if you-
getting
all
somewhere.
right. How about this? How about this? We can look at that verse where Paul says that, and then you just mull over it and come.
Well, hold on. What we'll do is I'll look at that down the line. That's one thing.
All
I'll
right.
do.
Let me
I've
find it.
I've read the verse before, and I know he says something along those lines of what you said. I don't think you misquoted him, but I do think you also could leave another interpretation of what he's saying there. I think he's just always going to highlight the importance of the faith in Christ being paramount. I think I don't know how much more time you got. So how much time you got? 5 minutes?
I just want to find the verse.
All right, you can find that. But anyways, the point of the matter is we kind of didn't connect on the most important aspect of God being able to test people as far as if they're willing to keep his law by the understanding that they recognize his law is his son in action. So I don't understand why that point we're still not agreeing upon. Like you're not to me, it's like you're not understanding that is key. Like you even admitted Jesus is the son of God. He did the law perfectly. He actually did it. So if somebody can't recognize that, how can they go take a written copy of the law and claim that they can keep it?
Yeah, this is actually, I agree actually that Jesus taught that, this is why you can't reject Christ. You can't reject him as the Messiah. You may not necessarily, if someone rejects Christ as the Messiah, then I agree. They have rejected God's representative, and thus they have rejected God. So anyone who rejects Christ does not have faith and is not saved as far as I'm concerned.
So what is Paul? So give me another. Isn't that what Paul's whole message is about when he's saying faith in Christ is more important than the law?
No, it's not. Paul's message is that basically Paul's message.
Hold on. What I just said is that not the primary essence of Paul's letters?
No.
What we just agreed on, that you can't have God without recognizing Jesus as the Messiah?
No, I do not think that's what Paul's message is. Paul might make that point here and there, but Paul's message goes
the verse that we argued about, we didn't.
Well, here's the difference.
If you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and you believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. One believes with the heart, resulting in righteousness. One confesses with the mouth, resulting in salvation. Like, isn't that exactly what me and you just agreed upon? Like, you have to recognize Jesus as the Son of God, the Messiah.
Let me tell you the difference.
What's the difference there? Please tell me the difference there before we go to the circumcision thing, because I'm already familiar somewhat with that being consistent with what you said. So go ahead and tell me the difference on the Romans 10:9 I just quoted.
Well, it's not here's the difference. The true faith entails and necessitates obedience to the moral law. Paul's message basically separates law and faith and says that only faith is required for salvation. So Paul explicitly divides faith from obedience to the law, and even goes as far as to say that obedience to the law is a sign of you having fallen from grace. And I found it. It's in basically Galatians 5 is
which one? The circumcision one?
Yeah, that's the circumcision one. Galatians 5, 1-6.
Okay.
But
I already know it's going to be pretty consistent. All right, with what you said. For freedom, Christ has set us free. Stand firm, therefore, and do not submit again to a yoke of slavery. Look, I, Paul, say to you that if you accept circumcision, Christ will be of no advantage to you. I testify again to every man who accepts circumcision that he is obligated to keep the whole law. You are severed from Christ. You who would be justified by the law, you have fallen away from grace, for through the Spirit by faith, we ourselves eagerly wait for the hope of righteousness. For in Christ Jesus, neither circumcision nor uncircumcision counts for anything, but only faith working through love. Okay, so right there, we can see how somebody could read that and interpret it as, well, he's saying if you get circumcised, you're not going to be saved. that's an easy way to see how somebody can read that. I can acknowledge that. But how do you not know that the people he's addressing here were thinking that circumcision was still the most important aspect in their faith, and that if they didn't get circumcised, they couldn't be saved? Like, can't you see him writing this letter to somebody who thinks, well, if I don't get circumcised, Christ can't save me? Can't that
Well,
be the way this letter
that's-
can be read also?
Yeah, but that's not what Paul is. That's the problem.
Hold on. You're making assumptions saying that's not what he was doing. Couldn't he? Why would that not be completely logical that he was writing it to people who thought that if they didn't get circumcised, Jesus Christ still, faith in Jesus wouldn't be worth anything? How do you know he's not writing it to people that were thinking exactly that? He's writing it to first century Jewish people who
I
would think
understand.
exactly that.
Yeah, I agree. That might have been the mentality of the people.
Yeah.
The problem is what Paul says here is false. Those people are not have Christ is basically what Paul is actually arguing here is that obedience to the law, even parts of the law that are applicable, is what makes Christ of no advantage to you. But if you don't abide by the law, then Christ's blood washes you of your sin. So the only people who are at fault are the people still trying to obey the Mosaic law. It's crazy.
How can you not acknowledge, though, that he could be writing to people that think that if they don't get circumcised, faith in Christ is worthless? How can you not acknowledge that? That's a very
No, I agree. I agree that is probably
very possible. That
yeah,
people
but the
would
problem
say,
is
I have to be circumcised. Else believing in Jesus is
Yeah,
worthless.
so-
I'm trying to serve God.
Well, the problem is Paul should have just said, no, you don't have to worry about that. It's not necessary anymore. The problem I have is that Paul took it too far. He said Christ is of no advantage to these people and they've fallen from grace. I don't agree with that.
I can see how it's written, how you can read it if you want to go at Paul in that manner. But if you also can try to advocate for what he's doing, you have to know who his audience is, who's getting the letter. And he's speaking to people who I'm sure would adamantly insist that getting circumcised comes before Jesus.
Sure.
Would they not be arguing?
Yeah,
would that not
Ryan,
be the primary audience?
I've said a number of times, yes.
Okay.
If Paul was trying to address that problem,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Then this letter reads totally fine.
No, it doesn't, because
Yeah, it
what
does.
Paul what Paul said about what they're doing is false. End of story. I mean, unless it's true, but I don't believe that this is correct. I don't believe this is consistent with what saves a person. I don't believe that these people are fallen from grace. Paul is wrong here. Paul's lying. I actually commend these people. Like, I don't think what they're doing is necessary, but like, they're actually trying to obey God. Okay, they got a little bit wrong. They are doing things they don't need to do, but their spirit is in the right place. They want to do what God wants. And Paul, instead of just saying, hey, you know what? Actually, you don't need to do that anymore. It's not part of what's required for salvation. Paul actually says, if you try to do that, you lose your salvation. There's a big difference between saying this isn't necessary and saying you're going to lose your salvation if you do this. There's a difference. It's not the same thing.
I understand verses 2 and 3 can definitely be read in a manner that would seem like Paul's condemning people that are trying to keep God's law. But what I'm saying is you have to understand their mindset could be, and not could be, was, well, I have to get circumcised. Otherwise, my faith in Jesus wouldn't matter at all, because God's law is to be circumcised on the 8th day. So, granted, verses 2 and 3 can be read the way you're reading them, because you can read it that way, except you have to understand who he was writing the letters to. And if he's writing to people with that mindset,
No, I only asked what he says.
Verses 2 and 3 are driving home the most important point.
I don't care who he's writing to. I care if what he says is true or false. If he could be writing for whatever reason to anyone on earth, all that matters is what he said, true or false. I don't think it is. He's wrong. And it's just one place where Paul is wrong. And it's not even the worst thing Paul said. Like, Paul, this is like one of 1,000 things in Paul's epistles I could point to and be like, what is he thinking here? Like, go to I don't know if you saw my video about the top 10 shocking, like, I mean, it's like top 10 most shocking.
You and Dirty both have your top 10 shows. I haven't caught any of your top 10 shows yet. I won't lie. Maybe I'll watch one of those today or something. But yeah, I see how those verses can be read and it can be interpreted the way you're interpreting it. I just also think they can be read in a manner where, you know, we have to get the context of who the audience is. And he's just trying to drive home a point to a people that they were going to put cutting their penis before faith in Christ. So he had to really drive home the point of what was, you know, more important.
Whatever. We don't know who he was writing to. All we have is his epistle, and his epistle contains falsehood. So yeah, we can assume, surmise, theorize, speculate, but what we do have is Paul's writings, and you know, and like I said, this isn't even. I mean, this is pretty shocking to me, but it's not even close to the most shocking and incorrect thing Paul said. Paul gets tons of things wrong and just makes tons of ridiculous claims and statements and falsehoods. And I mean, I think it'd take more than an entire book. It'd take like volumes to catalog all the things that Paul gets wrong and all the ways he contradicts Jesus and God and the apostles.
Okay, but when Jesus was resurrected and then he is, had his 40 days before he ascended, I mean, he saved the guy. First of all, before he even died, he saved a guy on the cross. Are we going to argue if that guy on the cross was circumcised or not? Or do you think he was or wasn't? What's your guess on that?
I don't think it matters. Why does it matter?
Well, apparently that guy wasn't circumcised or he was circumcised. So it shows us that Christ's belief in Christ was what was saving the person.
Well,
so circumcision didn't matter.
It was his repentance. That's
yes. Okay,
so,
but
yeah.
So afterwards, Christ told the disciples to make believers, baptize everybody in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit of the whole world. Tell the gospel to the whole world. So there'd be plenty of people that weren't circumcised. So I get the way Paul worded it could have been easier. He could have said it in a way of, okay, circumcision one way or the other. He basically could have just used the 6th verse, just said verse 6, for in Christ Jesus, neither circumcision nor uncircumcision counts for anything, but only faith working through love. He could have said that verse and basically just said faith in Jesus comes before circumcision. That's how he could have worded it. But he was talking to people who were very adamant that keeping the God's laws.
Why are you holding on to this? Why don't you just?
I'm holding on to it because I'm trying to make it clear that
you're not.
It's important who he was writing it to.
It doesn't matter. What is it?
It 100% matters who he's writing it to.
No, it doesn't, because what
we
have.
It does. If he's writing this letter to an audience that is adamant that they have to do circumcision, he has to get the point across.
What matters is his message. What matters is his message. What matters is whether what he communicated is true or false.
Okay.
The audience is relevant, but
does this give the fear of God that God might want to put in people so they will make the right decision to them? Does this
God, Paul is teaching people if they try to obey God, they're fallen from grace. That's the evil thing he's doing here. He's actually trying to.
You can read it as he's saying, if you do get circumcised, then God hates you. You can read it that way.
That's what it says. Why would I not read it that way?
It's not what it says if you read it the way I already said, that he's writing to an audience that
it is what it
is
says.
Putting the circumcision above Christ.
You're in denial, and I hope
I'm not
you wake up.
Denial.
You are. You're just like, I'm not going to name names, but I show people these verses all the time, and it's in the Bible, so we have to believe it. It's like, that's their mindset. It's like, no, the Bible, what you have to believe is what God revealed in Christ. Like, the Bible came way after Jesus Christ. This is what I'm trying to get people to understand, is like, they need to get beyond this idol. The Bible has become an idol. It is more important than the words of Christ himself.
No,
Like
you're missing the point that I'm trying to make, but it's an important point. So I don't
I
know.
know
why
the point you're trying to
overlooking
make.
it.
You're just what you're trying to do is you're trying to.
Is an audience of a letter not the most relevant thing?
No, it's not. What's most relevant is
How is
what
it not most relevant if
it's
you're going to
not.
exegete the verses, bro?
It's not relevant. It's not as relevant as what the message is. The message that Paul is teaching here is wrong as far as I can understand it. I'm willing to.
You can read it as simple as Paul is saying: if you get circumcised, God hates you. You can read it that simply if you want. I mean,
That's because that's what it says. But all right,
No,
Ryan.
okay.
We'll have to continue this.
We'll have to continue
another
this another time.
But
But
think of
anyways,
Ryan. I want you to ask yourself, why am I holding on to this? Why am I?
It's not me holding on to it. It's you have to put things into context. If I'm writing a letter to a certain person or a group of people, I have to understand their thought processes to understand the letter. I mean, you grasp that concept. I know you do.
Well, we'd have to make assumptions. Then I mean, your
If I'm
assumptions
writing
are.
to a jail, if I'm writing to a
Hold
prison,
on. We don't know 100%. Clearly from what
Mhm.
Paul is writing, we can probably you're probably right. The same time, like that means that the letter itself isn't sufficient to understand its own self, and that's just another problem. It's like, well, we get around what's actually said by, well, it's addressed to someone, so maybe it doesn't mean what it says. It's like we have to go by what the letter says. And I think, Ryan, I want you to say this to you. You're in Christ even if you reject Paul. That a Christian is someone who loves Jesus. I think, I think you do love Jesus, but you and a lot of people have been convinced that we have to, incorporate this mixture in, and I just don't think that is correct. But
yeah, but besides the circumcision thing, which we ended on, where we just kind of got into the Paul debate again. Don't we understand the overall intent of Paul's message has to be what we've already agreed upon, that if you don't recognize Jesus, the law is worthless to you? Like, we agreed on that, did we not?
That's not Paul's message, though.
But did we agree on that has to be
if you don't,
Paul has to get that point across, right?
Paul or whoever, but yeah, I agree with that premise. I just don't think that's Paul's message.
I think it's abundantly clear that's Paul's message, that the law is secondary to faith in Jesus. That's the whole point
No,
of the message.
the law is not secondary to anything. The law is why Jesus came, to tell us what the true law is.
Yes, but you can't know the law. You can't say you are following God's law if you don't even know the law when you see it in action.
Right, I agree, but you what you said earlier was the
That's
law.
That's like me putting up two pictures.
No, but you said the law is secondary. You should never phrase it that way. You should say the law and faith are essential.
I already said why I say that, because I said if you can't hear God and know it's God, the faith to know you're hearing the true God, you can't even write the law down.
All right,
so there's no way the law can precede the faith. The faith is required to know the law.
If you had said the law and faith are both essential, I would agree with you. I would not agree with the idea that the law is secondary to faith.
By secondary, I mean it comes after. I wasn't ranking in a percentage which was more important. I was saying which one precedes the other.
I don't think there's a logical precedence I think that people who reject Jesus, they are not saved. They are not in a right relationship with God. But that doesn't if you believe Jesus, you're going to believe what he taught, which is obedience to the law of God. So it's wrapped up. It's a package deal. It's Jesus and the law, or it's you can't have Jesus without the law, and you can't have the law without Jesus. You have to have them both. They're both equal elements of a person's saving faith. But modern Christianity teaches the law is not an essential element. Only faith is. That's the problem I have with
Yeah,
modern
but do you
Christianity.
know how much I hate having these discussions and then you just bring up like, oh, well, a bunch of dumb people said this. Like, I care less. I don't care about the
Well, no,
Westminster Confession
the
of
problem
Faith.
is I think
I don't care about a lot of states. I don't care about a lot of countries. I just care about the conversation I'm having with you about how I'm seeing things. And I'm not at all saying the law is irrelevant. I'm just saying one has to come before the other, and the faith has to come before the law because I have to know it's God to write it down. I think that's a real easy concept to grasp, man. I mean, if you ever had a direct communication with God, you have to differentiate that between that and your own mind and the devil.
Ryan, you have to understand these people, these quote stupid people, they are correctly interpreting Paul, his general message. Like they are getting it right. Paul, they're not dumb. The reformers, they actually correctly interpreted Paul and applied his message to as it relates to salvation. Paul is not saying that faith precedes obedience to law. Paul is saying faith excludes the law. That's what you have to understand. You have to read.
I mean, I already gave one example of how that is true. In the war example, if you can't listen to God, the general, when he says duck, then knowing every single thing that you read in the training manual is pretty irrelevant when you get into war.
All right, Ryan,
the ultimate law is being able to hear God. Don't you think if you're blessed enough to get to heaven, that God,
Ryan,
the things God's going to teach you go beyond what we already know?
It's hard to have a conversation with you because you don't stay focused on one topic at a time. As soon as I make a point about something, you change it to something that's slightly different or completely different. We're talking about what is Paul's actual message. Is it what you think it is, or is it what this quote stupid people, the Protestants and the Reformers?
Yeah, but why is my opinion devalued compared to these supposed geniuses? Why?
Because
they're geniuses and I'm not.
Because I think that your interpretation of what Paul says is like what a rational person would think faith is. But that's the problem. Paul teaches a false idea of faith, and that's what you have to recognize to get beyond where you are. It's like you're holding on to Paul for whatever reason. You want to say, this isn't what Paul is saying. He's actually saying, no, actually, Paul is saying the crazy thing that you think is crazy. You just don't want to see that.
You hate Paul so much, it's impossible.
I don't hate Paul.
It's impossible to try to get you to understand.
I was like you on point. I loved Paul. I thought Paul.
No, I don't love Paul. I love God's word, and I think God is speaking through Paul.
How can you see? That's how I know. Yeah. How can you think Paul is speaking through God when he says such blasphemous things?
He doesn't say anything blasphemous. I don't know
what
you're talking about.
All right. Well, I'm
give me one. Hold on. I'm going to assume. You gotta. Do you have one blasphemous one? Because you must have one in the chamber for that one. You gotta.
I'm going to assume that you haven't read Paul to make that statement. That way, you're speaking.
Do you have one blasphemous off the top of your head? I'm not putting you on the spot.
You
sound like a guy who's ready to show me one. Do you have one blasphemous one, please?
You're speaking out of honest ignorance, and
I'm not. Please show me one blasphemous one. One verse that's blasphemous. I want to see that. Do you have? I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just assuming you have it once in your chamber. Do you have any right now? Yes,
I have day after day shown you verses from Paul. That
no, you haven't.
We just went over one that I think
that's not blasphemous.
It is.
That wasn't blasphemous. That was talking about the need to circumcise versus not circumcise.
All right. I have a 2-hour-long video on my channel highlighting a number of ridiculous things, blasphemous.
So give me one. You must have done shows on them. You must remember one or two.
I do remember them. I just don't feel like going through it again.
Just give me one then. You don't have to go through it with me. Give it to me. I want to look at it.
Oh my god. All right, let me look real fast. Let me find it. Romans,
Sure.
Romans
I
chapter
only
7.
I only had 7
Here,
verses from an angel
here's
highlighted
one.
in the book of Romans, so this should be
Yeah,
right.
well, yeah, all right. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't an angel. That's something to consider. But
No, it was an angel, sir.
okay, well, maybe it wasn't. I'm just saying, maybe it wasn't.
Well, maybe you weren't there.
Okay, all right, okay. Well,
maybe that's in the realm of possibilities too. Maybe you weren't there.
all right.
Last time I checked, Anthony from Virginia wasn't sitting there, so.
Oh yeah, so Romans chapter 7 verse 5, for while we were in the flesh, the sinful passions which were aroused by the law were at work in the members of our body to bear fruit for death. So here we have Paul saying that the law is what arouses sinful desires. I think that's blasphemous.
Okay, so
And it's Romans chapter 7 verse 5 verse 8.
I'm looking at it. Let me read it here. Let me get a little context. I'll just read 1 or 2 verses above it for the context. Accordingly, she will be an adulteress if she lives with another man while her husband is alive. But if her husband dies, she is free from that law. And if she marries another man, she is not an adulteress. Likewise, my brothers, you also have died to the law through the body of Christ, so that you may belong to him who has been raised from the dead, in order that we may bear fruit for God. For while we are living in our flesh, our sinful passions, aroused by the law, were at work in our members to bear fruit for death. Okay, so he's saying while we were living in our flesh, our sinful passions, aroused by the law. I know you don't like that word aroused there. Aroused by the law, we're at work in our members to bear fruit for death.
Right. That's.
And now we are released from the law, having died to that which held us captive, so that we serve in the new way of the Spirit and not in the old way of the written code. Okay, so the word aroused, I'm trying to navigate around right now.
Well, read verse 8. But sin, taking opportunity through the commandment, produced in me coveting of every kind. For apart from the law, sin is dead. Like, what nonsense is this? Like, this is blasphemy. This is attacking the law of God as that which produces sin.
Hold on. He says right in verse 7 that the law is not sin. What then shall we say? That the law is sin? By no means. Yet if it had not been for the law, I would not have known sin. So he's saying the law defines sin. For I would not have known what it is to covet if the law had not said you shall not covet. But sin, seizing an opportunity through the commandment, produced in me all kinds of covetousness. For apart from the law, sin lies in. Okay, so he is making a point here that makes a lot more sense when I read verses 7 and 8. So verse 5 saying sinful passions aroused by the law, it's basically saying that when you know what the law is, it sets a boundary for yourself that creates an inner battle of your conscience. So it's that cookie jar that you're told you can't eat the cookie from, and you now have to have discipline where if you didn't have that law, you would just eat the cookie or you wouldn't eat the cookie. But once you know you can't eat the cookie, it becomes something you concentrate on more so, and you're fighting that battle to keep it.
No,
So
Ryan, what Paul is arguing here, and this is not in dispute, is that God giving the law makes him and people sin more than they already do.
no, that's not what he's saying at all.
Yes, it is. Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not what
Okay,
he's
well,
saying.
okay. All right, you can deny the
No,
clear
it's
language.
not what he's saying.
All right, here's your problem. You don't
That
want to
you're saying God's law. He's saying God's law makes people sin more. No, what he's saying is knowledge of the standard of God makes life harder.
No,
That's what he's saying.
that is the incorrect, wrong interpretation of what's being said here.
No, you have no idea because I'm interpreting it how I'm interpreting it for a reason. When
But
you actually
that's
know,
that's part of his message, but the kicker is that knowledge made him sin more. If he hadn't known that, he wouldn't have sinned. He wouldn't have thought the thoughts that he had. The God gave him the law, produced in him the desire to break the law. which is
but can't you
stupid.
see how this word aroused is basically just saying heightened by the law?
No, it means produce. He says it twice. The law is what's making him do
I
the
want
bad
to
thing.
get look at that aroused word meaning.
All right,
because
yeah, you take a look at it. I have to go.
No,
I see. I've had this conversation before.
well, it does. I don't have aroused.
And you know what? You did exactly what they always. Oh, Paul's just saying that the law lets us know what we're doing. No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying the law.
Say again what you think he's saying here. I want to hear that part again.
The knowledge of the law is producing in Paul a desire to break the law, which is ridiculous.
No, what he's saying is knowledge of the law made him have more inner battles on what to do to keep the law.
All right, if you want to deny what it says, go ahead. I can't help you. You are holding on to this lie, and you're going to protect. All right, you're protecting the lie. You're refusing to see what it says, and I really hope you.
How is it not a truth when when you have more rules, does it not create in you more thoughts of how to keep those rules?
That's not what's.
If I tell you how to play basketball, and I tell you you can't travel, or you can't double dribble, or you can't do any of the things that you can't do in basketball. You can't push somebody over. And you were playing basketball just a normal way. And then I give you the rules, and then you're playing basketball. You have to abide by the rules. You're going to have to think more about how to play basketball than you did before. So he's saying the law was like that, and it made him have a heightened sense of how to play the game. So
it's not.
Within that, he was...
I don't know what I can do. I don't know what I can do.
While living in the flesh, our sinful passions aroused by the law.
If you don't want
sinful passions are equivalent to following the rules in the basketball game.
All right, if you don't want to accept what it says,
if you didn't know what a sinful passion was, the law is obviously going to bring that out of you, is it not? If you didn't know it was adultery to have sex with your neighbor's wife.
No, the rest of the Bible says the law keeps people's paths straight and helps them and makes them righteous. That's not what Paul's saying. The exact opposite here. Paul is saying that the law is creating the tension and resulting in him, being even worse than he would have otherwise. And it's so like contradictory and blasphemous.
He makes a point to clarify exactly what you're saying in
when
verse 7.
I showed you a verse, you reject what it says.
No, you're rejecting verse 7. What shall we say then? That the law is sin. That contradicts exactly what you just tried to categorize what he's saying as. So verse 7 is not coordinating with what you're saying, bro. It's not a correlation between what you're saying and verse 7. What shall we say then? That the law is sin? By no means.
Well,
So how is he not saying that the law is a good thing?
He's trying to rope people like you in. Oh, am I saying the law?
What do
is
you
sin?
mean?
No.
See now it's like we got to deny what he's saying, and he's got a tactic when he says it. It just
absolutely.
Says what he says.
He's saying the law itself isn't sin. It's just producing the sin. If the law isn't there, then the sin wouldn't exist. But the law isn't the sin. It's the sin is the sin, but the law produces the sin. This is the message. Like, all right, you read.
He said he doesn't say the law produced the sin. He said, but sin.
Hold on.
Blaming not the verse 8. But sin, not the law, but sin, seizing an opportunity through the commandment, produced in me all kinds of covetousness. He's not blaming the law. He's blaming sin.
Acts 28:11.
No, we're not going away from this verse. You brought us here. How come you can't see it?
I'm reading Stephanie. I'm reading Stephanie's thing.
I didn't know you were doing that. Okay, but I'm saying verse 8 says, "But sin."
Yeah, but sin.
He's not blaming the law. He's blaming the sin.
Right. What he's saying is, exactly. The law isn't the sin, but the sin takes an opportunity through the law and produces in him covetousness, which is exactly what I've been saying is what he's saying. So Ryan, you need to listen to what I'm saying here. I know it's hard, but
he's blaming sin, not the law.
No, he's blaming the law for producing the sin. The law isn't the sin, but it's all right. Well. All right, read that sentence. Ryan, read that sentence.
But sin, the first words.
Yeah, okay.
But sin, seizing an opportunity through the commandment, produced in me all kinds of covetousness.
So if
For
the
apart from
commandment,
the law, sin dies. Sin
right,
lies dead.
right. So do you see what's being said there? So it sees an opportunity. If the law hadn't been there, then the sin wouldn't have produced in him all kinds of covenants. The commandment gave the sin an opportunity to do what it did, which is it's so silly. It really
He's
is.
blaming the sin.
Read verse 9. Read verse 9. Read verse
Okay,
9.
Sure. I just don't know how you claim he's blaming the law when in verse 7 he clarifies that the law is good.
Read verse 9.
Right
Read
there.
verse 9. Wow,
I was once alive apart from the law, but when the commandment came, sin came alive and I died.
There it is. Yep, the law came, and that's when sin came. Sin came alive. God gave the law. Darn it! If God hadn't given that law, the sin wouldn't have come alive. It's like you're refusing to see it, and I've seen it too many times. You have a mental block because you're emotionally attached to this, and you need to understand that people like Ace Theo actually are correct. People, the Calvinists and the Lutherans and the Reformers, they understand what Paul is saying here.
But do you understand that Paul was a person that tried to kill Stephen and every other Christian? So he's writing a letter from his own personal experience to other people to warn them not to be like him. Do you understand that part of Paul? Like, he literally was a murderer, rounding up Christians like a witch hunt. So he's writing why the law was death to him, because he was persecuting Jesus and God's people. Do you understand that part of the exegesis that you're not acknowledging at all?
I have to go. I see.
Do you see that point at all? That he was literally going to hell because he was a Pharisee of Pharisees that was killing Christians because he was putting more weight in the law than the faith in Christ. So that's why he's writing these things. I was once alive apart from the law, but
he can write them.
The very commandment that promised life proved to be death to me, meaning that he was going to go to hell because he was rounding up Christians until he got saved.
Well, that's not the law's fault. That's his own rebelliousness. That's his own rejection of God.
Well, no, it's not. It is the law's fault if he was following the law to that extent.
Well,
it's not the law. Okay, it's not the law's fault. It's Paul's fault for misapplying the law.
Yeah, Paul is blaming the law. Paul is blaming the law for his own mistakes, which is not correct. It's not the law's fault.
Okay, maybe he's blaming the law for his own mistakes in a manner, but if you understand what he did, killing innocent Christians, this letter reads a little differently, and it makes a lot more sense. He's saying the very commandment that promised life.
You're trying to defend Paul. You're trying to defend Paul. You're not doing a good job. In your mind, you are, but you're holding on to something that is evil.
No, you're too stubborn to even hear my point. So it's
your
not,
point. Okay,
I could make a very valid point, which I am making, and you don't care.
Well, the problem is the epistle says what it says. The context can be whatever it is. But all we have this epistle and what it says, and what the words have meanings, and you're trying to figure out every way you can to avoid what Paul, he has these people in mind and his history, and it's like, okay, fine, but
it means what it means. Then how are you avoiding in verse 7 that the law is sin by no means? How do you just ignore that?
Yeah,
because your whole argument is that he's writing here that the law is sin. That's your whole argument. You understand that, right? You understand that's your whole argument?
No,
that is your whole argument. You're saying that he's saying the law is sin, but he literally says the exact opposite in verse 7.
Paul differentiates between the law and sin, but the problem is that his argument is the law is producing sin. So the law is not sin exactly by definition, but the law results in sin, which is just, it's blasphemy. I don't know what other word to use for it.
Okay. Verse 7, he literally dismisses your point. That's the point.
Ryan, think about it. Try to see what it's actually saying. Not what you want it to say, but what it actually says.
I see how you're reading it the way you're reading it, and I'm trying to give you reasons to not read it that way, but you are stubbornly gonna just throw out verse 7 because it doesn't fit your narrative.
You're not gonna be able to change the meaning of the words.
Verse 7 totally dismisses your entire narrative.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
All verse 7 says is the law is not sin. I never made that argument. I made
So
the argument.
Paul can't be making that argument either.
No,
you can't
Paul
say he's
is-
saying the law
you're
is
not-
sin
You're
either. in any of
actually
these
not
verses.
listening. You're not.
He's-
Paul is
okay.
not saying the law is sin. Paul
Yeah,
is saying the
he's
law
saying-
produces sin. Do you understand the difference?
No, he's saying sin produces sin. He says
All right,
it right here.
I can't help
But-
you, Ryan.
Bro, he says
I can't help
he
you.
says but sin. But sin. He doesn't say the law is causing the sin. He says but sin. But sin. Yes, the words say what they say. Seizing an opportunity through the commandment produced in me all kinds of covetousness. For apart from the law, sin dies. So he says the law isn't bad. The law doesn't make him sin. The very next verse, he tells you what does make him sin. But sin, seizing an opportunity through the commandment, produced in me all kinds of covetousness. For apart from the law, sin lies dead. So it's pretty clear. You didn't have to leave. I don't know if you had to go somewhere. You're in denial. He's telling you literally in the first sentence here, but sin. The first words of verse 8, but sin. Can make a mixtape, but sin, seizing an opportunity through the commandment. Anyways, some people hate Paul. You can't do much about it. They convince themselves that Paul's not biblical writing, and it's a very dangerous path. And, Paul had to make a point to people. Granted, the way these verses read, you can't say people are crazy because they can go in the directions they go, but they're not reading it in the manner I would read it. They're not reading it very well. They're reading it in a manner that doesn't put it as scripture. So if you don't put it as scripture, then you're obviously going to challenge every aspect of what's written. But if you put it as scripture, you're going to take a second and, yes, sin, ace, the word produce is in verse 8. The word produce is in verse 8. And the sentence starts off with, but sin. It doesn't say the law, ace. It says, but sin. If I said, but A's caused this, but A's seized an opportunity through the commandment, produced in me all kinds of covetousness. For apart from the A's, sin lies dead. Am I going to say that I hate the law, or do I hate A's? He's saying, but sin. No, he didn't say the law produces sin. He literally says, but sin. Seizing an opportunity through the commandment produced in me all kinds of covetousness. The word but sin is written in English. He said in the verses above it, the law by no means. I don't know how much clearer it has to be written, Ace. I don't know what's wrong with you, honestly. I can see how you get distracted. I can see how you could read it wrong, but you should be able to concentrate on, some basic things. But sin, that the law is sin by no means. Like, these things clarify things. He's describing the fact that he knows the law. He's also saying he's a person that almost died from misapplying the law by persecuting the Son of the living God. So I don't know why he left. Maybe he has to go to work or something. Who knows? We caught A's on his lunch break, I guess. We'll try to get him another time. I'm sure I'll have more Paul ammunition. I hope he'll come back next time and have some verses written down, and we'll go through them, because we do have to go through these verses. People are, willing to throw out 13 books of the Bible or 7 books of the Bible. So that's a pretty big problem when you got a New Testament that's only 27 books. People get to discard 25% of the books, or half the books, essentially 45% of the books. The sin couldn't have produced sin unless the law gave an opportunity, according to Paul. No, that's very logical, Ace. It's very logical, actually. If you don't know you're breaking any law, then you're not even aware you're doing anything. So knowing you're doing it is a requirement to produce something. What's going on, mate?
Did you know that being on the internet means that people don't have any clue about how much less they know than other people, and sometimes that has a really interesting dynamic to it. I realized.
Are you calling me a genius?
Yes.
All right, I appreciate that.
No, I just mean like,
the
everybody
Paul,
thinks they're
like Paul himself kind of understands.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to say anybody about anything about any particular person, me or anyone else. I'm just saying people don't realize sometimes that there is understanding gaps. Whether people are right or wrong about this or that doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's kind of frustrating. But there's all sorts of dynamics to that. I would just say, yeah, Romans 7 and 8 is very. I'm not saying he's dumb either. I'm not talking about ace. I just mean.
I can see how people could read it the way they want to read it. If I have a presupposition that I hate Paul, I can read it the way he's reading it. I'm not saying you can't read it that way. If I hate Paul and I want to put a spin on those words, that's a good spot for me to spin it up.
Yeah, you got to keep reading what he's talking about. Because by the way, if he thinks the law reflects God's character and that it's eternal, when he says that, it has a big impact on it, because he's basically saying it made me sin because I realized how sinful I really am. That's what he's saying. Like, the law brought to my attention.
Oh yeah, I understand that, and that's what he doesn't understand is like when you actually live what Paul's writing there.
Like, dude, he's a Jew. He's studied in the Torah. He's not gonna like crap all over it.
No,
it'd be called out.
When you understand, like, every thought in your brain is a moment in time that God is judging you and as he deservingly should do, you go half insane. I'm not gonna lie. It's a freedom that you lose that most people are unaware of. So I half envy the fact that I had that for a time in my life. And then it's like what Paul's really explaining there is biting the tree in the garden. That's literally what he's explaining in Romans 7 there. Knowing good and evil becomes a burden, and it produces in you knowledge of all these evils that you never knew existed. So that's what he's really trying to demonstrate there about knowing sin because of the law. It produced these things. It's literally a man describing, well, if I ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, I'm going to see a whole bunch of evil that you people don't see as evil. And that's how I take it. And it's true. It's 100% true. It's not that God's law is bad. It's not that at all. It's God's law is much harder than most people understand. So yes, knowing the law is going to use those words, produce sin in you, because what that means is you're holding yourself accountable for things that other people aren't. So when it says the words produce sin in me, it means that, oh, I just realized I yelled at somebody. That's a sin. And somebody that didn't know that because they didn't know God's law just yelled at somebody and didn't count it as a sin on their sin counter, their overall total. They didn't write it down, but Paul wrote it down. So when he says knowing God's law produced sin in me, it's because he ate the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and he knows how evil so many things are. That's how I read it, and I think it's pretty easy to see that's what Paul was writing there. And he's saying, once I realized all these things are evil, I realized even more how much I need to have the faith in Jesus, which God has given us as our ultimate salvation, because Jesus is going to lead us. Jesus is going to give us those words that will tell us what to do by giving us the Holy Spirit, and we won't need to figure out which one to do by knowing what is right or wrong on our own from prior knowledge. No, we can forget everything we know right now, and Jesus is going to give us all the law in our hearts. I mean, that's how I get it. Hey, Sherry, good morning. I don't know how much longer I'll rock, but I got a little bit more of me. That was an interesting. I do my best to explain it, but honestly, I just explained it a little better after he left. So I wish I had that in me when he was here. But go ahead, buddy. You're on mute though.
George Washington Carver was a good man. He invented peanut butter.
Sounded like a name like that.
Goubert P is a peanut.
But yeah, I think
Yeah, I agree with you.
The way I just explained that, it's Paul in Romans 7. There's literally, he's explaining what it's like to eat from the tree of good and evil. That's pretty much what I get from that,
Let's see. Let me see if I agree with that. I don't think I agree with that. Maybe.
So, for while we're living in the flesh, our sinful passions, aroused by the law, were at work in our members to bear fruit for death. But we are now released from the law, having died to that which held us captive, so that we serve in the new way of the Spirit. So exactly what I just said there. We serve in the new way of the Spirit and not in the old way of the written code. So look how he's differentiating what's written down versus the voice in your head that Christ is going to give you. What then shall we say? That the law is sin? By no means. Yet if it had not been for the law, I would not have known sin, for I would not have known what it is to covet if the law had not said, you shall not covet. But sin, so this is the point that A's really misses. He wants to say Paul's blaming the law, but Paul is blaming the sin, the sinful nature of man. But sin, seizing an opportunity through the commandment, produced in me all kinds of covetousness. For apart from the law, sin lies dead. So what he's trying to say here is once you have the Spirit within you, sin is gone because you're listening to God every step.
I can see 3 or 4 ways to interpret that.
I can see the way he interprets it. Honestly, if I hate Paul, I'm going to ignore this but sin. I'm going to ignore verse 7 that the law is sin by no means. I'm just going to skip over these very critical aspects. And I'm just going to read the rest of it.
And say the dumb stuff a lot of people say about this or that because I can. It's convenient for what I'm trying to do here. Well, but so apart from the law, sin lies dead. How many different? There are several ways you could read that. I'm not totally decided exactly what I don't think I necessarily know for sure what he's saying. But it does seem like he's saying something like, without the law. Is he saying it's the Spirit that's working through him, therefore that's killing the sin? Or is he saying without the law, there is no sin? Like there's other verses that say that. Like without the law, there is no sin because sin is the power of the law is the power of sin or whatever he goes on to say too. So he could be making a strong case for the necessity of the law's insufficiency for salvation, or he could be making a more of a general case that that the law wasn't the complete picture yet. There's a couple, you know what I mean?
I can see how people go crazy with it. If you hate Paul, this is a spot you can ride, and make your arguments, but you are ignoring very important parts that are here, that the law.
Yes, a very bad place to take memory verses out and use them by themselves. Because when you read this chapter, like basically all Romans 1 through 9, it's like, whoa, dude, careful what you assume you can pull out by itself. Because he's taking, oh man, I think the idea that you can interpret Paul through this lens of him like hating the law of God is absolutely so ridiculously absurd, non-historical. Not the record we have of Paul's defense of himself and the apostles. The idea, and then that you're being like less rigid about it. No, you're being ridiculous. You're being unrealistic and conspiratorial to such a degree that, man, you'll let anything in the door if it fits your narrative.
Well, the problem is if you literally understand Paul's life story, like I said, he's literally on the path to hell, killing Christians, rounding them up. And now he has to, come to the realization that he was literally going to hell when he was doing only what he thought was God's law. That kind of puts into context when he's writing these letters, what's going through his mind, his heart, and his soul. Like he realizes just doing what he thought was the law was a sentence to hell. And now, through the grace of God, through the mercy of Jesus and the Father, God chose him and didn't leave him to be the one Jew that, not be the one Jew, but just be one of the other Jews that God didn't, make some divine intervention for. God realized, Paul realizes how great God is and how God's divine intervention with the Spirit was all that he needed. And now that he has the Spirit within him to say what is right at the time, he realizes he doesn't need to look at a book of what the law says. He just has it within his heart. And he realizes that sometimes the things that God puts in his heart are much different as far as, what's important than what was written down prior, because things like circumcision, or, I'm going to go with the food laws, but clothing and other things in Christ Jesus are the primary, those were for the Jews. That was to establish a certain people at a certain time. The temple worship, the sacrifices, the feast days. We could go through some things, but these are all themes in Paul's letters that he's realizing, wait a minute, I can't go to the Romans and say you have to go to the temple to sacrifice. God wants these people to worship right where they're at right now, and they don't have to do a sacrifice. Christ Jesus is their sacrifice. So when you got this man with all these different epiphanies running through him, plus his real life experience of realizing I was literally going against God, you get a better exegesis of what's being written. All right, Melvin's saying some things. I didn't catch him. I didn't pay any attention. Let me see what he's got.
I think it's kind of important to maybe, if you read the Reformation guys, what they said about this issue with Paul and the law.
How are people to this day?
John Wesley, Martin Luther,
There's no sin. Paul is
John Calvin, Knox, Zwingli.
Never said with his mind. He keeps
get a historical feel for what people who were leaders in the church through history said about this. And you'll realize, these once saved, always saved people are the cult.
Jesus Christ our Lord. So then, with the mind, I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh, the law of sin. Yeah, Paul wrote very philosophically too. Let's just be honest here. These are verses that are like, what goes up must come down, or, but it's more like what comes up must go up or something.
Do you realize these people that think Paul's like saying the things that they say he says? Don't, like, nobody said these things through church history. Nobody.
So he's saying
you got to read it through chapter 8 is where it really gets kind of straightens it out.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, people take opportunities for what they want to, argue, and if they all they got to do is skip a verse or two, that's fine. They got a couple trigger words. It's also how people interpret certain words. You know what I mean? It's obviously like the word around.
Well, what I notice is that I try really hard hoping that people can come to unity on beliefs and stuff. I'll give them as much break as I can. I'll be like, I can see how you're reading it that way. I want to say, like, that could be like this verse by itself. Let's just start there. This could mean you could read it like that. And I'll try to see it their way, or why I think you can or can't. And I'll try my best to do that. They never do that. They say this is what it says, and it's the Holy Spirit, and every verse has got to go through John 5, or it's wrong, or we can add words to the text to make it fit. No, you can either say it's a belief and start splitting up books and saying certain books aren't for Christians, they're for Jews who have to earn their salvation. That's one route people go, or that in the extreme version, but at least they're being honest, because the text clearly says you can, all these things that they don't want to accept. But the other people pretend like all the books are good and they can just interpret their way out of it. But they make a mess of what it's clearly saying. I went through a thing on my channel about what all the early church fathers, how they read it. They read Koine Greek, the original language. They were taught by the apostles. None of them, the Bible and the early church fathers all could have said, if anybody tells you you can't lose your salvation, they're a heretic because you can't lose it. No, they never said that. They said you could lose your salvation. So give me a break. It's a joke. It's a cult. It's false. and they get so wound up, they end up saying people like John Wesley, anybody who believes you could lose your salvation because you respect the law of God and the salvation, and that you wouldn't want to. The word apostate exists. That's one clue. You know what that means, right? It means you left something you held. You know, it's so irritating. And that one.
Yeah, I
what do you make of that, Ryan? What do you make of that verse?
Methodist church, and I actually definitely agree with a lot of the. I mean, I just went there because it was a local church by my house. I didn't like pick it out because I was like, oh, I want to be a Methodist. It's just a church that's literally a mile from my house. I mean, I have two, but I chose that one for whatever reason. And like I said, God gave me the supernatural sign on my clock that night, so I wasn't going to change churches, put it that way. But yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I liked a lot of stuff John Wesley, the Methodist doctrine teaches. Like when I go to my Bible study and stuff with my church group, like we're definitely not teaching this universalism by any means. Like my pastors, you know, we're all on the same accord that we got to be decent people and believe in Jesus, you know. So I like the Methodist doctrine decent, but I won't call myself, you know, Methodist. I'll call myself what I want to call myself, a Christian. I don't want to stray from the faith of you know, the Bible at all. So I think all these doctrines, if you call yourself that, you want to save time, fine, but there are going to be parts of the doctrine you don't agree with, like the Methodist doctrine. We don't have wine in the church, we have grape juice, which I disagree with that. Like, you should have wine because Jesus said bread and wine. He didn't say bread and grape juice, even though grape juice is obviously similar, you know. So there's stuff like that right away that I could, you know, or when we do baptisms in the church, it's like they make us all read stuff, and I don't know, it puts me in an awkward spot because I know we're not supposed to take an oath, but it's like almost like reaffirming oaths. Like the person getting baptized takes an oath, but like the whole church is like reading something that they put on the, you know, PowerPoint teleprompter, and it's like you're essentially reciting oaths, you know. And Jesus said in Matthew 5, "Don't take an oath." So,
well,
ask
your pastor about it. I think that there's a
I've brought that up. I've brought it up, but again, people and traditions are traditions.
I mean, you can make agreements with people. I think he's just saying like, if you're gonna break an oath, don't take it, kind of thing. Like, don't even go there. It's not worth it.
Well, what he's saying is everybody breaks oaths.
Yeah, right. So don't even take them if that's the case. But I don't know that
he's saying don't take an oath. Like, it can't be any clearer. He's saying don't take an oath.
What's the context?
Are you serious? Are you familiar with this or not? Matthew 5.
Yeah.
Are you thinking that Jesus is saying we should still be taking oaths like the Old Testament?
It depends on what you mean by oath.
I mean, take an oath, make a promise to God and that you won't eat chocolate or smoke cigarettes or masturbate or any of that stuff. God, I'll never do this again.
So what should you say? What does God want then? He wants you to say you will do it again over and over and over again?
That's an oath to me, saying I won't do this again, God.
And that's wrong because you do it again, right?
It's wrong because Jesus said don't do it, because 99% of the time humans are probably going to do it again, or at least think about doing it again, which again will be violating the law of God, even if you don't do it again. If I say I'm never going to smoke cigarettes again, but then I want to smoke a cigarette again, I violated it. So that's why Jesus...
See, I think God has mercy on people like that, depending on how...
No, he does, but Jesus is very clear on why you shouldn't take the oath, because in a way... Not in a way, you are lying to God once you even have that thought that you want to smoke again.
Should you fake it till you make it, you think?
I mean, there's no faking till you make it. It's just you shouldn't take an oath.
No, I mean on anything about righteousness.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, like...
I mean, you're trying to make it be sarcastic, but it's a very serious thing.
No, I'm not being sarcastic.
Do you agree with...
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Do you agree with what... Well, I don't understand what you're asking me then. What do you mean, should I fake it until I make it? What do you mean, then?
Well, because, like, would God, you say, like, if you really have regret about something and you want to quit, your heart's once, you want to stop in your heart, but, you know, you don't, okay, let's say. And you break that oath. Is God more mad at you than if you hadn't wanted to wish you were stopping to do it? Whatever that is, that sin is? Like, is it better to not even have the thought of wanting to have, to overcome it? than it is to
Wanting
want to
to
overcome it and fail. What's the oath? That's why I asked at the beginning.
wanting
What
to
is the
overcome
oath? Is it
something
a
is
blood
not
oath?
Wanting to overcome something is not an oath. An oath is you making a sort of promise or contract to God that you won't do something again.
Right. You know what I
Or
mean?
you
Like at what point, but like, do you have to sign a contract? Do you have to write it on a stone? Do you have to do a blood?
You vow to pray every day. You vow to fast twice a week. You vow to do something. An oath is either vowing to do something or not do something. And Jesus says, don't do that. Do you disagree in any way with that? Because I don't see how you could. I mean, it's obviously wisdom from Jesus for
The
a
Bible
reason.
says, forsake your sin.
What does that mean as far as regarding an oath?
So that's why I asked in the very beginning, what exactly qualifies as an oath? Is it just a mental assent to a desire to do something that is dishonest or that is impossible or what? Like, I don't know, man. There's nothing to fight over. I'm
trying to understand where you're coming from. Because
well, I mean, like, is it if I say, "Oh God, man, I'll never do that again. I don't want to do this anymore." Like, is that an oath or is that a prayer? Is that a crying out to God about, wishing, desiring to overcome a sin? Like, when does it become an oath? Like, do you have to like go before a man and like cut your hand and like shake hands with the priest and sign a contract and chip it into stone and before the assembly, looking up into the sky with your arms open, crying out, saying, "I will not do all that the Lord has said we will do."
I can see your point, what you're trying to make there, because if you are repenting for a sin, you're going to say in your prayer something along the lines of, I'm sorry, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to try not to do it. So right there, when you say, I'm going to try not to do it, is that an oath? Because it could be construed as you're taking an oath there, and then you're going to be held to the standard of try not to do it. So,
and you wouldn't want to say, "I'm going to do it," certainly. Like, that's not the right kind of.
I can understand the delicacy of when you're asking for forgiveness and repenting for something you do, saying, "What's going on, Yahoo?" Sherry, feel free to come back if you want. Yahoo, I don't know how much longer I got in me, but yeah, I mean, I can see the delicacy of repenting to
I
God.
guarantee Yahoo has something on this.
Saying I'm trying to do something. Well, yeah, I mean, Old Testament people vowed oaths, they made oaths. The Israelites, they stood by pillars and made oaths. They did those things. So I don't know. That's something that's clearly updated in the New Testament where Jesus tells people don't do it. And probably because he has the wisdom to know that a lot of people that made those oaths broke them. So they essentially just lied to God in a serious manner, because the way they took the oaths were like, I raised my right hand to heaven, and so the way they were taking oaths, they definitely were wrong, because once you break something like they did, which they probably went the extra mile, But I've taken oaths and broken them and lied to God too. So I already know why it's a bad thing. I've said I'm going to quit cigarettes and I didn't do it. God saved me in a terrible state. I said I'll quit cigarettes and I didn't do it afterwards. A month later, I smoked a cigarette or whatever, however long it was, So, that's why I don't know. It's a very delicate thing when you, I don't know. When you're repenting to God and saying, I'm going to try not to do something, I think that's where you can construe saying try not to as even being an oath, but you do want to at least be saying, I'm going to try not to do something. It's just, I guess the word is a big difference between saying try your best and do it. But I could still see how people could say, well, you said you're going to try not to do it. So then the word try is going to get, but I do think the best we can do as humans and our limited ability to, not take an oath, I think the best thing we can do is say, try not to. I think it's an important aspect of the repentance prayer that you should say. I don't think you should pray and say, God, I will never yell at anybody again. You shouldn't say that. You know what I mean? You should always make sure you add the, God, I'm going to try my best to do your will. But again, I can see how somebody will say, well, how is try not an oath either? Because you're promising to put an effort in. And then if your effort doesn't live up to the standard that in the moment you had in your heart and your mind, you know. So I can understand how it's like a never ending circle. And you can say, well, you can't even say anything then in repentance. So I get that side of it. But I think it is an important thing for people to make the distinctions and say try and not promise anything. I don't know. Are you gonna talk? I'm running out of breath here.
Let me read something to you. Tell me what you think of this. Because the law of the Lord is perfect and therefore changeless, it is impossible for sinful men in themselves to meet the standard of its requirement. This was why Jesus came as our Redeemer. It was his mission by making men partakers of the divine nature to bring them into harmony with the principles of the law of heaven. When we forsake our sins and receive Christ as our Savior, the law is exalted. The Apostle Paul asks, do we then make void the law through sin? God forbid. Yea, we establish the law.
Tell me where you're getting this from. Who are you quoting?
Romans 3:31.
You're reading the scripture itself?
I just did, yeah.
Or
It's Ellen White. Ellen White. It's Ellen White. It's Ellen White. It's Ellen White's
Okay,
on Romans 3.
Okay, I'm trying to. Are you being serious or what?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
So
well,
it's-
that's all I wanted to understand because I could tell you were reading some commentary. Okay,
Yeah, let me just read two more paragraphs and you can tell me
say
what
it
you make
again.
of it.
Start over. I just wanted.
Okay.
Good.
I'll give you the thing here, but yeah, it's just mainly scripture and stuff
Okay,
people have said before.
Read it. I'll hear Ellen White.
Okay. Start where I started. Okay. Till heaven. I'll back up one paragraph.
Yeah, just start over because
Till heaven and earth pass. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is in the middle of a chapter, but because I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Okay.
Till heaven and earth pass away, said Jesus, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from law till all has been fulfilled. By his own obedience to the law, Christ testified to its immutable character and proved that through his grace, it could be perfectly obeyed by every son and daughter of Adam. Oh, wow. On the mount, he declared that not the smallest iota should pass from the law till all things should be accomplished. All things that concern the human race, all that relates to the plan of redemption. He does not teach that the law is ever to be abrogated, but he fixes the eye upon the utmost verge of man's horizon and assures us that until this point is reached, the law will retain in its authority, so that none may suppose that it was his mission to abolish the precepts of the law. So long as heaven and earth continue, the holy principles of God's law will remain. His righteousness, like the great mountains, Psalm 36:6, will continue as source of blessings, sending forth streams to refresh the earth. Okay, now this is where I started. Because the law of the Lord is perfect and therefore changeless, it is impossible for sinful men in themselves to meet the standard of its requirement. This was why Jesus came as our Redeemer. It was his mission by making men partakers of the divine nature to bring them into harmony with the principles of the law of heaven. When we forsake our sins and receive Christ as our Savior, the law is exalted. The Apostle Paul asks, do we make void the law through faith? God forbid. Yea, we establish the law. Romans 3. He had two short more paragraphs here. The new covenant promises, I will put my laws in their hearts and in their minds, and I will write them. Hebrews 10:16. Well, the system of types, which pointed to Christ as the Lamb of God that should take away the sin of the world, was to pass away at his death. The principles of righteousness embodied in the Decalogue are as immutable as the eternal throne. See Exodus 24. Not one command has been annulled, not a jot or tittle has been changed. These principles that were made known to man in paradise as the great law of life will exist unchanged in paradise restored. When Eden shall bloom on earth again, God's law of love will be obeyed by all beneath the sun. Forever, O Lord, thy word is settled in heaven. All his commandments are sure, they stand fast forever and ever, and are done in truth and uprightness. Concerning thy testimonies I have known of old, that thou hast founded them forever. Psalm 119:89, 111:7 and 8, and Psalm 119:152. Whoever shall break one of the least of these commandments shall teach men so, he shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:19. That is, he shall have no place therein. For he who willfully breaks one commandment does not, in spirit and truth, keep any of them. Whosoever shall keep the whole law and yet offend in one point, he is guilty of all. James 2:10. I'll stop there.
What was the point of that? What was that related to that we just talked about?
I don't know. I just felt like reading it. Thought it was good. I was looking for something else, and then I saw that, and I thought I was curious what you think of it.
Well, you read so much. I would have to like reread and pause on some parts of it. Like, yeah, it'd be easier if I could actually have seen it while you were reading it, like on the screen.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll give you the link if you want to look at it. But I would say it's related because the question is, what is Paul teaching?
One thing that she said that was kind of jumped out was she said like all sons and daughters of Adam could keep it. That part was a little I don't know what she was saying there. Was she saying like we all could keep the law of God?
I think she was saying it's possible that God's law is impossible. Like, I don't know which sins you had to commit, but if you did have to, I would say you're not guilty of it.
I don't know. She said a lot there. I'm not going to argue with a lot of
Yeah,
things.
she also said man couldn't do the requirements of it also right after that.
Well,
so I think the idea would be that, like, with God, anything's possible. So, like, we're going to have to, like, something has to happen so we'd stop sinning, I think. Don't you think? Like, isn't that the promise of heaven kind of thing?
Well, yeah. I mean, the promise of heaven is that you are a new being and you're not in your flesh, and the flesh is what causes the sin. Is essentially, what the Bible says a lot. So it's
which is problematic because you're like sounding Gnostic if you say that too heavily. But you know how like the prophecy in Genesis is like he'll bruise the head of the snake or whatever.
Why are you a Gnostic if you say that too heavily? God's not flesh, so.
Yeah, they believed you didn't have a body. There's no resurrection. They didn't think Christ came in the flesh. So it's in the New Testament. But they also said things like what Paul says there about the struggle of the flesh and the spirit. And they overemphasized. They thought they could do whatever they wanted and they were just fine because their spirits were pure. And it was their bodies that sinned, not themselves. Their spirits.
Okay, I've watched that dude's channel a little. His name's Gnostic Informant, and I get that vibe now that you said that. That's kind of what they're thinking. He's into all sorts of like ancient, like possible like witchcraft shit that he doesn't even realize is evil, or if he does realize it. But he's definitely into some evil stuff that he doesn't recognize as evil. He's just like, oh, this old, Greek or whatever idol, you know what I mean? He doesn't realize that those idols are like demons and demonic.
Yeah, he's kind of into it, but he doesn't really buy it. It's real per se. But
he doesn't buy that it's real, but he's
like, the Gnostic stuff is the worst though, bro, because it's like it uses scripture and can sound like to the uninitiated or whatever, it'll sound like kind of like Paul. So it'll like really trick you. And it'll use biblical language, but then it's like you find out, oh, yeah, Yahweh's evil. Don't you know that? And then that like it all falls into place if you're like biblically, ignorant or not astute or whatever. Because you'll be like hearing stuff that you recall from the Bible, and then all of a sudden they twist it up and like have all this crazy, leagues of gods or whatever, and Yahweh's evil and Jesus saved us. Yeah, Marcion. So it can really twist people up and really mess with their faith,
Yeah, I think the oath thing is important though, but we gotta do our best because I think people do, promise things to God still, and I've done it before, like I said, and it's a big mistake. So I just try to take real serious, certain things that some people might not, think too hard about. But those are the type of things, like I said, within my church, when people get baptized, they do that. Like it's essentially an oath to me. So it's like, I don't know. That's why I don't agree with any set denomination. Like I know they're all going to have aspects that I don't agree with. So I rather just call myself a Christian and try to do what the scriptures say instead of trying to be in the position where I got to defend, oh, well, you call yourself this or this and this. But yeah, I don't know, man. I was watching that Tyler Vela guy talk to some other guy, and they were going through free will, and Calvinists just making up words, like vocabulary words, to try to like sound smart and act like they understand things. That denomination is real annoying. Like I might do a reaction video to that one day because it's just literally so ridiculous. Like, oh, free will. Oh, free will is not real because of libertarian free will, and then you're in the passive form, and then the acceleration of the moderate consumption of the barrier standard, and it's just like they just make up all these terms, and it's like, oh, we're all supposed to just play along with you, and oh yeah, the barrier standard is moderate, and this is a passive barrier standard, and so those two things we gotta Google what they mean to have this free will discussion. It's like they if you ever watch it on his channel, it's with like some Bradley guy or something. I can find the video, but it's just ridiculous. And I've had that problem with CJ.
There's so many theories of causation. That's the problem.
Well,
And,
CJ
like-
and his channel, I mean, I'm not trying to gossip or name names, but I've had that problem dealing with him too, where it's like I'll say something and he'll be like, well, that is called this. And it's like,
Pelagianism,
well, yeah, like
compatibilism,
literally having the
strong and weak causation, right?
literally having the conversation where we just like ask each other questions. He's like, well, that's called a garden path. It's like, no, it's not. It's called a conversation. It's called a logical conversation. There's no garden path vocabulary.
Yeah, I was driving when you guys were talking. I was thinking, he's like he's like wanting to read. He's done that to me too, and you got to humor it once in a while, and then because there is an issue there, a philosophical issue. I would just say, like, at a certain point, like, they want to get you trapped into their, well, if this is true and this is true and this is true, how can you think this? Well, the thing is, I don't know how God knows. If God knows everything for sure, for certainty, and I don't think the Bible tells us that it's because he determined every last little teeny tiny little thing. It just tells us, it seems to tell us that he knows. He's not taken by surprise. He knows what's going on. The question is, does it really say that he causes every little thing to happen for him to know that? And I say, it doesn't say that. You assume that. If I had enough power behind me, I could do that. If I just, controlled everything, set it up to be just if I had enough power. But that's not very clever. It doesn't seem like God's causaling everything down the line from the very beginning. And I think this is where they get mixed up, is it'll talk about God as having sovereign right to do whatever he does, like in Romans 9 with Pharaoh, and that so it establishes him as sovereign because he is creator of all things. And then it talks about his ends and his purposes of the ends that are a part of the narrative. And the Calvinist then sees that, well, he's sovereign and he's creator, and then where he comes down to the end of what he's doing right now in time at this present moment that it's speaking of. Therefore, fill in the gap in the middle. And I'm going, no, it's just saying he has right because he's created a creator of all things, and that his purposes, no one can bitch about his purposes. But that does not mean he was forming you like a devil clay pot or whatever to make sure that you farted on grandma on Tuesday so that you'll kill Jesus or whatever. I don't think it works that way.
Well, I think, like, if I had to just try to in 5 minutes dismiss their predestination theory, I would say Jesus saying a kingdom divided against itself won't stand. So
that's a great one.
How can Jesus and the Father be orchestrating the war in Revelation versus his own kingdom? And how can Jesus be saying
that's what I hate about it. That is what I hate about it, because what they'll do is they'll be trying to convince us that, hey, look, God determines everything, dude. Like, period. So it's like this yin yang, God is overall. And then I'm going, like, it doesn't seem to suggest that in the text. I don't think Jesus wants me to think God's the determiner of all things when he says an enemy has done this, or it would be better whoever causes the little ones to stumble. I don't think I'm supposed to think that God causes all things that come to pass. When he says he causes, whoever causes a little one to stumble, or, I didn't decree it, I didn't command it, didn't even come into my mind. I know what that doesn't mean. It doesn't mean he did decree it.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I'm like, so here's my point. I'm arguing like I don't think the writer of the text is wanting me to like interpret it as like God determines all things, okay, in that sense, when that was written. And then when you get them trapped somewhere, like, hey, this is kind of contradictory because like, why is God having to intervene if he's the one determining everything from the beginning? Oh, well, you know, it's a narrative, you know, so God's kind of dishonest then because you're telling me he wants me to think what you're saying, but then when I find something that doesn't make sense in the narrative, you go, well, you know, you got to tell a story. And so it kind of, if God's intervening,
anytime any of those legitimate logical questions come up, the next thing that follows is a new vocabulary word. That's called the Stefan or that's called the tomato sauce. And you're like, oh, okay, tomato sauce. Thanks for answering my question. You gave me tomato sauce. I got you. No, but no, the kingdom divided is definitely big as far as, God's fighting against himself. He orchestrated the fight against himself to prove he's cool or something and powerful. Okay. Nice theory. Jesus says a kingdom divided won't stand. So does the kingdom of heaven stand or does it not stand? Because if it's fighting against itself, it seems
it certainly is. God's will is that all men repent and be saved. And his will is also that that the special call doesn't go to everybody. So that's like flat out contradictory. God doesn't want everybody. Does God love everybody? No, not in any meaningful sense. So, and some Calvinists argue that way. Some of them hate that because it's clearly unbiblical.
Well, another one that I think is really, says what I'm trying to say too is when Jesus says a good tree can only produce good fruit and a bad tree can only produce bad fruit. So is God and God's creation a good tree or not? Because within God and God's nature, God's will can only be the good tree. So when he's producing things within his creation, that is God's will. You have to be able to differentiate what is God's will and what's not God's will. You can't equate God's will with both good and evil, because then if somebody does evil, they can just raise their hand and say, well, I was doing God's will. There has to be a separation there. There has to be a line of this is God's will and this is not God's will. And that's why they make a point in the verses to say, like, in the Lord's Prayer, thy will be done, on earth as in heaven, like, or Jesus, only doing God's will, like, so I don't know, man. I have a bunch of other things, obviously, that I would get into at some point. Like I said, I had God like in my heart commanding me not to get into the debate. And, he made it pretty clear in other ways, but I'll leave those alone. Some things are between me and God, but, he was right. Obviously, God was right as always, but in my stubborn heart, I still wanted to do it for my own ego and to like not seem like I was afraid I was going to lose or something. So I did write down like a lot of PowerPoint slides. I got like 23 PowerPoint slides that, I really probably shouldn't have done one of them because God had already delivered the message not to do the debate at that point. But I was like stubbornly fighting my own ego at that point. But I did, like I said, I do have like the PowerPoint here where I have valid points for these positions that God doesn't ordain evil, and it's a scary thing to me that people can think that it's like that I think is the predestination and God ordaining evil. That's like when I see that Tyler Vela guy and see where he's at, I could tell those two things are like what poisoned his faith. And it's like, if people don't realize those two things are so poisonous, I don't know what to tell.
You know what the problem in Christianity, I think, is a lot of the time? So many of us are not transformed. And so it's so easy to be, how do you deal with people when you honestly want to engage them in love with the truth and they're really not Christians? And I'm not saying anybody in particular is or isn't. Okay, that's not my point. But the thing is, if you didn't know God and you didn't even realize it, and someone really honestly wanted you to experience that, who has actually experienced it, how would that go over? Are you saying you're better than me? I mean, you have to actually love people for it to even have a chance. And let me tell you something. A lot of people in this community are I just have to say it. They're frauds. They're not. This isn't about knowing God. It's about culture. They want the friends, whether good motivations or not is one thing, you know. It's not even a reason to hate them or anything. I'm just saying that's a reality. That's a reality.
Some people, what I've noticed, are almost like secular scholars. They're in it just to show how smart they are. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm
Yes.
smart because I read the Bible and I read this and I read that. And guess what Martin Luther said in 1544? Oh, you don't know? Well, guess what? I'm smarter. Alex Trebek would be impressed with this information I have. And it's like,
Shut up.
you know, obsolete Jeopardy information. That doesn't equate to being more intelligent in knowing God. Okay, thank you. But go on Jeopardy and you'll do well. But yeah, no, I do think some people are in it to prove they're smarter. But it's also like you don't want to think anybody doesn't have at least you know, a call to want to do what's
Right.
right.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah, I believe that for sure.
But at the same time, it's like
don't be naive though.
It's like they don't want to know God, who God really is. Almost, it's the same thing as like the Jews with Jesus. It's like they don't want to know how good God really is. Like they want God, like with the cake and the gay cake thing. Like they don't want to know how good God is. They don't want to realize that Jesus is that person that will do anything for anyone. They don't want Jesus to be that. They want Jesus to like them more than other people. And it's just not how God is. You know what I mean? God is the exact opposite of that. Like it's like, oh no, God likes me more. I read the Bible more. I did this more. God likes me more. You know, they're the workers at the vineyard that worked in the morning and they want more wages than the people that God decided to save at the 11th hour. You know, he just kept getting more people to come work the vineyard. And, you know, God forbid somebody gets saved on their deathbed to some of these people that call themselves Christians. That's a travesty. He didn't read the Bible. He didn't pray to God. He was a sinner. He was in pornos and sold drugs his whole life. God's saving him on his deathbed. God forbid. I'm a Christian. God, how are you doing this travesty? And it's like, what's wrong with you people? Like, do you understand how bad that is to think? Like, shouldn't you just praise God all the more that God is saving someone that, you know, to all other people weren't worthy and didn't deserve it? And, you know, to God's standard, God has no problem converting that person just as he can convert somebody that, you know, did other things that are more traditionally valued by a man, because the things of man are such ego driven, competitive. Man is competitive with other man, and God doesn't have to compete with anyone because God is the overall, you know, judge. God determines what is. So God doesn't have to compete. There's no competition there. So man is just like any other animal trying to be the alpha at times. And what people don't realize is when Jesus says, be the servant of all, God is literally training you to become an alpha, but become it in a submissive beta role. But that it becomes the ultimate alpha because you have the capability to lead by being a servant, you know. And it's like, I don't know. It's the subtle things, man. It's the who's the person that's willing to clean up after the party or the dinner, you know, who's the one that, you know, cares about the little subtle details. Who's that one, you know? I mean, I don't know. Jesus said all these things in the parables about taking the worst seed and, you know, all these things. Like they're all there in the scriptures. I mean, God prepares us with the parables and just the whole Bible in general. But actually practicing the principles and doing things is hard. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I fail, but it's not easy. Who knows? I don't know, man. I honestly, my own ego is involved in how I view some personal relationships I've had with people. And those are like my biggest tests, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
Because I'm competitive to try to like prove my own like value too, like just like
yeah.
You know
No,
what I
I
mean?
know it's a struggle for everybody. I think.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
you,
I mean, anybody that takes a shot that tries to like,
and this is like a hobo, this is like any hobo can get on here and do it too. So it's like a.
well, what bothers me is like that, like the vocabulary word stuff. It's just a way to try to like be more qualified. You know what I mean? And you shouldn't be doing that at all. Like, you know, I don't know if these people understand it, but when an angel contacts them, it's not going to come across like that at all. It's going to be very different. The angel's going to test you in a way that you better be nice to the guy that you think is a little different. You know what I'm saying? But people don't catch that message enough. So it is what it is. But God's not dumb. Put it that way. You know, that God doesn't need to send the quarterback and the cheerleader because he already knows everybody knows how to be nice to those people, right? But the ball boy or, you know, somebody like that, you know, do you throw your jockstrap at the ball boy and tell him to do your laundry, or do you say, hey man, don't worry about it, let me help you carry those bags? You know, what do you do for the person that can't do anything for you? Is, you know, those are the type of roles that God's going to send angels to people in. You know, it's going to be the busboy at the restaurant, not the owner. You know, it's going to be something like that. It's going to be stuff like that. You know, how do you treat the janitor? Is
I am the janitor. I was the janitor. So it's not. All right. Well, have a nice day, Ryan. I got to go to work.
Well, I am is the janitor, that's for sure. But anyways, yeah, that's interesting. You got work still?
No, I'm just trying to start work here. It's just too cold. It's been too cold. I mean,
what are you painting outside?
I'm
or
trying to
anything?
caulk. Yeah, I need to caulk the house. So finish.
Yeah, I'm disabled, so I don't have a job. But I always wonder what the heck you guys, you people do, because you guys stay up with me at like 6 a.m. and stuff. I'm like,
I haven't been working very much. Is what's been going on.
Like, these dudes have jobs. Like, what's his philosophy? I don't know if he was on his lunch break.
Yeah, I wonder that too all the time. But
yeah,
I think a lot of them probably live in their mom's basement. I don't know.
Well, I'm in my mom's basement. So
well, yeah, but you're a cripple.
Yeah, I do have an excuse to not be rich because my life did change pretty drastically when I broke my neck. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm tempted to make excuses and not being married and all, but
well,
I had cancer and I had blah blah blah.
I'd start with the mustache if I were you, but
I
you really do look like an 1800s. You know that, right? You look like
yeah, that's like from a year ago.
Tombstone movie.
I look nothing like that.
Well,
I have long hair now and a beard, so
yeah. No, you have
I'm
been
gonna
a
cut
lot
it,
of things. You don't really tell much about it, but yeah, you had cancer. You like cut your finger off. What else did you do? You had some other things, did you? Like something with your eye or something?
Addiction.
No, that doesn't count. Everybody's done drugs.
No, I mean not like that. No, you don't have no idea. I think I did the math the other day, and like, I think I did like 2 pounds of methadone over my life when I was doing it.
Yeah, no, God came back. I thought you didn't like me for a reason because I yelled at you over the feast days. I thought that you haven't really been back much since that day when you and Mike were battling over the feast days. But I thought it was more me. But glad you came on. I hope you keep coming back, buddy. But I try to do my channel as coherent as I can, but not haughty in any way. I don't try to come across as arrogant. I mean, I just try to be philosophical and have these discussions. Not you know.
I think to be the last thing I'm going to say to you before I go, what I love you, buddy. But this is, I would say this. You sound just to be totally just straight with you. People do try to use big words to look impressive and stuff, but not always. And so I would just say, allow yourself to learn what they mean. And you'll find out real quick who knows what they're talking about or not. And then just be. And this is something I'm just saying it's something I wish I did. Is I was obsessed with theology because I would have learned a lot faster than I did if I, in the sense of, and I'm not saying I know it all now or anything. I just mean I wish I would have been more willing to just stop and ask somebody what that means. Because when you do that, they're usually pretty cool about it. and then you can get, and then you'll either find out that they're full of it, or you'll learn something. And it's hard to stop and ask if you don't know, because you don't want to look stupid. And I would just say, try to force yourself to do it and ask and find out if they know what they may not know what they're talking about, or they may.
Yeah, but the problem is, it's like people will name things, and I've had a problem with this for a long time. It's like people naming America, America, and it was already inhabited by the Indians, and it already had a name. You know what I mean? It's like people love to do that. That's just human nature. They like to take credit for things that they didn't invent. So it's like a lot of these terms will be associated with people that I don't think are necessary in my study, especially when you're on these channels. It'll be people from Europe in the 1400s to the 1700s. So they'll start talk about, you know, what did Martin Luther say? And Martin Luther coined this term. I don't care about that. Maybe you guys think that's the way to find God, like, because they're people just like I am and you are, and okay, I care about what they think. I honestly couldn't care less about what any of those people think. I really can't. I'm sure there were very brilliant people in there, and maybe they are or aren't. I don't know. But I literally see zero need to study that. What I study is the Bible and even the earliest church history. I mean, as much of the early apostolic, I can't pronounce that word well, but the early teachings of the apostles in the early Catholic Church, I find relevant. But even in the early first, not first, but well, yeah, even first. I mean, not early, but late first. Even the late first and early second century stuff, I take all that with a grain of salt. I don't care that Justin Martyr was only 60, 50 years. I'll read him and I'll take what he says, but I care very little about it in the overall scheme of my faith, because I know he's a man and he's got his own flaws. So I try to just stick to what the Bible teaches. And if I'm going to go all the way to the 1400s to the 1700s to try to define what the Bible says, well, I got a problem there, because I think Christ and the apostles gave us what we needed before that. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't find the need to try to get into that game of, 1400s to 1700s. And, you know, that's quite a couple names for what these people claim they created. Like, but they're not even like creating something. It existed already. You know, it's like, I don't know. So that's one thing I will say. I have when anybody starts acting like that's a level of intelligence to me, that's just arrogance to me, and it's annoying, because if they can't grasp the concept that even the earliest second century stuff has to be take with a grain of salt, then we just don't see the situation at all the same. They're putting authority into man, not what God taught. You know, I don't know. I hear you. I'll take into consideration what you say. But I just want to make that very clear that I have zero interest in pursuing anything from the 1400s to the 1700s in Europe. And you can respond if you think that's good or not. But
Well, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it matters zero in my.
But understanding that history, and I would say because of biblical prophecy, it does matter. But it depends on what you mean by what matters or not. But I gotta run, man.
All right, yeah, you'll have to explain that to me some other time, because I have heard you say something about a prophecy happening in that time frame, but I'm sure it has Daniel.
It's mainly just even if you don't take my view, I would say still the thrust of history is related to the Bible, even if you don't take exactly my view. But we'll talk about it next time.
Yeah,
but
you see you later. Tell me about it next time, God willing. Good.
God bless, blah, 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 whatever. Don't die, whatever. Don't stub your toe. Tell your mom you love her, and brush your teeth, change your underwear, and I'll see you on the flip side.
Mm-hmm. I hope not the flip side. I don't know if anybody else caught that part of it, but I hope not that side. Anyways, yeah, guys, I don't know. Looks like we're winding down. Or by we, I mean me, at 10.5 hours. I've had some good conversations tonight, some things to investigate, interesting thoughts, from each person, obviously. Good to have all the guests. Appreciate everybody that came on or watched. Sherry caught it. That's good. I'm glad you caught it, Sherry. Glad I'm not alone in this. Well, I'm not glad that you caught it actually, because that's not a nice start. I hope you're all right, because I'm not the greatest at times. But yeah. Anyways, but yeah, been very blessed, guys, to have you guys watch and come on and exchange ideas, and we'll try to think of some new topics, and maybe I'll start putting in some more effort and research like I was doing for a while. Get back to doing some of the Kings presentation, because I do want to get back on track with those, because I got 10 of the 20 Kings of Judah done, but I wanted to do all 20 of them, and also the 19 kings of the northern kingdom after the kingdom divided from Solomon. So I will try to start, doing some PowerPoint, shows on that. But also, I want people to know that they can join when I do those shows, because it's nice to have people on and give their perspectives too. Thanks, Sherry. You too. God bless. But so I hope people still come on when I do those. But I will try to get some of those out, because I learn a lot from doing those Kings presentations, and I know I'm not alone with that. And I want to do those soon too. So we'll get some stuff like that. And again, I keep saying I'll do the women's presentation, but I got to coordinate with at least one woman. So maybe Stephanie or somebody can help me. I think she said she was be available sometime. So I'll try to see if I can do that soon too. 'Cause I got a PowerPoint on the women, righteous women in the Bible, not Jezebel or any other, Delilah, none of them, but just righteous women in the Bible. There's about 30 of them too. So 29, 30 of them. So yeah, we'll do that soon. But besides that, yeah, I guess I can't be up here rambling, because I'm by myself. But I hope the show was entertaining and informative, and most importantly, something that made us see the goodness of God and challenge ourselves to a higher standard of just being humble and serving God in a better manner. But yeah, I gotta take care of a few things myself. So God bless, and take it easy, and God willing, see you guys again soon. So be easy. God bless.